running on my patience, and I really, really miss you. I can't even start to fake it. But my mama always told me you gotta fake it till you make it. But you've been on my mind, and I really can't take it, no. Say you gonna run away, but you meant from me. And I'm caught in my emotions, but you're not sorry. You said that I'm not right for you, and now it haunts me. Wish I was your ride or die. You lied, now I'm free. Run away from giving you all my time. I've been trying to find a way to run away. I've been tired of finding ways to hide, so now I need to run away. You've been lying, you got me dying inside, so now I want to run away. The back of my mind, the only place I can run and go escape to. Gotta find my escape now. Got me tired of the beat down. But I'm smiling through the pain and I'm crying for a change. Cause my head got me spinning round. Lost control and I'm falling for you. Gave my all but now I ignore you. All the things I had in store, yeah. Now I gotta run away. Tell me to leave, but I'm wanting to stay. Riding solo while I skirt through the race. Sipping straight out the bottle, ain't no need to chase. And I got all these problems that I need to face. But I'm gonna run away.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the $1,000 Game Rogue Fool's Gold Weekend Tournament. Now, today we have HK Rebels versus NokturnsGG, and personally, I'm very new to the Game Rogue scene, but I know that these teams are very, consistent in these Game Rogue tournaments. So today we're going to start off on Bank. And then we'll move on to some other maps later. But first, my co-caster Sater here, please tell me a little bit about what you expect from these two teams today.
I can say a lot of things. I could say a lot of things, but the main thing is HK Rebels are going for their back-to-back. So they are heavy favorites in this one. And Nocturne, they're a very good team. They have a lot to show, and I think if they get into the right kind of groove and get comfortable, there's a chance they can take it. But that chance it's a slim one because HK Rebels, they're such a good team. Hong Kong just take over every single time we're here. So I'm very interested to see how they will do. But being that first siege, you have to have that weight of expectation as well. So if they start to lose a little bit, it might hit them a little bit in the mental.
Yeah, I've heard HK is definitely a team that has not disappointed. A lot of these tournaments here going on, but as you can see here, we're in the semifinals today, and then after this game that comes today, we're going to be going to the grand finals. I will not be here. Sater will be here, and we're gonna try to have the best time possible and try to give you everybody the best siege action we can bring.
Yeah, we do see HK Rebels heading up against NokturnsGG. On the other side, Decimate and Outlast Black. So we do have our top four in the top four. So it was a very clean and cut tournament. We kind of ended up where we expected to end up. But we will be seeing HK Rebels and Nocturnes. On the other side, Outlast Black and Decimate. That's one that could be a bit of a toss-up. So I'd be very interested to see how that one goes when we get the results from that one. But we have to kind of have a look at HK Rebels and Nocturnes here today. And with the selections coming through, you said the first map will be Bank. And we'll be getting the map bands up as well here now. So we'll be able to have a look through this as we are going to go to Bank Clubhouse. And it looks like
Villa
should be the decider. I'm a bit optimistic about the Bank for HK Rebels. They are usually very good on it. So I'm looking forward to that one. While Clubhouse on the other side, I think that's a bit of a toss-up. I think Nocturnes just feel like they should be taking that one, while I think taking out Villa maybe there and taking that one early might have been a bit of a better shout instead of Clubhouse, because I know Oregon and Chalet for HK Rebels are also very good. So it's a bit of a toss-up between Clubhouse and Villa for me. Is there any map in particular you would have liked to have seen them take? I know you haven't seen them much, but is there one you like to see teams play on?
Well, my personal favorite map is Villa, so I mean, I like to see Villa a lot, but of course, Villa is one of like the most popular maps you're going to see, especially over the the past little while, just in this siege in general. Villa's just a very popular map, so unfortunately, if we get a 2-0 here, we're not going to see any Villa action, but I mean, I'm always down to see Villa.
Yeah, I do have a bit of love for Villa, but I kind of like Clubhouse.
Oh
But
yeah.
I think my favorite map right now is Theme Park. I think if a team can play Theme Park well, they can just completely dominate the current meta. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that one will go. And when it comes to the operators, is there any kind of bans you've seen? I know Solus has been in and out of meta, and Nook, the last time I was casting here for Game Rogue, 2 days ago, I think it was, is that Nook was taken away in the first rotation. Myra's been getting through a little bit. I haven't seen it banned too much, and Ayana's always going to be in the game. Ayana is always a stalwart on that attack. So, is there anything you want to see taken away when we do go to that bank that might change up how they want to play this map?
I think a lot of those operators you said like they're very very common pick or ban rates, but I think probably Azami is something I personally seen in every single like tournament that I've ever been a part of for my entire esports casting career so far. It's Azami is almost 100% pick or ban rate. It's I feel like if you know how to properly place those Kiba barriers, you can make the most ridiculous angles that the attackers will never ever expect coming, and you can like just pick off kills and they'll have no idea what's happening. So a zombie's 100%. I guarantee this game will be pick or ban.
Yeah, just be able to shorten those sight lines down and find yourself some nice little angles using the kunai. So that could definitely be a shout for the future. And Thatcher, Ash, Capcan,
Mm-hmm.
a lot of smokes actually. And Bank does have some of those corridors that you can shut down with the right toxic. So there is some options for them. And I think it all comes down to Nocturne kind of reading how HK Rebels do want to play. So I think it's kind of in their wheelhouse. I think even though it is HK Rebels map and we expect them to do so well on it, I think Nocturne has kind of like a statement to make here to say that we can take on the best in this, and it's not just luck that we came here. It's like we deserve to be in this top four, maybe even in the top two. So HK Rebels going for their repeat championships, but I think if there's an upset at any stage for them, I think this might be the time for Nocturnes to take it, especially because I think they have a few subs coming in as well, HK Rebels.
Yeah, I heard a few subs coming in from HK as well, but I mean, all I've heard from the past time I've been at Game Rogues at HK Rebels, they show up and they dominate a lot of these tournaments. So again, I'm still new, I'm still here, and I'm still learning a lot about these teams. So I'm really excited to watch this game for sure.
Yeah, you will be ready to figure stuff out, and hopefully you'll be back again to watch more games and
Yeah.
cast more games and join us more in the future, because you've been in the observing slot. So you've been around, you just haven't got a chance to talk about it, which
No. Yeah.
is one of the
Yeah.
better ones. It's one of the better moments of it.
Hmm.
But we will cut to a very quick break as we do have a slight Ubisoft issue on one of the players trying to get back in. So we won't be too long getting into this one. So don't go anywhere.
I'm giving you all my time. I've been trying to find a way to run away, run away. I've been tired of finding ways to hide, so now I need to run away, run away. You've been lying, you got me dying inside, so now I want to run away, run away. The back of my mind, the only place I can run and go escape to. I'm zoning, I'm spaced. I'll take these meds to the face now. Drink till I black. Hear your voice with the hey wow. I just made it, you never thought I could do it, proved you wrong. Countless fucking reasons we ain't get along. Still looking at my page, but don't hit my phone. Bitch, I did it, I'm at the top. She was at the after party, so she is an afterthought. We was traveling all around the globe, and I know you wish you still stuck around, oh no. Oh, I saw you fucked it up. Ever since you left, all I knew was to run my money up. And now you see I'm coming up, got it on my own. I was down bad on my ass, and I can find a happy home. Yeah, promise I won't bother you. No sense ain't calling you, don't know why I would fall for you. All the shit I offered you, baby, I can't talk to you. I'm just not comfortable, baby, you're not lovable. Fucked it all up. I'm zoning, I'm spaced. I'll take these meds to the face now. Drink till I black. Hear your voice with the hey wow. I'm zoning, I'm spaced. meds to the face now. Drink till I black, hear your voice with the hey, wow. I just made it, you never thought I could do it, proved you wrong. Countless fucking reasons we ain't get along. Still looking at my page, but don't hit my phone. Bitch, I did it, I'm at the top. She was at the after party, so she is an afterthought. We was traveling all around the globe, and I know you wish you still stuck around, oh no. I was thinking about you, but you were way too far away. Why'd you go away? I said, why'd you go away? I have nothing left to say. I have nothing left to say. I'm stuck in my ways. I said, I am on my way. I'm too lost, don't know what I'm on. Without you, I'm gone. I'm just way too numb. So I'm on the way. 100 missed calls from yesterday. So I contemplate picking up the phone and make another mistake. So gone in space. I don't think I'll be the same. Don't come back when I have fame. At least I'm left with you to blame. Honestly, can't you see what you've done to me? Like honestly, how could you move on from me? I proved you wrong, and I lost it all. Like when I left, I lost control. It's all your fault, I'm on my own. Tell me what's going on, what's in your head? I miss your voice, miss you in bed. Constant text you left on red. I'll never see your face again. I'm too lost, don't know what I'm on. Without you, I'm gone. I'm just way too numb. So I'm on the way. 100 missed calls from yesterday. So I contemplate picking up the phone and make another mistake. So gone in space. I don't think I'll be the same. Don't come back when I have fame. At least I'm left with you to blame. So what about us? We've been chillin' laid back in a whip all black, tryna smoke some. Love the way we gotta act, hate the ways you react when we get done. Baby, just relax, I'ma keep us intact, we gon' have fun. We gon' have fun. So what about trust? Went from riding in the biz, now I'm riding with my friends, now it's all gone. Thought you'd be here till the end, no more seeing you again, you've been so wrong. I don't know where you been, baby, we could get it in, don't move on. Move on, don't move on. Put me on blast, one side of the story. You don't wanna hear me out, cause you loving the glory. Thought I saw your true colors, but my vision was blurry. Forever lasts forever, but you left in a hurry. You wanna get drunk, make love. I just wanna take drugs, have fun. Put your body in a Maybach and Ralph Lauren. We could get wild, we don't gotta stay boring. Summer so sweet, California. Cause girl, you know me and I adore ya. We could make peace, don't make me more ya. You may be evil, but I adore ya. So what about us? We've been chillin' laid back in a whip all black, tryna smoke some. Love the way we gotta act, hate the ways you react when
Honestly, if you want to continue to be petty like this, go for it. Keep ignoring my calls. Keep denying every single text I have ever sent you. Because I'm done. This bullshit over and over and over again. I'm so sick and tired of it. And you just don't understand. But that's fine. I'm used to being second place.
I tried and tried and tried, no matter all the times you lied. I cried and cried and cried, then took me late into the night. When I lost it, I lost it, I lost it again. And you're calling, I'm not shit, I'm off one again. If I'm honest, you were toxic, just to me you're dead. 'Cause I lost it all again. Can't go on without you. Too many memories put behind. I can't go on without you. I think I've been pushed to the side.
Hello, everybody.
back.
Welcome back from the break. Sorry about that. We had some slight technical difficulties there, but we're trying to bring you into the game as quick as possible. We should be good to go now. So we're going to be getting into the pick and ban, or sorry, just the ban phase. Wrong game. So tell me what you think here. What do you expect?
There's a dinosaur rare in the chat, so Dino Twist might have an edge for me here, but we expect Nook on the first one. It's usually Nook, right?
Okay.
Ooh.
Maybe not.
That
I mean, we
changes
still got
things.
another attacker coming up here. Maybe, you know, HK wants to get rid of Nook themselves. I'm not sure if they play Nook a lot, but we'll have a look here in a second.
Especially on Bank, that ghosting style could really work in their favor. And I think, considering the timing's going so long, okay, they have listened to me. Good job, guys.
Yeah.
They've listened to me there. They've went for the Nook. I kind of expected that one. I want to see maybe Myra taken away at some stage. But I'm not too sure what the bans will be. This defensive side, it can go kind of any way depending on how people play, and it's going to be Valkyrie.
I guess you can get some crazy cameras going. If someone knows how to play Valkyrie really well, I think it's a very dangerous operator to be left in the hands of someone that's very capable.
Could be dangerous, you're dead right, but a lot being left open that I would write. Yeah, okay, Solus, that's okay. That's one that I kind of always expect to be 100% pick or ban, so that being taken away is good. I think that's a solid shout, but I've seen HK Rebels play this map before, and I'm just a little bit terrible, as we do see the subs that are coming in. So we have Rebels, Rai and Burnt Turkey. So we do have the Turkey and Rai back again. Vipoa is back. Cheese Fine China and TKOR, they're the two subs coming in today. So I have to keep an eye on them and see how they jump into this team and kind of cement their places. And then on the other side, not a name I've recognized from anyone so far. So the NokturnsGG, this is my first time casting them, so they have a lot to do for me.
I remember Cheese Fine China. He was on a team yesterday that I casted for, so I think they kind of grabbed him. Maybe I think he was on a team that got eliminated. So yeah, we've seen action from him yesterday for sure. I remember that name. TK I've definitely heard of, and Rai I've definitely heard of before, but we're gonna see what they can pull off in this game. You know, every day is a brand new day, every game's a new game, and you never know what you're gonna expect.
Yeah, so the player I'm kind of missing now, because HK Rebels, they do have a player that's called Jetcon, and absolutely insane player. So it's just someone that's ringing in the back of my head going, that was one of their stars from before, so I would have liked to have seen them. But as we do have the start of this round, we're going to start the repels, start the aggressive looks into this one. And what are we seeing? Anything special? We do see a bit of a volcano coming through and Myra coming through, and the motorcycle helmet's always a good sign for a bit of madness, but there's none that's really overly special there for me. I do see Dokkaebi though, and I do love Dokkaebi.
Yeah, Dokkaebi's really good at, you know, clearing those roamers out. We have Ella on the board, and we have Mozzie, two you know, kind of operators that like to, you know, move around a bit and be squirmy and really, you know, try to take advantage of you know, attackers pushes, you know, maybe try to get behind them and do something there. But oh my goodness, that's gonna be that is the Mozzie there with the C4. I don't even know what even happened right there, but TK's down. Their vertical play is out now. They're playing basement here, so I don't think vertical play is much of an option anyway, other than hatches. But it looks like Exile just dropped down the elevator hatch, and it just gets absolutely destroyed by Rai. I guess Rai either heard it or, you know, had some sort of audio prompt or expected it, but now we're having a massive fight on the main stairs here. Burnt Turkey takes out Dawn. That's Sophia. Oh my god, it's down to a 4v1 now. HK just dominating this round, just trying to, it's all down to Dino. He knows that massive fight just happened on main stairs, so he has to get some sort of control over that main stairs, but it wasn't enough. Too many people. I think he just got peeked by a 3-man there.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than turning a corner, looking up the stairs and seeing 3 people charging at you. Feels like Dark Souls all over again. Just way too many enemies in that corridor, and you know you gotta leave, but you can't, because this time it's not swords, it's weaponry, it's guns, and they take the head there. But yeah, HK Rebels, they lost someone early. It happens, but they come through strong with Vipo and Rai getting 2 apiece and controlling just one area, and they all just kind of ended up there.
Yeah, it seems like HK is really like communicating a lot with, you know, and getting the information out that's needed, and not the information that, you know, could confuse anyone. It seems like they know exactly what they're talking about. This is their map. Bank is the map that they picked, remember? So I'm sure that they're very comfortable here, and, you know, they can make the right communication that they need to make.
Yeah, as long as the comms are clear, I think HK Rebels are always going to be in a good position. As we do see the setups coming through now, they are one of those teams that has won a lot, and when you have a team that wins this much, you can kind of like pinpoint why they're doing so well in communication from what we can see, because obviously we can't listen into the guys. I would love to be able to listen in and see how their communication actually goes and how clear the comms are, but just the way they seem to move as a unit is terrifying for Nocturnes to try and mount an attack. But we'll see how they go this time around, as we once again go low into the floors of the bank. And Apoa,
It seems like they like to spawn here on this, I think is that jewelry side? I think it is. I think they seem to like to have control over like the 2nd floor skylight area. Well, maybe not. Maybe I guess they're gonna go through the main entrance this time. This is a really dangerous part of the map right here. There's so many different angles when you walk in here. There's like 100 different places you can check. You still gotta watch out for default cam. You know, there could be that Mozzie drones could be somewhere. Like, you really gotta watch out. But so sorry, is it Vipoa?
Vipoa, yeah, so that's how I pronounce it. Like, it could be Viper. Just
walk right in there. Oh, and there's the Mozzie there lurking. Probably took advantage of Rai being by himself. The Dokkaebi is gone. There goes your audio your audio cues for hunting roamers. So they're going to be in a bit of a pickle here.
Yeah, a bit of trouble for sure without that. And Dokkaebi, one of my favorite operators. I can't play it well, but it's just fun saying I play Dokkaebi.
Yeah.
It's a great name overall. But as we do see the cameras coming through, this is where they will find more information, as they are coming through the tunnels here. And that's a nice spray down coming through. She's fine, does go low, but Burnt Turkey will take out Exot on the other side. They've located the sites. You just need to get into the right places now, and that diffuser low. So they need to be careful with how they peek these. They need to keep that person in a good kind of covering positions. If they drop that, it will change positioning. It will change how they want to play this one, as the siege is starting and they're trying to break through these walls. Opportunity to drive for them to try and peek through this. Just yet. They start to spray, shoot that computer off the screen. This doesn't matter.
Oh,
it's gone. B-Dog takes that. They've dropped the diffuser. Burnt Turkey getting flashed. Doesn't quite know where he is right now. Too many lights on that screen, but there comes the verticality. There's the hatch. They have the opportunity here to find something, as we do find one. TK takes out Daunt, and it goes back to a 3-for-3. A 3-for-2 as Vipoa takes another. Clean shots coming out. Nothing but heads for Vipoa so far as they get ready to do this drop. 2 players left standing. Is it Lack QI? Lack QI sounds right.
Lack. I can't even see it because my camera's in the way, but wow, down to 3v1 already. You can see that, you know, HK doesn't waste any time at all. Yeah, Lackey? Probably Lackey.
Lack QI.
Yeah.
Lackey? It could be Lackey. It could be, but the diffuser has been planted here, and with just Lackey left, there isn't really much they can do, as they do get shot in the back.
There it is right there. And even if, like, you know, he ended up losing that fight there, that Claymore was there to back him up. As long as, you know, Lackey didn't see it. Anyway, let's see what's going on here. Let's check some new picks here. Castle, not a pick we've seen yet. Echo, Omai. A lot of these new picks coming in here. Mira and Lucy we've seen. Yeah,
Castle
Hibana
as
gets
well.
picked up. Yeah, Hibana gets picked up here. This is a bank is a map that has a lot of hatches. So Nocturnes did lose both defensive rounds there, so they could go basement again. But no, it looks like they pick up the executive area. So Hibana's not going to be as useful here as she would be on attacking the basement. So we might get a switch. It looks like a sledge is going for Zofia.
I'm gonna change up to Flores here.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Flores is great for just like getting rid of like any sort of defender utility, because once like this is like the enemy teams can actually see what they're picking. I'm pretty sure with this rule set, so it's really easy to be able to predict what the enemies are going to be like, what gadgets are going to be in play that they're going to have to deal with. Yeah, so they saw probably the castle, which is always a nuisance to deal with, and maybe the Flores drones are going to help them with that.
Yeah, they'll be able to get something with a sledge coming through, aces, cards. I love it all so far in Cheese Fine China. They're trying to swap up their picks a little bit, and they've already got a 2-0 lead, so I seem to have that space to kind of mess around and see what is going to work at its best, kind of optimize what they want to go for this stuff. And let's have a look at setup here. They've located the bomb sites very fast, and they get the first pick as well. Rai by Poa will fall as they do get kind of chunked out on the outside. TK does manage to get it back though, and that was a very aggressive peak coming through there, but it got something at least.
It's actually crazy how like a lot of these teams that I've been seeing recently, like a lot of issues that they have is time management. But it seems like HK they know exactly what they're doing. They get in there, they know there's zero hesitation on what they're doing, and I think that's what's helping them win a lot of these rounds. They're not wasting a second of time.
No, they want to get fast on this one. They're just watching those sites, knowing that that's what their target is. Just eyes on the prize as TK takes out another, and then Burnt Turkey will take out another as well. It's just all falling apart for them. This is why they're first seed, Kirk.
I mean, I could see it now. It's not even like most of the time it's not even close.
Yeah, they're at a completely different tier, and any pro teams watching, sign these guys. Sign them.
Yeah, even with two
subs.
Yeah. So it looks like we've got a timeout.
If you can't
here.
find the words, I will give you the words.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, I mean, HK I wouldn't be surprised to see them to be able to 7-0 sweep on their map of choice.
I don't want a 7-0, Kirk.
Yeah, I don't want to either. I mean, we're all here today to watch some really exciting Siege gameplay, and I'm happy to be here. But I mean, I'm just saying it wouldn't surprise me if I seen it. I mean, this is their map of choice. Maybe they're not so comfortable on Clubhouse, and maybe Nocturnes can really prove themselves on Clubhouse. But so far, it's looking like Bank's going quite one way.
So the last time I was here, it was during the earlier stages, and it was Pink versus Evil, and it was 2 7-0s. It's not fun.
Yeah.
It looks good clip-wise, and they get to get some amazing moments.
I think I was there for that. Yeah, I remember that.
You were observing that once 2 days ago.
Yeah. No, I was casting that.
Were you casting that?
Yeah.
Were you casting
I remember that. Yeah, no, because remember the first game wasn't actually... No, I did with Happy. So the first game wasn't actually like broadcast.
So I did Pink versus Evil. Enterprise Pink versus... Now you're confusing me about what game I done. I definitely did that game.
Oh yeah, no, Friday is the game that we canceled. Okay, yeah. You're right. I think.
Yeah, it was double 7-0s. Me and Susan.
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
Gee,
I remember doing Pink though. Pink and. Okay. Anyway, I can't remember. Anyway, let's get back into the game.
Did they win? Did Pink win?
Oh, no.
Oh, damn it. Pink were one of those teams I was kind of excited to see them kind of like get through. After 2 7-0s, you kind of go, could they take down HK? Could they go and do it?
Yeah. No, I mean, all I've been hearing is that HK is simply on a different level, is what I've been hearing.
Okay, we do have official phonetics for the players after coming through from our amazing productions director. So Vipoa is Vipoa. I think I got that one right so far. Lackey is Lackey. Yeah. You got it right. And Exod is Exod. So we got most of them right. I was getting one of them wrong, but they're getting the correction for Lackey is brilliant. We do like to get that. in nice and early. But yeah, so far HK Rebels 3-0, showing their stuff, comfortable, clean, fast paced. Nocturnes, what would be your plan going forward for this? Because I would go low, pick different sites, cap can it, and buy time.
Well, honestly, I hate being in lobby. This place just scares me. There's way too many angles. So I think if you do need to make that lobby play, but look at this. Like they don't even clear lobby. They don't even clear the upstairs. They're getting right into site here. They're just right into vault, moving into cash here. He's gonna have to, you know, be very careful. He could lose his life very easily once they, you know, realize that hatch is blown up and, you know, the roamers upstairs like call out that there's nobody in lobby anymore. Like they must have dropped hatch. So any second here, there's going to be some action going on. But it is down to a 5v3. Nocturnes do have the advantage for the first time. She's getting the diffuser down. Burnt Turkey picking up Dino on the Burnt Turkey on the O. So that could be and wow, Nocturnes destroyed that round. That wasn't even close.
Yeah, Nocturnes, that little bit of a break, that little bit of mental space to think about what they want to do next kind of helped them out a good bit there as we do go to round 5 with a 3-1, and it was good, it was solid. Can they do it again though? That's the big question. They need to be able to pull another one of those out and on round 6 maybe bring it back to even scores. But so far HK Rebels kind of slipped up a little bit there. They went a little bit too fast, I think, and didn't clear enough angles and kind of got caught out in the end.
Yeah, maybe I should have knocked on wood when I said that HK was going to dominate this game. Maybe I
is it knocked on wood in Siege?
Blew up wood, I guess. I don't know.
I was going for the knock joke because I think it's knocked because in the Irish language we don't have lines through letters.
Oh,
doesn't make sense.
I don't think I've ever actually seen any other word with that accent in the letter before either. So
yeah, so I always say knock to annoy every other person who says no, it's knock.
Yeah,
I'm like no, not having it.
I just say whatever my favorite YouTubers say. Because I don't.
You mean me?
Yeah.
I'm a YouTuber for
sure.
sure.
You're gonna have to send me that link after, and
I have like 4 videos up, and they're all TFT.
Oh.
TFT.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm too old to be playing games like this anymore. I just can't turn like these guys. The way they flick from angle to angle, I don't have the hands anymore for it. I'm too old. Can't be doing it. These. That's why I like watching Siege, because you get to see these absolutely cracked zoomers.
Yeah.
Proper insanity, but right now. Got that blue tint, ready to find absolutely anything, and we do see a swap in a couple of the operators on the attack, but it doesn't matter for Drake 2. That early Burnt Turkey opening up on the Exod. Dino Twist also falling in that exchange, and they do find an elbow there, and Vipo.
Wow.
Gee, look at the speed that these guys just take space. They just know, and the worst thing about it is they know exactly where they need to go next straight after that kill. So it's more like a checklist of like, we go here, more than likely they're here. Okay, shoot him. Okay, now we go to the next place. Where will he be? I was probably over there. I'll fire a few shots. Okay, Vipo, you can clean that one up for me. Don't worry about it. Triple kill for Turkey. They do actually manage to get one back though, and there is an opportunity here for that clutch, for that 1 versus 5, but Vipo, too much utility flying into that hallway, and it's an easy pickup in the end.
This is unbelievable. HK is just insane. They didn't like when Nocturnes won that last round, so they had to bring that back and show them who's boss.
Brought the heat, and more importantly, they take a fort now, looking very, very strong. We won't see a 7-0, and I'm kind of thankful for that, because I do like to see competitive level Siege where it is going a little bit back and forth, and there's opportunities for teams to pick up a couple of rounds and really kind of show a weakness nearly. But HK Rebels, the weakness for them in the round they lost was themselves. That was their own over exuberance into the round.
Yeah, maybe they tried something different this time, or that last round that threw them off. Maybe they'll go back to what won them that last round. Let's check out Donut here for a second. I want to see how he can place these Kiva barriers. I was talking about earlier, like you can make these crazy angles that attackers would never expect. So I want to see how Donut can place these Kiva barriers on the Azami.
Yeah, that could open up some really good opportunities.
Anything yet. No, he hasn't even tossed anything yet, but we'll see.
Well, we have to find out what angle they want to go for, because some teams, they play it reactively instead of proactively. So they'll wait to hear the first bit of information of they might be coming from this area. Okay, we'll cut this area off then, and I will hold this then. It's all about when you want to use it. But the push already coming through. Look, they're already in. They're just so fast.
I haven't even seen a Gemini clone being used yet. Maybe we might see one here pushing up blue. Or not. I think maybe like their strategy is just the active surprise, like getting in there so fast that you wouldn't expect anybody to even be in this quick. But of course, you know, if Ryry walks through this door, that's going to activate the metal detector and, you know, give away his position. So he probably wants to stay here and just, like, you know, give callouts for his team pushing into main, or sorry, not main there, into the back alley there. And, you know, just try to give them as much information as possible. Because he can't walk through that door. It's going to go beep, 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 beep.
Yeah, it's going to give them away, so we'll have to be a little bit more careful on that one, as we do see Burnt Turkey now rushing by the ambulances. They're in the room, already finding one Ryry. Very, very clean. Dino Twist does fall 0 and 6 now, has not found an inch for himself, as a double kill does come true for Daunt. That could be a bit of a swing in their favor. Zani was a good choice here, cutting off some angles, cutting some heads.
Yeah.
What we like to see. It is
check this out.
in
Now it's
the
being
advantage.
used. Yeah. Wow.
This could be interesting.
Just waiting for someone to make a wrong turn here. And it could.
This angle.
Oh my, it's so close. Burnt Turkey, he probably heard him. Oh, there it is right there. It happened. And look, check this out. As soon as he gets that kill, right into sight, trying to, you know, catch the defenders off guard, but it didn't work, so we got a trade here. Back to a 2v2. Cheese is getting the diffuser down. TK's trying to hold it for him, and we're going to see what kind of hold out here. Donut is down, so it is actually a 1v1 right now. One player on each enemy team is down, so it's down to B-Dog versus Cheese. Cheese knows where the diffuser is, or sorry, Cheese got the diffuser down. He needs to hold it, and he actually has the Kiba barrier on his side. It kills Donut. I bet Donut, you know, regrets placing that there.
Yeah, we do have the swap coming in now, so everything that just happened in the first 6, don't worry about it. You could definitely take it back from here, but with how good HK Rebels were on the attack, and it's their map, and usually everyone likes to defend. Let's just make it as clear as possible. In Siege, defending is the easier side. There's less you have to deal with when you're on the defense. So I think everyone is defensive favored when they play Siege. I know, especially myself, I prefer to play defense because there's less I have to worry about. I can sit in my corridor and just wait for people to come to me. I don't need to go aggressive. I don't need to look for people. I can just have a chill out time. If the rest of my team is dying, I've got a good space for myself. I'm chilling. But when it comes to HK Rebels, they've always, to me, been a very strong defensive side. Every time I've watched them, I would not be able to break down their wall. They are too strong a team on that defense. And NokturnsGG, they have a really, really big ask of them to try and break down this defense. Especially with the Myra coming through, I think they have all the information they're ever going to need. And yeah, I really want to see if Nocturns can do it. Both HK Rebels with a 5-1 lead, they're way too comfortable.
You see how quick as soon as the round starts, HK just HK just immediately gets to just getting stuff done. Like, they know exactly what rotates they want, where they want footholds, where they want their gadgets to go. It's like they practice this all day. They know exactly what they're doing. And I think, you know, that level of confidence and getting knowledge is really gonna, like, just put you above everybody else in the scene.
Yeah, we do start to poke and prod in, trying to find the head and elbow, shoulder, and knee. But not finding anything right now. HK Rebels, they are locked in, they are dug down, they're in their trenches and more than capable of holding it. But no, it actually will be Lackey taking the first one onto Burnt Turkey, one of the star players, I would say, so far from HK Rebels. Would you agree?
Yeah, I'd say definitely Burnt Turkey or TK. Both been doing very good. Even Vipoa's, like, you know, doing what he needs to be doing.
Drone red attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
They're all playing those, you know, offensive defenders, you know, the really aggressive ones. So you really expect them to be getting the kills anyway, and they have been showing up.
Yes, we do see 4 versus 3. HK Rebels have managed to swing it back, but Lackey on the attack is trying to get something done. Does get taken out in the end. Triple kill by Vipoa, and yeah, it's one star player kind of falls apart and another one steps up. Vipoa now 11 and 3 with 1 assist as well. You can't forget the assists. Everyone loves the people that help the other people. Gotta put some respect on your supports. But they're very, very comfortable right now. As we do hear the beeps come through, they've got the bomb sites. There's 2 versus 3. They have an opportunity here. They can do it. I believe in them. But as long as Vipo is alive, I am scared for them.
Oh, there it is right there. Wow. So that fire is going to last about 20 seconds, and that's not going to give much time left for HK to be able to get this plant down. Or sorry, Nocturnes to be able to get this plant down.
Dino Twist waiting it out though. Doesn't have the diffuser in hand. It's actually on B-Dog, who's moved away, and with that lack of time remaining, what can you do?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, B-Dog is going for the rotate here. You really can't much. He's doing what the only thing he can do right now. Like Dino's maybe just trying to get a pick here or make some call-outs for B-Dog, but B-Dog had to have rotated there. There's too many Goyo traps around. Yeah, they tried their best here.
That's the round lost. Regardless of that, time is just not in their favor, and they just need to hold back. Now Dino does manage to get a kill for himself, and TK will clean it up, but defenders, once that fell, it was too easy for them from there, and you see at the corner of an eyebrow, and it gets taken clean off. And going into round 8, HK Rebels primed to take map 1.
Yep, no surprise to me at all. No surprise to me at all. Now, Nocturnes is on attack now. Of course, they were on attack last round, but it was their first round on attack, so maybe, you know, they can pull something off. Maybe it was just, you know, they're just getting warmed up, so who knows? It's not over yet. It's never over.
I'm going to do something. I like doing this every now and then. Not too much, but every now and then. I want to go check Burn Turkey's stats again. Because I think I done it the first time I saw him play, and I was completely and utterly in shock at how much the person plays. Because I thought I played games a lot, and then there's sometimes you see people just go, "Oh my!"
You mean like on like R6 track or something?
Yeah. So for me, it's usually from I got this one from Valorant, and I use it now for Siege as well. But yeah, so this is what shocked me about Burn Turkey. So I'm going to guess that they probably play on a different account sometimes, and maybe they just
I would imagine
try this one, but under 150 hours in ranked.
Yeah, there's definitely some other account in play here. There's no way.
But a 64.6% win rate. That's the scary one. That's the really, really scary one. So yeah, there has to be another account somewhere, Burn Turkey. If you can tell me where that is, I will be more than happy to see that one. But they are someone with a very, very high win percentage. Their best MMR is just nearly hitting 5k. Very, very strong player overall. So this is something I remember I was checking all of the players, because it adds a little bit more to them. When we see them here, we just see names and scores. But when you can see their stats as well, you go, oh wow, that's a player. Like yesterday, or the day before, we had like a 1.2k hour player. As we do see a trade going back and forth, and Vipoa 1,000 hours on one account in Siege, and hitting around that 5k MMR mark. But yeah, Vipoa double kill, opening up, taking heads, takes another one. Angle swaps are just the lean, the bop, just taking heads, and Daunt, he's just gonna have a look at the scenery at this stage. Have a little look around the bank. Yeah, just a last player standing, 1 versus 4, has the diffuser, but knows deep down that getting a clutch like this would be massive. But Burn Turkey knows where they're going to be. Oh, it was nice. It was nice.
Got that audio cue and just pre-fired it. Well, no surprise here, ladies and gentlemen. HK Rebels take 7-1 on bank. Next, we're going to be going to Clubhouse.
Yeah, we'll be going to Clubhouse now in just a couple of moments, as the good halves do come through, and MVP does go to Vipoa. And yeah, so 13 and 4. 34.
Oh, is that what it was? Yeah, okay.
13-4. Wow. Very, very close. But yes, these players are very, very good. And looking at the stats, you can see incredible games coming out. And Nocturnes did pick up 1 round. So I kind of wanted to see maybe 2 or 3 rounds at least. I wanted to see something more from them. But maybe I think HK Rebels is the only team I've ever seen play bank in Game Rogue. Obviously, there is other casters here. It's not just me. But they're the only team I've seen play bank, and both times it has went really, really good in favor of them, in the terms of like they don't lose a lot of rounds on it, and they're very, very comfortable on it. But we will take a really quick break just for a few moments because we might try get into the last map of the other semi-finals game. So we'll be back in just a few moments and we'll double check to see if we can get in there. So don't go anywhere. We might see the other semis.
Voicemail again. Classy. I like it.
Run away from giving you all my time. I've been trying to find a way to run away. I've been tired of finding ways to hide, so now I need to run away. You've been lying, you got me dying inside, so now I want to run away. The back of my mind, the only place I can run and go escape to. Run away with me when you're ready. What I gotta do to keep it steady? I know that the pain is feeling heavy, but I'll be by your side if you let me. Feeling like a doctor, I'm just losing all my patience, and I really, really miss you. I can't even start to fake it. But my mama always told me you gotta fake it till you make it. But you've been on my mind, and I really can't take it. No. Say you're gonna run away, but you meant from me. And I'm caught in my emotions, but you're not sorry. Said that I'm not right for you, and now it haunts me. Wish I was your ride or die. You lied, now I'm free. Run away from giving you all my time. I've been trying to find a way to run away. I've been tired of finding ways to hide, so now I need to run away. You've been lying, you got me dying inside, so now I want to run away. The back of my mind, the only place I can run and go escape to. Gotta find my escape now. Got me tired of the beat down. But I'm smiling through the pain and I'm crying for a change. Twist my head, got me spinning round. Lost control and I'm falling for you. Gave my all, but now I ignore you. All the things I had in store, yeah. Now I gotta run away. Tell me to leave, but I'm wanting to stay. Riding solo while I skirt through the race. Sipping straight out the bottle, ain't no need to chase. And I got all these problems that I need to face, but I'm gone. Run away from giving you all my time. I've been trying to find a way to run away. I've been tired of finding ways to hide, so now I need to run away. You've been lying, you got me dying inside, so now I want to run away. The back of my mind, the only place I can run and go escape to. I'm zoning, I'm spaced. I'll take these meds to the face now. Drink till I black. Hear your voice with the hey, wow. I just made it, you never thought I could do it, proved you wrong. Countless fucking reasons we ain't get along. Still looking at my page, but don't hit my phone. Bitch, I did it, I'm at the top. She was at the after party, so she is an afterthought. We was traveling all around the globe, and I know you wish you still stuck around, oh no.
Oh, I saw you fucked it up. Ever since you left, all I knew was to run my money up. And now you see I'm coming up, got it on my own. I was down bad on my ass, and I can find a happy home. Yeah. Promise I won't bother you. No sense ain't calling you. Don't know
Drink till I black, hear your voice with the hey wow. I'm toned and I'm spaced, I'll take these meds to the face now. Drink till I black, hear your voice with the hey wow. I just made it, you never thought I could do.
Welcome back from our quick break. We have HK still versus Nocturne, and we're going to Clubhouse. Already in the ban phase. What do we got going on? What do you think, Sater?
Knock.
Yeah.
As we do have one of our guys isn't here being dropped into the chat, but
That's always great to see.
We'll get through the bans first. As we do see Hibana being taken away.
I think Maverick's a must pick here. Obviously, Maverick probably not going to get banned, but it's Maverick. It's Clubhouse. You're always going to see a Maverick. So if ban comes out, it won't be too surprising, but we'll see. Thatcher. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of outside walls here that are connected to the inside sites. So having control over those and making sure that those walls get open is pretty important. So that is why like Maverick's a really good pick, because you don't need anybody else. You can just go on with Maverick and just do the job just as good as anyone else.
Hey, really?
Well, I think you can get some like crazy like electroclaw spots where like if you throw them in a certain place, they can't be destroyed from like the outside. I think it gets really complicated with Cade sometimes, so maybe they're just kind of worried about that.
Maybe so. And Valkyrie being taken away as well, so things looking... Some of it looking very normal, and then some of it just not. That Cade has really thrown me for a loop here, but Azami being left open will get taken. Solus being left open will be taken. Yeah, I feel like they're kind of the two I wanted to be seen taken away, but they actually won't go for it. They're going to go for a Legion here as well, so a bit of a different setup, but HK, I'd like to see how they want to play this one.
Church Arsenal's a site that's, it's a pretty common pick here. It's a site that you really need to have like top floor control for. It's like not exactly top floor control, but you got to watch it because you can't just like send your whole team in through blue tunnel or blue hall or through through dirt. You got to like have some sort of control over kitchen or the first floor bar area, just because you need hatch control on these sites. You can't just funnel your team through one area. So check this out. Gonna be holding the second floor here. Rai is getting is putting a keeper barrier down on the second floor, maybe two. Wow. 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 Burn Turkey tries to go for some sort of spawn peek. We didn't even see it.
Yeah, it was cheeky. It was very, very cheeky.
Oh, you seem to have... I have an issue with the... Do you want to take over? The stream's...
yeah, no worries. It is going for me as well. There is some cut-ins and cut-outs on our end. Hopefully it's looking good on stream for everybody else. But for the moment, HK Rebels, they've lost 3 members. And that could be a problem for them trying to hold this one, as they are now in a 2 versus 5. Ipoa will be attempting to hold this one, as we do have it coming back now. I think it's looking good so far. The SRTs are back and we are good to go. Ipoa getting the smokes out, getting chipped out as well, though, losing more than half health. Does go down. A triple kill for Exod, and they're more than comfortable taking this one, and this is why it's their map, I suppose. Globe is looking like a good map for the NokturnsGG here, as Cheese Fine China, the last remaining. Okay, Daunt. Guess the fuser down. They do lose one. Cheese does find an opportunity. He's going to look for more, but they know where he is. They have to get the smoke, the fire, the flames, the bullets. A good round coming through from Nocturns.
That's what we like to see. Nocturnes performing on their map of choice.
So what do you think they should be changing up now that you've seen the first one, so we can have a better look at it?
Well, they didn't really get any sort of opportunity to even like do anything like
Defenders,
HK.
protect
They
your
just get
bombs
caught with their
before you
pants down
find that.
immediately, and that's not something you expect from HK, a team that's so coordinated and probably has really good communication with their team. So I think this time maybe they might try to play a little bit slower and just assess the situation a little bit better before making a full push towards the building.
Yeah, as you do see TK. That small part of the map right there, just that little section right there reminds me of Resi so much.
What's that?
Just that area right there just
Yeah,
reminds me of
like
Resident Evil for some reason.
Oh, yeah, I'm not a big
don't know
Resident
why.
Evil guy, so
It's just like, I just feel like Leon will be chilling in there
Yeah.
sometimes when I walk in, just like, what are you doing in the corner there, bud?
well, there is a Leon
Like,
Kennedy
there's an
skin, maybe they
infection.
can get Lion in that area.
Yeah.
With skin on.
Yeah, Raccoon City vibes in there.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, we're going to see the forward momentum being picked up, and hopefully there'll be no early picks. There'll be nothing too random happening this time, and just a nice solid hold come through from HK Rebels as the beginnings of the siege, the attack, the ideas, the drones starting to come through. And we had a little bit of a chat about the drone meta shifting to not actually using drones at all. How do you feel about that?
That's definitely like the biggest change I've ever heard of. Siege has been always a game about information and getting as much of it as you can, and then using that to communicate with your team to make some sort of educated play. And not having that information at all is just such a change in pace with what Siege is usually used to. So that's something we got to get used to before it's something that is going to be common to think about.
Yeah, as we do get into the thick of things, as Rai does fall. Dino Twist spraying through trying to find something. Did take a good bit of chip there as well. TK also not looking the healthiest there. But thank God there's no bleed out effects in Siege, or there would be a lot more healers in this and a lot more bandages coming out. But
Wow.
no bandages will be able to save Turkey from that one, as Lackey takes another Capcam, getting some setup in on the retreat, trying to get to a better position. But Nocturnes, they're looking good so far.
Yeah, Nocturne's really proven that this is their pick. So wow. We might see a game 3 today, and I'm very excited. So it looks like most of the members of HK have fallen back to site, and Nocturnes has, the entire rest of the round to be able to push towards site and get information. I think they know that most of the defenders have pushed back, so they have basically free reign on this entire site now. They don't need to worry about getting flanked or anything.
Not too much, but like there's always something sneaky that can happen. You always have to watch out for someone that just has an amazing idea halfway through saying, I could possibly do that. And it might change how it's done. As Cheese Find China does go down Dino Twist, here comes the push. TK does manage to take out Dino, so they get something back, but not without getting a bullet in the legs as well. Vipoa trying to watch 3 to 4 angles right now, knows that something could pop out of absolutely anywhere, but right now they're sitting back. There's not much of a push coming through, and time is starting to go lower and lower. Daunt does manage to take that one. The grenade comes through. Felix Bumbly will take the head. Clean shot from Vipoa. Diffuser has been planted. Knows there's someone in that room somewhere. Does manage to take another one. Vipoa going big. Just needs 2 more. And the defuse. It's a big ask from them, but there is a possibility it could happen. It's a nice little bit of movement. 1 high, 1 low. Got to be careful for this one.
Defenders have eyes
Doesn't
on the
spot
diffuser.
anything
Attackers
just
protect
yet. They are just around that corner. Thanks to X-Ray, we can see these things. He is going to try and spray at one. The other one should be coming around the corner to help cover that angle as well. But no, will hold strong, and Daunt cleans that round up.
Wow. Yeah, you got these holes open right in the church bar area, so send one guy upstairs, send one guy down below, and cover as many angles as you can, and textbook play, and it worked well.
Yeah, so what do you want to see now coming from the likes of HK? What do you want them to do to stop this very, very good attack coming through?
I think maybe HK likes to use sometimes maybe like unconventional tactics to maybe surprise the enemy. So maybe if they go back to something more classic, something that would has been proved reliable to work in the past, some sort of tactic like that, which we might see here. Just you get the Bandit pick for the gym bedroom site here. So maybe Bandit will just try to trick those doors and try to get a destroy the enemy like thermite charges or ace Selmas. So maybe they might go back to just a normal textbook play instead of what like they were doing before, where they would just send Burnt Turkey or whoever it was upstairs while in a zombie to defend the second floor when they took the basement site. Maybe they're just gonna actually sit around their site here and play something more conventional.
Yes, something more conventional might be the shout, but for right now, they're still going spicy-ish. The Azami coming through. TK wanting to do something big on this one. That was a bit of a strange one, as they are spraying now in Dino. Not finding anything just yet, but will get taken out. That's what happens when you try to play aggressive like that and spray into a building. You can get found out very, very quickly, and that could be a big swing in the favor of HK Rebels to try to take some rounds back. As we know, Clubhouse, it's one of the only maps I think where attacking is a little bit simpler and you have a lot more opportunity as a team on the attack to find the right angles, while on other maps it's very defensive favored.
Yeah, I can understand. There's a lot of like common areas where like entry is a little bit more easier for your team, like because it's not as much as like you're getting funneled as certain areas. Of course, like places like dirt, you're gonna get funneled. There's only one way in and one way out, so places like that are gonna be hard. But like your kitchen, you have the window, you have the main entrance to get in there, and then you have the hallway entrance to be able to secure that area. So there's definitely a lot of opportunities for attackers to be able to grab the places that they want to control. So check this out, though. They're holding the second floor, and they're not really doing too much other than that. They're going for more of a textbook play here. But Exhaw just probably, just cooks that grenade and throws it at a common spot that defenders would usually sit, and it does pay off. And that is cheese down. That's their bandit gone. His shock wires were probably used already, but that's still a big pick here for Nokturns. Make it even playing field 4v4.
Even playing field, no health chips either, so it is a straight 4v4. But it's the time that they've used here, so hesitant, haven't really made the space that they need, and still a lot more for them to do. So I would put the favor to HK right now.
Wow.
Never mind, that's a quick one.
Wow. That's just the power of these frag grenades too. Like if you understand the map properly and like exactly where a certain place is, oh my god, down to a 2v2 that fast. Look at Rai. He's like, you know what, my teammates just died on site, I need to get there now before the diffuser gets down. And it pays off. He got there as quick as he can. They probably made the right call there to be able to get Rai back to site, and it paid off. The ace had the diffuser there, so he could have got that off easily. And Rai made that quick play to get back to site, and it worked out.
Yeah, 2-1. It's a nice change of pace. They did manage to hold off and stave the madness that has been coming from Nocturne so far, but a lot more questions have to be asked about the attacking side and what went wrong there. And I think it was that opening pick. I think Dino Twist losing their light after spraying into the building could have been the nail in the coffin that set them on that path towards that loss.
Yeah, it could have helped like a lot too with the I don't even know if he ever got one of his like drone uses off. So that was a lot of wasted utility there that would have been extreme help for Nocturns to utilize, maybe help them take that round win. All right, what do we got here? Got to switch to Montang for Dino. He wasn't happy about dying 3 times, so maybe he's gonna pick up that Montaigne and just try to stay alive a little bit longer and get some information for his team.
Yeah, so Montaigne might be a bit of an odd one as they are going dirt. I really don't like that angle for Monty. I think they could go. Oh, he missed the drone there as well. We saw that, buddy. Don't worry, we saw that. Clip that and send it to him.
Somebody is in there with a shotgun. I think it's Smoke. Yep. You better be careful here. Of course, you don't want to be trapped in a small space of smoke.
Are they going to go for it though? With that information being given over, I think it'd be smart not to. And I think that actually puts us kind of a stall on their entire plan of what they wanted to do with that Monty.
Looks like they might still be going for it though. I think they're still trying to get some sort of kitchen control here because we have the one outside, just on the rappel holding the kitchen hallway. So I think they're trying to get kitchen control here and make some sort of vertical play.
Lucky. Finding the stairs, but not finding the hits just yet. Exot does get chunked out by Burnt Turkey, who takes a bit of chip back himself. Want to see another kunai come through, but it was not fast enough as Exot finds the angle, finds the body. Will take first blood in this round, and TK now has to move over to try and help out. Cover that angle. Vipoa using the smokes, sees the drone, knows there's people coming. This times it just a little. The pistol is there, shoots him in the toes, but it's not enough just yet. They will take out the Monty.
TK backs him up there. He might have needed that too, because that could have went very wrong. Oh, the push into the smoke, almost.
Triple kill for TK, and he's looking for more. Wow. They will find another round, and HK starting to look dominant again.
Boom. That's all it takes. We all know how strong that SAS shotgun is.
Okay, so what's the plan? What's the plan?
They're back to, there's probably no momentum either for each team, so they're back to a ground where they can, they need to focus up and have some sort of plan.
I want you to go on a monologue. I want you to tell me all about what you want from Nocturnes this time around under attack. I want the full monologue, you've got the green screen, you've got the drafting board. What do you want?
Okay, well, I mean, if I had the choice here, I probably would have picked Cade if it was available to, get some of these crazy electro claws off you can do here. There's a couple of claws that you can put where, they're impossible to get through easy grenades. And that wall will stay electrified no matter what, and it would force Nocturnes to be able to have to pick Maverick to get that wall open. So smoke holding close on those stairs there is going to be common play with the shotgun. Just use that shotgun to its full potential, and then probably once that if that balcony wall gets open, to be able to chuck smoke canisters to prevent entry and prevent some sort of defuse coming in, because they did pick Montang again. So you're gonna he has smoke. Oh, and he does not have smoke grenades. He has the pocket EMPs. Looks like none of them have smokes, but they do have the Capitao smoke grenade smokes for his crossbow there. So they're probably just gonna try to get that wall open and smoke it off and get a plant down with Monty maybe. So yeah, I would definitely have smoke hold close, probably on those stairs with the shotgun, and then make sure to throw his canisters at the right time.
Let's see, Daunt, drone information. He gets through the hole quickly enough. This time around, if they have to find the information fast, they've got to find those sites fast and get back to the speed that we saw from them in the beginning, as we don't want to see HK2O this. We don't want to see it go that fast.
No, and they're actually sending Capitao on the other side. Oh, he's going to be smoking for the balcony play.
B-Dog taking a bit of chip, but she's fine. China also getting hit out there. Bit of healing to come back though, so can't really complain too much.
Oh,
you get that doctor in the house as Right does fall. The doctor got the healing back but couldn't save himself, but traded back.
There's the trade. Here's the bandit trick coming in. It's gonna get the thermite charge. Wow, he got it. He got it.
Sammy setting up those kunai as well.
Last thermite charge
nice
going
sight
down
lines.
right now. And they got
Exod. Oh, that's a nice angle as well. Vipoa will take one. Will continue to push as well. Looking for more, and sees the Monty and says, I'm not going to deal with that one right now. Up on the stairs. One frag, two frag. A bit of chip, but not enough right now. Taking out other information. Looking to go up those stairs. They do get another one for themselves. TK goes big. 2 versus 2. Monty and Ayana left. Ayana manages to get one and two. Brilliant stuff there from Nocturnes.
Wow. Great play from Nocturnes here. They definitely used that Montang to its potential to be able to just stay alive and get you know, as much information as possible and pass it off safely. So, because, you know, Dino was having some issues with, you know, staying alive. So if you can just, you know, bring a shield in and guarantee stay alive, then you're being a lot more used to your team than if you were to just, you know, go in and just die right away.
Yeah, as long as you don't get found out by a shotgun and a couple of smokes,
Yeah.
I think you'll be in a good position. But it's still very, very close. And for a team that's picked this map, and it's their map to play on. They wanted club. They wanted this. For it to be as close as it is, compared to the other side where HK Rebels picked bank and went 7-1, does that worry you if it does go to the deciding map that it could be more in HK Rebels' favor? Or is it just that Nocturnes didn't get the maps they wanted originally and they might have been banned out in the first phase?
Well, I'm not really too sure because, like I said, I'm still new to these teams, so like I'm not too sure if Villa would be a map that HK or Nocturnes would be more comfortable on. So obviously we know that, you know, it could be both because neither of them picked it. So I think maybe if it goes to Villa, there's probably a chance that both teams are equally as comfortable on that map. So if it makes it to Villa, then anything could happen.
Yeah, anything could happen. Well, I think the favor would be in the hands of the HK Rebels, as we do look at the openings here. Looking for a head here, Dino, once again, trying to be cheeky with the sprays into the house, but won't find anything just yet. His army will block off some of that sight line. They're going to go higher, hope to find the top of a head, but nothing yet. Exile with that breach, with that siege, with that sledge, is just going to keep powering through the house here and trying to find anything lackey. Now moving along with the team to try and find an angle, try to find something. Bag in hand, but will opt not to take that one, as very, very slow in terms of kills, but a lot of space taken. And just as I say it, TK takes the head right there and bring us through the rest of it.
Wow, it's just crazy, like how tiny that peak would have been. And a zombie doesn't even have a magnified scope, so like being able to determine like that was a head that TK saw, and be able to like, to make the reaction time that fast is just unbelievable. I mean, this is what you'd expect from a high level team from HK. But not a lot too much going on right now. They need to make, it seems like HK is going to be, you know, or sorry, Nocturnes is just trying to get as much information as they can before they make a full push. But Lipoa takes down Dino, and I can't really see what was going on there. The kill feed ended too fast for me. These players just go way too quick, and sometimes I can't keep up. B-Dog takes out Rai 3v3. We still have full utility on the side of Nocturnes there. We still have 2 Claymores to be used. We still have 2 frag grenades, 3 flashbangs. We're still waiting for just some sort of actual push to come in and not just some sort of gunfight. And there we go. B-Dog takes out Burnt Turkey. The threat of a nitro cell coming in from Cheese is still active. At any time, they could get blown up, and they need to watch out for that. Lipoa takes down B-Dog.
Takes down another, and it's down to a 2 versus 2. And HK Rebels, I think they'll fancy their chances here. I think Vipoa more than happy to be the one of the last members standing. Does go for that triple, does get it as well, and that's what I was talking about. Vipoa, one of those star players, someone that can just pull a clutch out of absolutely anywhere, as they do have an opportunity here to take their 4th kill of the round, and they will take that one. Easy does it. Easy.
Moving on to round 7. Maybe we can get some sort of operator change up, maybe. I mean, it's been going well for both sides, but you know, there's been no sort of like decisive sort of victory so far where it's been just an absolute, like, you can tell it's going to go one way. It seems to be pretty equally, you know, this map's being very equally, like, played, I guess. So we're going back to Church Arsenal. We're going to pick up, let's say, the Maestro. Here we go. There's a little bit of a change. Let's see what they can do with this. Maestro, okay. Goyo, you know, Capcan. Capcan's a big play here. Capcan, I know, just recently lost his 1.5 times, which is, you know, big in the meta right now, those scopes. So, you know, Goyo and Actually, it seems like Goyo's the only one right now on the defensive side that has it. But I know that you see Warden picked up a lot. And although, like, Warden's been pretty renowned for not being, like, the most useful for his team, but that 1.5 times scope, I guess, like, the way it pairs with the MPX is so good that, like, people just pick him for the gun. So, Capcan did lose his 1.5, but I think Wamai got one. So Wamai's, we've seen a little bit of Wamai gameplay here, but yeah. And wow, TK knew that there was Capcan traps there. They must have drawn that out.
Okay, so getting some good information on the other side of things, that has been a 59% defender sided for this map in the major. So more defense, although I did say earlier I prefer it on the attack because of the unique angles I can find. I still would say it's one of the more intelligent maps in the terms of how you can play that attacking side. So although more people will say defensive sided, I say nay, and I say no. I like to attack here. So regardless of what everyone else says, I'm here. I'm the one with the voice. I'm saying it. Don't care. I'm right.
Okay.
But we do see a 1-for-1 trade almost immediately as we do see Burn Turkey manage to take out Lackey, and does a fall in the end. So a good trade there for Nocturnes to take that one. But Exod low, Vipoa low, the two star players from HK quite low, but there has been some players stepping up, especially TK, the sub here, the Jetcon replacement coming in and really putting in that work. And right now,
wow,
trying to find some better angles for himself right now, but nothing just yet. But on the other side of things, Nocturnes, they're running out of time again. I think they're very, very late on these.
Yeah, that's definitely one thing that HK has definitely proved themselves over Nocturnes, being able to manage time very well and just, you know, not just knowing exactly what they want to do and not wasting any of it. But we're gonna try to make some sort of vertical play. It is pretty equal as you can see. Vipoa is almost matching Exile in terms of health. Vipoa takes down Dawn. And Vipoa's going right in there and getting Exiled as well. Maybe Vipoa can pick up the rest of these kills. Just, you know, going off on that Ashe, that's the operator that you would want on a fragging player. So maybe it's going to be just enough. That's all that. Oh, no, Vipoa does go down, actually. So it is down to a 3v1. B-Dog is the only one left. And what more could you want from a last player than a massive magazine on an LMG? That is all you need to mow down the rest of the enemies. Diffuser is going down. Cheese is going to finally get that down. And not much health left, but they might send somebody upstairs, like we've seen before, to be able to defend the Diffuser from the second floor. Doesn't look like it. They're both going to be hiding in that room there with the Diffuser. And that is it.
Attackers, attacking side, I'm telling you, it's all about the attackers. It's all it is. HK Rebels take their advantage, they take their lead, and yeah, we're heading into round 8. I kind of want to see them continue to force this now and get to a solid 7-3 and clean this one up. On the other side, Nocturnes, I don't want them to go like this. I would love to see them bring it to a third map, but it is heavily in the favor of HK Rebels with how good of a team they actually are.
For sure.
Protect your bombs from being defused.
I think, you know, regardless of your confidence on a map and your you know, ability to understand the game, if you can't win gunfights, you're not going to win. You're not going to win the game. It's really simple. And I think HK is probably the most dominant team that can just win those gunfights. And sometimes that can, you know, even put them above the enemies if they're lacking in, like, map knowledge or things like that. Because they could just kill. Hatch is getting reinforced. Hatch is very big, you know, very important on Church Arsenal site. So, you know, of course, got to get that hatch, got to get those hatches reinforced. But we have the Solus pick here. I know you like to talk about Solus a little bit. It's a very, very common ban. But finally, we get to see a little bit of Solus. What do you think about that?
I'm liking the Solus. I feel like it should have been banned. I feel like it's just very, very strong right now in this current Siege meta. So I would have liked to have seen it banned, but it could be the difference maker here for them. But the attack, they seem so strong on attack every single time. Their aggression just always seems to work out for HK Rebels. So I think they need... I think Capcan is probably the best option for them for now. How'd you miss that hatch, buddy?
True.
How'd you miss that one? Well, what would you be
Everyone
saying
makes
to them
mistakes.
now on the defense? Would Capcan be a good option for you as well, or would you want to go with something else?
Well, as we've seen before, I think HK, they don't drone as much as they, usually would, because we were talking about earlier the shift in the meta of not droning. So of course, not droning at all is going to, help Capcan even more. So I think Capcan would be a great choice against a team that doesn't drone as much as they usually would. Because HK has had a lot of opportunities where they've got into the building so fast that it's caught Nocturnes off guard with how quick they are to get in. So if you're just rushing in like that and you're not checking anything, Capcan's going to be such a threat to you.
It looks like right now they're just going to go straight for that plant, and the diffuser will go down, and Exod now in a great hold. They've already got 2 players down. They're on to getting the diffuser, and they seem to be taking their time with it. They're kind of playing with their food now at this stage.
Yeah, well, once they realize that there's only 3 players left, they basically have full reign on the rest of the map. So maybe they're just trying to, stay cool and make educated plays to be able to push sites safely.
Like, there was an opportunity there for them to get the diffuser down, but they opt not to take it, and B-Dog once again covering with the heavies here, but they've now got the bomb sites. They need to go fast on this though.
Not much going on yet. Still droning, so we still, HK's still trying to get more information before they make that final push. Down to a 3v2. She's getting that diffuser down. It's going to be planted in, I think, the same place it's always been planted so far. So they're going to be holding it for, it's going to be planted probably behind bar and church or whatever. So yeah, we've seen this before for an upstairs hold there from that hatch. So yeah, commonplace. But it's hard to get in through dirt and blue tunnel side because you're so funneled. So like having a push for main stairs and getting that hatch open and holding that area is much more, it's a lot easier for the attacking team to be able to do it there. So I think maybe some sort of, maybe some traps coming from Nocturnes, or maybe like Legion or the Capcan, like Frost, like just getting some traps over in that area. Even like Ella, they can throw a Grismont mine on the hatch, so when someone drops down, like you have some sort of queue. But it seems like every time Nocturnes have played that basement site, the diffuser has gone down nearly every time in that same spot.
I just think they need to find a way to better control the corridors and better control the areas, because they're not winning the gunfights and they can't hold it alone with mechanics. They need to find operators that can help them slow down the pace that HK Rebels seems to have brought so far, but they're also picking high intensity operators, so we'll see TK head over to that sledge, Ace coming through. We have a Lion's Roar as well. Burnt Turkey going a little bit aggressive here.
Yeah, I think they swapped out the line. I think it was one of the other players was playing line a lot, but Burnt Turkey picked it up here. And let's see what he can do with it. Maybe he can show us how it's done. Ash is already in. Vipo is already into the site. Or sorry, into the garage. This is just one of the things that HK just does great. Like, it's just being able to get in there as quick as possible. Of course, you need to watch for traps. You need to watch for some sort of defensive, resistance, because they can't just let you in for free every time. But I mean, most of the time it does work for HK, where they can just get in and get a quick kill and just have the rest of the round go in their favor as a 5v4. So look at this already. Still 2 minutes left in the round, and they're already getting these walls open. They already have control over Cash, CC.
I think there comes a certain point in the game where Nocturnes just have to say, maybe we should try get aggressive at some stage. Maybe we should try and put the pressure on them. But Burnt Turkey's saying no to that very quickly.
Burnt Turkey doesn't want any of it. He still has 2 full charges on his drone to be able to take out the rest of the team here. Still have actually, you know what? Burn Turkey does not have any more pocket EMPs left, so it's going to be hard for them to get Jacuzzi balcony open. Rai probably gets some sort of audio cue to be able to, flick to that real quick and get that headshot. Very nice. 5v3, it's not looking good for Nocturnes, but B-Dog responds with the kill, and then Dino takes down Rai to make it down to a 3v3. We're back to even playing field, so they better be careful here and not get too confident. But Tola takes down Dot, back to an HK lead, 3-1 now, and that is over that quick.
It went for HK back to even, good opportunity, and then over in the space of 4 seconds. It was very, very quick from HK Rebels. They started the blood flowing, and then once they kind of got cut back a little bit, we'll just end it now. Just chop off the head of the snake, finish it here, and they did. And they go to a 6-3. It's one more round. They're on match point, and yeah, what do you do as Nocturnes? Not even in the case of this game, because if you lose this one, it's over, and sadly that will be the end of your tournament as it is single elimination. But for the future of them playing in Game Rogue and up against HK Rebels again, a team that is so strong and doing so well, what can you take from this and bring it to your next tournament? Because that's kind of my main question to you. If you were Nocturnes, what do they take away from this?
I'd ban Bank.
Okay, well then, yeah, that's
I'd
like
ban
an easy
Bank,
one.
yeah. But
Nice
then,
and easy one.
yeah. I mean, it seems like maybe just a little bit more practice in terms of understanding how they play. So, once the game's over, it's over, but you can always go back and watch their strategies and watch how they play. Obviously, you can't get into their comms and stuff, but you can get into watching, what they did with their operators, how they position themselves, what they prioritize. So maybe just not getting better as in general for Nocturnes, but just understanding how HK plays better. Understanding what they do to really set themselves as a team, because they have a reputation of being so good. Maybe we need to figure out why they're able to be so good. What are their strategies, and how can we counter them from here on out? But it looks like actually they did take Nocturnes did take a lot of different operators here. We got the Frost, Alibi, Doc, and then there's the Mine that we've seen a little bit.
Yeah,
But yeah, Doc is definitely different.
New options coming in, but will it be enough for them to clinch out a couple of rounds and try get some wins? Because that's really what they need right now. They need to get some points on the board, but with the sites already found and with how dominant HK Rebels are, this could be another quick take. So we'll see what happens as Vipoa opens it up. A little bit of chip was done previously too, and as they do come around that corner, a little bit more spray down coming through, but they do lose one. Lackey takes out another, and it is starting to fall apart, but they do get one back in the end, and Dokubi has a lot to do here in the solo run, and it's a 1 versus 1 opportunity there for them. It's just Lackey left. The information should be there from the rest of the teams, and the spray down comes through, and Burnt Turkey takes it, and that is match point. That is game, and that is HK Rebels heading to our
finals. Wow.
Another finals. Another one. Can I play finals? Can I just jump in?
Finals here next.
It's true, I'm gassing them, but you could take that, and I'll sub in. I'll sub in for them. I'll join them. I'm sure I could be their worst fragger, but I could just join it and win a free title, because HK Rebels make it look so easy. They make it look so easy.
Just play Montang and just play Clash and then just stay alive and give them info, and that's all. Anybody can do that.
Yeah, I'll just be the drone guy. HK Rebels are so clean with it. It's starting to get more and more worrying the more we see them do it, that someone has to step up and take a map off them. Someone has to be that guy to take something from the HK Rebels, and they head to another finals. And it's going to be
next? On the finals.
Waiting on the updates from that one. So once we get the updates for that, we'll drop it in either here if it's now, or we'll drop it into the chat once we find out what the score of the other match is. But yeah, HK Rebels, dominant performance, looking really strong. A bit shaky at the start on club, but Nocturnes, to be honest, they did start it really well. They had a good start to their map, but it just became too much for them to handle the longer it went on, and HK got onto that attacking side, and just their aggression really came to fruition, I guess, as they just started to dominate. And One or two players really stood out for me there, with Vipoa really popping off and TK having some great rounds. It's an interesting one to try and call what they did wrong, Nocturnes, but it's more HK Rebels did everything right.
Yeah, I mean, well, I couldn't have expected anything more from HK. That's all I've heard is just HK is the best. As simple as that, and that didn't surprise me at all to see any of that happen. I mean, it surprised me to see how good people are at Siege, but you know, to expect an HK win like that is just not. It's seems like something that they're very used to. And I mean, and good on them, right? Because they probably practice this all day. They probably, put a lot of time into this and it's their passion, and they can just, confidently say that they dominate these tournaments. And I mean, I'd be proud of that.
Yeah, I'd be proud of that too, but we are going to cut to a quick break. We will be jumping into map 2 of the other semi-final when we do get back, so don't go anywhere. We're going to see who will be facing HK Rebels in that final. Back soon.
I was thinking about you, but you were way too far away. Why'd you go away? I said, why'd you go away? I have nothing left to say. I have nothing left to say. I'm stuck in my ways. I said, I am on my way. I'm too lost, don't know what I'm on. Without you, I'm gone. I'm just way too numb. So I'm on the way. 100 missed calls from yesterday. I contemplate picking up the phone and make another mistake. So gone in space. I don't think I'll be the same. Don't come back when I have fame. At least I'm left with you to blame. Honestly, can't you see what you've done to me? Like honestly, how could you move on from me? I proved you wrong, and I lost it all. Like when I left, I lost control. It's all your fault, I'm on my own. Tell me what's going on, what's in your head? I miss your voice, miss you in bed. Constant text you left on red. I'll never see your face again. I'm too lost, don't know what I'm on. Without you, I'm gone. I'm just way too numb. So I'm on the way. 100 missed calls from yesterday. I contemplate picking up the phone and make another mistake. So gone in space. I don't think I'll be the same. Don't come back when I have fame. At least I'm left with you to blame. So what about us? We've been chillin' laid back in a whip all black, tryna smoke some. Let the way we gotta act, hate the ways you react when we get done. Baby, just relax, I'ma keep us intact, we gon' have fun. So what about trust? Went from riding in the biz, now I'm riding with my friends, now it's all gone. Got your beer till the end, no more seeing you again, you've been so wrong. I don't know So what about us? We've been chillin' laid back in a whip all black, tryna smoke some. Let the way we gotta act, hate the ways you react when we get done. Baby, just relax, I'ma keep us intact, we gon' have fun. We gon' have fun. So what about trust? Went from riding in the biz, now I'm riding with my friends, now it's all gone. Thought you'd be here till the end, no more seeing you again, you've been so wrong. I don't know where you've been, baby, we can get it in, don't move on. Move on, don't move on.
Honestly, if you want to continue to be petty like this, go for it. Keep ignoring my calls. Keep denying every single text I ever sent you. Because I'm done. This bullshit over and over and over again, I'm so sick and tired of it. And you just don't understand. But that's fine. I'm used to being second place.
I tried and tried and tried, no matter all the times you lied. I cried and cried and cried, then it took me late into the night. When I lost it, I lost it, I lost it again. You're calling, I'm not shit, I'm off one again. If I'm honest, you were toxic, just to me you're dead. 'Cause I lost it, lost it all again. Can't go on without you. Too many memories put behind. I can't go on without you. I think I've been pushed to the side. Where'd you go? Where am I? Where are we? I'm all alone. You refuse to help me. We've been touched so long. It's 3:30. If I had one wish, it would be yours permanently. I tried into the night. When I lost it, I lost it, I lost it again. You're calling, I'm not shit, I'm off one again. If I'm honest, you were toxic, just to me you're dead. 'Cause I lost it, lost it all again. Lost it all again. I lost it, all again.
Oh, voicemail. Again. Classy. I like it.
Run away from giving you all my time. I've been trying to find a way to run away. I've been tired of finding ways to hide, so now I need to run away. You've been lying, you got me dying inside, so now I want to run away. The back of my mind, the only place I can run and go escape to. Run away with me when you're ready. What I gotta do to keep it steady? I know that the pain is feeling heavy, but I'll be by your side if you let me. Feeling like a doctor, I'm just losing all my patience, and I really, really miss you. I can't even start to fake it. But my mama always told me you gotta fake it till you make it. But you've been on my mind, and I really can't take it. No, say you gonna run away, but you meant from me. And I'm caught in my emotions, but you're not sorry. You said that I'm not right for you, and now it haunts me. Wish I was your ride or die. You lied, now I'm free. Run away from giving you all my time. I've been trying to find a way to run away. I've been tired of finding ways to hide, so now I need to run away. You've been lying, you got me dying inside, so now I want to run away. The back of my mind, the only place I can run and go escape to. Gotta find my escape now. Got me tired of the beat down. But I'm smiling through the pain, and I'm crying for a change. Twist my head, got me spinning round. Lost control, and I'm falling for you. Gave my all, but now I ignore you. All the things I had in store, yeah. Now but I'm wanting to stay. Riding solo while I skirt through the race. Sipping straight out the bottle, ain't no need to chase. And I got all these problems that I need to face, but I'm gonna run away from giving you all my time. I've been trying to find a way to run away. I've been tired of finding ways to hide, so now I need to run away. You've been lying, you got me dying inside, so now I want to run away. The back of my mind, the only place I can run and go escape to. I'm zoning, I'm spaced. I'll take these meds to the face now. Drink till I black. Hear your voice with the hey, wow. I just made it, you never thought I could do it, proved you wrong. Countless fucking reasons we ain't get along. Still looking at my page, but don't hit my phone. Bitch, I did it, I'm at the top. She was at the after party, so she is an afterthought. We was traveling all around the globe, and I know you wish you still stuck around, oh no.
Oh, I saw you fucked it up. Ever since you left, all I knew was to run my money up. And now you see I'm coming up, got it on my own. I was down bad on my ass, and I can find a happy home. Yeah. Promise I won't bother you. No sense ain't calling you. Don't know why I would fall for you. I should've offered you. Baby, I can't talk to you. I'm just not comfortable. Baby, you're not lovable. You fucked it all up.
I'm zoning, I'm spaced. I'll take these meds to the face now. Drink till I black. Hear your voice with the hey, wow. I'm zoning, I'm spaced. I'll take these meds to the face now. Drink till I black. Hear your voice with the hey, wow. I just made it, you never thought I could do it, proved you wrong. Countless fucking reasons we ain't get along. Still looking at my page, but don't hit my phone. Bitch, I did it, I'm at the top. She was at the after party, so she is an afterthought. We was traveling all around the globe, and I know you wish you still stuck around, oh no. I was thinking about you, but you were way too far away. Why'd you go away? I said, why'd you go away? I have nothing left to say. I have nothing left to say. I'm stuck in my ways. I said, I am on my way. I'm too lost, don't know what I'm on. Without you, I'm gone. I'm just way too numb. So I'm on the way. 100 missed calls from yesterday. So I contemplate picking up the phone and make another mistake. So gone in space. I don't think I'll be the same. Don't come back when I have fame. At least I'm left with you to blame. Honestly, can't you see what you've done to me? Like honestly, how could you move on from me? I proved you wrong, and I lost it all. Like when I left, I lost control. It's all your fault, I'm on my own. Tell me what's going on, what's in your head? I miss your voice, miss you in bed. Constant text you left on red. I'll never see your face again. I'm too lost, don't know what I'm on. Without you, I'm gone. I'm just way too numb. So I'm on the way. 100 missed calls from yesterday. So I contemplate picking up the phone and make another mistake. So gone in space. I don't think I'll be the same. Don't come back when I have fame. At least I'm left with you to blame. So what about us? We've been chillin' laid back in a whip all black, tryna smoke some. Love the way we gotta act, hate the ways you react when we get done. Baby, just relax, I'ma keep us intact, we gon' have fun. We gon' have fun. So what about trust? Went from riding in the biz, now I'm riding with my friends, now it's all gone. Got your beard till the end, no more seeing you again, you've been so wrong. I don't know where you been, baby, we could get it in, don't move on. Move on, don't move on. Put me on blast, one side of the story. You don't wanna hear me out, cause you loving the glory. Thought I saw your true colors, but my vision was blurry. Forever lasts forever, but you left in a hurry. You wanna get drunk, make love. I just wanna take drugs, have fun. Put your body in a Maybach and Ralph Lauren. We could get wild, we don't gotta stay boring. Summer so sweet, California. Cause girl, you know me and I adore ya. We could make peace, don't make me more ya. You may be evil, but I adore ya. So what about us? We've been chillin' laid back in a whip all black, tryna smoke some. Love the way we gotta act, hate the ways you react when we get done. Baby, just relax, I'ma keep us intact, we gon' have fun. We gon' have fun. So what about trust? Went from riding in the biz, now I'm riding with my friends, now it's all gone. Got your beard till the end, no more seeing you again, you've been so wrong. I don't know where you been, baby, we could get it in, don't move on. Move on, don't move on.
Honestly, if you want to continue to be petty like this, go for it. Keep ignoring my calls. Keep denying every single text I ever sent you. Because I'm done. This bullshit over and over and over again. I'm so sick and tired of it. And you just don't understand. But that's fine. I'm used to being second place.
I tried and tried and tried, no matter all the times you lied. I cried and cried and cried, then it took me late into the night. When I lost it, I lost it, I lost it again. And you're calling, I'm not shit, I'm off one again. If I'm honest, you were toxic, just to me you're dead. Cause I lost it, lost it all again. Can't go on without you. Too many memories put behind. I can't go on without you. I think I've been pushed to the side. Where'd you go? Where am I? Where are we? I'm all alone. You refuse to help me. We've been touched so long. It's 3:30. If I had one wish, it would be yours permanently. I tried it late into the night. When I lost it, I lost it, I lost it again. You're calling, I'm not shit, I'm off one again. If I'm honest, you were toxic, just to me you're dead. Cause I lost it, lost it all again. Lost it all again. I lost it all again.
Oh, voicemail again. Classy, I like it.
Run away, run away. I'm giving you all my time. I've been trying to find a way to run away, run away. I've been tired of finding I gotta do to keep it steady. I know that the pain is feeling heavy, but I'll be by your side if you let me. Feeling like a doctor, I'm just losing all my patience, and I really, really miss you. I can't even start to fake it. But my mama always told me you gotta fake it till you make it. But you've been on my mind, and I really can't take it. No. Say you gonna run away, but you meant from me. And I'm caught in my emotions, but you're not sorry. Said that I'm not right for you, and now it haunts me. Wish I was your ride or die. You lie, now I'm free. Run away from giving you all my time. I've been trying to find a way to run away. I've been tired of finding ways to hide, so now I need to run away. You've been lying, you got me dying inside, so now I want to run away. The back of my mind, the only place I can run and go escape to. Gotta find my escape now. Got me tired of the beat down, but I'm smiling through the pain and I'm crying for a change, cause my head got me spinning round. Lost control and I'm falling for you. Gave my all, but now I ignore you. All the things I had in store, yeah. Now I gotta run away. Tell me to leave, but I wanted to stay. Riding solo while I skirt through the race. Sipping straight out the bottle, ain't no need to chase. And I got all these problems that I need to face, but I'm gone. Run away from giving you all my time. I've been trying to find a way to run away. I've been tired of finding ways to hide, so now I need to run away. You've been lying, you got me dying inside, so now I want to run away. The back of my mind, the only place I can run and go escape to. I'm zoning, I'm spaced. I'll take these meds to the face now. Drink till I black. Hear your voice with the hey wow. I just made it, you never thought I could do it, proved you wrong. Countless fucking reasons we ain't get along. Still looking at my page, but don't hit my phone. Bitch, I did it, I'm at the top. She was at the after party, so she is an afterthought. We was traveling all around the globe, and I know you wish you still stuck around, oh no.
Oh, I saw you fucked it up. Ever since you left, all I knew was to run my money up. And now you see I'm coming up, got it on my own. I was not back on my ass, and I can't find a happy home. Yeah. Promise I won't bother you. No sense in calling you. Don't know why I would fall for you. I should have offered you. Baby, I can't talk to you. I'm just not comfortable. Baby, you're not lovable. You fucked it all up.
I'm zoning, I'm spaced. I'll take these meds to the face now. Drink till I black. Hear your voice with the hey wow. I'm zoning, I'm spaced. I'll take these meds to the face now. Drink till I black. Hear your voice with the hey wow. I just made it, you never thought I could do it, proved you wrong. Countless fucking reasons we ain't get along. Still looking at my page, but don't hit my phone. Bitch, I did it, I'm at the top. She was at the after party, so she is an afterthought. We was traveling all around the globe, and I know you wish you still stuck around, oh no. I was thinking about you, but you were way too far away. Why'd you go away? I said, why'd you go away? I have nothing left to say. I have nothing left to say. I'm stuck in my ways. I said, I am on my way. I'm too lost, don't know what I'm on. Without you, I'm gone. I'm just way too numb. So
another mistake. I so gone in space. I don't think I'll be the same. Don't come back when I have fame. At least I'm left with you to blame. I honestly, like honestly, can you see what you've done to me? Like honestly, how could you move on from me? I proved you wrong, and I lost it all. Like when I left, I lost control. It's all your fault, I'm on my own. Tell me what's going on, what's in your head? I miss your voice, miss you in bed. Constant texts you left on red. I'll never see your face again. I'm too lost, don't know what I'm on. Without you, I'm gone. I'm just way too numb. So I'm on the way. 100 missed calls from yesterday. I contemplate picking up the phone and make another mistake. I so gone in space. I don't think I'll be the same. Don't come back when I have fame. At least I'm left with you to blame. So what about us? We've been chillin' laid back in a whip all black, tryna smoke some. Let the way we gotta act, hate the ways you react when we get done. Baby, just relax.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the $1,000 Game Rogue April Fool's Gold Tournament. So now we have something a little bit unexpected, something that was not actually planned, but we're going to be bringing it for you here right now. That is going to be Outlast versus Decimate. The first game was already played. So as we saw, HK is going to the finals. We saw that in the last game. And then so the winner of this best of three is going to be facing HK in the finals. So the first game, Outlast picked Villa, and then Decimate actually took Villa 7-4. So now we're going to be going on to game two. We didn't get to see game one because it happened at the same time as game two of HK versus sorry.
There you go. Now
HK
you can
versus
read it.
Nocturnes. So yeah, so many teams going on in McCaston all these days here. I've been so many different teams going on, but yeah, HK is going to the finals for sure, guaranteed. Well deserved, as anyone probably expect HK to be going to the finals. Now, like I said, Decimate versus Outlast. We've seen Decimate play yesterday, did great. So now we're going to be going to Chalet. So Decimate versus Outlast on Chalet, and Decider on Clubhouse. So if Outlast does win this game here on Chalet, then we'll go to a game three, and then it'll be pretty hype for the last team to go to the finals.
Yeah, there's a good opportunity there for Decimate to get this one as well. Obviously, winning when it's not your map pick always kind of helps, because Outlast took it, Decimate just take the map though, and that's the point we want to drive home, is that usually you should win your map. If everything goes the way it should, you should end up on that deciding map. But when you take an opposing team's map, it really puts a statement saying that we are the better team. We're ready to take it no matter where you want to play out these maps. So great win by Decimate. I'm looking forward to seeing if they can then clean it up, take that 2-0 and go into the powerhouse that is HK Rebels. And for me, I haven't seen yesterday's games as I was on a different broadcast that day. But for me, going in, I will be looking at the eye test, which is my favorite thing to do. When it's my first time seeing a team, I like to just look at exactly what I'm seeing. Doesn't matter if I'm casting some of the best players in the world versus one of the worst teams. If I can see a player playing it well, playing it correctly and winning, I will still rate them really highly depending on obviously how it goes. But I'm looking forward to seeing how they will take it, because if someone can beat HK Rebels, I think that cements them as one of the top two teams in its entirety, because HK Rebels have been so dominant for so long now that I kind of want to see them dethroned. I don't want to see a back-to-back. I know they're going for their third three-peat, but sometimes you just want the Kings to be dethroned, and maybe Decimate have it. Maybe.
Yeah, if Decimate has what it takes to do it, then I mean, like
Be good to
they're
see
gonna
it.
just rip the crown right off them, right off of their HK just has been so dominant that I feel like sometimes like a lot of the games that they get into, it's not even a fight for them. It's just it's just another day. We have to go destroy these teams. No big deal, and then they end up winning like they always do.
They
So
wake up
if
and it's like
someone
the
can rip that
Samsung
crown
watch,
off their head, yeah,
and they're like, "Oh, game rogue today. Oh, may go win a tournament."
yeah,
Like
ah,
it's that
yeah, I
kind
might
of
as well just go
feeling. You're
win,
like,
yeah.
it's not great for the other teams to have that kind of looming over them. It's just like they're looking at the bracket going, well, if we win 3 of our games, then we have to play against HK. So at least then we have the weekend off. That
Yeah.
could be how some teams look at it. So I would like to see them dethroned and give hope to the other top 3 out of the top 4 seeds and go, if they can do it, we can do it too, and make it more competitive. When the championships go back and forth between teams, it makes for more competitive siege overall, and it really puts teams on their toes. But with HK Rebels being so good, it might take a little while. They might win a few more, but I'm looking forward to seeing if they can get it. That's the most important thing, as we are going to get into these bans. And please let Nook be taken first. Just take the Nook.
You like to see the Nook gone, eh? You must have some sort of secret personal hatred with her. Is that true?
No, I play it myself.
Oh, okay.
I think it's
Okay,
broken. I think
yeah,
it's
okay,
broken.
okay.
It's too strong.
Yeah, I remember wow, look at you. Wow. So Nook's like, when Nook first came out, like she was pretty widely renowned for being not very good. And now all of a sudden she's pick or ban. So it's kind of crazy how things work now. Amaru was known for being like not great when she first came out, like kind of like extremely situational. But sometimes we see Amaru being played at these top tiers, and can really be like it really all comes down to being able to understand how to use it and not looking at an operator on the face level. Like if you can get deep down and like have proper like combinations between these operators, it can go. Any operator's good in the right hands is what I'm trying to say. But of course,
Solus.
Nook is one. Yeah. So I mean, Solus pick or ban. It's very common. We've seen this. So of course, Solus is just so great at just denying attacker intel. There's not even much you can do about it either. Like if you get all your drones in the building, you have to get your entire team to be on one drone. Because,
nice ban.
Yeah, like because Solus's like gadget only detects the attacker drones or gadgets if like they're actually being used. So like if they're just sitting there and then nobody's on them, then you can't. She can't detect them. So if there's an enemy Solus on the team, it's best to just leave your drone outside sometimes and just not even get the information. It's best to just save it and then use it for later.
Now, so I do have to give you some insight here, because this is my favorite team.
Yeah?
This is my favorite team. Outlast Black are my favorite team.
Oh, okay.
Because each one of their players has these moments that you just go, wow, they are cracked. And especially, I think anyone that watched the previous tournaments will remember my Kronkin time. Absolutely love Kronk. I think absolutely insane player. It does have their moments where they do seem to fall off a little bit, but when they are hot, when they're on form, they just bring this level of clutch that you barely ever see outside of majors. It's just insane how well Kronk can clean up in 1v2 and 1v3s. So really looking forward to seeing what Outlast Black are going to do. They have one fan, and if I'm their only fan, that is fine by me, but I really do like Outlast Black. I think they're a very, very good team. I think their executions are lacking in some places, and they seem a bit lost sometimes, but they're my hopeful, they're my dark horse, because I think everyone's going to go along the same page of HK Rebels are always going to be favorites. It's an easy one to support. Same with, I guess, G2 back in the day, and if you're a Fnatic fan, etc. Everyone has their team they just follow no matter what, but for Siege especially, Outlast Black will be my favorites going into every matchup, so I'm hoping to see them come back into this one. But as I said, DecimateGG are looking good so far. Oh,
yeah, we'll have to have a look at Kronk there. We'll have to make sure that we get some good angles on him and really try to highlight his performance. Oh my goodness, he doesn't even know that he's coming up the back stairs. Is it Amty? Yeah, it seems like Amty just had no idea that Spiker was coming up behind him through the Mez stairs there. So now they have full control over Library, which is of course very important for an attack on Chalet. So now they have the that was Foresight getting caught out there, but he did get away. So he's gonna have to try to Spiker's gonna try to back up here and secure this top floor to be able to safely pick up his teammate.
Yeah, and
Gets
Joddles
away with it.
does get back up. It's only 2 remaining here from DecimateGG. So Outlast Black, they've weathered the storm of that attack so far and put themselves in a very advantageous position. They'll be looking well for this one. That's a very nice drone. That's just riding along the top of the wall there. This is actually such a lovely map as well, and it's a house I would love to live in. It is just gorgeous. Minus the helicopter pad. I'm not a man for a helicopter.
No.
Need a nice car any day. No, just I like my car. I'd rather my car. Like helicopter just seems like you wouldn't be able to have one drink and drive home. You know, you can't have a glass of wine on a helicopter. Just way too risky. But nonetheless, we do have a bit of chip done to Focal there, as they do need to step back and be prepared for, I guess, holding an angle for the Monty, but will actually take out Joddles. A couple of bullets hitting through onto Spiker. 2 for 2 for now. Health in advantage, and they will step back from the Monty. They don't have much they can do here, but Focal will be able to clean that one up. The Monty doing very well to open up these angles, but Kronk, could it be Kronk in time this early into it, as he does take out one? Just a Monty left. This is Kronk. This is what he was built to do. Looking for that head. You will get it as well. Kronk in time activated already.
Wow, Kronk just really performing here, just like you said he would. Kronk is your star player in your book, so I mean, I believed you, and I just saw it with my own eyes. So we're definitely gonna have to get some sort of highlight reel for him someday.
Absolutely love Kronk, just the best. But yeah, no, great start for Outlast. This obviously is not their map. After that falter on map 1, they will need to dig deep to take this one from Decimate and bring us to that map 3, and we'd love to see it. But good start. Needs to do a little bit more to get it sorted. But how do you feel so far about the choices that are coming through? Anything standing out? Do we see some Dokkaebis? We do see Ayana, Sledge. Spiker is an interesting one.
Yeah. So Glaz is usually picked here to hold like either like the fireplace door at the main entrance to hold up in like that back spawn area, because there's lots of like foliage and rocks and stuff. So it does get swapped out here, because I assume that they realized that they went in the basement. Are they basement or did they go kitchen?
5 seconds left.
I don't know. Also, the other joke is when Kronk pulls the lever, by the way. Just so you're up. Have you ever watched Emperor's New Groove?
No.
Oh my.
Never heard of that. What is that?
You've never heard of Pull the Lever, Kronk?
No.
Not that lever, and then he pulls the wrong lever and she gets launched in down the trapdoor. No? Emperor's New Groove?
Is this like a TV show or something?
It's like a really old Disney movie.
Oh yeah.
It's like a Disney classic. Oh my.
Yeah.
I need a new caster. Production, please send me a new one.
Okay, we're talking about games here, and let's get back to the game and not the movies. Let's get
it's
to...
Pull the Lever, Kronk. It's a classic, but nonetheless, we will get back into this one. The push coming through. They've entered Chalet, but Amty will take up that first one, giving Outlast the advantage. Spraying through, trying to find more there. Will get chunked out and will once again re-peak that angle. Fence does take out the deity. There will be no martyrs here today as they do fall, and it is a bit of a trade so far. 1 for 1, bit more of a chip done over to the side of Outlast, and they do need to be careful about that one as the spray goes back and forth. They're not finding heads, but they're finding legs.
Yeah, they're trying to get some sort of top floor control here, Decimate, because it's pretty important on this kitchen site. That hatch is like huge in being able to control kitchen. So they tried to go to the top floor. They did lose Spiker, so you know their vertical play is not going to be as strong. But Fens could get up there. He is on the first floor with the sledge there, but he could go up to the second floor and they get some sort of vertical action going on here. Neo does take out him and Amty. So we're down to a 4v3 now. We still have a lot of utility here. We still have 2 frag grenades on Yana and you know, 2 ED1Ds from line. So it's looking really scary here for Outlast, as you know, Jolts has a little bit of health, a bit over half. So he's going to have to, you know, get some headshot here. But he does rip the Nitro Cell. That it is going to connect with Fens. I think Fez actually went on his drone there, so he couldn't hear the Nitro Cell rip. That is just unfortunate. That is just bad timing right there. Arrow's getting the diffuser down, but Jolt somehow figures it out and knows exactly where it is and just stands right up and takes it. Nobody was even defending it. So Neo takes Foresight, 2v2. Health, big seems to be the advantage of Outlast. And now it's down to 1v1. Lion has one more charge left, but he decides not to use it, and Kronk takes it out just like that.
Just like that, yeah, pulled the lever on that one, and another great round coming out. And that gun skin is, I'm not gonna lie, that is an awful gun skin.
It is a little slightly goofy.
Yeah, too many colors on that one. I like my clean cuts, but we do see a great scoreline coming out from Kronk as well. 4-0 so far, doing very well on this defense right now. I want to see some changes come through in the style that's coming out from Decimate, because they just seem a little bit lost when this is their map. This is where they have to be strong, and they're just not quite hitting the way we want them to.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as
Nope, this is definitely their map. So I mean, maybe this is kind of like a sleeper map for Outlast. Maybe this is something that, you know, more of like a recent thing that they've done. I feel like, you know, maybe they're just like starting to pick up Chalet for themselves, and it just happened to work out that they, you know, chose that map. And they're probably pretty happy about it because they seem to be doing very well and communicating well, and being able to use you know, their gadgets in the right positions and just understand how the map works. So it seems like they're doing really well here. Back to the conversation I was having earlier about, or on the last map, about meta of 1.5 times scopes on defense. I think every single defender on this team right now is 1.5. Pretty sure Runa gets it on
What's the
her.
reason for it? Explain it to us a little bit.
Well, I'm not too sure exactly why. I just know it is in the meta. I think it's just because it's just a little bit better. Obviously, magnified scopes have always been so strong in Siege. You know, for the longest time, it was ACOG, and everything. ACOG was the best. But now it's like kind of getting to the more magnified your scope is, the more recoil you're going to have on your gun, the more visual recoil you're going to have. So I think a 1.5 is like in the meta because it's a nice balance between zoom and recoil. So where you're getting a little bit more magnification, but you're not you know, getting rid of too much recoil. Like we can see here, like these operators, like Ash has options for more. Actually, I think Ash is just gets that. But look, Hibana definitely gets an ACOG on her Type 29, but she's choosing the 1.5 because I think it's a good medium, and that's why it's so in the meta right now.
Okay, perfect. Nice little explanation there. As we do jump into this, and they are trying to make spaces. Spiker does find a frag onto Foresight. The grenade will do enough, and now it's up to them to find the angles. We do see Fens holding a tight angle here. Might have been able to spray through and hit something there, but we'll opt for a different angle of attack. Not finding anything just yet. We'll see someone there just now, and they missed a shot. They miss everything. They're spraying and miss. Oh, that was such a big swing. They should have been able to get two there.
That would have been crazy. That would have brought it down to a 5. Oh my god, but he does get punished for not getting that kill, but Arrow is getting the diffuser down. That was a good distraction because it allowed Arrow to get that down safely. But if Arrow does take out Kronk, using, you know, that area with the diffuser planted to defend it really well. Jolt's taking out Arrow in return, so now it's down to a 1v3 already. Decimate just lost their entire team in the matter of like 10 seconds. Jolt is getting the diffuser. He's going to get it. No, he gets to take it off of it. I think we got a hold from below here.
Yeah, but that triple kill will come through from DD, and they will get that defuse in. Everything they needed, absolutely perfect, and they take another one. Outlast Black, 3 rounds up.
Yeah, it was really risky there because there were still so many members of Outlast still up when that diffuser got down. So just getting the diffuser down, you know, at all, it was good. But of course, you know, getting the diffuser down on somewhere that doesn't have like a breakable surface can sometimes be like good. But yeah, just the fact that they got the diffuser down with that many people still alive on Outlast with that many people still alive in Outlast was good.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Yeah, brilliant stuff there coming through. a bit of a shock factor there that came through from Decimate as they managed to pick off very key members of the side of Outlast Black, and they got that spiker down and they had a good idea for the hold, but Society did come back around with that pistol and clean that one up. So it didn't go where they wanted it to, but it was a much more positive showing from them overall in that round. And we do get these setups coming through, the swaps coming through. One of the things that is in this game more than anything else is there's a lot of indecisiveness when it comes from teams selecting operators. I feel like every other game you select who you want and then the game starts and you can never change again. Overwatch has a little bit of it with some of their heroes, but this one, it's like every single time I see a team pick attackers, they go in, they pick a few and go, do you know what, nah, we'll just change everything immediately. And it's just such a surprise to me that they're so indecisive on what they want to do.
Well, it could be fake out too, right? Because like the defenders can see what the attackers pick, but if they like swap them out after like the pick phase, then they'll have no idea what they swap into, right? So like the defenders could be going in expecting a whole line of operators, and you know, a Decimate could just pick 5 just at random, throw off the enemy team, and then they could just switch out once drone phase is going on, and then you know it's a whole lineup of attackers that Outlast isn't expecting. Wow, check out how quick this happens. Like already, like all these games go so fast because these teams are so well coordinated. It's a 5-2 already for Outlast as Decimate is trying to get library control, but it just doesn't work. Arrow, we know Arrow is very, very renowned for being such a great player. So, but is he good enough to hit a 1v5? Deity is down to 1 HP, so he could be coughed on to kill him. But you know, if anybody's gonna do it, I think it's gonna be Arrow for Decimate.
Yeah, it seems like there is an opportunity there as they do pick up the first. That was the lowest member, the lowest health bar, the easiest one to take. And as the team starts to swing around to try and get some chip done and push them back out, they will try and find another angle to work with. Right now, it's not what they want as they do get a little bit more spray through. No chip. And we will see the first head, and it will land. Arrow will land 1. Will actually finish off the kill. Headshot onto Empty. Double kills so far. So there's plenty of time to work with, and not a lot of information. Being that last member remaining does put more pressure, and they will just sit on their plants, and they will take that one. Great work from Joddles there just to hold that angle.
He knew that frost trap was there too. So as soon as he jumped in that window, he was gonna have to look down, or else he was dead. So the fact that he pushed out the second he heard him jump in the window is just textbook play there. Great job by Jolts.
Yeah, very, very well played. And we do see the hovers come through once again. Mute Castle. What? I'm not too sure, Empty, about that one.
Well, my just got a 1.5 times scope in this recent patch, so that might be why he's being played a bit more.
I just don't feel like the utility's really there.
No? Frag grenades are huge, though, so maybe they are having some sort of scare because you know Yana's such a threat. Yana's picked all the time and always with frag grenades. So Sledge gets frag grenades.
Just give me Capcan. Just give me Capcan.
Yeah, think so.
Just doors. I just like holding doors. Okay.
Yeah.
It's just such an easy way to play, and there's less thought that goes into it. And I think anything that's good in its simplicity is simply good. I say that a lot of games.
Capcan has a massive win rate right now. He's like probably one of the most, like has one of the highest win rates right now out of any operator.
If any players listening, right, if you can do the basics of any game to a high level, you are at a high level just because of your basics. Like there's some pro players out there that miss certain foundation level basic stuff, and that would be their greatest weakness. While a team that can have all the basics to a decent level, that is an all-around consistent player, and I think consistency is one of those things that is heavily required in Siege, regardless of what title you play. Being a good, consistent player that knows exactly how to play every map at a basic level. Then it just comes down to your mechanics, and then if you're able to be a good shot on top of that, you can get away with whatever you want to get away with. It's just a very simple way of playing. I think Capcan lends itself very, very easily to that idea of I can simply do well here and I can do what I'm designed to do and it'll work. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it, and I want to see what they do opt into as they do open it up. Neo does manage to take the first blood here onto Empty, but how do you feel about the simplicity of the game?
Simplicity, I mean, of course, like consistency is always simplicity is always gonna like bring consistent plays, because when it comes down to simplicity, it doesn't get like too complicated in terms of what can be played on the field at once. So it can also be very predictable too. So it's I don't know exactly if simplicity's like a great way to maybe take advantage of an enemy team, but maybe just using. I'm not too sure what
you like unique things. You like unique things.
Yeah.
You like the ability to put them off more than just play the map well. You like the idea of making them think a little bit. But a flawless round comes from Decimate, and that is a statement on round 5.
Yeah, I think like these teams are at the top for a reason, because they have their own unique play style, and they're not just doing what people would expect them to do.
Yeah, that's wonderful stuff there from them to take that round, and off the back of one good opening frag. And I guess the question is now, how do they mess it up a little bit more? And Glaz, Twitch, Termite, Ash, Ayana is the first setup, but I want to see more from them in the terms of aggressive plays, because that seemed to work for them.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
Yeah, aggressiveness is something we see quite often on once we get to like the higher places in the bracket, where aggressiveness is just seems to like win most of the time over passiveness or defensiveness. So I think maybe whatever team's more aggressive seems to like win a lot more. So maybe whoever's being more defensive can pick it up a little bit and maybe get a little bit quicker. Make those plays quicker, get around the map more, and just not stay in one place for too long. Of course, you never want to stay on one place for too long, because then if your position gets called out, then everybody knows where you are.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Yeah, so the
Brava's
action
picked up though.
Yeah, Brava's a nice change. I think if there's something to work there, but Castle coming through for Kronk as well, trying to be that stalwart on that defense. And if they can take the 5th round here, I think they'll be in a good position to take the map. But Decimate, after a flawless, they've got to be feeling good. The momentum, the mental, the vibes must be immaculate right now after that one. So seeing them push through now, trying to find their angles. And yeah, we got to see what's going to happen next. As they've hesitated, they've waited.
Yeah, Outlast is definitely the snowball that is rolling for them, and they're like probably in the zone right now. They're probably very, very like in how people like a lot of those pro players have like their monitors like so close to their face. I feel like that's what they're doing right now. They're like ready. They are in this. They're like just ready to win this map and bring it to a game 3, because they were not happy that they probably lost their last game, because they picked Villa and they lost it, and they're probably not happy. So now, we're doing really well on Chalet, so they're probably just excited. But look, check this frag grenade out. That was so close, unbelievably close. So that wasn't something I was talking about earlier, where frag grenades on common areas, but that was just a frag grenade on a drone ping. So that's how powerful those frag grenades can be. As I was trying to talk about earlier in the last game, where I was interrupted by like the game, but like frag grenades are so powerful if you just understand the map and like where exactly the roof is in position to, the common areas that defenders like to hide above you. So if you can like just either get a drone on that area or just throw them on areas where you think that defenders will mostly be hiding, it can be just easy kills, because there's no risk, right? The only risk is holding that grenade too long and then blowing yourself up. But if you're practicing this and you're doing it all day, you'll know exactly how much time you have to throw that grenade.
Yeah, the grenades definitely coming up clutch there in that situation. So you are 100% correct there, as we do see nice swing coming through from Spiker. Finding some space, but Joddle's shotgun. Oh, and he opens up as well onto Focal, but Spiker does manage to take out Foresight, and the second Joddle's was low, so nice easy pickup. 3 versus 2. Diffuser is being dropped, but a frag will slow them down on that one. They're a little bit scared there.
Yeah, Arrow did come off the diffuser there, but now he's back onto it, and Spiker picks up Kronk. He's making the push, the unexpected rush. This is what I'm saying. Oh, he takes out Default Cam on the top of the stairs there. He has compromised confirmation that the last defender on Outlast is holding the second floor. That is Malusi. That is out of impacts. 0 bullets in the mag, reloaded, he's ready to go, and it wasn't enough. Spiker knew exactly where DD was going to come from, and just a quick headshot, easy peasy, round's over.
Yeah, that will be the end of that round, as we do see the swaps coming in, and Outlast, good advantage, good play, good executions coming through, and I'm trying to debate in my mind whether I want to see Decimate take this one and make it a 2-0, or I want to see that competitive final map. But I think the main thing is Outlast, if you can win on your opponent's map, that's great. If both teams win on their opponent's map, what does the decider mean?
The decider means I think everybody's on their toes, and it's probably going to be a very nerve-wracking game, because on top of it being, you know, the last game in a best-of-3, it's also the game that sends you to the grand finals. So I'm personally not someone that does well in high-pressure situations, but I mean, these players have probably, you know, been playing Siege or playing these games for a long time, so maybe they're used to it, but it's definitely going to be a very tense situation, and the people that are able to stay calm under pressure are really going to be able to show themselves here if we go to a best-of-3.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah.
Or if we go to the third map, I mean, sorry.
We go to the third map. Yeah, we get to the penultimate of the best-of-3. That's the sentence you were looking for.
Yeah.
So let's see how Kronk wants to play this one. Is he going to pull the lever, or is he going to be launched down that trapdoor? Multiple frags, multiple entries, multiple opportunities, more importantly, and Ayana making me dizzy going upside down, something I can never do in games now with my old man brain. But let's do see.
Yeah, I think you're being a little too hard on yourself. Maybe you're just, you know, facing the best players in the world every single time.
It's been a while since I've been in that champion area, but whenever I was, it just felt like mechanically I was being outplayed. But game knowledge, I was there. Game knowledge, I was smurfing. But as we do see, the lines coming through on those doors, meaning they won't be able to head through that one. But the thing is, I'm a very, very information-heavy player. I like to play Myra, I like to play Dokubi, and Solus, and I just like getting the information more than anything else. Like, I don't want to go for mechanics. I'll throw grenades randomly and guess where people are going to be, and they do work for me, but information is my kind of game, and I like having the communication to tell my team exactly what their plan is, no matter what side I'm on. So for my playstyle alone, when I see people like Kronk turn corners and get 3-4 kills like by Poa last time around, yeah, the same with Jat Holes. These players can just pop off randomly, and it's just something I've never been able to do. So more than interested to see the Zoomer energy come out, because Zoomers are cracked at shooters these days. I'm seeing the younger kids come through now, the teenagers in their early 20s, and they are just Yay, for example. I don't know how that man, I think if he played any FPS game, I think he would be top in every single one of them. Crack game. Absolutely. Yeah.
Times have definitely changed. And I like to say, I would hate to say it, but I think I was born a little bit too early to be able to be one of those cracked kids. Only a tad, though.
Only a tad. If video games were where they are today, when I was growing up, I'd be pro by now, and I'd be slowly cashing my retirement check somewhere in NA. But,
almost ate the wrong end of that frag grenade, but he does end up living with half health. But he does the catch. Sorry, that was Amity off guard, and now Foresight is down. Spiker's down. What just happened? Fens is the only one left for Decimate. He has to be able to clutch up for his team to win this one. He gets one. He gets two. Oh, he does not get two. I thought he had that in the bag right there.
He downed one.
Right here.
Downed another one, but doesn't manage to get it in the end.
Oh my goodness. That was
very close. Very close. But it's going to be an interesting one to see how they're going to be able to close this one out, because I feel like Decimate are getting to the stages now where they can control the game a little bit better, and they're starting to get their timings down. That one just came down to an aim duel right at the end, but if they'd managed to get that kill, it could have been Decimate's round. So I think they're showing a better side to themselves than we saw previously, and they just need to get that last bit of execution down.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Being able to, I think, just maybe stay alive a little bit longer is an issue that Decimate's been having.
Attackers have located the bomb.
Maybe just be, like, you know, get a little bit kind of outside on the outside of the walls and then slowly push back in towards their site. Just get, I think maybe valuing their life is something that can really help them if they decide to value their life a little bit more, and just, you know, try not to go for like the risky plays, but try to, like, you know, go for the more reliable ones and ones where you can, you know, use your like utility as like a buffer zone between you and the attackers.
Attackers' objective is
We've seen the Alibi come out a couple times. Alibi was massively powerful recently. She did lose her 1.5 times scope. That might be the reason why she's not as picked as much anymore. The Alibi is still great, of course. Like, you're never gonna... Oh, the Sens, though. Sens is something we've seen. When I cast it yesterday, I think I've seen it twice. But it doesn't ever seem to work every time I've seen it. They never are able to pull off exactly what they want. With Sens, those like smoke rolly things, they're so unpredictable. Because sometimes they'll bounce off like the tiniest little thing, and they won't go where you want them to. And I mean, maybe we can see Kronk pull something off. Of course, you said Kronk has a reputation for being you know, good and being able to get those kills or whatever. But Sens, like we'll have a look here. We'll see what he can pull off with Sens.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do in this round here. They could put themselves on match point, put themselves in the position to take over as Amty. Looking to take point on this attack, looking to push forward and find what they need. But Focal will take out the deity. They will take out one of the drones. Cameras being taken as well. Good forward push, landing all their shots, and they just need to find the angles to attack from. Explosions on the other side, but nothing quite happening just yet. Amty gonna go for the drone. They're gonna sit back and try to get a little bit more information to work with, but Decimate, they have the lead so far.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of the defenders, I think, all of them are on the north side of the map now. So the only thing that Outlast really have to worry about is like a garage flank. I don't think there's any other way they can get around. Maybe they have to, you know, could watch the second floor here. Yeah, so they could be holding. Yeah, there is one hiding in bathroom there. That I think that is
the attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Alibi. I think that's
Recover the diffuser.
Fens in there in the bathroom, and then there's one also hiding in the bedroom too. That's going to be Neo. So Amty is probably just going to keep this hallway secured. And yep, there it was right there. Fens decided to make the more aggressive play, and like we said earlier, the more aggressive plays seem to catch the enemies off guard. But yeah, that's really bad now because it opens up flanks from the top floor. So they need to watch the fireplace, the stairs that go down to the basement, and the top floor. But yeah, wow. See, the defenders just... Wow. They were in a bad position because they were being... Both of, like, the attackers' flanks were being held. But like, the aggressive play just really won that round there, I think. That play on the top floor. Like, it got the... You know, the Outlast to be able to be, like, less comfortable with their push on first floor because they were so open to being hit from behind.
Yes, we do see the picks coming through now. Azami, Mute, Castle, Valkyrie, and Frost will be the choices coming in so far, and I'm liking the idea. I'm not liking the skin. I'm not really a big horror games fan. I'm a bit of a child when it comes to the horror genre. Asmo is the thing that most of the people on my stream suggest me to do when it comes late tonight, and they've also thrown money my way to play Outlast.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it didn't go too well. I think it was about 40 minutes in before I just couldn't handle it anymore. I had a heartbeat sensor on. I was hitting like the 200s.
Oh,
so,
yeah?
Yeah, so I'm not doing that again.
No.
Well, the Subathon's going to be coming back soon, and then more than likely the horror games will come back, and then we'll have to get the heartbeat sensor out once more. But for me, anything scary just not built for me, so please change from that skin. It's just unnecessary. It's just scary and not needed. But the other end of it, Decimate, they're making their way back into this. They're keeping them from match point, which takes a little bit of weight off the shoulders, I will say, and keeps the vibes there. Because once that match point comes in, it's usually the IGL that turns around and goes, everyone stop talking. We have to buckle up now. We got to get into this. Got to do it right. So that idea will be in their brain once next round comes if Outlast take this one. But right now it is in the hands of Decimate to just reach that kind of 5-5 stage, put themselves in a good position. But Outlast Black, they found the bomb site. That's always a good start. We see Kronk getting ready to scan and hit and find what he can, but it's a slow push and they're taking their time with it.
Yeah, I love, I want to talk about IQ. I love IQ as an operator. I think she's so diverse. She can do so much. She gets, yeah, like she gets 3 automatic weapons. Like that's probably the only thing in the game, like the only operator in the game that even has that option to have 3 automatic weapons for a primary. Like you have your short range, you know, the SG, and then your mid range AUG, and then the, you know, your massive magazine capacity of the G8, but. You know, being able to see every single enemy gadget through the wall and being able to ping that for your team is so helpful with their push to make it more comfortable for them to get in there and have more information that they otherwise wouldn't have. I think IQ is just such an amazing operator, and I sometimes I think that people kind of don't look at her the way that, you know,
They should.
could. Yeah.
Gotta get eyes on it, and right now Arrow. Eyes on the bullets that are hitting him in the face as he does fall to Jat holes. Another great kill being picked up, really putting down a statement here with his 9-5 score so far. Spiker trying to hold these sights, and Neo and Spiker, they do actually open up a clean shot onto Ampty, exactly what was needed in that situation. Neo swinging and dreaming there, but nothing there as of right now. They do find another one. Focal takes out the Deity, and Decimate, they're on the rampage, they're on the march, they're trying to get back to that 5-5 to put the pressure on the Outlast, but with these 2 players left, there's still an opportunity for them to get it. Never mind.
Decimate wants this round so bad. You can tell they want it. They're really, like, as soon as they had the advantage, they you know,
Push.
get up in their chair, like, you know, they need to really secure this round or else it's going to go downhill from here. So they got it, and, you know, that could have really been bad if they lost that round.
Are you accusing them of gamer leaning?
Well, I don't know if I'm accusing. I think I'm just making an educated guess.
An educated guess that you're calling them gamer leaners. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I see what you're trying to go with there.
Educated guess. Oh, it
Before
looks
this,
like
they
we
were
got a
laying
timeout
back,
going here.
gaming chairs, relaxing, and then they started to lose a few rounds, and the lean forward comes in. The monitor comes forward, straight up to the nose.
Yeah, that could have been bad there, because if Outlast won that, and that would have been match point for Outlast, and, you know, the snowball could have just rolled from there, and you know, the confidence would have been there. But now we still have at least minimum 2 more games to go as we go into this timeout. 15 seconds left. Let's check out the scoreboard here. Who are you looking at here? I know that you talked about Kronk. He did perform really well at the start of this game, but it seems like he's fallen a little bit behind now. Maybe because he's picking more like operators that, you know, are like utility based and not the ones that are meant to be fragging out. But yeah, on that first round, we saw that he did really good.
I'm going to ask you some questions, right? Just
Yep.
a couple of random Siege quiz questions. And what was the first operation? Which
Black
operation
Ice.
became the first DLC expansion after the game's release?
Black Ice, right?
Solid answer, solid answer.
Yeah.
At 2014 Critic Awards, the game was nominated in these 4 categories. Which one did it win? Best Action, Best Online Multiplayer, Best of Show, or Best PC Game?
What was the third one?
Best PC Game. Or sorry, Best of Show.
I don't think it's a PC game. What was the first one? I think it's the first one.
Best Action Game?
Yeah.
We'll have to get back into this as this round is about to start, but we'll have more quiz questions soon. We'll have more quiz questions soon.
Okay.
It's nice to find stuff just to break the silence sometimes, because there's only so much we can talk about when we're not seeing on the screen. And we could always talk about they're starting to make their way back, but there's still 2 more rounds for them to get onto match point. And Outlast Black, they only need that 1, so it will get closer and closer as the games go on. What do we want to see next?
I want to see Kronk use the 0 here. Like we said, Kronk is taking out more utility operators now. So we're going to try to probably get as much information as you can into Master Bedroom before they make the push into the building here. Zero's unique gun is, I think it's the SC3K. It's very unique. No other operator gets that. So it's a great weapon, and if he can frag out here with that while using his with his information gadget, I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Yeah, very, very Slow start. I think Outlast are starting to feel the pressure just a little bit here of closing this one out, as Decimate seems to be a little bit more comfortable on this one. We're going to try and clear out some of this, as Jatos does take a little bit of damage there from that electromagnet shock. Spiker does open it up onto Amty, who's fallen on the Ayana, and that's not the agent you want falling first and on any attack, as it's one of the more important ones. And how do you feel about that one? That was a bit of a messy one.
Well, Yana's usually, I think, used a lot for, like, fragging, not as much as information-based anymore, but, like, the fact that she went down first is, like, it's unfortunate, but, like, that's the operator that you, like, send in first, right? So, like, she has a right to die right away. It's not like it's, like, an ace running in there, like, losing all of your hard breach or a thermite, you know, that shouldn't be in there fighting. Like, Yana is the one that should be in there fighting, so it's not, like, the worst. You don't lose like too much utility, but that Gemini Replicator is very useful. So of course you never want one of your teammates to die. It's always bad, but yeah, Yana's the one that's meant to be fighting. So I think that her death is justified.
Yeah, so a great start for Decimate into this one to bring us back to that even rounds, and a lot of pressure now. Foresight needs to have the foresight to know that someone's on the other side of that one watching their angle. Jat holes is starting to move fast. Going to give away some information if anyone can hear those steps, but we'll try to break through the window here. Doesn't spot any utility. We'll be comfortable enough on that one. Foresight droning in now, trying to find a little bit of information. Has located the bomb site. Good drone usage so far. Jat holes creeping through the razor wire. Get onto it, does find one and will take that kill, but will get pre-peeked on the other side of it. And Outlast Black have also dropped the diffuser all onto Kronk. 1 versus 3, they're going to start spraying onto him now. First put him there, and they will take it and they bring it back.
Wow, can you see how high his how high Kronk's sensitivity was there? That was crazy. I don't know how people can do that. That's nuts. You gotta probably do a lot of practice to get used to such a high sensitivity like that. That is nuts. 5-5 though, bringing it back.
Are bringing it back, and
this is what we want here. This is what we want. We want as much exciting gameplay as we can get. We want to squeeze everything we can out of these teams.
This is Siege. This is what it is. This is what Siege is all about. Is these close matches where one team looks dominant, and then they have one mess up, they have one falter, and then the other team just comes back with a resurgence, brings it all back, and it's starting to get a bit spicy on both fronts. And this round will really tell who can weather the storm, because once that match point comes in, everything changes.
Yeah, once that match, and of course, like when you get to match point, and then the enemy team gets it, then it's like if it's 6v6, then you're gonna have to win by 2. So there's still a chance, but of course, once it does get match point, it's so like in favor of the enemy of the team that has the match point, because of because snowballing and like morale is a real thing that helps you win. It really like helps your team focus and not worry too much, and be able to like think clearly, because it's like, okay, even if we lose this round, it's no big deal, but let's just win it. So like they'll be able to think clearly, but the enemy team's thinking, oh my god, we have to win this right now or else it's over. We have to win. They'll freak out and probably make mistakes. So winner of this round is probably going to be put in like a major advantage, in my opinion.
You see Kronk now. Turn, spin, jump, slide, upside down, dizzy all round. Dokubi, he's picking my favorite. He knows I'm watching. Kronk knows his fan is here, and he wants to go big on Dokubi just for me to bring them to match point. The information gathering not going so well so far. No locations found, but it's all that information game. They have a little more time to work with. Still have more than 2 minutes left on that clock, and I want to see them take. Ooh, there we go. That's it.
There's
Kronk.
your
That's
logic
the good
bomb.
stuff. That's the good stuff. I love Dokubi.
Like a
It's just such a
foresight.
fun one.
Just full sprinting through the house.
That's how you play Sledge, though. That's how you do it.
Yeah. Does not care about roamers at all, but we have Alibi holding the top floor there. That's going to be Vens holding piano. They have the, of course, they went kitchen site, so they have to hold that second floor if they want to be able to like keep hatch control, which is very important on while you're attacking kitchen. So let's see how it goes here. Frag grenades are going to be flying. That is Sledge and Yana. Both operators have frag grenades ready to go. there's about 3 fire teams left. Maybe but AMD catches the flank on Vocal. Vocal's not happy about that one. That could have been devastating for the team of Decimate, but they actually, or sorry, for the team of Outlast. But yeah, that flank did not go as planned. But Nelson, yeah, it's a phone drop right there. Check that out. Full defender access to camera, full attacker access to cameras.
Yeah, exactly what we want from this. This love though could be so much. I think it's just one of the most fun ones you can take. And Jato's right now on this aggression, looking to find a head and elbow. But Heidi will do the one to clean it up on the other side. They've cleared the room, they've cleared the space. But they do lose one on the way in. Benz does take out one, but Heidi is more than capable of trading it back. Arrow, Benz, big job left. He does take another to plant coming through that defuse.
Oh, no.
Arrow does go down as well, so big job left for Benz. Might be able to get that res in if they can make the space. They will have to go for it if they want to keep this round alive. The fuser has been planted. They have 40 seconds left to clear all the rest. Maybe grab a wine bottle and bring that one with you, because you might need some liquid courage going down these stairs. Benz. Oh, Kronk will take out Arrow, and it's one remaining Fence in the worst possible place as well. Will get taken out by the Kronk. The lever has been pulled, and we go to match point for Outlast.
Yeah, check that. Look, you walk into that room, there's like 100 different things you can hide behind. That was going to be very difficult to pull off. So, yeah, I mean, good try, but, you know, maybe next time.
Maybe next time.
Yeah, going back. Outlast has that match point advantage now. They have that nice buffer zone that they don't, you know, if they lose this next round, it's fine. It's still going to keep going. But, you know, if they win it, then they go to the finals and they face HK Rebels. And that is just not an easy thing to ask for, to beat HK Rebels. But it is probably quite the honor to be able to be even facing them in the finals.
Yeah, so take us into the mindsets here for Decimate. What are you saying? What are you saying?
And Decimate, oh my, I think they have to, you know, I'd say at this point, like, there's probably so much information running through their heads, right? I don't think I would be able to comprehend it. I think they would be able to, you know, really understand what's been going on with the enemy team well. But I personally would probably go to something that's, like, the most comfortable with the team. Like, something that can really, you know, bring your nervousness down. They may not even be nervous, but, like, I'd probably just pick operators that I'm the most comfortable on. And the ones that I have been able to perform with in the past pretty reliably. And I would just probably try to stick it to that and not get anything too crazy, because, you know, get a little bit too crazy sometimes it gets overwhelming, and then you're stuck at a point where you don't know what to do. So just go with what you're used to. Of course, Nomad, see, this could be like a pick here that could really confuse Decimate. Nomad is not something we've seen picked so far. But, you know, her gadget's very, like, Nomad's easy to tell when she's being picked because she's so loud, right? As soon as she shoots her, like, gadget, it, like, everybody can hear it. And you can hear you can see the laser that comes off of it very clearly. You can hear the air jab when it's actually placed. So, you know, it might be a surprise at the start, but once Nomad's on the field, like, you know she's there. So, flanks are something we've seen. Of course, last time Decimate tried to get a flank off through Fireplace, through the basement there, and it didn't work out. So maybe now they have Nomad to be able to cover that with the air jabs. Kronk takes Neo down. Kronk, very low HP. Spiker trades it and gets empty. It's down to a 4v4. Still plenty of gameplay left in this round with 1 minute and 35 seconds left. We have the Selma charges going out into the Fireplace wall, going into the site there. So I think he missed that air jab there. So Deity, unfortunately, has wasted an air jab. It's not where he wants it. But probably being kind of silent here. Maybe he wants to just catch a member of Decimate off guard. He needs to watch that close left because we never know who's going to be hiding around any corner here. Still has a drone though.
Swing wasn't quite there, but Spiker takes 2, and that would be massive for them. Going on to that 6-6, getting into that overtime, getting into the danger zone, but Outlast still have 2 members remaining. Still an opportunity here. Time is running low. Jatols will have to go very, very big here to clean this one up. The cutest of angles, but they do have to find a play soon or they'll just run out of time. They haven't got the space to work with right now. Ace in the hole, but no heads appearing for them to take. Kronk knows that the health isn't good enough to take these 50-50s. That does come down to Jatols on that aggression, on that peak. Will need coverage though. But 3 members strong. Quad for Spiker. Will be looking for that last one. And it will be an ace for Spiker.
Wow.
And a statement round for them going into that tie.
Spiker has a reputation for that. I think Spiker is well known for being a very good player. And, you know, Siege isn't always a game about you need to get the most kills, but of course, if you can kill everybody, then that's all you need. So Spiker can do that, then, I mean, I wouldn't want anybody else on my team. I'd take that guy any day of the week.
Yeah, 6-6 overtime. A lot to play for. And do you have a team in your mind that you expect to take this overtime? A team that just has that mental fortitude?
I think at this point, I think maybe Decimate would have a little bit of an edge mentally, just because they have that one map up, right? So they know that, like, if they lose this game, it's not over. But Outlast knows in the back of their head, like, we could be going home, like, anytime, like, in the next 2 rounds. So I think maybe, yeah, as a mental fortitude, I think Decimate would have a, like, slight advantage here. But they seem to be picking, like Decimate's been picking, you know, a lot of the same operators, so I think they're really comfortable with these. And that's what I was kind of saying earlier, is that, like, once you get to this point, you kind of probably just want to play something that's the most comfortable. You don't want to, like, freak out. You don't want to go too in-depth with it at these late rounds, because it's going to get hectic, and it's going to be like, oh, maybe I should have picked here, I should have picked this guy here. Like, just go with the most comfortable, whatever you've done well with in the past, and just stick to it, and just, you know, be confident. Because, you know, confidence can, like, totally negate any sort of nervousness when you're you know, on something that you're familiar with. But see, as quick as this happens, like, Outlast is just getting there as quick as possible. Jolt's getting those claymores down to be able to watch flanks. Yeah, more claymores going down here. We have still Sledge and Yano with frag grenades, like we've seen very commonly. These frag grenades are such a huge threat, especially when you're going to be playing vertically. So if Outlast can have control on the first floor and get where they need to be, they can make callouts for Yana or for Sledge to be able to throw those frag grenades and get some free kills on little risk, high reward.
Yeah, Neo right now holding their angles well on this defense. Outlast Black didn't look so hot on the attack near the end of that phase, so with this overtime coming through, if they can take this one, I think on their defense they were a lot stronger looking, so I would like to see them be able to hold that one out. We do see Neo just get a little bit of information there. Does see the power will start to spray it down. Will not win the trade. Does Foresight, bides their time, doesn't even take the chip either, so incredibly comfortable from there on that one. And yeah, Outlast Black take the advantage, but taken back almost immediately. Spiker, but will get traded on Anti opening up and giving them more of an advantage. They've got that man now, so they just need to shore up, get their execute together and get ready to take this one, but they have plenty of time.
Yeah, plenty of Siege left to play. 1 minute and 10 seconds doesn't seem like a long time, but when you're this close to site and there's not that many operators left on the field, you know, it's still plenty of time in a game like this. So seems like Jolts doesn't like his position there on the balcony. He's going to maybe move somewhere else to support his team a little bit better, because the attacking side is a bit split up right now. Anti is just by himself trying to just frag out on that Ash and take advantage of it, and it actually works. It turns out very well for Outlast. So it's a 1v4 now. Of course, this round does not end the game. It's going to have to be a win by 2. I think it's the first... It's either win by 2 or first to 9. So Focal responds, takes Foresight out, doesn't want the round to be over yet. Focal's trying his best to just keep this round going. Not being super aggressive here. Trying to maybe just catch another one off guard, because you know when enemies have such a high number advantage, they're bound to play aggressively, and they do, and he makes the right call. Focal takes out Anti, and he almost gets a nice shot onto Deity there, I think. Usually it's going down. Oh my god, it went down last second. Jolts put that diffuser down just in time. He has to make the play now because it knows it's 1v1. Jolts cannot get off the diffuser, and he has 1 second left. Oh my goodness, he almost gets the knife. Could you imagine if he got that knife? We saw a couple knives come in yesterday, but I did not have expected that. That is so unfortunate that he ran out of ammo in that deagle. He could have... Oh my goodness, if he had just a little bit, even one more shot left, that deagle is so powerful. It could have ended the round right there and gave Decimate that win and made a 1v4 situation for Decimate. Oh my goodness, that would have been insane.
That was very, very close. Yeah, there was some questions there for... There's some questions there. The knife was so interesting. The run out of ammo, he was shot mid-swing. If it had came through, it would have been the difference. But Outlast, they take it. I'm still just like reeling to what I just saw, because you just don't see it often that it comes down to that close, but they managed to get it, and that's all that really matters, I suppose.
Yeah, especially when you have almost 2 seconds to figure out what you want to do and like react to it and do it. There's so much running through your head. It's such a high pressure situation that, you know, he just blasted that deagle off. And of course, you know, like I said, the deagle does not have a lot of ammo in the mag. So once you just blast it off, like rounds start flying quick and you run out. I'm not too sure. I think he switched to the deagle also because he ran out of ammo in the MPX, which was not, you know, the situation you want to be in. But he had to make a play then and there, because once that diffuser goes down, when there's 0 seconds left on the clock, they can't get off it, right? So it forces a 1v1. So it was a really good play to actually make that push, because he wasn't going to get outmanned. It was guaranteed to be a 1v1 for that time that the diffuser was going down. So that push, it was good, but unfortunately, he just didn't have enough ammo to finish the job.
Yeah, not enough, but Outlast, they still need to clinch this one out, and now that they're on the defense, I'm more in favor of them actually being able to swing it. That round was so close. I'm still reeling. More of that, please.
Yeah, that was
absolutely crazy. But we do see the beginning here of the madness, whereas the Raspberry Pi logo appearing. Yeah, Focal here on the line as well, looking to get some more siege done. And how do you feel about Decimate's chances here with what they've selected?
Pretty common picks here. We've seen a lot of these picks today. I think if like Lion, of course, used to be known as like the crazy operator in the game. He's not as good anymore, but he's still really good. So if they could really take advantage of this EE1D drone and like use it the proper way, and the way that they can, you know, use it to the maximum potential, it can be really devastating for the side of Outlast. So I think maybe if they can coordinate EE1D things, because we've seen a lot of Lion gameplay, but we've seen Lion die a lot without fully like getting all of the use off on its drone. So I think Lion is definitely like something that needs to be used a little bit more. And if they can, like, you know, get the full utility use off, it'll be really good.
Yeah, they do open up and take out Neo already. Ayana down. Big operator dead. Ampty does get taken out by Aero though, and Outlast on the back foot now after losing another Aero, going big and giving Decimate fans the hope, the spark, the light at the end of that tunnel that it might go to a second overtime as Focal holding their angles. They need to get moving soon. The timer is ticking away on the stack. 40 seconds left, and the Fuse are not in the greatest of positions. Still have to break down one more floor. There will be a hatch jump, but Fens will open up onto Deity. Kronk and Jatos. Feels like it's always these two left as they do try and get something. Spiker does jump through. Won't get caught by any util this time on that corner. Will swing the corner, but it will get taken. Jatos will fall though. All down to Kronk in the clutch, and he won't get that. Wow. We will be going to round of 15.
Oh my goodness. Check that out. I love that little drop there when they drop through the hatch while laying down, because it's so unexpected, right? Because usually like you'll see their legs and then it's just an easy pre-fire. But if you lay down while you're dropping, they don't see that. They don't get that like extra little amount of, you know, like information to be able to just pre-fire you. So that's always, I mean, that play didn't end up doing anything, but like we seen it there at the end, and I always love seeing that. It's just funny. Is on top of it like being entertaining, it's also like it's better than just dropping it, because you know you're not exposing yourself as much.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Yeah, you're
So
not
check it out here.
exposing
We
yourself.
have Bandit this time, but if they are in garage site, so Bandit or any sort of entry denial is going to be common play here. Lamai picked up, as we usually see sometimes, and then your zombies picked up. So I know a zombie can get a lot of crazy angles going on here around like the snowmobile that's in the middle of sight, and she can throw them up in a certain way where like there's these tiny little pixel angles. It gets unbelievable, but Kiba barriers are no match for frag grenades, which we've seen a lot of frag grenade operator picks from the attacking teams. Sledge and Yana are very, very common. So we also have Dirk to be back on Kronk, your favorite player, your favorite operator. Maybe we can get something crazy going on here. So check this out. Remember what I was saying? 1.5 times scope on a gun that can take it 3 times. Like, there's just something about that 1.5 that just, I don't know why people, like, I do know why, but, like, I didn't think it was that big of a deal. Like, I guess it's just so good. It's just, it's clean, too. It is a clean optic. So, it's just, and any gun, like, you almost never see any other optics anymore if you have the option for 1.5. Oh my god, Gronk just knew Spiker was on the top floor. Now check this out. If he can get in there and take Spiker's body over, he needs to make a well-coordinated play with his team to be able to get in there safely to get that phone, because that is going to be huge for the attacking team to be able to get that phone and have access to all the defender cameras. That is just unfortunate. Maybe he had information that he was there, but maybe he just kind of held it and just hoped to get lucky. Fens and Neo running back to site as quick as possible because they did lose 2 of their teammates, so it's 5-3 now. Fens almost dead, almost lost his life, made it away quickly and got back to site safely. So now I think at this point they really just need to hunker down on site because they can't do too much anymore, especially when they lost their cameras. They need to like really just win gunfights here, I think is what it's going to come down to.
Yeah, the gunfights, the aim, the mechanics. How cracked are you and how cracked do you need to be able to win in the overtime? Decimate 2 members down. Need to be some big rounds coming through. Spiker being down, one of the carries of the team so far, could spell disaster for them as Aero has been showing up lately, but does get taken out by Kronk once again. Kronk, one of the stars right now, and Neo will take out Didi on the other side. 2 versus 4 opportunities for them, but Amty will shut that down quickly. Neo will fall. Fens lower than half and in the worst possible position as Kronk will swing that corner, and yeah, that will be the end of that one. At Outlast, we're going to go to map 3. We're going to go all the way.
We're going to map 3. Not something I expected to do today. Remember, everybody, this was a last-minute decision. We weren't supposed to bring you this game because this game was supposed to happen on the same time as HK, and we actually are able to bring to you this today because of the way the schedule went. So it's actually really nice that we got to have this extra bit of Siege gameplay today that we wouldn't have normally had otherwise.
Yeah, so really, really well played there. They do manage to bring it back, and I guess the main question is when we do go to the last map, what do we say here? What do we aim for in this last map as an idea?
I don't think I can actually reliably take any sort of guess here. Like, this is, of course, you can make educated decisions on like what's going to happen if the team picks that map, but this map I don't think is picked by either of them. When it comes down to decider maps, it's kind of just like whatever's left, right? And maybe you can make an educated decision if you know both of these teams, but me personally, I'm still new here, and these teams are still like almost brand new to me. So I have seen a little bit of like Nocturnes in the past, but as of these teams, I'm not really like I don't think I can make.
But just off of your eye test of watching that one, who would you want, like yourself, to be in that finals against HK Rebels? Not who's the better team. Who do you think has the opportunity to beat HK?
I think maybe Outlast really does prove themselves like in good ways. Like we can see the potential's there, and
I've
they
converted
did really
an
well
Outlast
there.
fan. That's all I needed.
I don't know if I'm converted.
No,
I'm just
I've
saying,
converted him. It's over. He's
they were able
Outlast.
to pull it back. It was, it was a very high tension situation for them, and when they proved themselves to be able to be in those high tension situations and still get the victory.
Doesn't matter. I converted a fan. That's all that's happened. I've converted a fan. There's now 2 of us. There's now two of us, but we will cut to a very quick break before we get into that decider map. So don't go anywhere. This is going to be a great semifinals and seeing who will take on HK Rebels.
Keep us in tight, we gon' have fun. We gon' have fun. So what about trust? Went from riding in the biz, now I'm riding with my friends, now it's all gone. Got your beard till the end, no more seeing you again, you've been so wrong. I don't know where you been, baby, we could get it in, don't move on. Move on, don't move on. Put me on blast, one side of the story. You don't wanna hear me out, cause you loving the glory. Thought I saw your true colors, but my vision was blurry. Forever lasts forever, but you left in a hurry. You wanna get drunk, make love. I just wanna take drugs, have fun. Put your body in a Maybach and Ralph Lauren. We could get wild, we don't gotta stay boring. Summer so sweet, California. Cause girl, you know me and I adore ya. We could make peace, don't make me more ya. You may be evil, but I adore ya. So what about us? We've been chillin' laid back in a whip all black, tryna smoke some. Love the way we gotta act, hate the ways you react when we get dumb. Baby, just relax, I'ma keep us intact, we gon' have fun. We gon' have fun. So what about trust? Went from riding in the biz, now I'm riding with my friends, now it's all gone. Got your beard till the end, no more seeing you again, you've been so wrong. I don't know where you been, baby, we could get it in, don't move on. Move on, don't move on.
Honestly, if you want to continue to be petty like this, go for it. Keep ignoring my calls. Keep denying every single text I ever sent you. Because I'm done. This bullshit over and over and over again. I'm so sick and tired of it. And you just don't understand. But that's fine. I'm used to being second place.
I tried and tried and tried, no matter all the times you lied. I cried and cried and cried, then it took me late into the night. When I lost it, I lost it, I lost it again. And you're calling, I'm nauseous, I'm off one again. If I'm honest, you were toxic, just to me you're dead. Cause I lost it, lost it all again. Can't go on without you. Too many memories put behind. I can't go on without you. I think I've been pushed to the side. Where'd you go? Where am I? Where are we? I'm all alone. You refuse to help me. We've been touched so long. It's 3:30. If I had one wish, it would be us permanently. I tried it. I late into the night. When I lost it, I lost it, I lost it again. You're calling, I'm nauseous, I'm off one again. If I'm honest, you were toxic, just to me you're dead. Cause I lost it, lost it all again. Lost it all again. I lost it. I lost it all again.
Oh, voicemail again. Classy. I like it.
Run away, run away. I'm giving you all my time. I've been trying to find a way to run away, run away. I've been tired of finding ways to hide, so now I need to run away, sure was you right today. You lie, now I'm free. Run away from giving you all my time. I've been trying to find a way to run away. I've been tired of finding ways to hide, so now I need to run away. You've been lying, you got me dying inside, so now I want to run away. The back of my mind, the only place I can run and go escape to. Gotta find my escape now. Got me tired of the beat down. But I'm smiling through the pain and I'm crying for a change. Cause my head got me spinning round. Lost control and I'm falling for you. Gave my all, but now I ignore you. All the things I had in store, yeah. Now I gotta run away. Tell me to leave, but I'm wanting to stay. Riding solo while I skirt through the race. Sipping straight out the bottle, ain't no need to chase. And I got all these problems that I need to face. But I'm gonna run away from giving you all my time. I've been trying to find a way to run away. I've been tired of finding ways to hide, so now I need to run away. You've been lying, you got me dying inside, so now I want to run away. The back of my mind, the only place I can run and go escape to. I'm zoning, I'm spaced. I'll take these meds to the face now. Drink till I black. Hear your voice with the hey, wow. I just made it, you never thought I could do it, proved you wrong. Countless fucking reasons we ain't get along. Still looking at my page, but don't hit my phone. Bitch, I did it, I'm at the top. She was at the after party, so she is an afterthought. We was traveling all around the globe, and I know you wish you still stuck around, oh no.
Oh, I saw you fucked it up. Ever since you left, all I knew was to run my money up. And now you see I'm coming up. Got it on my own. I was not back on my ass, and I can find a happy home. Yeah. Promise.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Game Rogue $1,000 April Fool's Gold Tournament. So we just saw Outlast win 8-7 on Chalet, and I made a mistake last time. And I said we were going to Villa, but we're actually going to Clubhouse. I had the wrong sheet brought up. We're going to Clubhouse this time for the last game in the best of 3. So not too much time left. We got to wait. We're going to get into this game, try to get in very quickly. But yeah, Clubhouse coming in. We've seen some Clubhouse action today, so hopefully we can see some even higher Clubhouse gameplay. It seems to be a map that is going to be showing up a lot. Maybe we'll see it in the grand finals here later today, but yeah, as of right now, we're going to be going to Clubhouse, going into game 3.
Yeah, Clubhouse. Already seen it once today, I believe. I think it was our second map of the day.
Yeah.
So yeah, we've already seen some bans come through on this one, but I would like to see the Nook has been banned, first ban, I think, every single time. I don't think Ying is a great ban. I don't think they should be going for it. I think they should be looking at more aggressive picks to try shut down Outlast on their aggressive style, and then Decimate, when they do get their rush going, they can be quite aggressive. So,
oh wow,
Monty's in the limelight. That's nice. If
We've
Nook
seen
goes
Monty
through, I'd
picked a
be
few
very
times.
surprised. No way.
Yeah, we've seen Monty picked a couple times so far. I mean, maybe it's just.
But it's been Decimate taking it, and they ban it this time. So that's just confusing for me.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see, though. We'll see. Habana gets taken out. That is your... I mean, Habana's not a big threat anymore as she used to be because of the new, the pocket hard breach charges that can easily, get open hatches. So, Habana was always known for hatches, but, I mean, she's still a great operator and, gets a good weapon and 3 speed, can be aggressive, and has stun grenades, so she's useful, but... Solus coming in. Common, very common. Either picked or banned. Nothing much to see here. Last ban. Probably Azami?
It could be. I think Myra would still be a good shout. I still think it can open up a lot of options, especially for Outlast Black early on this defensive side.
There you go. Look at you.
I still think it's just that they're the best two defensive bans as Myra Solus. The Monty's very interesting. I kind of wanted to see Nook ban instead of that. And I don't want to see any more Ying because I just don't think it's taken enough when it's not. I don't think it's that strong. But yeah, a much better defensive banning stage is more horror skins, Foresight, really.
Yeah, what's going on there? That's a little bit spooky. Who decided to put that in the game?
Not necessary. The Halloween stuff, not necessary. But we do see Cade actually being picked up nice and early there. So that's probably why it was banned. Maybe it's an Outlast Black special.
Yeah, like I said last time on Clubhouse, you can get some crazy like electric claws going here that can like, you don't necessarily put them directly on the wall, you put them like close to the wall in certain spots, and they're like almost impossible to get from certain angles to like from like EMP grenades and stuff. So we'll see what he'll be able to do with electric claws. Of course, electric claws are always good for hatches, which we're gonna see, you know, I think like 3 hatches around the church arsenal site. So hatch play is always great. It's always really like key to be getting into here on this basement site. Also, these church walls here, we've seen this happen a lot on the last Clubhouse game, where they get these see like the bar back there in church. Those walls end up getting open, and it leaves the leaves the defenders really open to a lot of angles, and it gives a lot of opportunity for attackers to get the diffuser down. So I think maybe being able to defend those walls would be essential for having a good defense. I'm having some issues here on the stream. I'm not able to see what's going on. Oh, and we're back. Seems like they're just getting all the barriers down. Spiker's already in here in kitchen. The Bucks picked up for a vertical play. Kitchen control is common for attacking the basement site.
Yeah, whatever issues we are having, they will be cleared up soon enough. I'm sure they're happening on both ends. It does happen during these long days of production, but as we do check here, we have a
Bomb located by attackers.
bomb located. Decimate, that's exactly what they need to start off the round. It's good to always know where you're playing. So we are enjoying that so far. We are going to worry a little bit about how fast they can get onto this. A Spiker clearing out the verticality on this one, and we need to see more of that, more angles being taken. I feel like we've seen him on both sides of the coin, defense and attack, clearing out floors. And I guess the main question is now is, where is their execute going to come from? Because I don't think they have the tools necessary to break into these right now.
No, they don't. I don't know. I mean, they have Thatcher and they have actually they don't have pocket EMPs. I thought they did, but maybe Benz can get over there into the kitchen to be able to take these out. Actually, you know what? I don't even think that hatch is electrified. So they need either Ace or Thermite to get over there and get that hatch open if they want to make some sort of play off that. But it seems like they're kind of doing their own thing. That would have been a Yana probably going down Blue Hall, getting that kill onto AMC. Valkyrie's not too bad to lose because, you know, she just throws her cameras down and that's basically the end of the utility. So at least she got that down, and, you know, it would have been a lot worse if they killed somebody else. Spiker is just doing his thing. Deity holding that Blue Hall. Hatches, I think, are being opened. I think the church hatch is being opened, or the room right outside church. Wow, that's how cool. Oh my goodness. I didn't even get to see any of that. Straight drop down hatch, and that gets the final kill there. Wow. That was fast.
A very, very good take coming from Decimate there, and their ability just to say, okay, we just have to go now, and they pull the trigger on the play, they get all the kills, they get it flawlessly, and it's not the start we wanted to see from Outlast Black. And I think I'll just come back to the very same thing I was saying before, that if you can pick agents that can hold areas, corridors, and use smokes, use fire, use Capcan, stuff like that, and just make them hesitate on a play because of your utility, I think that will always work well in your favor. So I think the lack of that right now for Outlast is a little bit worrying for me, but they do have Cade, and I think there is some plays that can be made. But how do you feel about their setups, because they're not changing?
No, they're not changing like the setup, or it seems like the operator picks it all. It's like the teams pick up like the exact same comp. So maybe there was just one thing that they didn't do last round. on the side of Outlast that maybe like just one thing, just like, oh well, this would have worked if we got this one thing done, but it ended up not being done. So they must be very confident in these picks, and they just need to be able to execute it properly in order to, you know, make it work. Oh my God, Spiker just knows where the enemies are going to be beaking from. That is crazy. Kronk gets taken down. That is really unfortunate that they had to lose a member of their team so fast. But I imagine just Spiker he just knows. Like he knows where all the common spots are. You have to check them, right? If you don't check them, then it's going to end up costing your life. Common Valkyrie cam spots. He knows where they are. He's just this is what you call an educated player right here. A player that really knows what he's doing. Has plenty of experience in the field, and he's already making a push towards the site.
Yeah, push towards the site, and a great start overall. Just, they do get another one there as well. Fens opens up, empty low. Could look like another flawless if they continue like this, but Foresight's not going to let that one happen regardless of his health. He's going to take that trade, going to take that angle, will get taken down. Spiker takes another, empty low. Jatols and Amzi need to go big here to try salvage something from this round, and the health's looking so good on the side of Decimate. It looks like it is heavily in their hands to clean this one out. They're going to try.
Oh,
doesn't quite get the angle on that one. The C4 ain't going to do what it was meant to, and Jatols swinging corners, trying to find heads. Nothing yet. They found the bomb sites, and all in favor of Decimate.
Yep, Decimate really proving their worth here. They're doing it for sure. We still have a lot of utility left still to be played for the side of Decimate. There's only 2 players left on Outlast, and they have 0 of their utility left. Valk has no cams, we got no nitro cells, but we still have plenty of flash grenades, claymores to be used, and I think that might be able to secure the round here. But maybe not. Maybe the gunfights are just gonna work for Outlast. Maybe it could work 2 versus 1. Outlast, it's all up to Jolts. What can he do? He has that
Jatols.
Oh, Jatols, okay. He has
I got the phonetics.
Okay. That AUG is pretty powerful here, so it could be just enough to take it out. Oh, but he brings out the Magnum. What's he gonna do with it? Oh, but he was flashed. Too bad. Spiker gets another kill. I think Spiker's up almost to 4 kills now. 4 kills, 0 deaths.
Yeah, very, very comfortable there, and we do have some questions to ask about the future of Outlast right now, because they're not finding they weren't finding it the way they wanted it to, and yeah, it's a little bit scary, a little bit shaky, but Outlast, their setup, there will be some changes coming in this time. Azami, Warden, Jaeger once again being picked up, but Doc this time around for Kronk, an interesting change-up.
Yep. Doc still has that 1.5, and he's able to heal his team, which is a very, like rare thing in this game to be able to heal at all. So, I mean, we've seen a couple times where there's plenty of time left to play in the match when some of their teammates have low health, so maybe they want to focus on just, you know, maybe making sure everyone's topped up, I guess. But we'll see how they do it here as they play Gym Master Bedroom. So Azami, you know, we've seen Azami. Warden is something we've seen, not a lot in this last game, but common pick just overall in general. But yeah, maybe a little bit more of a diverse operator pick would, you know, be able to help out last year, but who knows?
Yeah, as we see Spiker there going for the shot that he went last time, not going to get it onto Kronk this time around. That was 1 in a million chance there, but they'd read that one correctly. And I guess I'm going to ask you, in the terms of DecimateGG, what are they doing right that's putting Outlast Black in this position?
I think being able to, yes, they're aggressive, but they're not being aggressive for no reason. Like, they have the information to be aggressive. They know they can push to these certain specific places, like, as much as they want, because they have, like, you know, the information from drones or from cameras or whatnot. Like, it's not all about just rushing in with no information and just, you know, shoot, kill. It's like, yes, that works sometimes, but I think the way that Decimate's doing it is that they're rushing in, shoot, kill, but they have the information to know exactly where the enemies are going to be, what utility they're going to be facing. And, you know, it's just, they're using educated predictions on the enemies instead of going in blind. And they're taking their time too. As much as like they are aggressive and they rush, they still have like, you know, like a few seconds here and there to just, you know, bring their thoughts together and figure out what they want to do and then execute it like perfectly.
Yeah, and they are executing it really well right now, picking up 2. Ampty manages to trade 1 back, but still a 2-man advantage. Focal opens up onto Kronk and takes another. Deity and Ampty, the last 2 remaining. Just Deity left, and he will get headshotted as well. And once again, once they pull the trigger, it's very, very quick coming from Decimate, and they look like they're poised to take this one and go against HK Rebels in that final with such a dominating performance.
Yeah, as you can see, like when they walk into site there, it's not like he's walking in and he's looking at every single corner like, oh, where's the last one going to be? Is he here? Is he here? Is he here? It's like they know exactly where they're going to be coming from because of these educated, you know, call outs, and they're going to be, you know, on cams and being able to make calls for their teammates. So it's not a guessing game for them. They know what they're doing. They're not just, you know, winning fights or, you know,
Defenders, protect
being
your bombs from
the ones that got lucky or whatever. Like it's very obvious to me that they're communicating very well.
Communicating well, playing well, landing shots, and this is probably the Decimate that was on map 1, as map 2 looked very Outlast Black favored. A bit of a comeback from Decimate, cleaned up by Outlast, back and forth, but map 1 did have a 7-4, I believe it was. Trying to recall what was type 2 was, because we didn't see round 1, but Decimate looking much stronger this time around, and he flawless his last game as well, so they definitely have that star power available to them.
Yep, 7-4 on Villa. And we are now, all the way after that first game, we are now brought to game 3, and Decimate is looking good. Wow. Outlast did prove themselves that they can perform in high tense situations, but now it's looking like Decimate wants this game so bad that they don't care how Outlast plays. They want it, and they're going to take it. Spiker's down already. That is not good. Spiker is a star play of their team right now. Spiker is down. It looks like I can't even tell where that is. I think that is... Oh, he's still outside. He must have got spawn peeved. They're going to have to make a play to be able to pick him up if they want to be able to reliably frag this round.
Yeah, especially with the operator that has been selected by Spiker. They kind of need that on that entry to get something, but it doesn't look like anyone's going to be in the position to actually find them. They don't really want to go towards it. They're very scared of it. There's no one going to be able to retrieve that one. Does manage to get up though, just about, but 3 people go low because of it, and 1 kill. But look at those health bars, they're dwindling, they're red, they're scared, and that's a real worry going forward, as Ampty does manage to clean one of them up, and Fens looking to find the angle here, not finding it just yet, but Decimate, their weakest round so far.
Yeah, low health like that is a huge threat, especially when there's still nitro cells on the board and when there's still impact grenades available for the defenders to use. So they better watch out here, because any sort of stray bullet can just end Spiker or Focal. They need to be able to, you know, take out these floors safely. Because as we can see here, yeah, like Foresight's ready to just go, ready to just fire back. As soon as like he gets exposed, he's ready to just, you know, respond immediately. He's not sitting in a corner waiting. He's taking action.
Yeah, Jatho's gonna find something here, moving around. Not a lot of information to work with right now, and this is where you kind of need to find the agent that can find you this information, because it's like James Bond without the information, without the brains, without the powers right now, as they're just going in blind and they don't want to go 0-7. So yeah, they do need to find something here soon. And what do you think the answer is going to be here?
I think the low health disadvantage Decimate has isn't going to be able to be much of a problem for them. They proved that they're able to do this, and Spiker especially can clutch up in situations and really like provide for his team. So I think maybe at the end of this, Decimate will find some way to be able to clutch this up. Yeah, Fens gets Kronk. There's only 10 seconds left, but Spiker does fall. That is unfortunate. Arrow is getting the diffuser down. That's on. Oh, but he gets off the diffuser, but he sticks it again, but because he knows that Foresight's pushing.
Absolutely insane.
Wow.
From Foresight there, pushing, landing, crosshair placement, perfect, stopping everything in its tracks, and even turning around to reload, knowing Everyone's dead, but I've still got this one. Don't worry about his teammate right in front of him trying to help us going, you killed everything? Everything's gone?
Yep, and as you can see, that's really important too, because we saw that Cade was able to like back up his teammate there. That's why like it's really important to not just like reinforce whatever walls you see on site, because they had some rotates in that arsenal wall there. So Cade was able to just swap over and get in there quick to be able to back up his teammate, and that ended up leading to a kill. So that could have, you know, he could have got shot in the back there, but Jolts was able to grab. Sorry, is it Jot?
That's holes.
Okay, yeah, he was able to get in there and really support his teammate. That's why it's important to, you know, understand why you are reinforcing certain areas and why you're making rotates in other areas.
Yeah, having the phonetics is always good when it comes to these games, and you do learn them over time. But Jolts just sounds better to me. I'm going to ask him later just to change the name.
Change it just for only for Game Rogue.
Just for Game Rogue, yeah. Become what is it, Outlast Jolts? Yeah, that's a nice ring to it.
Yeah.
Jatol sounds like a rapper name from the 90s, like on Ja. But nonetheless, we are going to have a look at what they want to do here. This is the important bit for me, is you've gotten a round back. That's important. Do you have the momentum to keep swinging it, though? Do you have the momentum to keep it going, keep it building, and stay strong in this situation? Because if they start to fall behind now, if they lose a round here or there, it could just be lights out for them, as the mental gap might be too much. Decimate can happily shrug off a 1 round, but 2 or 3 in the favor of Outlast, that could really shape up the second half.
Yep. For sure, I can definitely get behind that. Look at this crazy little angle here. This is actually, I'm gonna have to try this in my games. You can just get a little hole up in the top of that garage, and then you can defend almost that entire outside area that leads into the gym bedroom site. Because there's so many windows up there, right? Oh, and he catches one. Kronk, he sees him. Oh, 1 tap is all he needs. Focal gets taken down. I'm sure Focal's not happy about that one. That is a lot of utility they just lost there. Ace's Selma charges are completely out of play now, so, you know, it's only up to Thermite to be able to get into that hard breach on the Jacuzzi balcony, which they already have open.
They do already have it open. It's like they're looking for something through the roof and won't find anything just yet. Decimate once again on this attack, but they've already lost. Vocal there will fall, and yeah, it could open up really, really quickly here for a nice quick take if they can just get into the right positions. The clubhouse is one of those ones where if you start to take space, you start to take it all, and Spiker will take another. Fens will take it as well. That brings them to a lead now in a very, very quick succession. And Decimate, the double kill for Fens, but it's a 1-for-1 and 3-for-1 as well. Spiker, that's illegal.
This is why he's the best. This is why he's 8-2.
Illegal round. Illegal. Shouldn't have happened.
This is just, see, that's how powerful it is. Like just having any sort of communication with frag grenades. Like, yeah, you can throw them blindly and they'll work sometimes, but if you have like communication and you can just like yellow ping and not, you know, make just not, you know, red ping and give away the position, they just yellow ping and they're just sitting there. It's just the easiest kill ever. Like, frag grenades need to... Yana is picked way too much. They just need to take frag grenades off Yana, and maybe she will get not picked as much. She's just... I've never not seen a Yana so far. It is getting ridiculous. I think those frag grenades are a little bit too much.
Yeah, Ayana has been meta dependent for 8-9 patches, maybe.
Yeah, and like nobody's even using her Gemini. It's like like she's not even being used as she was built to be used.
Just frags. That's all it is. Just frags. But if it works, it works, and that's how you have to do it. And regardless of how you feel about it, if that's what works, you just take it as it comes. So yeah, Ayana will remain a stalwart in the meta for now, and hopefully in the future they will look at that and change things up. But as long as it stays that way, I don't really see a problem with them continuing to force this style. And 4-1 so far. Decimate looking good, looking strong. A little bit of work still to be done, but they should be able to clean this one out easily enough and head into that grand finals. And they were our second seed, I believe, as well. So I'm more than happy to see them go all the way.
Yeah, I think Decimate would definitely prove is definitely have already proven themselves to be one of those top tier teams. So now we have, look, check this out. Spiker just gets right in there. He just takes Kronk out. He doesn't even drone. Like, there was no information given at all. So that's what we talked about earlier, a little bit like the not as droning as much, just the way the meta's been shifting a little bit. Just being able to get in quick and you know, use your aggressiveness as a to your advantage. So that's crazy. He just gets in there and then, you know, hold angle for a little bit and just hope somebody walks by, and it usually ends up working out. So very risky to go in there without a drone, though. You never know. Anything could be around any corner. We're still waiting for some sort of actual action to go on here. So walking into CC, Vocal is using Selmas on unreinforced walls. Just maybe get another angle onto Cash.
Trying to
But
find something, but what can you find in these kinds of situations? Because you do have to worry about what's coming forward at all times, and this is a very sketchy round overall. Not finding enough off the bat. Kronk will fall, but I still think they need more. They need more activated to get them where they need to be.
yeah, like Neo knows how strong those Kiba Bears can be, but Foresight just does not care. He takes him out right to the head. Those Kiba Bears can go crazy, so it's really just frag grenades are powerful, but it's worth it to get, you know, use them to get rid of those Kibas.
Clear
They'll
out
have a
what
couple
you can.
Kibas left.
Worry about the
Thermite.
rest later on. Ooh.
That, yep, Jacuzzi Balcony does open up now. So I'm not too sure if the bathroom wall is reinforced or not. It is, okay. And then there should be a rotate on the right. Yeah. So this is where it gets a little dicey here. 3 versus 3. The pressure is on. He catches a little glimpse. Fence almost connects there. Needs to get a little bit of backup from his teammate Arrow here. They're making call outs. See, things are coming in. Flashbang goes in. That's going to probably give him an opportunity to be able to push in here. Take some sort of control oversight. They push in, but it wasn't enough. Oh my god, Fans gets 2, but he gets traded by Foresight. It's down to a 1v1 now. Foresight has the health disadvantage. He hears the diffuser being planted. He's going to have to make a play on Focal here. There's not much time left, but Focal jumps off the diffuser, but it wasn't enough time. Foresight knew where he was. He heard the audio cue. He went right for him, and yeah, there it is right there. Outlast is going to take that round.
Very cleanly too, and a bit of a shift in time, but we do have that swap coming in now, so we might see fortunes change as it goes on. And what are you expecting to see now on the other side when Decimate do go to that defensive kind of play? Is Draining standing out to you with their current setup?
We've seen the smoke. We haven't seen the smoke yet from Outlast. So I think, you know, of course, smoke is really good at like just denying access to certain areas. So maybe they want to, Decimate wants to try to make some sort of play off of time. So I think maybe, you know, if there's only like 30 seconds left on the clock, you can like deny like an entire entry into site with those smoke canisters and make it so they don't have enough time to, you know, get the diffuser down. So maybe they want to do something with that smoke, but smoke is very powerful in many different ways because of his, you know, diversity of not only weapons but secondary gadgets, and the smoke canisters, of course, are great. But yeah, I think maybe they are trying to make some play based off of time management. Maybe they're going to hope that to stall Outlast into the final few seconds and then use smoke to push them off of the site to make it impossible for them to get the diffuser down, is what I'm thinking anyway. But we'll see what they're able to pull off here. The Jaeger and the Cade and the Valkyrie, very common, we've seen on defense so far. Kronk is just kind of walked up there, like didn't really, like, had to look at the windows, but like there was nothing, like there's no like drone or nothing going on. He's gonna get into like a little 1v1 scuffle here. Hopefully Kronk can you know, not let his team down here. Oh, and he doesn't. Kronk, nice headshot under Neo. He's gonna back off because he knows he has an advantage now. He's gonna have to drone it out a little bit and make sure that he's safe to walk in there.
Yeah, we'll have to find the space to work with, and opening up with that frag will change change of play from Decimate more than likely. Their defense will have to cover more angles, and that's when things start to get dangerous. When you can double peek one guy, if he's checking the wrong one, really open up. But still a lot in favor of Decimate with that 2-round advantage, and you don't want to bet against them because they're in such an advantageous position.
Yeah, and we can see a lot of droning going on here. Not something we see commonly on the side of Decimate. Whenever Decimate was on attack, they drone a little bit less, but it seems Outlast likes to have that extra information. So hopefully they can use it to their advantage here.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Getting into kitchen. We don't have any sort of... We have kitchen control, but we don't have any sort of way to, like, get the floors open reliably to be able to play vertically here. But they could eventually go for that hatch. But Arrow gets caught off guard as Ampy goes down main stairs there and takes him out. That church wall is open, and he knows there's someone on the other side. So he has to do something with that.
Attackers recovered the bomb.
It is very scary, yeah. See, like, there's not a lot you can do when there's like 100 different... You gotta walk in, you gotta make a choice, right? Especially when you don't have any drones left. You can't like see where the enemy's gonna be peeking from. You gotta walk in and just take a guess. It's gonna be one or the other, and if you guess wrong, you're probably gonna lose that fight. But Spiker takes Deity down. Deity was gonna go on a push through blue. Wasn't working. Spiker does not want that to happen. He's holding blue with his life. He needs to be able to do that for his team so they don't get flanked. Another one coming down blue. We still have Foresight up to be able to do vertical plays, but it looks like they don't do that. Oh, he dropped, and it just Spiker he knew he was going to drop. He probably had some sort of audio cue there. Kronk picks up focal. He's going to be pushing towards site. He has to make a play soon because there's only 5 seconds left on the clock. He's going to try to push straight to that arsenal. He knows there's somebody around there, but he doesn't know exactly where. So he's just trying to pre-fire, but it just wasn't enough time for him.
Yeah, it kind of just all fell apart there right at the end. Time was not in their favor, and something we have to look at the future and see if there is something they can do about that. But right now, everything they needed appeared in front of them. Decimate looking on the victory march here, not long left in this, and questions have to be asked about what they can do on this return, because they lost on their map. We also have to remember that.
Yeah, and what happened there is kind of, I think, what I predicted, right? They were going to try to take advantage of the time as defense. Like they're gonna try to waste as much time at the attackers as they can, and that ended up being what happened. The attackers lost through the time. So it seems like now they don't have... Oh no, they still have the smoke, so maybe they want to pull something off with that and maybe try to waste some more time. A zombie's being played here. So a zombie's usually played in Garage when you play this CC and cache site. So, you know, have those little tiny little angles you can get in the railings, and the way you can set up Kiva barriers, you can make even more crazy angles that the attackers have to worry about. So, you can see Kiva's going up here. This is just... I would hate this. I would ban a zombie. This is just not fun. There's any little pixel peek, and you guess the wrong spot, and you're just dead.
It's a good idea though. Like, it was a good idea in theory for the Siege to add that as an operator, but it just became so oppressive in its style that you do start to worry about where Siege will go in the future with styles like that. Pixel peaks aren't the most fun thing to play against, and they get kind of boring to watch as well, but if that's the way things are going, you just have to adapt to it. And on this defense now, Decimate, they're using it well. They're able to hold those angles and take what they need so far anyway.
Yep, the best players are always able to adapt and not just, like, you know, complain about the game, but like they need to be able to adapt to what the meta is, and really, like, it doesn't matter if you like it or not. If you want to win, you have to play to the meta. You don't always have to, but you know, it's always the best chance.
Metas are there for a reason. It is optimal play as the frag comes through, and Focal will take out Deity, Kronk will trade one back, and Neo will take out Foresight, Spiker will take out another, and it starts to swing in the favor of Decimate, but taken back once again. Just Fens left remaining. His other teammate is downed. Information to be gathered by the downed member, but it won't be enough to carry them through. So, with that being said, what do they do now? What is the idea going forward now? Because Jatholes has the ability to clutch these up. Has done it before. He's already taken him out. That is finally that taking over, and Fens with this shotgun a lot to do.
Yeah, I think the shotgun here is going to be the best play, because if you hold in that back cash room, then you're just going to let Ace Jolt's sorry,
Jatholes.
I can't. Yeah, thank you. You're going to allow him to be able to get into CC and get a free plant off. So being able to play close and having a shotgun in the situation is just so beneficial for Fens. So I think holding CC close with the shotgun is going to be the best play possible, and it does end up working out.
Yeah, Decimate take another big round, making their victory march ever so loud as it is. That defense, once again, being strong, staying solid, everything we need from them. And yeah, match point, Decimate. What can you say? They've been playing exceptionally well.
I mean, they've been able to pick their picks that are like, you know, I'm sure that they're confident with. So they're not getting too crazy with their operator picks. Like they're not picking anything like nuts, like that they're not used to. So I think maybe the way that they're picking their operators and the way they're using them is just, it gives them the full confidence they need to be able to pick up rounds.
Yeah, sometimes that is just the name of the game. Comfort can be king in some of these situations, and right now working in their favor for the moment. Still a lot to be done, but once you get this round, it's over. That's all you got to do. But after that, you have that giant, that monster, that champion sitting on the other end going, we're just watching these games, figuring you out and waiting. This is where HK Rebels will pick up information, and you have to have some good, solid game plans coming into the second one, because they'll be waiting for you.
Yep, it's got to be scary for the side of Outlast right now. Decimate is only one round away from ending it. Spiker is really proving himself here. Wow, I'm pretty sure Spiker's a sub too. But I know that he has a reputation, sure, for being, you know,
a super sub.
Yeah. So, yep, not much more you could ask out of a sub for sure, doing all that for your team. So, picking up Frost here. Frost can give a lot of intel for your team to be able to, you know, just audio cues for when people hit it, or also it's going to force people to look down when they jump into sight or jump over, you know, shields or whatever, wherever the Frost mets are. It's going to force them to look down, so they won't be able to look at you to take your head off. So, yeah, Frost is great. I think it's a good pick for Spiker, and I'm excited to see what this potential final round has in store. Trying to get, yeah, so very essential here to get these CC walls open. You want to have a safe push. You want to be able to take control of the southeast side of the map while you push towards the northwest. So it's always good to, you know, not just push from one side. We can see the teams being split up here for Outlast. They're trying, but yeah, Spiker gets right in there. He knows that they're pushing from that southeast side of the map, so he's got to answer to it. They can't just let them take control of it for free. Forsyth's going to have an issue here. He almost actually takes Spiker out. He knows, Spiker now knows that they're playing a long angle, so he's probably just going to stay back and wait and try to play more of a passive and wait for them to come in. Because, again, they're defending. They don't need to push. They need to wait for Outlast to push. So, Jolts is getting in there, getting some information for his team. Oh my god, Fens killed Forsyth with a C4 and almost takes out Ampty to go with it. And then Deity responds and takes Fens out. He did not like that at all.
No, he did not like that one at all, and we'll have to keep an eye on that one as it goes. But great start, just what they wanted, and it is a 1-for-1 in the end. So a little bit back and forth, but not long left in this. Counting down the seconds as it gets closer and closer to that danger zone, where we might see things shape up more in favor for Outlast Black. They can start to get that push in. Kronk opens up and does get something, but it's a dangerous one to be playing at this level and not feeling confident in your play.
No, you have to feel comfortable here, like, or else you're just going to throw it. Outlast needs to be able to step up here and just do what they need to do, and it almost works out for them. They were up a man on a 4v3, but now it's back to 3 versus 3. Actually, you know what? One of them was down. Indeed, he was down, and he did get finished off. So back to Decimate. Decimate's got to be feeling so good here. They still have Mike. We haven't seen almost any action with the Evil Eyes, so maybe it might come down to a plant situation where the Maestro Evil Eyes will be able to secure this round, because it's not something that's going to be expected from Outlast, because we haven't seen much of it yet.
We haven't seen much of it at all, but we do have a 3 versus 2.
15 seconds left.
Have to see how the rest of this round goes, but it's looking good so far. They do manage to take out another one. Kronk does fall all down to Jatol's last member remaining and will get taken.
There it
Defenders
is.
will take it, and Decimate, they take the map, they take the series, and they will be facing HK Rebels in that final.
That is crazy. Decimate definitely deserves this spot, facing to go up against HK Rebels. You gotta be feeling good now. They gotta be feeling great. Spiker is just, check this out. Let's check Spiker's score real quick. Just 12 and 5. Like, he's doing so great. He's such a consistent player. It's just, I wouldn't, like I've said this 100 times, I wouldn't want anyone else on my team. He's doing good. If anybody can take down HK Rebels, it's going to be Spiker, and it's going to be the team that is just the most confident, because you got to have confidence going into HK Rebels, because you know the threat that they pose to you.
Yeah, they're a very, very scary team to play into, and we do hope that there is someone that can take that title away from a team that is so dominant so far in the HK Rebels with their back-to-back-to-back, looking for the back-to-back-to-back-to-back. So, yeah, we're going to go to a quick break. We're going to break down some more of that game back in headquarters and see if we can get the read, same as HK Rebels, who were probably watching that one. So, let's go and have a quick break. We'll be back very, very soon with some more Grand Finals Siege. Chat soon.
I'm zoning, I'm spaced. I'll take these meds to the face now. Drink till I black, hear your voice with the hey wow. I'm zoning, I'm spaced. I'll take these meds to the face now. Drink till I black, hear your voice with the hey wow. I just made it, you never thought I could do it, proved you wrong. Countless fucking reasons we ain't get along. Still looking at my page, but don't hit my phone. Bitch, I did it, I'm at the top. She was at the after party, so she is an afterthought. We was traveling all around the globe, and I know you wish you still stuck around, oh no. I was thinking about you, but you were way too far away. Why'd you go away? I said, why'd you go away? I have nothing left to say. I have nothing left to say. I'm stuck in my ways. I said, I am on my way. I'm too lost, don't know what I'm on. Without you, I'm gone. I'm just way too numb. So I'm on the way. 100 missed calls from yesterday. I contemplate picking up the phone and make another mistake. So gone in space. I don't think I'll be the same. Don't come back when I have fame. At least I'm left with you to blame. Honestly, can you see what you've done to me? Like honestly, how could you move on from me? I proved you wrong, and I lost it all. Like when I left, I lost control. It's all your fault, I'm on my own. Tell me what's going on, what's in your head? I miss your voice, miss you in bed. Constant text you left on red. I'll never see your face again. I'm too lost, don't know what I'm on. Without you, I'm gone.
So what about us? We been chillin' laid back in a whip all black, tryna smoke some. Let the way we gotta act, hate the ways you react when we get done. Baby, just relax, I'ma keep us intact, we gon' have fun. We gon' have fun. So what about trust? Went from riding in the biz, now I'm riding with my friends, now it's all gone. That you're here till the end, no more seeing you again, you've been so wrong. I don't know where you been, baby, we could get it in, don't move on. Move on, don't move on. Put me on blast, one side of the story. You don't wanna hear me out, cause you loving the glory. Thought I saw your true colors, but my vision was blurry. Forever lasts forever, but you left in a hurry. Say you wanna get drunk, make love. I just wanna take drugs, have fun. Put your body in a Maybach and Ralph Lauren. We could get wild, we don't gotta stay boring. Summer so sweet, California. Cause girl, you know me and I adore ya. We could make peace, don't make me more ya. You may be evil, but I adore ya. So what about us? We been chillin' laid back in a whip all black, tryna smoke some. Let the way we gotta act, hate the ways you react when we get done. Baby, just relax, I'ma keep us intact, we gon' have fun. We gon' have fun. So what about trust? Went from riding in the biz, now I'm riding with my friends, now it's all gone. That you're here till the end, no more seeing you again, you've been so wrong. I don't know where you been, baby, we could get it in, don't move on. Move on, don't move on.
Honestly, if you want to continue to be petty like this, go for it. Keep ignoring my calls. Keep denying every single text I ever sent you. Because I'm done. This bullshit over and over and over again, I'm so sick and tired of it. And you just don't understand. But that's fine, I'm used to being second place.
I tried and tried and tried, no matter all the times you lied. I cried and cried and cried, then it took me late into the night. When I lost it, I lost it, I lost it again. You're calling, I'm not shit, I'm off one again. If I'm honest, you were toxic, just to me you're dead. steady. I know that the pain is feeling heavy, but I'll be by your side if you let me. Feeling like a doctor, I'm just losing all my patience, and I really, really miss you. I can't even start to fake it. But my mama always told me you gotta fake it till you make it. But you've been on my mind, and I really can't take it. No. Say you gonna run away, but you meant from me. And I'm caught in my emotions, but you're not sorry. You said that I'm not right for you, and now it haunts me. Wish I was your ride or die. You lied, now I'm free. Run away from giving you all my time. I've been trying to find a way to run away. I've been tired of finding ways to hide, so now I need to run away. You've been lying, you got me dying inside, so now I want to run away. The back of my mind, the only place I can run and go escape to. Gotta find my escape now. Got me tired of the beat down, but I'm smiling through the pain and I'm crying for a change, cause my head got me spinning round. Lost control and I'm falling for you. Gave my all, but now I ignore you. All the things I had in store, yeah. Now I gotta run away. Tell me to leave, but I'm wanting to stay. Riding solo while I skirt through the race. Sipping straight out the bottle, ain't no need to chase. And I got all these problems that I need to face, but I'm gonna run away. From giving you all my time, I've been trying to find a way to run away. I've been tired of finding ways to hide, so now I need to run away. You've been lying, you got me dying inside, so now I want to run away. The back of my mind, the only place I can run and go escape to. I'm zoning, I'm spaced. I'll take these meds to the face now. Drink till I black. Hear your voice with the hey, wow. I just made it, you never thought I could do it, proved you wrong. Countless fucking reasons we ain't get along. Still looking at my page, but don't hit my phone. Bitch, I did it, I'm at the top. She was at the after party, so she is an afterthought. We was traveling all around the globe, and I know you wish you still stuck around, oh no.
Oh, I saw you fucked it up. Ever since you left, all I knew was to run my money up. And now you see I'm coming up, got it on my own. I was down bad on my ass, and I can find a happy home. Yeah. Promise I won't bother you. No sense ain't calling you. Don't know why I would fall for you. I should've offered you. Baby, I can't talk to you. I'm just not comfortable. Baby, you're not lovable. You fucked it all up.
I'm zoning, I'm spaced. I'll take these meds to the face now. Drink till I black. Hear your voice with the hey, wow. I'm zoning, I'm spaced. I'll take these meds to the face now. Drink till I black. Hear your voice with the hey, wow. I just made it, you never thought I could do it, proved you wrong. Countless fucking reasons we ain't get along. Still looking at my page, but don't hit my phone. Bitch, I did it, I'm at the top. She was at the after party, so she is an afterthought. We was traveling all around the globe, and I know you wish you still stuck around, oh no. I was thinking about you, but you were way too far away. Why'd you go away? I said, why'd you go away? I have nothing left to say. I have nothing left to say. I'm stuck in my ways. I said, I am on my way. I'm too lost, don't know what I'm on. Without you, I'm gone. I'm just way too numb. So proved you wrong. And I lost it all. Like when I left, I lost control. It's all your fault, I'm on my own. Tell me what's going on, what's in your head. I miss your voice, miss you in bed. Constant text you left on red. I'll never see your face again. I'm too lost, don't know what I'm on. Without you, I'm gone. I'm just way too numb. So I'm on the way. 100 missed calls from yesterday. So I contemplate picking up the phone and make another mistake. I'm so gone in space. I don't think I'll be the same. Don't come back when I have fame. At least I'm left with you to blame. So what about us? We've been chillin' laid back in a whip all black, tryna smoke some. Love the way we gotta act, hate the ways you react when we get done. Baby, just relax, I'ma keep us intact, we gon' have fun. We gon' have fun. So what about trust? Went from riding in the biz, now I'm riding with my friends, now it's all gone. Got your beard till the end, no more seeing you again, you've been so wrong. I don't know where you been, baby, we could get it in, don't move on. Move on, don't move on. Put me on blast, one side of the story. You don't wanna hear me out, cause you loving the glory. Thought I saw your true colors, but my vision was blurry. Forever lasts forever, but you left in a hurry. You wanna get drunk, make love. I just wanna take drugs, have fun. Put your body in a Maybach and Ralph Lauren. We could get wild, we don't gotta stay boring. Summer so sweet, California. Cause girl, you know me and I adore ya. We could make peace, don't make me more ya. You may be evil, but I adore ya. So what about us? We've been chillin' laid back in a whip all black, tryna smoke some. Love the way we gotta act, hate the ways you react when we get done. Baby, just relax, I'ma keep us intact, we gon' have fun. We gon' have fun. So what about trust? Went from riding in the biz, now I'm riding with my friends, now it's all gone. Got your beard till the end, no more seeing you again, you've been so wrong. I don't know where you been, baby, we could get it in, don't move on. Move on, don't move on.
Honestly, if you want to continue to be petty like this, go for it. Keep ignoring my calls. Keep denying every single text I ever sent you. Because I'm done. This bullshit over and over and over again. I'm so sick and tired of it. And you just don't understand. But that's fine. I'm used to being second place.
I tried and tried and tried, no matter all the times you lied. I cried and cried and cried, then it took me late into the night. When I lost it, I lost it, I lost it again. And you're calling, I'm nauseous, I'm off one again. If I'm honest, you were toxic. run away, run away. From giving you all my time, I've been trying to find a way to run away, run away. I've been tired of finding ways to hide, so now I need to run away, run away. You've been lying, you got me dying inside, so now I want to run away, run away. The back of my mind, the only place I can run and go escape to. Run away with me when you're ready. What I gotta do to keep it steady? I know that the pain is feeling heavy, but I'll be by your side if you let me. Feeling like a doctor, I'm just losing all my patience, and I really, really miss you. I can't even start to fake it. But my mama always told me you gotta fake it till you make it. But you've been on my mind, and I really can't take it. No. Say you're gonna run away, but you meant from me. And I'm caught in my emotions, but you're not sorry. Said that I'm not right for you, and now it haunts me. Wish I was your ride or die. You lie, now I'm free. Run away, run away. From giving you all my time, I've been trying to find a way to run away, run away. I've been tired of finding ways to hide, so now I need to run away, run away. You've been lying, you got me dying inside, so now I want to run away, run away. The back of my mind, the only place I can run and go escape to. Gotta find my escape now. Got me tired of the beat down, but I'm smiling through the pain and I'm crying for a change. Twist my head, got me spinning round. Lost control and I'm falling for you. Gave my all, but now I ignore you. All the things I had in store, yeah. Now I gotta run away. Now I gotta run away. Tell me to leave, but I'm wanting to stay. Riding solo while I skirt through the race. Sipping straight out the bottle, ain't no need to chase. And I got all these problems that I need to face, but I'm gone. Run away, run away. From giving you all my time, I've been trying to find a way to run away, run away. I've been tired of finding ways to hide, so now I need to run away, run away. You've been lying, you got me dying inside, so now I want to run away, run away. The back of my mind, the only place I can run and go escape to. I'm zoning, I'm spaced. I'll take these meds to the face now. Drink till I black. Hear your voice with the hey, wow. I just made it, you never thought I could do it, proved you wrong. Countless fucking reasons we ain't get along. Still looking at my page, but don't hit my phone. Bitch, I did it, I'm at the top. She was at the after party, so she is an afterthought. We was traveling all around the globe, and I know you wish you still stuck around, oh no.
Oh, I saw you fucked it up. Ever since you left, all I knew was to run my money up. And now you see I'm coming up, got it on my own. I was down back on my ass, and I can't find a happy home. Yeah, yeah. Promise I won't bother you. No sense in calling you. Don't know why I would fall for you. I should have offered you. Baby, I can't talk to you. I'm just not comfortable. Baby, you're not lovable. You fucked it all up.
I'm zoning, I'm spaced. I'll take these meds to the face now. Drink till I black. Hear your voice with the hey, wow. I'm zoning, I'm spaced. I'll take these meds to the face now. Drink till I black. Hear your voice with the hey, wow. I just made it, you never thought I could do it, proved you wrong. Countless fucking reasons we ain't get along. Still looking at my page, but don't hit my phone. Bitch, I did it, I'm at the top. She was at the after party, so she is an afterthought. We was thinking about you, but you were way too far away. Why'd you go away? I said, why'd you go away? I have nothing left to say. I have nothing left to say. I'm stuck in my ways. I said, I am on my way. I'm too lost, don't know what I'm on. Without you, I'm gone. I'm just way too numb. So I'm on the way. 100 missed calls from yesterday. I contemplate picking up the phone and make another mistake. So gone in space. I don't think I'll be the same. Don't come back when I have fame. At least I'm left with you to blame. Honestly, can't you see what you've done to me? Like honestly, how could you move on from me? I proved you wrong, and I lost it all. Like when I left, I lost control. It's all your fault, I'm on my own. Tell me what's going on, what's in your head? I miss your voice, miss you in bed. Constant text you left on red. I'll never see your face again. I'm too lost, don't know what I'm on. Without you, I'm gone. I'm just way too numb. So I'm on the way. 100 missed calls from yesterday. I contemplate picking up the phone and make another mistake. So gone in space. I don't think I'll be the same. Don't come back when I have fame. At least I'm left with you to blame. So what about us? We've been chillin' laid back in a whip all black, tryna smoke some. Let the way we gotta act, hate the ways you react when we get done. Baby, just relax, I'ma keep us intact, we gon' have fun. We gon' have fun. So what about trust? Went from riding in the biz, now I'm riding with my friends, now it's all gone. Got your beard till the end, no more seeing you again, you've been so wrong. I don't know where you been, baby, we could get it in, don't move on. Move on, don't move on. Put me on blast, one side of the story. You don't wanna hear me out, cause you loving the glory. Thought I saw your true colors, but my vision was blurry. Forever lasts forever, but you left in a hurry. You wanna get drunk, hey love, I just wanna take drugs, have fun. Put your body in a Maybach and Ralph Lauren. We could get wild, we don't gotta stay boring. Summer so sweet, California. Cause girl, you know me and I adore ya. We could make peace, don't make me more ya. You may be evil, but I adore ya. So what about us? We've been chillin' laid back in a whip all black, tryna smoke some. Let the way we gotta act, hate the ways you react when we get done. Baby, just relax, I'ma keep us intact, we gon' have fun. We gon' have fun. So what about trust? Went from riding in the biz, now I'm riding with my friends, now it's all gone. Got your beard till the end, no more seeing you again, you've been so wrong. I don't know where you been, baby, we could get it in, don't move on. Move on, don't move on.
Honestly, if you want to continue to be petty like this, go for it. Keep ignoring my calls. Keep denying every single text I have ever sent you. Because I'm done. This bullshit over and over and over again. I'm so sick and tired of it. And you just don't understand.
steady. I know that the pain is feeling heavy, but I'll be by your side if you let me. Feeling like a doctor, I'm just losing all my patience, and I really, really miss you. I can't even start to fake it. But my mama always told me you gotta fake it till you make it. But you've been on my mind, and I really can't take it, no. Say you're gonna run away, but you meant from me. And I'm caught in my emotions, but you're not sorry. Said that I'm not right for you, and now it haunts me. Wish I was your ride or die. You lie, now I'm free. Run away from giving you all my time. I've been trying to find a way to run away. I've been tired of finding ways to hide, so now I need to run away. You've been lying, you got me dying inside, so now I want to run away. The back of my mind, the only place I can run and go escape to. Gotta find my escape now. Got me tired of the beat down, but I'm smiling through the pain and I'm crying for a change, cause my head got me spinning round. Lost control and I'm falling for you. Gave my all, but now I ignore you. All the things I had in store, yeah. Now I gotta run away. Tell me to leave, but I wanted to stay. Riding solo while I skirt through the race. Sipping straight out the bottle, ain't no need to chase. And I got all these problems that I need to face, but I'm gonna run away. From giving you all my time, I've been trying to find a way to run away. I've been tired of finding ways to hide, so now I need to run away. You've been lying, you got me dying inside, so now I want to run away. The back of my mind, the only place I can run and go escape to. I'm zoning, I'm spaced. I'll take these meds to the face now. Drink till I black. Hear your voice with the hey, wow. I just made it, you never thought I could do it, proved you wrong. Countless fucking reasons we ain't get along. Still looking at my page, but don't hit my phone. Bitch, I did it, I'm at the top. She was at the after party, so she is an afterthought. We was traveling all around the globe, and I know you wish you still stuck around, oh no.
Oh, I saw you fucked it up. Ever since you left, all I knew was to run my money up. And now you see I'm coming up, got it on my own. I was down bad on my ass, and I can't find a happy home. Yeah. Promise I won't bother you. No sense ain't calling you. Don't know why I would fall for you. All the shit I offered you, baby, I can't talk to you. I'm just not comfortable, baby, you're not loving me. Fucked it all up.
I'm zoning, I'm spaced. I'll take these meds to the face now. Drink till I black. Hear your voice with the hey, wow. I'm zoning, I'm spaced. I'll take these meds to the face now. Drink till I black. Hear your voice with the hey, wow. I just made it, you never thought I could do it, proved you wrong. Countless fucking reasons we ain't get along. Still looking at my page, but don't hit my phone. Bitch, I did it, I'm at the top. She was at the after party, so she is an afterthought. We was traveling all around the globe, and I know you wish you still stuck around, oh no. I was thinking about you, but you were way too far away. Why'd you go away? I said, why'd you go away? I have nothing left to say. I have nothing left to say. I'm stuck in my ways. I said, I am on my way. I'm too lost, don't know what I'm on. Without you, I'm gone. I'm just way too numb. So and texts you left on red. I'll never see your face again. I'm too lost, don't know what I'm on. Without you, I'm gone. I'm just way too numb. So I'm on the way. 100 missed calls from yesterday. So I contemplate picking up the phone and make another mistake. I'm so gone in space. I don't think I'll be the same. Don't come back when I have fame. At least I'm left with you to blame. So what about us? We've been chillin' laid back in a whip all black, tryna smoke some. Love the way we gotta act, hate the ways you react when we get done. Baby, just relax, I'ma keep us intact, we gon' have fun. We gon' have fun. So what about trust? Went from riding in the biz, now I'm riding with my friends, now it's all gone. Got your beard till the end, no more seeing you again, you've been so wrong. I don't know where you been, baby, we could get it in, don't move on. Move on, don't move on. Put me on blast, one side of the story. You don't wanna hear me out, cause you loving the glory. Thought I saw your true colors, but my vision was blurry. Forever lasts forever, but you left in a hurry. You wanna get drunk, make love. I just wanna take drugs, have fun. Put your body in a Maybach and Ralph Lauren. We could get wild, we don't gotta stay boring. Summer so sweet, California. Cause girl, you know me and I adore ya. We could make peace, don't make me more ya. You may be evil, but I adore ya. So what about us? We've been chillin' laid back in a whip all black, tryna smoke some. Love the way we gotta act, hate the ways you react when we get done. Baby, just relax, I'ma keep us intact, we gon' have fun. We gon' have fun. So what about trust? Went from riding in the biz, now I'm riding with my friends, now it's all gone. Got your beard till the end, no more seeing you again, you've been so wrong. I don't know where you been, baby, we could get it in, don't move on. Move on, don't move on.
Honestly, if you want to continue to be petty like this, go for it. Keep ignoring my calls. Keep denying every single text I ever sent you. Because I'm done. This bullshit over and over and over again. I'm so sick and tired of it. And you just don't understand. But that's fine. I'm used to being second place.
I tried and tried and tried, no matter all the times you lied. I cried and cried and cried, then it took me late into the night. When I lost it, I lost it, I lost it again. And you're calling, I'm not shit, it's just some of one again. If I'm honest, you were toxic, just to me you're dead. doctor, I'm just losing all my patience. And I really, really miss you, I can't even start to fake it. But my mama always told me you gotta fake it till you make it. But you've been on my mind and I really can't take it, no. Say you gonna run away, but you meant from me. And I'm caught in my emotions, but you're not sorry. Said that I'm not right for you, and now it haunts me. Wish I was your ride or die. You lied, now I'm free. Run away from giving you all my time. I've been trying to find a way to run away. I've been tired of finding ways to hide, so now I need to run away. You've been lying, you got me dying inside, so now I want to run away. The back of my mind, the only place I can run and go escape to. Gotta find my escape now. Got me tired of the beat down. But I'm smiling through the pain and I'm crying for a change. Twist my head, got me spinning round. Lost control and I'm falling for you. Gave my all, but now I ignore you. All the things I had in store, yeah. Now I gotta run away. Tell me to leave, but I wanted to stay. Riding solo while I skirt through the race. Sipping straight out the bottle, ain't no need to chase. And I got all these problems that I need to face, but I'm gone. Run away from giving you all my time. I've been trying to find a way to run away. I've been tired of finding ways to hide, so now I need to run away. You've been lying, you got me dying inside, so now I want to run away. The back of my mind, the only place I can run and go escape to. I'm zoning, I'm spaced. I'll take these meds to the face now. Drink till I black. Hear your voice with the hey, wow. I just made it, you never thought I could do it, proved you wrong. Countless fucking reasons we ain't get along. Still looking at my page, but don't hit my phone. Bitch, I did it, I'm at the top. She was at the after party, so she is an afterthought. We was traveling all around the globe, and I know you wish you still stuck around, oh no.
Oh, I saw you fucked it up. Ever since you left, all I knew was to run my money up. And now you see I'm coming up, got it on my own. I was down bad on my ass, and I can find a happy home. Yeah. Promise I won't bother you. No sense ain't calling you. Don't know why I would fall for you. I should've offered you. Baby, I can't talk to you. I'm just not comfortable. Baby, you're not lovable. You fucked it all up.
I'm zoning, I'm spaced. I'll take these meds to the face now. Drink till I black. Hear your voice with the hey, wow. I'm zoning, I'm spaced. I'll take these meds to the face now. Drink till I black. Hear your voice with the hey, wow. I just made it, you never thought I could do it, proved you wrong. Countless fucking reasons we ain't get along. Still looking at my page, but don't hit my phone. Bitch, I did it, I'm at the top. She was at the after party, so she is an afterthought. We was traveling all around the globe, and I know you wish you still stuck around, oh no. I was thinking about you, but you were way too far away. Why'd you go away? I said, why'd you go away? I have nothing left to say. I have nothing left to say. I'm stuck in my ways. I said, I am on my way. I'm too lost, don't know what I'm on. Without you, I'm gone. I'm just way too numb. So I'm on the way. 100 missed calls from yesterday. I so
another mistake. I so gone in space. I don't think I'll be the same. Don't come back when I have fame. At least I'm left with you to blame. I honestly, like honestly, can you see what you've done to me? Like honestly, honestly, how could you move on from me? I proved you wrong, and I lost it all. Like when I left, I lost control. It's all your fault, I'm on my own. Tell me what's going on, what's in your head? I miss your voice, miss you in bed. Constant text you left on red. I'll never see your face again. I'm too lost, don't know what I'm on. Without you, I'm gone. I'm just way too numb. So I'm on the way. 100 missed calls from yesterday. I contemplate picking up the phone and make another mistake. I so gone in space. I don't think I'll be the same. Don't come back when I have fame. At least I'm left with you to blame. So what about us? We've been chillin' laid back in a whip all black, trying to smoke some. Let the way we gotta act, hate the ways you react when we get done. Baby, just relax, I'ma keep us intact, we gon' have fun. We gon' have fun. So what about trust? Went from riding in the biz, now I'm riding with my friends, now it's all gone. Got your beer till the end, no more seeing you again, you've been so wrong. I don't know where you been, baby, we could get it in, don't move on. Move on, don't move on. Put me on blast, one side of the story. You don't wanna hear me out, cause you loving the glory. Thought I saw your true colors, but my vision was blurry. Forever lasts forever, but you left in a hurry. You wanna get drunk, make love. I just wanna take drugs, have fun. Put your body in a Maybach and Ralph Lauren. We could get wild, we don't gotta stay boring. Summer so sweet, California. 'Cause girl, you know me and I adore ya. We could make peace, don't make me more ya. You may be evil, but I adore ya. So what about us? We've been chillin' late.
Hello, everybody, and welcome. We finally made it to the grand finals of the Game Rogue April Fool's Gold $1,000 tournament. Sater is still here with you, but I'm joining him this time. My name is Happy, and I'm incredibly to be here to bring the grand finals to you. It is a wonderful best of 5 coming up between two teams who have fought their way through quite a gauntlet to get to this point.
Yeah, quite a gauntlet indeed, and we've seen some amazing siege so far. HK Rebels very, very dominant in their games, and that kind of does get a little bit scary as it goes on because they're looking for their 4-piece. They're going back to back to back to back, and there has to be someone that can dethrone them at this stage. And you've obviously seen some of these teams before. You've had your idea going into these. Is there anyone that stands out in your mind that on either team that's going to be the difference maker this time around?
Well, usually when we watch HK Rebels, I noticed typically that if anybody has a massive takeover of the game, it's normally very well distributed. But I mean, JetCon's always the person that I look to when it comes to
JetCon's not here.
One player on. Oh, JetCon's not here. Okay,
Subbed.
well, I haven't gotten to watch them then. So yeah, there you go. That's
so there's a chance. That's what I'm hearing. Because if JetCon's your star and JetCon's not here, there's a chance.
Well, I mean, it's not even like that's just if you had to tell me one person, I normally would point out JetCon, but anybody on this team can step up. And so, are they still playing with who were there? Was it TK and Cheese? Are they still playing with TK and Cheese?
Yes, Cheese is still here. TK is still here.
Right,
yes,
gotcha.
they're the two subs that are in for today. So yeah, some great teams, great ideas going forward as well in the way they were playing, and we've had a really good look at what they'd done before in their previous maps. Bank was picked. Don't let them get Bank ever. It's just it's not one you want to play on. But as you see, they did get through quite cleanly. They did drop one game to Silly Geese over the course of it. So HK Rebels coming in very, very strong. On the other side, we do have Decimate, who they did really, really well as a second seed. They went fairly clean through most of it. Outlast did take their map off them, though, and they were close games overall. But Outlast Black are one of those teams that are incredibly strong, and they're my favorite, bar obviously HK Rebels being everyone's favorite. My dark horse is Outlast Black. I absolutely love the lineup they have, and Kronk is one of my star players. Kronk and Time is my favorite thing out of Game Rogue. But other than that, Decimate did take it. It didn't look incredibly comfortable, but they got over the hurdle, and good mental fortitude got them there. So I'm really looking forward to seeing if they can bring that into the kind of idea of you're playing against the best. It's like you're 3 times around. So they have a really, really big now. So really looking forward to seeing if they can.
Yeah, but something to note as well is that in one of those championships that HK Rebels won, they had to beat DecimateGG to get there. However, there was definitely a different Decimate roster. They had a couple players that they have since switched out. I believe TK actually used to play with that DCM roster, and now I think they have Ariel. They have a I've forgotten. Oh, I forget. But It was Arrow. Never mind. Not Ariel. Arrow. Yeah. Arrow is in now for DCM, and he's kind of stepped in instead. And they've made roster changes since the last time, at least we've seen these two teams face off in Game Rogue. And so it's going to make it more interesting to see, because this is a matchup that has some kind of history. And we're talking so much about, how many times that Game Rogue has been won by HK Rebels. Well, in one of those times, it was DCM, the team to lose in grand finals. You mentioned it.
Bank.
It's Bank. You said don't let him get Bank, and they let him get Bank.
Yeah, we're going to start on Bank. DCM going for Clubhouse. That is something they're very comfortable on. Straight back over to a ban for Villa, ban for Border, Chalet, Oregon, and Theme Park Decider. But with Bank going through immediately, I already see the 1-0 in my mind. So if they don't break the mental here, there could be a very, very tough lineup for DCM to get through the rest of it. And with Clubhouse being their pick, they did look a little bit shaky on it. There was moments where I was like, they are not sure on their executes. So that worries me a little bit. Swapping over to Chalet, HK Rebels, I've seen them play it twice. Incredibly comfortable. So, but like we can always say, when we're talking about like the champions versus the underdogs, you can always say they look comfortable on everything. It's their comfort is fine. It's them making them uncomfortable. It's them making these decisions to go, we know how they like to play. We need to find the correct operator to counter that, make them uncomfortable, make them make mistakes, and we got to capitalize. So as good as HK Rebels are, it's up to DCM to come forward and go, no, we're not going to let you play the way you want to. We're going to change the pace of this. And that's what we have to see from them at the beginning.
Yeah, we're going to need to see a really phenomenal start from Decimate, because, well, as much as it is a best of 5 and there's a lot of Siege left to play on the day, if you come out of the gates flat, you're going to get destroyed on Bank by a team like HK Rebels that is so confident on that map. And so you really need to come out of the gate strong and at least bring the fight to HK and make them a little uncomfortable and think, okay, maybe, assuming they can win that map, not necessarily easily, but HK Rebels, very good on Bank. Decimate, not necessarily phenomenal on it, though I'm sure they're very confident in it. They chose not to ban it out, but they need to at least bring the fight to them. Once again, they have to make it uncomfortable so that going into those future maps, they can really make HK feel like, oh, we might not have this super handedly. If it's a dominant map 1 victory, I think that momentum just carries HK out through the rest of the series. But if Decimate can at least make it close in this first map, then it's going to be a bit more difficult for HK Rebels to take the whole thing in a quick fashion. And speaking of this first map, we are finally into it. It's Bank between HK Rebels and DecimateGG to start off our best of 5 grand final.
Yeah, so the bans we're expecting, I'm expecting Nook, Solus, Myra. They're my tree. They're my tree always banned. The attackers, you can go any other way. We have seen a couple of Ying bans, so we might see that one coming through, but Nook should be the first one taken away here, unless HK Rebels want to play, and they will take away the Ying. They're more scared of Ying than any other team, I believe.
I know a lot of teams who definitely don't like playing into the Ying. There's been a lot of Ying bans in my experience, at least with T3 as of late, especially on maps like Oregon, but Bank's another one of those because sites that have heavy hatch executes, like Bank Basement, like Oregon Basement, and even like some of the sites in the middle floor on Bank as well, you will see a Ying banned at least decently frequently because those Candelas, you just chuck them down the hatch and then you can drop. That makes it so much easier to get down the hatch because the hardest part about getting down the hatch is actually the process of when you're flying in the air, or I guess falling is a better word for it, but when you're falling down, you can't really fight back so easily. So Ying negates that, and it's so easy to get them into the site if you just chuck them down a hatch that's right into the objective. So that's why you see Ying banned so many times on these kind of maps. Nook is eventually taken off the board, though. Like you said, it was going to go, and it did go. So Ying, Nook into Solus and Valkyrie. I feel like it's always at least one of those two, Solus and Valk, getting taken off of the board. In this case, we'll see both of them go, as those will be the 4 operators. We're not going to be seeing any action from through this map, but it's relatively normal bans. Ying's only been popular as a ban at least somewhat recently, but for the most part, nothing too crazy in terms of operators that have gone in terms of operator bans.
Why are you letting Myra through? You know HK Rebels like to play it as well. I feel like that's the one that needs to be taken away, and yeah, they're going to get the Myra first time around. Information is going to be gathered very quickly. We also see my other favorite on the defense, which will be the Capcan. So I'm already liking HK Rebels, but this is their map. This is what they're known for. There's not a lot of teams out there that you will see and go, you cannot let them play here, but HK Rebels Bank is definitely one of them.
Yeah, and that's just a sign of being a phenomenal team as well. But this initial strategy is already standing out to me. The operator lineup that Rebels have brought here, bringing both Oryx and Vigil, along with a Capcan too, who's someone who can play relatively loosely. You've got pretty much 2 characters or 2 operators that you're bringing to just say run around and kill people, and then the next 3, the only live util they have is their C4s. Rai, Reverse, and JetCon, as it looks like Reverse is actually in this time. JetCon is back, so they've changed up their substitutes this time. It's not TK and Cheese. JetCon has come back, and it's Reverse stepping in for the, I believe it was recently retired 5th member of HK Rebels. So Reverse going to be in this one, a very high-level player, one of the best players in Tier 3. But already off to a quick start is Spiker, the professional stand-in for Decimate, is already deep into dirt and threatening server control immediately.
Yeah, coming into this, I didn't have much of an idea of who Spiker was. Obviously, I hadn't seen them play before. And you said professional. Definitely showing up as a professional. Some of these rounds that have just been absolutely taking over. So definitely one of those strong players right now as fans. Looking to find an angle onto someone. Not finding anything just yet. Vocal will take out Reverse immediately though. And a good start for Decimate. That's what we wanted them to see, as we do see Aero.
Yeah.
Currently with the vision. Anything standing out to you right now?
No, they're just kind of taking their time. Decimate is very good in terms of this roam clear. They're just droning in, checking the map they can take advantage of, and then just taking all that area they have available to them. And all of a sudden, 1 versus 5 for Rai to work his way out of is Mira. He's going to need to pull off a miracle in order to get out of this situation, but Neo is not going to let him do just that. Decimate do start things off strong, about as strong as you could start things off. A flawless round for DecimateGG as we come into HK Rebels map selection, something we said that they should not take Rebels to. However, at least off that first round, it's looking like Decimate very comfortable so far.
Yeah, that's a really, really shocking start for me. I was just like, this is going to be a quick 7-1 or like a 7-1, 7-0. HK Rebels is so good on Bank, but they come prepared, they come ready, and Decimate. Yeah, I'm just really, really looking forward to how they're going to go for this one. There is some questions of concern. HK Rebels such a good defensive side, Decimate such a good attacking side. Maybe stylistic wise, Decimate do have something here, and I'm just as surprised as I say everyone else is with the current score. But if they can continue like this, keep their momentum, if they take this map, never mind just winning like with just a nice score line or holding it, if they can win the map, that changes everything.
Excuse me. But yeah, if they can somehow make this work, DCM, or I mean, whoever is able to make this work, as in getting just the first map, puts you at such a massive advantage, because if you're HK Rebels, you're just starting off really strong, business as usual in terms of what you do in Game Rogue, but if Decimate are able to win this first map, then all of a sudden it's like, huh, well, they're winning the map that we wanted to go to more than any map in the pool, save for the one that we banned and the one that they banned, which they do also like Skyscraper, which was what Decimate banned in that one ban they had before anybody was able to pick anything, but it definitely seems like they like Bank just a bit more. But based off this first round, and coming into the second as well, Decimate are just clearing the roam incredibly quickly. All they have to do is drone things out, spot where HK Rebels are, and then they allow the Rebels to take the gunfights into them, which is why I think it's so strange that last round the gunfights went really poorly for HK, but that's exactly why. I was going to say, I don't know why they're bringing a Warden if they're not winning the gunfights last round. That was what the issue was. They took the fight to DCM, and they lost the fights they took, but the Warden is actually a pretty good selection, it would seem, as Reverse is going to remove Neo from the picture early on and make it a one-player advantage for HK Rebels in round 2, and Vipoa is going to make it a two-player advantage.
Yeah, Vipoa opening up there and taking another, and this is the bank we expected to see from HK Rebels. This is what we wanted to see from them. Nice quick pace, making sure they're not taking any space, and Decimate. They got first round. It's not over yet. They still have the opportunities to go forward. Spiker trying to find a way in. There is opportunities here for them to take some space, but I'm kind of worried about the setup coming through from Decimate here. I'm not the biggest fan of it right now. Diana also falling so early is kind of worrying. It's one of those ones you kind of want in the last two. It has that clutch factor to it, but yeah, just get your information, try find an angle you can work with, and then you might see something happen. But right now, I love the sounds of explosions and smokes and everything going off, because you just know it's going to get spicy in the next 10 seconds.
Oh, and speaking of which, exactly as you said, in the next 10 seconds, a plant is going down, but not for too long, as it's shut down quickly. Focal is able to step in for one kill, though, so it's not too terrible. This one was found as well by Spiker, and he's actually going to get another one, too. So 2 versus 2. Could be another opportunity of putting this plant down, trying to deal with those long angles in from the B side first. Anyways, shots coming from the garage. A smoke can is going to go out as well, as the smoke bullet from Focal should make this a relatively simple plant, but C4 still on JetCon. He's going to have to do it pretty well, and he does! His teammate's been knocked down, but it's fine. Effectively a 1 versus 1 between he and Focal, but he's running away. Wanting to finish his Focal, and he gets it, and then he gets a headshot on JetCon too. A beautiful 2 versus 1 from Focal, as he finishes off the down player, so more like a 1v1, but he still wins it out so cleanly, and Decimate are not going to falter in these first 2 rounds, as they make it a 2-0 lead, and as good as the Rebels started that one off, a 2vx clutch situation from Spiker and Focal is beautiful to watch.
Yeah, so there was some subs coming back in there onto HK Rebels. They got rid of Cheese and they bring back JetCon, and then Reverse coming in as well, so
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused
yeah,
by attackers.
it's an interesting kind of change to swap up the players now, but I guess it is Grand Finals and they need to do so.
Yeah, I mean, if you run that first basement site twice and it doesn't work either time, even after, you know, you're able to start that second round off with so many good opening picks, you do have to kind of make some switch. Go to your secondary bomb site, because your primary is not working out at the moment. It is kind of just HK Rebels trying to do a little bit too much. They're giving fights to DCM when they just don't have to. Like in that endgame situation just there, they had so much good plant denial. JetCon probably shouldn't have been that exposed to most of the angles he was exposed to at the very end. Granted, it was hard to find any safe haven because of how many holes they had made in their defensive setup, but still, after getting that C4 kill, you gotta excuse me, you have to try and play around your C4. You get that kill on the planter, and then you should be able to play relatively cleanly, but you have so many C4s in that instance. You've got to try and keep those players towards the site so they can just play for plant denial, rather than having to try and swing Decimate. Feels like the Rebel strats are too heavily focused on winning gunfights, and they haven't been winning them handily enough to win either of these first 2 rounds, as they both go Decimate's way. Coming in round number 3, defensive site change, we'll have to see if that's going to work out for them.
Yeah, the side change might change things up here as they are making space. They're getting into the right areas, but Decimate. They need to find the shots. They need to find the actual heads of HK Rebels, and they've started off well on this one. I'm looking forward to seeing if they can continue this form as Vipoa will open up onto Aero. That is ace down. That is a big pickup nice and early, and it is going to kind of halt the aggression that might come out from Decimate. I do like them on attack, and they do seem really strong, but they need to get a little bit faster on it right now, I think. With time constantly ticking away, you have to be worried, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, you're always worried about the time. At this level, you're very cognizant and aware at all times. This burnt turkey's gonna get one and onto Fens. And I thought for a second that the player we were spectating there had gotten a kill, but not quite. It's not meant to be in turkey. What a phenomenal couple of shots he's hit this round. And, well, if you flush out the last situation, and that looked pretty tough, this one looks even tougher, but they're not going to win that one out. Neo, in a 1 versus 5, made it 4, but couldn't do any more. Reverse gets that kill and claims to be him in the chat as he gets the first round for the HK Rebels.
You know the old adage of the no way you're coming back from that one, C9 tweet? I feel like that might be happening right now to Decimate, where it's just like you got a 2-0 lead. There's no way that HK Rebels are coming back from that one, and they just turned that round on its head so fast. It just seemed that like there was this moment of hesitation coming in from Decimate where they halted for a second and went, wait, what are we doing again? And everything just fell apart really quickly, and HK Rebels picked it up. They kept running with it, and they found the angles, and they seem to have this second sense of where they would be. But on this defense, a bit of a change. Doc coming through for Rai, and the Burn Turkey and Rai combo. Whenever them two link up with any sort of combos, I feel like HK Rebels have a much better idea of what they want to do.
Yeah, I think that definitely seems to be the case for me. And well, if there's been any bright spots so far for the Rebels, I would claim it's Vipoa. 3 rounds in, 4 kills for him, and it's been a pretty solid start to the match as DecimateGG are starting solid themselves as well. It's 4 kills from Focal as he and Vipoa are sharing the top of the scoreboard on both sides of the scoreboard. Sharing the top in terms of the scoreboard in terms of like when looking at both kills. They're tied for the most kills in the server. That's a better way of putting it. As Rebels are now actually going upstairs. They don't want to try their luck on the basement floor once again. They want to go to the top floor because, well, that basement site really didn't go too well. So, presuming this is their tertiary bomb site, if this one doesn't go well, they'll probably then go back to basement, and then they'll have the opportunity to go to open area once more. So, it's going to be interesting to see how this site works out because they're not really holding too extended. They've got a lot of the players inside the site itself, which isn't what you often see on this objective. Now, you do have one towards elbow, one to elevator as well, but it's still like, it still feels like it's a little bit too close. I don't know if anybody's underneath for them either. So very much just trying to anchor this site and hold tight on the objective itself are the Rebels this round.
Yeah, holding tight angles, and they do need to like bunker down, get into the trench, and win those aim duels. I think that's the most important thing, is winning those 50-50s, getting into the right positions. And Neo right now looking around, trying to find something. Nothing found just yet, but it's a great spot to be in because you can see those sites, you can see those areas where you do need to get that defuse. So yeah, it's a good start here from Decimate. I'm liking it so far. As we do see a bit of opening damage onto Aero. They're finding some chip, and that's not bad, but here comes the peak. No, Burn Turkey will take out Neo. That will be the first of many this round, as I feel this is going to be one of those rounds where everyone meets in one corridor and it just explodes.
Yeah, honestly, it wouldn't shock me, but in that case, it might be the windows this time, as there were so many people on the windows from Decimate, but it's actually Fens who's able to get the kill. Don't believe he was on the windows, as there's only Spiker left. All of his friends have chosen to go elsewhere, and now he too will choose to go elsewhere as well. He's not really a big fan of the window pressure anymore. You've done all that you can. You've exerted on all the pressure that you really can onto the site through those windows, but Focal is going to be the one to swap over there and try and make sure nobody can easily rotate through, leaving somebody there as you push in to make sure they can catch out anybody who gets a little too comfortable on the site and over-focuses, hyper-focuses, if you will, on one angle is a crucial aspect of these top floor attacks on Bank. And we're about to get into a big 4-on-4 execute, but it's a 3-on-4 right before they go for the execute, as Spiker's going to change the man count in favor of Decimate right before they push in. Vipoa with a trade, and then another trade as well. Spiker gets one back, and the plan is going down.
Yeah, the plant is going down. Great positioning here from Decimate and good trades, but it's Spiker once again. Triple kill opening up, and he just takes everything he needs, and that is absolutely brilliant round from Spiker there. And yeah, just that guy. That's all it is, just being that guy.
Yeah, he just steps in, intervenes, and makes the difference at the end of that round. And again, Decimate do a really good job posturing outside of the site and just waiting for HK Rebels to take those fights. It's been an issue when they went to the bottom floor and then again on the top floor. HK Rebels getting far more aggressive than they needed to be in those situations. As you saw two people pushing into the hallway right outside Janitor, not for no reason,
Defenders,
but
protect your bombs
kind
from
of
being defused
a
by
little bit
attackers.
over aggressive. At least if I was in their shoes and I had done that, I would have been shaking my head like, what was I thinking there? That was just not the play. But, you know, getting over aggressive is what Rebels can do so well at times. But in this case, it's kind of being used against them. Decimate seem to know exactly what to expect from this Rebels roster in terms of how they're going to get aggressive, what angles they're going to get aggressive on, and it's been so effective so many times. And we're not seeing much adaptation from the Rebels. They're still running a similar lineup, though I do like the addition of JetCon here, playing that smoke, making sure that he'll have the opportunity to delay that plant and delay time late in the round should he live to actually get the opportunity to delay late in the round, which is what they struggled with last time. They had the Goyo, but the Volcans didn't really do too much to delay the attack. So this time, you're going to run the gas canisters, which are much easier. They don't delay for as long, but they're much easier. You just throw them where you want to. You don't have to expose yourself to any risky angles or whatnot. So JetCon is just going to try and run that. I like that adaptation, but still running 3 operators where most of the value comes from the gun. It's going to be pretty interesting to see whether or not they win those opening picks this time around.
Yeah, those opening picks, the most important part of it so far, I think. But we do see an Amaru will go for that first engage, possibly. But I'm going to sit back for just a second. I'm going to try and get some information before they go for that rush. But I'm liking the idea from Decimate. Their aggression has worked for them before. First comes in, not going to find anything just yet, but they've definitely heard something on that side. They have to have that inkling that something could be happening. Speed, though, name of the game. Information gathered. They know what walls are gone. Vipoa gets chunked. No way this works.
Neo's just walking up on them, and there was one at the top of that staircase, and there's still somebody towards Janitor, but actually no, they've moved out of Janitor and towards the top of Skylight Square, but I think he's not there either. So confusing, this state in the round. It's like ships in the night the way Neo has no idea that he's got somebody just around the corner, at least I think so. They might have fallen off their angle though. So Neo now going to push forward off of the intel given to him by the Dokkaebi cameras. Speaking of cameras, you know, could have hit that one a little bit quicker, but the Dokkaebi phone calls are going to do a great job at displaying exactly where the defenders are. But what a play that is from reverse. Picks up the phone, says no thank you, hangs up it real quick so the audio doesn't point him out, and then catches Neo as he comes around the corner. Fens was already killed earlier too, so 1 minute and 10 seconds left, and it's just not going to be easy for Decimate.
No, it won't be easy, but you can't doubt them just yet as they are finding these spaces and they are trading back. They're going for that 50-50, but not finding any chip just yet. Spiker looking to swing around this one soon. Arrow getting chunked and swapping to that pistol. Needs to get the reload in. Will take it, but it's worrying and they're losing these 50-50s and they're just not quite sure what's going on. The drop available will try to hop down. The smoke's starting to dissipate a little, but they have to be careful about those. I don't know where they go from here. There's not enough time left to make a reformed push, but Spiker will take out Rai, so there's something going there. They will meet up. They will try and get something going. The wall will be charged on, and it's scary looking from here with that smoke coming through, right?
Oh yeah, very much is, and this is why the smoke selection in this round was such a good pick. The gas canisters can pretty much shut them out for until they've got about 5 seconds left, and because Arrow's holding a flashbang, instead of trying to get the plant down, he's waiting even longer, and now he won't be able to plant really anywhere, but he can plant behind the bomb chassis. This might be swingable because of all the holes that are opened up though by HK Rebels. It's tough to swing, but they still swing it anyways. JetCon and Vipoa will close that one out as the 1-2 punch of HK Rebels does a phenomenal job at concluding that round in their own favor. They're finally able to get some luck to go their way on the basement objective, and now where do they go? They're actually going to their 4th site. They actually, no, never mind. No, it looked early on like they had picked Archives, but they're not going to Archives. They're going back to Staff and Open because this is the site they know they can do a pretty good job on. So why wouldn't you go back here? Hopefully making it 3-3.
Yeah, evening it up on round 6 would be great for HK, and with a map so heavily favored for them, it's surprising that they're on the back foot, but this should be a take that they're more used to. I think this is probably the most default, I would say. I'd love to see the major stats on the bank and see what the kind of default is.
I would
for
say
them.
I would say basement is normally the typically ran site. If you're talking about like default site that you would normally attack the most.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, at least historically, it's always been basement. At the moment, I'm not sure. Maybe statistically, it is open. At least in this tournament, it might be open, or NA Tier 3, I'm not exactly sure. But in my experience the past couple of years, Bank has always been default, and you always see them kind of execute similarly to what happened in that last round, where you just go in server, break the wall open after taking over map control, and try and plant in that default plant spot right on the other side of server. So that's the one where you have the most formulaic to it, but Open has a lot of different options they could go for, so it's honestly open area. It's a very open book, if you will. You can do a lot of different things as defenders or attackers, but it normally involves taking the vertical control and then trying to work your way either into A or B, whichever one you're feeling at the moment. But yeah, it is like you are right in saying that it's commonly run, so they'll have a good idea of what they want to go for here.
It's just in EU I see a lot more of Open than anything else. I know when Wild are stuck on it, they don't really like playing it, as Wild is an Irish org. I do watch them a little bit more than I should watch any other org, but I do watch them. But if they're on bank, they usually play open. They like the open play. So
yeah, it's a popular set.
Yeah, I think basement, it's so tested that it's easier to make adaptations on a site that's less tested. I think it's easier for you to try and read something and get more information in that open. So we'll see how it goes as the rounds go on, and we'll see when HK Rebels are on the opposite what Decimate want to defend on. But we do see a nice take from them already, taking out Spiker as well, the star player for the team, so that could change it. But it's a well-known fact that when you die in any game like this, you become the IGL and you call everything, so you don't have to worry about movement anymore or aim or anything like that. You're not thinking about yourself, you're just calling, and that could also be a boon to them. But you can't call a headshot from behind as Jekon takes out Aero, and it's starting to all fall apart. But Neo wants to do something for his team, and it goes back to a 3-for-3. A bit of chip done onto Neo, but more than comfortable on Diana. Will get the defuse down, and they will open up. It will go back again though, but information will be handed over. It's such a scrappy round.
Oh, it's such a scrappy round, and it leaves Fens in a 2 versus 1. Has an idea that one's upstairs, but as for the other, pretty much couldn't guess. But knows that Archives is a likely candidate, and that's exactly where Burnt Turkey reveals himself to be. And as he moves through, he takes off Fens' head. Just absolutely merciless with the NX Storm coming through the rotate hole. And as he moves into small office, it is anything but a small impact on that round that he has. And Burnt Turkey gonna cleanly make that half a 3-3. And we were talking about it before the show. Bank is a map that can go either way. So neither team is super disappointed by this. It can be attacker-sided, it can be defender-sided. It's one of the more attacker-sided maps relative to the others. But so in that sense, you're maybe a little disappointed if you're Decimate only getting 3, but I'm sure you're still happy. But you're also probably a little disappointed if you're HK Rebels starting off this slow on the map that you've played so well so many times before.
When you're comfortable on a map and it goes to a 3-3, and every other time you've played it, you've maybe lost one round, that does sit in the back of the brain a little bit. It's that mental of, this shouldn't be happening. This is meant to be our bread and butter. This is our like strongest map. What's going wrong here? And DecimateGG, they are a very good squad, and Spiker coming through 7-4, doing very, very well. So I think it's just a matter of, now that it's swapped, kind of putting your presence onto the map, showing people why it's your map, and getting insanely aggressive. And I know for a fact that Vipoa and Burnt Turkey are those kind of like spawn peak merchants. They are those players that do like to get really aggressive. So I think that could open up a bit of a change as we do see the drones coming through. And there was a bit of a chat the last map from myself and Happy, and we were talking about, or myself and we were talking about
Kirk. It was Kirk. You and Kirk.
Yeah, Kirk. Sorry, the other one. Too many casts today. Too many casts. Third broadcast today. We're getting through it.
So real.
But we were talking about the change to the drone meta, where people aren't really droning as much anymore. And I'd like to get your insight on it, and whether you think that that's a solid meta, or is it just a flash in the pan?
Well, I think that Yana being so prevalent in the meta means that you might not have to drone as much as you used to. You could try and replace it with the Gemini replicator and go with that. So it's effectively the same thing. But Yeah, it does feel like there are teams that definitely don't drone quite as much as they should, and I don't always love that. I feel like droning's always been such an essential part, so I'm hoping that we can see a lot. And HK Rebels definitely very much getting good use out of drones. You see Burnt Turkey and JetCon, and we've already watched about 3 or 4 people hop on a drone this time, as the drone economy is looking quite solid so far, but already looking quite solid for both sides as we go 1 for 1 immediately. Neo dead, but so too is Reverse. Vipoa definitely low though, although 8 and 4, still doing pretty well, but is going to have to be content sitting at that as he is sat down, and the smoke canister will finish him off, but a kill is found in the meantime by JetCon, so 3 on 3, and turned into a 3 on 2 by Rai. Kills left and right all around the map, and it works out decently well for the Rebels.
Yeah, a bit of chip done to JetCon, but more than comfortable in that one, taking the man advantage in a bloodbath to start it within the first minute. So it's very, very good from HK Rebels. Their attack is looking solid, but the setup coming through now. Focal and Aero, the last 2 remaining. Aero, one of those players you did speak about in the pregame, saying one of those players you do want to keep an eye on. And 1-5-1 right now, not having the hottest of games, but this could be their round to open up and put down their mark. So looking forward to seeing what their plan is going to be. Aero's going to be checking everything, but they're very, very slow on the uptake here, HK. They had a good start, but they've slowed down. They've got some info now though, so we expect to see that flash come through anytime soon and really put the pressure on.
40 seconds left. It'll have to be soon if it's coming through. It was Aero and Focal, the only 2 anchors left on the Decimate side, and they, or at least Aero, is playing very passively, not contesting too heavily on the server, but it looks like they're actually going to run into him. Flashes go down Fault Hatch, and immediately one goes down as they try to drop it. It's Burnt Turkey falling to make it a 2-on-2. JetCon gets 1, but it's traded out by Aero. And so again, a 1 versus 1 for JetCon to try and win on the basement. This time around, though, he's on the opposite side of the map. He doesn't have the diffuser. He'll have to run right at him! He breaks open the hole in the wall, but it's just perfect for Aero. Looks right at the hole just made by the Buckshotty, and the skeleton key, it was key in opening up the angle, but it was also key in giving Aero that gunfight victory as Decimate are able to win that round, and a 4-3 lead they stand at now. Unfortunate for JetCon, who has now gone 0 for 2 on the downstairs 1 versus 1 situations.
Yeah, the skeleton key opened up the wall, but they put a skeleton right into the closet. Decimate take that one handily.
Oh, that was good.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
That was good. Yeah.
You can use that next time, don't worry. You can steal that one. But yeah, no, Decimate, they take the advantage once again, and if it keeps going this way with the 1-for-1s and slight advantages, they should be in prime position to take this map, and we could see the Kings dethroned. If they take this map, the first jewel will fall, and we'll start to see a Walnir effect where the bracelets start to come next, and then HK Rebels 4 times to win a championship, incredible work. 3 times and losing on your 4th in finals, that puts down a marker for other teams to say, we can take them in semis now. We can start to be the teams to remove them from that finals bracket. And as much as I love seeing a team dominate for so long, seeing the king fall is so much more fun.
Yeah, it is definitely always a good time to watch Reigns of Terror end. For everybody who was watching Siege back in the old days of Year 2, Year 3, when I was still getting into it, when G2 Esports were the evil empire of Rainbow Six.
Don't talk about G2. No, I'm a Fnatic fan. Can't be done.
Listen, I'm a big fan of the APAC teams too, so don't worry about it. But unless you're talking about just Fnatic. Like the whole org.
The whole org, everything they do, I follow Fnatic.
Okay, yeah. Okay,
if we're talking NA, I'm a Team Liquid fan.
They were also Penta, so don't. It's not quite.
You watch APAC?
Only G2, so we don't have to say. I'm a decently big APAC fan.
Like Paper X and...
No, I'm talking about Siege.
Oh, okay. I was like, Paper X?
Valorant's different. Well, so we can talk about Valorant after the stream if you want, but...
Hell yeah.
We're still involved with HK Rebels down on their map pick. Who would have seen this one coming? We had it set in our notebooks as a foregone conclusion coming into bank. But we've got 2 minutes to go in this round, and not much has happened, but something's got to happen soon for the Rebels, or else they might be too far down to make the comeback.
Yeah, but we do hope to see as competitive as we can get here. As Checkon is definitely going to try their very best to make it competitive. Opens up, Spiker down, star player fallen, and comes down to the rest of the team to pick up the slack. But we've seen this before from them, as Focal does take Outburn Turkey, and Aero will take... Oh, it's all falling apart. Right, trying to do their best to drag this one back in, brings it back to a 3-for-3 reverse. We'll have that HE in hand, doing what they can to make noise, make space, gather info, take chip, and Decimate. I still would favor them right now. Just a little bit of a health advantage. They've got good information to work with, and more important, the operators they have can really put the hurt down.
Yeah, the ones they have remaining can be oh so influential. There's plenty of deadly guns on both sides, but a lot of good util to stall left on the side of the defense. You've got 2 gas canisters, not quite all 3, but also you have Maestro as well, who's little laser cameras, evil eyes, if you will. Can do such a good job at just stalling out ends of rounds, but Focal not going to be able to use any of his gas canisters anymore. But run up onto the top floor is Fens running into Rai. Not quite able to cleanly get that one, but still gets the kill. Focal's been knocked, but it's all coming up. Aero and his team on Decimate. Otherwise, Aero able to knock down one as well, and it's just Dr. Reverse has got a fraction of health. Somehow manages to get shot and stay alive with that little HP left on the man, but it's really not looking great. 1 versus 2 effectively, as I don't think they'll be able to rest on Focal. The fight's starting to go down, but Reverse knows that they're pushing forward onto him, knows they're going to get aggressive, but it's too many angles to watch and not enough flexibility allowed. It's just not going to work out. A valiant effort from Reverse, but Decimate go 5-3 up as well. They go through their first 2 sites and win them. If they're able to replicate that next 2 times they get those sites, then it's over. We're done. And Decimate is going to upset HK on their first map of the series.
Okay, so really quick question for you.
All right, yeah, go ahead. Shoot.
How many hours do you think Reverse has?
On the video game?
Yes, in ranked.
Oh, I'm gonna go with probably like 8,000 or something. I don't know. That seems like the rate of whatever.
No, that's 8,000 hours. That is insane. He does have 3,000 though.
You know this?
Yes, I do like sometimes to go in and check, because sometimes there's players I see the way they play Siege Tracker, and
wow, okay.
I like to go and see what kind of players
doing
are playing.
His research.
Yeah, I like to get my research on some players, because sometimes I see them playing, I'm like, okay, that is absolutely cracked, the way they're playing it, the way they're moving.
Yeah.
And some things just honestly surprise me sometimes with how good they are. But yeah, so it is 3,000 hours plus played in the game. Wow. Very, very good on the win rates, a lot of kills as well, very aggressive. And yeah, it's a headshot percentage of 63%.
Wow,
that is very good. Very, very good.
Very high, yeah. That many hours and you're, wow, okay.
Because they're the first time I've seen Reverse this time around, I was like, I want to have a quick look to see what kind of player they have recruited here to join them in this grand finals. Yeah. And very, very strong. I don't want to look at Spiker again, because the stats are really, really good. Terrifyingly
yeah, and
good.
Spiker is also in Pro League, if you did not know that, but...
I went and had a look after. He's on Parabellum.
Yeah.
Who haven't made a major yet.
No, not quite. They had a rough go in split number 1, but Spiker recently, his story was that he was under 18 and he became of age coming into this split, so already into Pro League in his first split. And Reverse is actually from Ariel Rise Academy. That's a roster that is also an underage team. They're not in this tournament, but I mean, they're still a very solid roster nonetheless, and so it makes sense.
2 prodigies then, Reverse and Spiker, the prodigies.
Exactly. Yeah, pretty much. That's kind of what the general story is. You bring in whoever you can to try and get the W. You bring in a bunch of good aimers and you put them on their guns and say, hey, have at it.
Spiker's is the word you're looking for. Zoomers.
Yeah,
high pace, able to turn corners like nobody else. Ferrari peeking left and right, leaning into these shots that like no one else. Giraffe neck is what we like to call them in the olden days, where they just stick their head into anything. Vipoa does take the body shot straight to Spiker and just says, no, you will not be peeking that angle. That is my angle, and this is where I live. And the lion does roar as Reverse goes straight in. Zoomer energy onto Neo, headshots for days. And HG Rebels, they've got a good start to this round, but we've seen these turn badly in the past.
Yeah, we've seen it go poorly before, and Aero, if he has anything to say about it, it will continue to go down. Even Vipoa is able to trade out Arrow, and all of a sudden, there you go. The Zoomer himself is going to zoom straight into the objective, clean up the last couple players who were incredibly conveniently placed for him to get a quick double kill over the course of a couple of seconds, and very, very solid round from HK Rebels to fire back. But now Decimate are going to go back down to that bottom floor, and then they can have open area open to them to pick as well. So 2 sites they've won already. Will the Rebels be able to stand up against them this time, or will Decimate take these sites again and clean up Bank in pretty much no time at all, especially compared to what we were anticipating? We'd have thought that if DCM were going to take it, that it would at least be like overtime, maybe 7-5, but they could be looking at a 7-4 if they replicate the last two times they played on the 2 sites they're presumably going to next.
Yeah, some really good opportunities here for Decimate to take it, and they have been looking very strong. And I can't like reiterate enough how much I've expected to be sitting back right now waiting for map 2. Honestly, I can't, because I saw Bank come through, and I just went, no. Like, you can't let them have Bank, and it's so shocking to me that Decimate are doing so well, and it gives me hope for the future of that dethrone, of them taking that crown, and we'll see how it goes. I'm liking the choices as well coming through from Decimate. I'm loving Castle. I like defensive styles. I like being able to set your team up, and then also the Toxic coming through as well from Focal could mean business here. But right, they've changed their tact up a little bit here with some selections.
Oh my gosh, and they're changing their tactics up as well in terms of getting in much faster than before. Arrow was able to get the first one, but a trade already, and then Arrow killed as well, as Fens is the one to die just before his teammate the Aruni did too, and they're just planting straight in the middle of lockers. They have control over the objectives, and 30 seconds into the round, actually more appropriately 35, we see a plant go down. Ryrai gonna hop out the window and flash whoever tried to push into him and then kill them too. So Neo stood pretty much no chance in that gunfight, and it's all so fast in this round, as just before their eyes Decimate the round snatched from under their noses, and Focal and Spike are the only ones who can fight back, and it doesn't look like they'll be able to do much of anything. As they move back in towards closer to the site, Burnt Turkey's gonna get a Claymore kill, and it's only left his Spiker. Yes, he's got one, but it's not gonna be more than that. Vipoa cleans him up quickly and makes sure that it's a round locked out for HK Rebels, making sure that I eat my words of saying we could be looking at a 7-4. HK makes it 5-5. And OT would seem to be on the cards, but then again, we can never really expect what's going to happen between these two.
I've seen them do this before, this blitz play. I've seen them do it once before, and I can't remember who I was casting with. I think it might have been TW. And we were both like, this is exactly what we need to see from them. Like, we were talking about, they need to get something aggressive, something fast. They need to really put the pressure on. And then as it loaded in, they swapped the blitz, and we were both just like, oh my god, they've done it. They're actually going to go and run at them and just show them exactly how to play the game. And it was so fast, so well played. But you can only do it once. You can really only do it once per game, because once it's expected, then the defense will know what's going on. But that was incredibly well played by HK, and if we do see them swap back to a more basic style, I'm enjoying. I do like seeing Dokkaebi. I think Ryrai also plays Dokkaebi quite well. I like information. I like playing that style of round, so I'm liking the choices so far. I'm hoping they don't change off it and make me eat my words, but it's an enjoyable play style, I think. I like the more information you have. HK Rebels will go for it, and Dokkaebi is one of my favorites. I love it. Every single time I see it, I will talk about it. I love it.
Yeah.
But let's...
I mean, it's a... Yeah.
Go ahead.
Fun operator to play. Yeah, thank you. Fun operator to play as well. I mean, the Mark 14 and the SMG at 12, they're super fun to play with. We already saw when the Dokkaebi was being brought earlier when they were going on a roam clear. I believe it was actually when the sides were opposite, but regardless of who it was on what side, it was still being played to solid effect. Actually, no, I do think it was that first round that Decimate had on defense when we saw somebody on the Dokkaebi and roam clear coming in off the back of all the intel they had gained so quickly, and just kind of running straight in. And actually, wait, no, I might be thinking of, forget it, whatever I'm thinking of. We've seen it played to good effect within this best of 5 already, and we're only on the first map. So clearly, an influential operator. You've got 2 of those universal info gathering operators. As you've got the Lion on board as well, also running a very strong, favorable DMR. And 2 minutes left to go on the round, and all the Rebels have done is just take that roam clear with the help of those Universal Intel Gatherers in the Dokkaebi and that Lion. Already, they're showing their influence in these rounds, and they've helped Rebels clear out pretty much all of the map, save for the bottom floor, in pretty much no time at all.
Yeah, very, very fast paced here, and I do enjoy their style of play when HK Rebels do get rolling. They've located the sites, they're ready to push, and I think Decimate have started to slow down a little bit. They're not as hot going into these, and Spiker has been kind of found out in the way that Spiker wants to play. Aero and them have started to step up though, so players like that can take something, and Vipoa will say no to that. Spiker has been found out once again, and Reverse will take another. Vipoa will take the turn. It's down to 2 remaining here. Neo fends, a lot to do, a lot to say, but they will fall as well. Neo, no health left, will get Vipoa with the 1 tap.
Okay.
Absolutely perfect shot coming out there, but in this 1 versus 4, it is inevitable that someone will clean that one up, and HK Rebels, this is what we expected from the start. It took them a while, but we're getting there.
Yeah, we're getting there. Slowly but surely, we're getting the HK Rebels we expected to get, and now they are the ones who stand on match point. As good as things looked for Decimate for so long, going up 5-3 at one point, it's been 3 consecutive rounds from the Rebels to match that. Once they realized, hey, we might actually have to go to OT for this, they really started to kick things into the upper gear, the second gear, if you will, and tried to make the difference here and now. And, I mean, they're doing it. That last round was a phenomenal execute. They completely changed the pace from that round before it as they rushed in with Blitz on round number 11. On round number 10. But then on round 11, they completely changed back to a very default standard play, and it worked just as effectively. Still left so many people alive at the end, and still won that round. And so 6-5, comfortable if you're HK now. Is definitely still happy with that, as Decimate is. I feel like, you know, they coming into this should have known that it was going to be a very good map for the Rebels, but even still, you want to say that Decimate are happy with it, but you can't only be so happy getting a close map when you really could have won the map as well.
Yeah, the opportunity was there for them to take this one, and I know they'll be kicking themselves that they didn't, but the setup coming through from Decimate is something I'm really enjoying. I do like the style they went for with the castle, with the cap can. I think there's a lot of opportunity there for them to choke out whoever wants to kind of come forward, and then you just add more on top of that. You add smoke in, and then you have a great opportunity, but that heavy push coming through, right, going for information, Reverse over the top. There's an opportunity here for HK to take it, and if they do, that would be a sting to the mental of Decimate, knowing this was going to be an easy take for them.
Yeah, and only so much of the mental on the side of Decimate can really endure. And here it is again, another tempo, and that's going to start off strong for Spiker getting that kill onto Rebels. It's not actually working out too well for the team who decided to quicken said tempo, and everything came through at once to take control of Archives and Tellers. They don't even have Archives quite yet, but it's still very fast. Only a minute. Excuse me. Only a minute in, and we're already seeing this much progress in terms of the roam clear from the attackers, but now they feel a little bottled in. They've got this room, sure, but they don't have too much else. Rai has died. They weren't able to trade on with the Focal, but the advantage will remain at Decimate's hands as Reverse is able to be taken by Neo. The flank is being watched. Vipoa, though, missing some shots. Uncharacteristic miss from Vipoa. A series of uncharacteristic misses, actually, is he'll have to just watch those Lion things go up the staircase and know that he could have had that kill. What could have been, but he's going to make sure he takes advantage of what could be right now by getting that kill on offense, but gets caught for reloading. And in the transition, it's a 3 versus 2, but now 2 on 2 as Burnt Turkey evens things out. Back again and again, back and forth. Neither team seems to be able to beat the other one here, but Jet Khan is able to make it a 1 versus 2. Can Neo clutch it out, or will HK win now?
Yeah, the Azumi has a lot to play with, but needs to get rolling on it fast. Burnt Turkey clearing out, knows that they've get into a correct position here. They can open this one up with a triple kill for Neo. Momentum on their side. 8 kills apiece. Whoever takes this takes the 9th, takes the advantage, and we will be watching them as it goes. But Oh, the corner was seen there, but they didn't spot it themselves. They're going to get a charge onto that wall. That could change things as too many angles will be opening up. Now, too much to cover. We'll step back. We'll play this one smart. Good play from Neo to watch it. And the spray comes through, and it will get sprayed back, but it does go to Burnt Turkey and HK Rebels. They take the map. Great kill.
That they do. That they do. Yeah, it was a very solid kill to end things out. And, well, we knew that Rebels were coming into this as the favorites, just in general, with their Game Rogue prowess, their prowess in the general across the Tier 3 North American scene. But even still, it looked a little shaky at the start, but they're able to shore things up at the very end. And we knew that Bank was where they wanted to play, but I don't know, man.
It was dirty. It was dirty.
If that's the number one map, like if that's your handedly, oh my gosh, we're winning this every time, and you barely win it 7-5, I don't know if that bodes super well going into the future. I still have faith in the Rebels. I know they're an incredibly talented squad, but Decimate might be cooking just a little bit, but they need a little bit more time to perfect the recipe.
It's a hold up, let them cook. Hold up, let them cook. They looked really good. And I think there was a lot of merit there for what they can do in the future. And HK Rebels, they were always going to take that map. They were always going to. But how shaky it looked and how clean they usually look to make it that dirty is a worry. Decimate are a very, very good team, and they're showing it here. I think coming to map 2, if they can continue that style and continue the form they're on, I think they could easily take 2 and 3 and make Fort very, very competitive. So really looking forward to seeing what they will do, but we will be cutting to a very short break before we get onto map 2. So everyone, don't go anywhere. This is going to be great with HK Rebels being held that close.
Honestly, if you want to continue to be petty like this, go for it. Keep ignoring my calls. Keep denying every single text I ever sent you. Because I'm done. This bullshit over and over and over again. I'm so sick and tired of it. And you just don't understand. But that's fine. I'm used to being second place. I tried and tried and tried. No matter all the times you lied. I cried and cried and cried. Then it took me late into the night. When I lost it, I lost it, I lost it again. You're calling, I'm not shit. Sum of one again.
run away, run away from giving you all my time. I've been trying to find a way to run away, run away. I've been tired of finding ways to hide, so now I need to run away, run away. You've been lying, you got me dying inside, so now I want to run away, run away. The back of my mind, the only place I can run and no escape to. Run away with me when you're ready. What I gotta do to keep it steady. I know that the pain is feeling heavy, but I'll be by your side if you let me. Feeling like a doctor, I'm just losing all my patience, and I really, really miss you. I can't even start to fake it. But my mama always told me you gotta fake it till you make it. But you've been on my mind, and I really can't take it. No. Say you're gonna run away, but you meant from me. And I'm caught in my emotions, but you're not sorry. Said that I'm not right for you, and now it haunts me. Wish I was your ride or die. You lied, now I'm free. Run away from giving you all my time. I've been trying to find a way to run away, run away. I've been tired of finding ways to hide, so now I need to run away, run away. You've been lying, you got me dying inside, so now I want to run away, run away. The back of my mind, the only place I can run and go escape to. Gotta find my escape now. Got me tired of the beat down, but I'm smiling through the pain and I'm crying for a change. Twist my head, got me spinning round. Lost control and I'm falling for you. Gave my all, but now I ignore you. All the things I had in store, yeah. Now I gotta run away. Now I gotta run away. Tell me to leave, but I'm wanting to stay. Riding solo while I skirt through the race. Sipping straight out the bottle, ain't no need to chase. And I got all these problems that I need to face, but I'm gonna run away, run away from giving you all my time. I've been trying to find a way to run away, run away. I've been tired of finding a way.
Hello, everybody. We are back from the little break as a couple of buddies in the casting booth need some time to relax their voices because allergies are not my friend this time around. And I don't know what Sater's story is, but he's been casting quite a lot from the sounds of it. So, yeah, we do need some time to relax, and the players need some time to get everything ready as well. But it seems like they were all just about ready to go, but somebody ran into some tech issues, so it might take us a little bit longer to start this map, but we will still get it started anyways. Thank you very much for tuning in for map number 2 with us. We are fresh off of an HK Rebels victory on their signature map selection of Bank, but now we're going to start to get into the nitty-gritty. The maps that Decimate wanted to go to, the maps that HK also wanted to go to, but that aren't quite as surefire as we always think Bank to be for the Rebels. So it's going to start to get more and more interesting, and we don't really know. Well, we know what we're getting into. We know the teams. We know who's talented at entries and who's the best at anchoring and such, but we don't know exactly what we're getting into. It feels like uncharted territory a bit, some of these maps between these two squads, and that's when it is really going to start to get exciting.
Yeah, so with HK Rebels taking the map as expected, but are looking so close, there is that doubt now in the HK Rebels fan base that maybe there is an opportunity for them to lose, and that's probably the most terrifying part of all of this, is that they might not win. You know, like that doubt that comes into your brain going, that didn't look so clean. And
Yeah.
it's not an indictment of Decimate in any way. It's just that HK Rebels have won everything. So where does the line get crossed on how good they are and how good are the other teams? They seem to always be just that little bit above everyone. So I guess the main thing we have to look at when it comes to what we want from them is we want Decimate to have a very clean round this time around. We want them to really show their stuff to the highest level. And then after that, we want them to kind of cut back a little bit, play it safe, and start to take some good rounds in the future. Because if they can continue playing the way they are now, they'll be an amazing team. If they can show us how good they can play their maps, that's a completely different thing. So take your maps, do what you can, be safe about it, and look confident in what you're doing, and we'll be very happy with them. I am going to throw my hat in at the start, though, and say that I kind of do still favor HK Rebels no matter what map we're on. That's kind of where I'm sitting at.
Honestly, going to this map, I'm feeling a Decimate victory. I'm not sure. Just something feels like we're going to see at least 4 maps, and I feel like Decimate put in way too good of a fight on a map that HK are way too good at for that to really kind of go unnoticed, if you will. So, Decimate, I definitely think deserve that shout. And coming into it, we do see these teams on relatively even footing, as we see the Habana banned very early on, a pretty common ban on Clubhouse. You will see it on other maps too, like maybe an Oregon or a Bank that do revolve a lot around those hatches. But Habana in particular on Clubhouse is sort of where you'll see her involved in the ban phase. And here goes that Ying again. Talk about basement sites with a lot of hatches. Well, you don't want to deal with a Habana because that makes their lives easier and allows them to flex everybody else on the new ops. And you don't want to deal with a Ying because, again, those Candelas through those hatches make your life miserable. Solace taken off the board as well. Very common to see is just the ability to take drones off the board. I know you were saying earlier that you are of the opinion that the current meta does not favor droning as much as it has in the past, and definitely there are less uses of some kinds of drones, but Solus, that is one big impact that she can have, is ruin your drone economy, take care of any pre-placed drones, deny plants perhaps, and then Valkyrie off the board as well, because you don't want the defenders to know where you are when you have no idea that they are aware of such things. And so, 4 operator bans, none of whom are too wild, too crazy, too completely unexpected, and we hop into Clubhouse after those bans.
Yeah, into Clubhouse, and Myra still leapt up, so there's something there that I do enjoy, but it won't be taken this time around. At least we do see the Ayana back again, the Yace, the Buck, the Thatcher, the Thermite, Smoke, Malusi, Warden, Azumi, and Legion. So Legion is one that I do see not work. It is something that they do enjoy playing, and I feel like it has its places, but it is a very, very unique pick in its own right. So a bit of an interesting one as we do get the opening noise gate of just explosions and stuff being built and all of that. But how do you feel about Decimate's chances now that you've seen their first lineup?
Like I said, I feel pretty good about them. I feel like they're on their game right now. Spiker as well, the kind of Zoomer stand-in we were talking about. It's sort of one thing I'm looking forward to coming into this map is the matchup of both of the Zoomer entries, if you will, as the Zoomer fraggers, I guess is a better way to put it. Spiker versus Reverse, and just kind of how that duel goes. The stand-in fraggers as well is another way to put it, because they're both not actually officially on these rosters. They've got other teams that they already play for, but they're both coming into this matchup and hoping to have big impacts. They both were incredibly impactful through that first map as well. But something I do want to ask you, but it's not really about anything like macro or anything. Oh wait, Reverse. Yes, we had some broadcast issues and we unfortunately missed it. But a nice trade back from Spiker to get Burnt Turkey. But I am curious, I just need to ask this. I've casted with somebody else who says it as Azumi instead of Azami as well. Is that a mistake, or is there like some joke that I'm not in on where Azami is referred to as Azumi sometimes?
I don't feel like I should explain it because you asked.
Okay.
I feel like you should learn by yourself. Okay. That it's just a regional difference.
Okay, then no. Well, it's not. He's from America, so I don't know. It's not like
he's been watching too much EU. We call it Azumi over here.
All right, yeah. Well, I just wanted to know if it was a, because I heard him say it so many times, and I was like, wow, he's like, I can't believe he doesn't know the operator's name. But I hear you say it, and I'm like, I just don't know that this is a thing. That's all I needed to know. I don't need to know where it comes from. We don't quite have the time to.
It's just a regional difference. The same with Nook is how everyone says it, and I say knock.
Oh, okay.
Because we don't believe words should have lines through them. It's just not needed. It's just not needed. It's a bit much.
True. Just pick a different letter, honestly.
But it's worse because it's actually part of Europe, but I'm part of Ireland, and we don't believe in lines. We have fodas. That's what we call them. They're like accents over the words. But that's just our version of things, so we do it our way. But yeah, so as we do get into the actual sieging of the Rainbow, we have HK Rebels taking a 4-2 lead to start this one, and Decimate looking a little bit lost under attack.
Yeah. Yeah, it just kind of feels like they've been moving in and losing too many gunfights, and across the map, we just kind of watch it, and it feels like the more and more fights they have to take, the less and less confident I feel in them and their ability to win this round. And it stinks because I was coming into this hyping them up, thinking, oh yeah, I feel like DCM are gonna show up and show out on this map. I think they'll have a really good showing. I'm not favoring them necessarily, but I think they will do quite well, and if I had to pick somebody to win it, I will go with them just for the sake of how they picked this. But they come out of the gates flat, but we did see that happen last map on HK Rebels' own selection, and then they proceeded to go effectively 7-3 on their next 10 rounds after losing the opening 2. So you can afford to start off poorly, as Fens and Arrow are going to have to try and end things off well, not poorly, as they need a massive clutch, and it's not going to go too well early in this clutch opportunity. They miss some shots, Vipoa gets a kill, a knockdown is found, but not quite the confirmed kill, and not around, nothing even close to it, as HK Rebels comfortable in winning their first defensive sight of back.
Yeah, very comfortable at that. That's a little bit worrying when it looks that good, but even the opening kills looked decent, so we'll see a change in tact hopefully coming true for Decimate on this attack, while we do have a Bandit coming true for HK and a Frost. So I'm liking the change up, Azumi, whatever one you want to go for. But yeah, I think the HK Rebels have a good idea of what they want to do on these, and they're well set up for it, and they're prepared for this map selection. So I'm enjoying what they're going for right now, but I think they will come to a sort of weakness later on if they continue to play standard-ish. I think they need to find something a little bit spicy for the future.
Yeah, honestly, it's a fair perspective on it. I mean, it never hurt anybody to try and throw off the strategies just a little bit, especially for HK Rebels. It helped them out so many times. Last map, there were multiple times where they would try and just run into an area of the map to get that control for themselves after recognizing on the drones that it's much more open than they would have expected, and it wasn't heavily contested. They did that multiple times on the attack. They sped things up unexpectedly, and so if they can find ways to do that on defense too, and throw in every now and again some very aggressive, effective plays, along with them just playing effectively in general, as they did in that previous round, it's going to be a very solid start to this map for HK Rebels, and could be a good start to this series as a whole, as winning the first 2 maps, especially after the first one's your pick. Okay, you win that. That's fair. We kept it close. You can't count us out quite yet. But if you can win their map pick too, after you win your own, and go already onto series point and tournament point, you're in a really good spot.
Yeah, and a really good spot is where they want to be at. More importantly, though, there is that question of mental edge when it comes to your own map, that you feel good. Like, I know myself when I'm playing Siege or Valorant or CSGO, any of the FPS titles that I play, when I'm on my map, I have that mental edge and good vibes, and I'm calling out stuff comfortably. And then when you're off your map and you're not as comfortable, your communication doesn't come as clean, and the vibe isn't as good. And it's really I think it's a good idea going forward. As the producer sending me a little message there, it's a really good one. I'm not going to repeat it on stream, but it's really good. But yeah, I think that vibe does have to come into effect, as we do see a nice hold coming through from Fens. Has an idea that there might be someone there, so this could open up into a bloodbath if they do hold it for long enough. I am enjoying I'm enjoying the way they're playing so far. I'm enjoying the way they want to play, but it all comes down, I think, to Spiker being that pro player to be the best that they are, and he does hold it. He does miss the shot, though. More important, he misses it again. No, he's got him twice. No, don't do it 3 times to him.
And
his ankles.
And he re-peeks back into it. And then he gets the damage. Vipoa managed to cross that door 2 separate times, not get shot by Fens, then re-peek the angle that Fens is still watching, and be the one who landed the shot instead of Fens, and now still doing damage as Fens hasn't hit anything, and nothing works out there for the Thatcher. Another kill for Vipoa, and it's been a flurry of kills across the board, and they're all coming up HK. It's 1 versus 4, and Burnt Turkey on the flank of Focal, and that is just a clean round, as clean a round as you'll ever see. And that makes it 2 rounds in a row that have been that way for the Rebels. They've started things off even better than Decimate started off on their attacking side on Borrigan.
We can't just glaze over that. He emoted on him. He ran back and forth over the door 3 times, and he didn't land a single shot. He emoted him. He L-danced him. Like, ankles, like everything. It was absolutely just... That breaks mentals right there, because you missed those shots. That wasn't well played. He missed so many opportunities, and that's going to sting for a little while.
Yeah, I mean, the pixel peaks can be really difficult to work around. Definitely.
The first
but
time,
at this
yes.
level,
The second
yeah,
time, no. The third time, please.
At this level, with that many opportunities given to kill someone and you didn't hit anything, it's gonna tilt you. It's gonna make a difference in the mental. You're just gonna feel like you don't have it today. And Fens wasn't... I think he was doing okay last map. I don't remember him particularly standing out, but I don't remember him being poor in his performance either, so I'm not necessarily sure whether or not he would be already kind of in the mentally disappointed category, but you know, it's still something important to point out regardless of whether or not you like talking about it, because not many people really like talking about missed shots and failed opportunities, but it's still important to point out because of the impacts it could have later on in the map.
I'm going to bring it up because I want Fens now to prove me wrong. I'm going to put the marker there to say you messed up there.
Oh, wow.
Now it is up to Fens to prove to me that they are as good as we think they are in our minds. I do think that everyone here is top tier and does deserve to play at higher levels and go up onto those big stages and go to LAN and show us up. I'd love to see it. And Fens, the marker is down now. I've called you out. You've got to show up.
Fens, are you going to let him talk to you that way? I don't know. Personally, I wouldn't take that. Personally, I wouldn't take that level of disrespect, Fens. I don't know. But
hold up, let him cook.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah, no, definitely not the greatest of things to have happened in that round, as the Maverick came so close to making a big impact in keeping himself alive. Unfortunately, he's not able to do the ladder. Does get that wall opened up, because it's much messier than it would have been with the Selma, so you know it wasn't the Ace who did it. But they're all just running in anyways. Decimate are on a mission to just run straight through, and it's gone okay, I guess. It's a 3 versus 3. Vipoa is knocked and finished off by the incendiary bolt, but it is traded out by Rai, who's able to get one more, and the proximity alarm is going to reveal his Spiker's in garage as well. So 2 versus 2, Spiker has to work his way up the rafters and start to really make an impact in the round. But JetCon and Rai have a bunch of holes opened up and some pretty solid angles to watch any entries into the site. It's mostly just going to be on Spiker. Actually, wait, no, Fens has the diffuser. He has to cross this angle, and he's able to do so well. So now Spiker, all he has to do is watch the angles, make sure his teammate doesn't go down. But Fens is hopping off the diffuse, knows he's going to get pushed, so he wants to stay aware, but isn't actually getting pushed too aggressively. They've got a C4 left on Rai as well, and it goes out and gets that kill. Fens is knocked on the ground, and it's only left his Spiker. 45 seconds left, a Dream, a Para, and a diffuser on the ground. A couple of smoke bolts and fire bolts as well. What can he make work with it? Smokes off the doorway to red, try and get through, and he does a good job of that, but doesn't have a diffuser recovered just quite yet. It's one playing around the bomb chassis. That would be Rai. Over in the corner, just trying to play behind the cash table. And all he's doing is waiting. Spiker waiting as well for some kind of swing, but it's nothing, because HK Rebels know they don't have to force the initiative. The initiative is on Spiker to take these fights. He's got the diffuser back up, though, but he wants to go for this. He's pushing straight into red, and it's a curious decision. He's got someone right here. Does he realize it, though? He needs to kill and needs it soon, but perfectly timing that movement away from the just over to the left spot he was playing. Is Rai as he moves over, scooches just a bit, and in that time he took to scooch, it was the time that the Capital needed to decide, I'm going to try and shoot, but as soon as he moved, the bullets went out and knew exactly where to look, and it's another round for HK.
Another round for HK, and they're putting down the marker right now on this map, and could be looking at a quick series if they take this one, because obviously it flips back around to HK's map after this, and I think Decimate need to go for something spicy, maybe go for a blitz, maybe pull a HK Rebels and go for that speed, but for the moment it's going to be a very basic setup, nothing too special coming out from them. And what do you think is their biggest weakness right now with the way they're playing? Is there something that's standing out to you that goes, they're just not hitting it?
I mean, it hasn't been too terrible, but in those first couple of rounds, they only had 2 kills. Now that last round, they were able to get 3, so they put in some good work in that last one. They won some gunfights, and if you give Spiker a slightly different situation, maybe he can clutch that out. But what happened is what happened. It's in the past now, and they have to try and improve in the future. but I can't say their play style, anything has stuck out to me too much. But there have been maybe a couple of coordination issues. They haven't quite been on the same page as some of their teammates, not trading out when they lose early gunfights. What? How do you let Reverse get away with that? What an amazing spawn peek! How does he get that kill? You were talking about his headshot percentage earlier. That's just going to add another one to the tally, as it's a quick kill on a spiker and not much of anything doing in the first 3 rounds from Decimate. And if Reverse has got anything to say about it, he's going to make it 4.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, that's such a nice shot. Like, what do you say? Like, it's heartbreak. It's heartbreak for Decimate to go into the 4th round and that happened. And they probably had a plan going forward. They had this whole tactical layout, and they were like, yeah, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, and then they're going to do absolutely nothing because it just falls apart. They still have the opportunity. Let's not count them out just yet, but that one sucks. There's no better way to put it. It just sucks.
No, yeah, that one stinks. You're gonna feel that one in the morning. Is Spiker did a really good job last year, especially early on when Decimate were winning rounds. He was at like 7 or 8 kills, I think, through the first maybe 4, 5, 6 maps. Not exactly sure, but HK, I mean, start things off incredibly strong here. And when you look at the top of their leaderboard, Vipoa, Reverse, and Rai particularly. But as I say his name, Fens takes that as sort of a challenge, I guess, if you will, or maybe a command, who knows. But you mentioned Rai, and then he goes down, I suppose. In that instance, my voice was kind of like the Death Note, if you will. But I also don't watch anime, so I'm surprised I even made that reference. But minute 15 seconds left to go in the round. Rai dead, Spiker dead, HK looking for their 4th round, Decimate looking for their 1st. As they went through one full site rotation already, HK, they look to do it again. They'll have to start here, but with a minute left to go and decent control, it's looking possible for Decimate. And 2 kills are going to make it even better, but Jackton actually trades it back. 2 versus 3 before they get into the site. Focal actually engaged with somebody on the bomb chassis, falls off just to come back through, but loses the fight 2v2, 1v2, and it's only left to Burnt Turkey alone towards Modo. Has to try and stop this play.
Yeah, all down to one player. The plant will come true, and that's great work from Decimate. That's what we wanted to see, but Burnt Turkey still wants to get something from this. Will push forward, knowing he's at a disadvantage. Will spray down, will get flash. He won't see anything for the moment. He does pull back and has a couple of seconds to work with. The second one comes true. Epileptic warning for anyone out there. You got to be careful in these games, but he does manage to get one. He swings for 2, but he doesn't get it. Oh my, I'd love to see the health after that one. That looked very close.
And what a quick shot it was as well on that player playing by dummies. That was just insanely fast. He got that first kill, shot it, and then flicked so quickly that you knew that his plan in that instance was to get that kill and immediately flick to the position he knew on that second player. And he had so much game awareness, so much game sense in that clutch to flick exactly to right about where the Thermite was trying to peek from, but he just couldn't hit the miracle flick. If we had seen that, that would have been the single greatest double kill I've seen probably in my life in any game. But fortunately for Decimate, they are able to at least take something. The explosion into the bomb site does wonders for them, and they work much more coordinatedly in that last round. Everybody says, all right, you do this. Around that same time, I'm going to do this, and our other guy's going to do that. And then we're going to push them in from a couple different angles, at the very least with the trade. But that wasn't even necessary. They won their heads-up gunfights, had such good coordination, and it looks like a completely new Decimate roster. Maybe they might be staging a comeback.
Could be staging a comeback. This could be the moment for them to cement themselves in the first half and get some more points on the board. We don't want to see them go out this early, but it's not looking too hot for them. 3-1. As long as no one dies within the first 5 seconds, I think we'll be okay. I think we'll be okay. As long as Spiker doesn't find a bullet to the brain, I think they have a really good opportunity. They will go up slowly past that digger, and this is Spiker does spray through the window just in case, trying to get revenge for the last one. But yeah, we do have to keep an eye on this as it goes, because this could all fall apart really, really quickly, or they could start their momentum swing now, as we do see Burnt Turkey takes out Neo. Not the start they wanted. Ayana down, so we'll be seeing no clones this time around. Focus spraying through. There is someone just to the left of that, and you might see them, but Vipoa finds them first. Clean shots, clean kills. 5 versus 3, and a great beginning.
That kill was something else. I mean, just insanely good shot from Depola. Looking for more now is Spiker. He's actually just decided to forego the gun and go for the grenade instead. It will deal with some barbed wire by the looks of things, but it does not deal with Burnt Turkey, who was shooting at him. And as a result, now it's DecimateGG. Not looking great in this round. Looks like it should be a fourth for HK Rebels. His arrow is going to open up the jacuzzi wall. There's still a lot of time to work with here for DCM, but they don't have a lot of manpower. They don't have a lot of control, and they have a lot of impactful operators left at the very least. So your hard breach, your soft breach, and your flex support. So you can do a lot with what you have left, but the gun disadvantage and how well Rebels have been playing in these fights, is it going to be enough? Well, it's not going to be enough to get that wall open, but what a shot that is from Arrow taking down Burnt Turkey as he tries to jump out. Tried to get a little cheeky, it didn't work. But he's lost all of his hard breaching. Every single bit of hard breaching on this attacking side is now gone, and there's only a minute left for them to work with. They've got jacuzzi wall and a couple of windows. It's got to be enough.
Reloading, cover me.
Yeah, it's got to be enough for now. We see some chip being thrown, and Fens does lose that 50-50. We will see Gekon Rebels also taking out Aero, and they will clean that round up nice and quick. And HK Rebels back on top, getting another round, pushing hard. And they're getting aggressive on these peaks now as well, so Decimate, they have to be really, really careful now not to give up round 6 before that swap, before things change up. They have to be a little bit more careful with this.
Yeah, they've got to stay careful. Make sure that they don't take too many steps ahead, because this is it's been a losable situation for any one of these teams so far through this. As we were showed that last time on Bank. Rounds that looked individually pretty much done. Theories and starts that looked not unbeatable but really good were eventually dealt with by the Rebels, and so they're starting off strong here. You might look at this and go, oh, but starting off with a couple of rounds, a 3-1 lead on Bank, starting with the attacking side, or really I guess on either side, that isn't really as good as starting 4-1 up on Clubhouse when you're defending. But I mean, if they lose this, if they can win this round, Decimate, it still looks relatively comebackable. A 5-1 is very tough to make the comeback from, no matter who you are, no matter what map you're on. But Clubhouse can definitely lean defender's side. It can go either way. I would say normal. It's about that average expectation of a 4-2-half. So getting a 4-2-half here isn't terrible for Decimate. You can make that work, and perhaps an ill-advised decision from reverse yet again to try and go for some kind of spawn peek, and that's definitely an ill-advised peek. As he does give the credit over, a nice shot mentioned in that chat. Make sure that Spiker knows that he's definitely firing on all cylinders, if you will, but reverse not going to be firing any more shots the rest of this round. And a 4 versus 5 for HK Rebels to work their way out of.
4 versus 5, not what we want to see from them right now. HK Rebels are losing more and more, and Spiker finally getting activated, and they go for a 5-for-1 Decimate. They're starting to show up. HK Rebels losing terribly there. We did want to see that from them, but they still have the opportunity to get something going. There's still time to play with, but they will fall. And flawless round from Decimate. Statement made, and it's not over yet.
Not at all. I was saying it just now. If you can sneak out with a 4-2-half, that's not too bad at all. You could very easily take 4 of your own defensive side rounds, but I mean, HK, we saw them on their attack sides. They won more than they lost on Bank. Excuse me. Maybe that just speaks to them being a good attacking team, but even still, that speaks to them being a good attacking team, so that's going to be pretty dangerous coming into this half as Decimate, because you're in a bit of a precarious position, because now you're the ones on the back foot. If you don't take this first round, it looks pretty rough. If you don't take one of the first 2 rounds, that's pretty rough. Like, if HK Rebels can get 2 in a row here, I feel like it's pretty much over. If we go 1-for-1, then it's favoring HK, but it could still work out for Decimate. I don't quite know. I'm so excited to get into this defensive half too, because Decimate proved themselves a worthy opponent when they were attacking. But how worthy an opponent can they be once they get to the defensive side? 15 seconds till we get into this round, and nothing really too striking in particular, other than, I guess, actually no. Very, very default selections on both sides of the map. Capital run a lot on this map, and they do switch out to Bipoa as well, so they want a little bit of that vertical destruction. That's the one thing they were missing before, but they get the soft destruction eventually. Bipoa going to Buck. Normally we'll see Jet on the Buck, though, so I'm not sure what's happened there. But regardless, Bipoa on Buck, top fragging so far through across the whole lobby through the first few rounds, and so definitely somebody you want to have that skeleton heal. It could be very dangerous in the right hands.
As long as they're not putting skeletons in the closet, I think that will work out for them.
There we go. It's back.
It's always back. It's a stalwart now of my casting that's sticking with me. But we do have opportunities here for Decimate to get on a good run, a good spree, and that's what we kind of want to see from them. We want to see them taking control of this map, and it is their map, it is their home, and they want to get good controls in the Jaeger, the Myra. I think that's perfect. Azumi also should be able to get those pixel walls in, and yeah, I think they have a decent shot here at doing this, but HK Rebels are known for being able to attack well on their good days, so I want to see how it goes for them. I want to see if they have the capabilities to hold back this offense, hold back the champions, as they have just located the bomb sites very early into the round and no one's fallen, no chips, no information given. A bit worrying if you're a Decimate fan, but it's, if Spiker could set this one up, we could be in for a great game. Where do you want to go with this, Vipoa? Where do you want to go with this?
That's I mean, mostly just trying to make sure nobody can play under that hatch so they're not able to impact trick it. I think is the main thing that he's doing with breaking this part of the wall open, is just trying to prevent that so he can put the heart breach charge on relatively comfortably and not have to worry about anything. Eventually, somebody does come through to put the impact out, but just had to go back to confirm that that hatch was destroyed, and it was. So, the Rebels have a minute left to go, and it's just it feels a little slow at the moment, but they have a good amount of control. They're almost about ready to posture up for the push, and you can see Rai just about ready to flush somebody out of their current position with an incendiary bolt, but it's actually Fens who's able to take that first kill, take it down by Poa. No more vertical destruction, though you've taken advantage of it pretty much as you could have. Dropping that hatch is Rai, trying to do what he can, but so many kills and they all go to Decimate. It's all orange on the left side, the kill feed. I don't think Decimate could be any happier with how their defense is started. It's only burnt turkey in a 1 versus 5 up against the world. That is the world of Decimate, and he's gonna get decimated by the C4. Goes out from Focal, and down goes everybody on Rebels without a single member of Decimate having to die for it. Dominant start to their defensive side.
Flawless as well. Flawless. That's
exactly
what we wanted to see. Like, absolutely perfect play from them on their map, and we're getting it so far, but still a bit of time left in this one. It is only 4-3 and a couple more rounds to go, so a lot of time for HK Rebels to find the answers to the defense. Decimate, a lot more time to get it perfected and make sure that they're holding it perfectly, and we're going to CCTV and cache. So how do you feel about that one?
For a while it was primary or secondary. As of late, I believe it's fallen out of favor with some teams. It's to the point where even on occasion you'll see it ran, or not ran, you'll see it ignored so teams go to bar instead, but that's not super great. It's just kind of that it happens. But many months ago, many years ago, you couldn't have imagined playing Clubhouse without CCTV. It was mostly basement or CC first or second, then you went to gym third, but teams have been switching things up, and I love to see it. But still plenty of teams that really enjoy the CCTV holds, and Spiker's squad is one of them. Spiker definitely going to be having a good time in this round. Is the keep a barrier set up on rafters. It's been an infamous setup to hold this part of the map ever since the operator was introduced all those seasons ago. But regardless of how well Spiker can hold that, it's going to be you got to hold the whole map as well, or at least as much of the map as you feel is important. And there isn't too much flexing of different players, at least not by the looks of the outlines I can make out. But still, very flexible hold from Decimate all the same. And now HK are just going to be tasked with getting inside the building first, and Fens isn't going to let that happen easily. Down goes Reverse.
Yeah, Reverse does fall, and that opens up more opportunities for them to get a good, solid push in, and I'm really looking forward to seeing if they can make something happen from it, because we want to see competitive. We want to see them get as close as possible to taking them down and decimate. It's I love the just taking your time with it, overheating a little bit. We'll get through it eventually. We'll get shocked as well. That's a jump scare if you're not ready for it. That's the 4 o'clock in the morning siege when you know you shouldn't be playing. But
no, the toes.
Focal. Those drop the focal.
Toes. He snuck that kill through that drone hole, and as Burt Turkey just wanted to rappel up the wall and not get electrocuted for doing so, he got killed. All he asked for was to be able to go to the roof. It was such a humble request, yet that wasn't even allowed of him. As you can't have anything here out on the streets of Clubhouse, it would seem, but Vipoa is at least going to make sure that he can get a kill in this round, making sure that the Decimate advantage doesn't grow to be too large and they don't grow to be too confident, as JetCon and Vipoa, or rather JetCon and Rai are going to be working their way in from the workshop side of things, and it'll be a push in from the garage, opened up wall into CC, and it's from the other side from Vipoa, and it's a push straight through, 2 straight kills from JetCon, but now has to get 2 more as he's left in a 1 versus 2. Spiker pre-firing him, so he knows to expect the player in garage, but Spiker should not be swinging this. Neither should the player on top red, as Focal not giving away his advantage, but they know where to look. They know the right angles to expect, but they just quite expect it at the right times. Though JetCon going to give away the fact that he's actually moved back over to Workshop, and he can push it in. He wants to bait out that peek, and he does so perfectly. 1 versus 1 up against Spiker, still playing towards the rafters. Just gonna take his time as he's got the window. That's where Spiker is at the moment. JetCon has Diffuser, and no Spiker's quite far away, and is very low HP. He doesn't know that for sure, though, so he's gonna try and stick the Diffuse. Spiker not watching! He runs forward, though. Such a bold play from the Azami, and it pays off at the end. Another round comes through for Decimate, as he just crouch walks forward as quiet as can be, sneaks up on the innocent little JetCon trying to plant the Diffuser, refusing to let his bombs be diffused and refusing to let HK stay in the lead any longer.
Yeah, Decimate, big round. Spiker coming up very, very clutch and goes to a 4-4. We've seen this before in HK Rebels. When it was tied up, they went on a spree. So let's see if Decimate can do the opposite on their map and take it themselves. We'll have to see how it goes. But for right now, great positioning, good play, solid holds. Couple of 50-50s lost, but they still have the power to make this one work, and that's what we have to watch out for as we get into round 9 here between the HK Rebels and DecimateGG. A lot of work needs to be done, but I believe they can do it. The belief is starting. The spark is there for me now.
Yeah, I mean, you got to give me my credit. Everybody got to give me my credit. I was a believer since the start of this map in the strength of Decimate. But I'm going to be honest, for a little while there, I was shaky. I was faltering in my beliefs, but eventually Decimate put me back on the right pathway. They are now 4 for their last 5 in terms of round wins. It was a great start in that initial site rotation from HK, as they won every single site they got to, and then they lost 2 of the 3 they tried to play. So it was one extreme, and then not quite the other extreme, but a very, very sort of disorienting difference, if you will. You get whiplash just thinking about it. A fantastic defensive quarter, and then a pretty rough defensive quarter right after it. And so, as Reverse comes up the staircase, he's only got about a quarter of his HP left, speaking of quarters, and gonna have to work with just about 25. Still has the G36, but that's only so dangerous on a player who is so close to dying.
So close to dying, not a lot of health remaining, and Reverse trying to hold their angles, but knowing that they're in a tough spot right now. Still though, time ticking away. We're still early on into this one, and they need to find the rest of their information. They do spot something out there, but not enough for them to go off of yet. They still need a little bit more to work with. And what's going to be the plan from here? What's going to be the angle to go for? What's the execute going to be? As we do see Azumi takes the head straight from Reverse. No opportunity there whatsoever to pick up anything. And great shot. Nothing else to say, just a great shot.
Yeah, that's all you can say when it's a shot as good as that. Wow, really nicely done. Anyways, Neo looking for even more great shots, but he can't quite find him. And then it feels like deja vu, at least from our perspective, because we just saw somebody peek from from just about that point of the Azami barrier and get a kill in that same way, except that time, the first time, it was Azami herself getting that kill, and second time it's Azami herself getting killed as Neo and Reverse both dead. And they're breaking open the barriers, but that just opens up the opportunity for Spiker to go absolutely in as he's pushing forward, is really feeling himself and wants to make sure the other team is feeling his impact as well, but he's not quite getting too aggressive, just playing very nicely tucked in behind the mattress, so he's not exposed to the windows, and he can play quite comfortably here. It's just going to be a matter of how easily are Decimate going to hold this push out. With HK, they're already one player down, and Decimate have a lot of good positions, and there are only 40 seconds left, so we should see our first Decimate lead of the map, but you don't want to call it too early. I don't mean to jinx them as one player gets down, but it's a trade.
It is a trade. Rai and Jetcon left up against a tree strong of Aero, Spiker, Focal. User is not down yet. They need to make a play now. They need to make the space now. Difficult position to try and play from. How are they going to do it? They do lose the round. DecimateGG win another. And it's looking more and more dire as it goes on. What do you do? What do you do for HK right now?
I don't quite know, honestly. It feels very much like when HK on the last map were kind of just taking control, and it would seem that you picking into
Blitz.
a map doesn't necessarily. Ooh, oh, that's what you do.
That could be a shout. It just came to me in like an epiphany moment as
a vision.
Yeah, just go blitz. Just go blitz. See what happens.
I mean, I could see it working, but like, not as many sites here really lend themselves to blitz play. Though if there is one that does, you could say either a blue or dirt play here on basement could possibly lend itself to a blitz being effective. And it's been a long time since they went for those runs in run-ins, so I think it might actually be effective too if they ran that. But I think it's been effective all day. It hasn't done them wrong, and so far on attack, no strategy they have has done them right. But also, let's point out that this exactly mirrors how the things started on the last half of this map. Decimate won 3 straight defenses, and then HK seemed to just figure it out. Will Decimate let that same thing happen, or will they take this one comfortably in regulation?
5 seconds to go.
Comfortably in regulation could be a possibility. Could be, but I think I never really want to say any team is just done and out. There's always those opportunities. There's always those mistakes, and a team that makes the least amount of mistakes is usually the team to win. I know people are saying that like, oh, just get better, land better shots, etc., etc. Usually, if you make mistakes and they get capitalized on, that's how you lose a map. That's how you lose your opportunities. So, still a lot to play for here. Still mistakes to be made by both sides. So, all eyes forward, full heart, and just land your shots, and anything could happen.
Anything can happen, and one of the things that could happen was Reverse getting the opening pick on a Fins. And it turns out that is the thing that did happen. One of the only things of note that's happened this round. I'd even go as far as saying the only thing of note that's happened so far. But we're not even a minute in, so a kill already coming through is a phenomenal showing on that entry from Reverse. Excuse me, the R names get confused just a little bit, but HK just, we're watching Rai as he's clearing out this entire map, and I like getting that kind of perspective of, you know, watching that hard support, making sure that they can clear out this whole map and seeing their perspective on things as they walk through the maps, and you can hear them calling, yeah, okay, cash clear, Lounge clear too, and just kind of seeing how the intricacies of the roam clear, if you will, and so far that roam clear has done quite well for Rebels as it's gotten them an opening pick and gotten them so much control with still half of the round left to get into the site.
Half a round left and plenty to play for HK Rebels. First time we've seen them win an advantage in a little while. It's like kind of what we want to see them doing. We want to see them get aggressive now though and find those angles. He didn't spot them there. That could have been big from Jetcon as they are currently using the cameras trying to gather any information they can. Spiker takes out Turkey, and they also lose another on the other side of it. Jetcon also falls with Reverse, gets a triple, opening up, looking for the next. They have planted the diffuser. This is the position they wanted to be in, 2 versus 2, and we do see Spiker go down to Rai and Aero, the last one remaining. Weight on his shoulders right now, knowing that this will either bring the tie back, and it will. That could have been match point. That could have been match point.
What could have been? That's one of those rounds that should you lose this map, you'll really go back and think on it and think, hey, that one was particularly close and we really could have done something there. But unfortunately, nothing is made of it. Rebels are going to get back to 5, and it really does feel like that last map. One team makes a really big comeback, and then the team from before is like, hey, don't forget about me. I'm still here, and I'm going to even things back out. But who's going to take it from here? Will it be sort of like last map in the fact that the team who goes on a run towards the end of the map is able to take it, and we see Rebels win it? Will Decimate be able to take these next two and go 3 for 3 after going 0 for 3 on the first rotation? Or will we go 1-1 and see OT? It could be any one of those things, and quite frankly, I don't even want to guess because I feel like that might just kind of ruin it, and I'm just having a good time watching.
I am enjoying the competitiveness of this, but I have to say, when it comes to the overtime, if we get to that stage, I think it less comes down to how good the players are actually playing, and it more comes down to that mental edge. And it's something I do like to reiterate quite a lot, because whenever I work big events, especially for Valorant during the Game Changers finals, I got to listen into the comms when I was working on the EVS, and timeouts were called just to calm people down. You know how insane that is? That like they call a timeout in the first 2 rounds ago. I remember C9 Mel especially turning around and going, Charles, what he's doing? Everyone breathe for a second. The adrenaline is pumping. We know it's finals, etc., but we need to relax here. Well, not finals, it was actually semis that they got to, and they lost to Sonder on Shopify Rebellion. But it was just that timeout that I'd never heard a timeout used just to relax a player before. And it really opened my eyes to the mental of a team, that sometimes you do get too excited, too hyped, too aggressive in your peaks, and it takes someone to say, relax, let the adrenaline come back down just a little bit. And I think when it comes to those overtimes, we might see timeout for teams going, this is our map, guys. We can relax. We can just sit back. We can just go, okay, we know what's going on. We do this. This is our map. Relax. And yeah, I'm going to see if that's going to be Spiker making that call going, guys, you can't let me lose here. I'm a pro. Can't do that to me.
Yeah, I don't know. That's not normally great for the mental, though, because hearing your teammates say, guys, you can't let me lose. I'm doing so well to lose. That makes you, like, feel bad, and you might get even more nervous. So that's...
I'd say it.
I wouldn't. I mean, like, I would say it as a joke, like if I'm in a ranked game, but in this environment, I don't really know if I'd be like, guys, come on, you guys gotta step it up. I'm doing too well to lose this here, because, like, I don't know, but that's just a me personally thing. Whatever.
See, you're the rock at the bottom of the fragging board. That's what you are.
Yeah,
you're the one saying, good job, guys. Everyone's doing well while you're dead and just watching on cameras.
Well, yay. Yeah, guys, I'm like 2 and 3.
Yeah,
exactly. No, that's literally like my life. Whenever I got a lot of kills in the lose, it was just how that happened. This not getting a lot of kills this round is Vipoa, as the Pokeball goes out and Neo is going to secure that. He's trying to catch them all, but he's caught one, at least so far. And not only going to be able to catch 2, unfortunately, because you only have 2 impact grenades, but I'd be shocked if we saw another one within the same round. But I wouldn't be shocked if we saw more kills come out from Decimate, because they are the ones in the upper hand. They get both opening picks, and then they just continue to hold this player advantage. And now, 40 seconds left for HK to figure out whatever they can figure out, but it's not reverse the 1-2 figure anything in the outwards direction. It's 30 seconds to go, and it's kind of just looking like a bit of a done round. Bird Turkey's going to open up that hole so JetCon can run in and get shot in the face. So friends help friends when they want to get killed, and especially in that instance is Burnt Turkey. Gonna help his buddy die, I guess. Oh. And he caught 2! Oh my gosh, I just said that I wasn't gonna expect 2 in the same round. And he did it.
He caught the frag right in the toe, and that will eliminate them from that one. Round 12. Aiming for an overtime here, HK Rebels, but bringing them to overtime on their own map would still be a statement here to begin with. So Decimate got to close this one out nice and clean. I want to see what they go for here on this defense. They've got to be solid. And I wonder, just in the back of my brain, will we see that blitz rush? Just a little bit of madness to bring us forth.
A little bit of madness is always fun, but that last round, other than the Pokeballs, seeing their usage, didn't technically catch them all, but he caught all of them that he could. He had 2 Pokeballs and he went 100%. So, yeah, definitely.
That could be a $450 frag.
what, a Pokemon card? Are you using a Pokemon card analogy here?
No, I'm like the analogy of how much money they win. That could be the difference maker between them getting there.
We haven't even mentioned that enough as well, because technically any of these round-winning kills could be $450.
No, but that frag would be a $450 frag, the most expensive frag in Game Rogue history.
Yeah, wait, most
Just
expensive
disagree
in Game
with
Rogue
me.
history?
You just have to disagree with me if you think that way. Like,
Is it? I don't know. Okay, I don't know how much money the major was for, but the major wasn't super close anyway. So at least grand final. Actually, no, I didn't watch grand finals, but I don't. You were on grand finals of the major. They weren't like super. Like Rebels were comfortable most of the time, right?
comfortable with some slip-ups, but fairly comfortable. Fairly comfortable.
Speaking of slip-ups on the Rebels side, Reverse is, well, that's a little bit of a slip-up. Accidentally gets exploded and doesn't have too many opportunities to make good on that mistake. Matter of fact, might not have any more opportunities at all to make good on that error of being the first one picked. And it feels like Reverse is either the one who gets the first kill or the one who dies first, and there's not really any in between. On the other side, we'll see Spiker with a good amount of opening picks, as he was the one to get that C4 there as well. We have seen a couple other opening picks from other members of that squad, but when it comes to Rebels, almost exclusively Reverse taking opening fights. They really did just enlist him to say, hey, shoot as many people as you can, as fast as you can, and make us proud. Burnt Turkey going to be picking up where his teammate tried to leave off and getting that kill, but Vipoa very, very low as he's been shot through the floorboards into kitchen, just waiting for somebody to push in, holding that angle and trying to play comfortable because he doesn't have too many things to feel comfortable about at the moment. He's going to chuck a nade up and see if this does any damage, and as it comes back down to the ground, it will not land a single bit of fragmentation in any part of any defender. And so in it, 30 to go, Decimate's still looking good.
Still looking very, very strong, still looking good. Some questions have to be asked of their game plan here, because they seem a little bit lost, HK, but they will take out Spiker. That could be big for them to get to that overtime. That could be the change in the wind that sets their sails ablaze. As Vipoa does take out Fens as well. Their ship is sailing into overtime right now as they do take another Jetcon. Exactly what was needed. They will step a little bit into that fire. It is a time gate. It is something that's going to block them from going forward. Aero with a big job ahead, but clutch this one, bring that momentum forward, and you could be one of the best players to play in a Game Rogue final. 1 versus 4. They're stepping through. They haven't found it yet, but Jetcon will say no to the hopes and dreams of being the best, and they take that one.
Yeah, they take that kill. They look pretty solid in doing so. As we get to overtime, it was kind of the only way that this map could really have ended. As good as HK Rebels started and as strong as Decimate concluded. Both teams finding their footing at different points in the map, but excuse me.
No problem.
We are still, we're still yet to see who's actually gonna take it as a whole. And it looks like most of the rounds that we've seen have been pretty one-sided. There have been a excuse me, wow, the allergies are really throwing the cast, but there have been a couple of close situations within these rounds, and so that's just going to make it more exciting to see how these final rounds end. But for the most part, it's been a lot of 1v4, 1v3. Oh, hey, maybe this could happen, but it probably won't. So I want to see some close rounds in the OT as well, because the game as a whole has been close, but it's felt like a tale of two dominated halves. Halves at least dominated by whatever side is on the defense. And so, speaking of that, Decimate starting on defense and attack looks pretty good and feels pretty good for them coming into OT.
Yeah, they'll be more than comfortable on this defensive side to lead the charge on this one. I do have a couple of ideas of how this one might go, but HK Rebels, if they can find the right operators here now on this, I think they have an opportunity with the Stallion coming through for Reverse. I think that could make a little bit of a difference as Rai. We see Vipoa right now. He's going to drone up. They're going to try to get their information. I was kind of thinking in the back of my head, maybe they'll try to go a little bit more defensive this time around, maybe sit back and see what comes to them. But no, they want to go all in on this, and they want to make sure they're making it with that advantage. Best of 5 finals, bringing second map to overtime, and it's going to be a long day for us.
Yeah, no rest for the wicked, and I'm assuming that no rest for the wicked every single esports caster must have done some heinous actions or something in their lifetime, because there never seems to be any rest once we get into some extended VO3s or best of 5s, and that is a pretty good example of how not to overextend, as JetCon has to go out to trade out his teammate in reverse. There it is again, reverse the first to die, but actually, Rebels are turning that on its head. They get the next 2 kills, then trade it out by 1, but they're not ready for JetCon to come from dirt, and he's able to get that next kill. Now the plant going down by Rai, but are they prepared for this flank from Spiker? No, they're not. He might be able to shut the plant down, as they got a plant on the other side of the box. The trade comes through, but because the final member of the Rebels is still sitting there waiting to plant the diffuser oh so patiently, it's still a round win for the Hong Kong side, as they are the ones to get to match point first, and now they get on to their defensive round.
I'm worried now. Decimate have been looking so good, so clean, so prepared. Going to overtime and HK Rebels taking the advantage, I am scared for them, and I don't want it to be a straight 2-0. I don't want them to take that advantage. I want us to have as competitive a grand finals as possible, but it does go in the favor of HK Rebels on that third map being their map. It could be worrying. It could be a straight trio, and I don't think that would do the series justice at all, because it doesn't deserve to be a trio. I think this deserves to go all the way. So let's see what they have. They have to have some plan here, something going forward to... I'm not sure. There has to be something in the backpack for Decimate. Spiker has to have an idea of how to do this.
Yeah, Spiker's got to figure something out. And, well, because he's normally been the one to figure things out. The only one positive on DecimateGG, as it's the stand-in and the rest. And Spiker and his not stand-ins have, well, not been standing out either, as that's been Spiker too. 19 and 8. We'll have to see if he can hit 20, because he's already hit more kills than there will be rounds through this map. But difference is, it's a lot more help from every single member of HK Rebels. JetCon standing far and away as the #1 player, but it's still 11... Oh, wow. Excuse me. Coughs are weird, but... 11 and 8.
You sure that was a cough? You sure that was
a cough, and then, like, I made a... I don't know what happened after. I'm genuinely not sure what happened. Like, I coughed, and then I made, like, a... There was like a burp, and then it was a weird hype. Forget it. This is not important to talk about. We should be talking about the fact that Fens just killed JetCon, the top fragger on HK, and is getting things off to a strong start on attack for Decimate.
Okay, so they've lost one. JetCon down. Start for Decimate. Trying to push through. They need to find more picks, so they need to open up a little more, but they've got good spacing, good awareness, good adaptions, and more importantly, good operators for that push. Spiker will be trying to lead that charge, using that book to the best of his ability. But they seem a little bit hesitant on the actual way in. They get in, they jump out, they get scared. It's a very, very strange overall. I don't know what to say about them. I feel like they're kind of messing up a little bit here. I think they had it. Where to go next? Reverse.
Yeah, I
think this is annoying me. It's really confusing now.
You know, it feels like, just feels weird. I don't know.
Something's off.
Something's
Too quiet.
Something is off. I can feel it. Yeah, yeah. It's like that. It's the line they use in movies so often. It's quiet. Too quiet. And now it seems some action starting to come out of this. The skeleton key has begun its remodeling of the floor of the kitchen, saying, hey, look, I really like the aesthetic that we have in here, but I feel like the feng shui is a little bit off, so I'm actually going to take the shotgun and break all of your floors. How about that? So 40 seconds left in the round, and the floors have been broken. Everybody on the defensive side is being pushed out of the back of the arsenal room. Rai's got one bit of health left on him, but so too does Arrow, and Reverse is moving in towards Blue. He was able to live past being the first one to die this round, and so what kind of impact can he have with the MX4 in hand? Might just cause a storm of kills in the last 20 seconds.
Yeah, and the storm is brewing. HK Rebels, there's time. Do they have time to plant this? Do they have time to actually play this? There's 10 seconds left. If they can hold this, the reverse can hold it. There's an opportunity. Double kill for Fens, though, and the Spiker is going down. Spiker, he's got it, and they've won it flawless, and that was very, very scrappy. That round should not have went that way. That was, I'm not gonna lie, that was awful.
Yeah, it just kind of felt like a wet fart of a defense. Like, they were there, but like once push came to shove, excuse me. Once
You have to
push
finish
came to
that.
shove,
No, you have to finish that sentence. You can't start with wet fart and not finish it.
Yeah, no, I was just saying. Once push came to shove, HK Rebels just kind of didn't do anything. They didn't like shoot back too much, and when they did, it wasn't enough. Decimate just had all their angles, and that's the team coordination that they weren't having at the start of this map when they were initially playing their attacking side. But they've got it on lockdown now. They start those first 3 rounds looking completely flat, and they didn't push things at the right times. That last round, you saw every single team member push an important angle at different points in the round, and it was not something that HK were going to counter. That side is so dangerous to let the attacks get into it with 5 players still alive, especially if you miss a couple of opening opportunities to get picks, and that's what happened there, and HK Rebels were punished as a result of it.
They were punished for sure, and that's not what we wanted to see from them. We do have to worry a little bit about the future of how they're going to do this, as overtime, last match point available. HK Rebels on the attack again. Honestly, I don't think they have the answers here. Flores might make something happen. I think, honestly, Burnt Turkey needs to go big here. I think Burnt Turkey needs to be the one to open this up for them and give them the best opportunity going forward.
Yeah, and gonna be crucial to look for those opportunities going forward is HK. They managed to win their first attacking round, but that felt like it didn't quite fit. So now they lose the defensive round, and now I would argue they're on the back foot once more, and they've really got to work on getting these opening picks to go their way. It feels like consistently we'll see. We saw JetCon get picked first 1 round recently. We've seen Reverse get picked incredibly quickly, very frequently, but this time around they get the opening kill to go their way. They get that frag grenade to work from Vipoa. Down goes Arrow, and though he has been the least impactful player in terms of overall number of kills of anybody in this server, it's still a player off the board. You're Bandit, not going to be able to actively Bandit trick. You're Neo. You're Azami, not going to be able to place any more Kiba barriers. You're stuck at the amount that you have out on the map at the moment, and there are not too many. That means that from now on, when HK Rebels break one of the barriers, they can say, all right, don't got to worry about that anymore. We can push in as confidently as we were going to before without having to worry about that barrier. 5-on-3, can Decimate pull this back, or will HK go up 2-0?
HK could go up 2-0 here. I think the opportunity is there for them, and it's sitting there. They just need to get this done correctly, and Burnt Turkey does fall to Spiker. Spiker does fall. They need to get that res in, but they won't get it. It's double kill for JetCon. 1 player remaining is Fens. He gets 1 versus 3. They are going to get that diffuser down. I'm going to set a time limit on them. Will go through. Will get 1. The spray comes through the wall as well. They know where they are. They have the info. It's all down to this. This could be the difference between them getting through to that final game, to that decider, to where they want to be, and where I honestly think they deserve to be. But look, not in his favor. The rest of his team has fallen. The spray should come through any second now. He's trying to be sneaky about his positioning. He's trying to be smart about it, but not found anything yet. This is nail biting, and I know everyone on Decimate is losing their nails right now. He goes for the tap, doesn't have the time remaining, and will fall, and HK Rebels go 2-0 here. That's gonna sting.
Yeah, so close. You had a regulation match point, if I'm not mistaken. DCM were on match point. They made such a good comeback to get back into this. They were down 3-0 at one point, and they made it 6-5. They made it 5-4. They looked so strong, but just not enough. Eventually, at the end of that map, Fens steps up to be the right-hand man that was necessary, because Spiker could not do it all alone, and he doesn't have to, but it still just wasn't quite enough. HK Rebels are still able to take that map, and now, as close as these first 2 maps have been, we do unfortunately stand at a 2-0, which I'm shocked, quite frankly, and DCM deserve a map by this point in the series, but unfortunately it hasn't worked out to be that way. And as we get into the next map, the story is HK picked that map. Well, are they going to be able to win out the whole series? What do you think?
I think they're in a prime position to, especially the mental edge they're going to have there, regardless of the quality that is coming from Decimate. I think, honestly, they are an amazing team and they're really showing it. I think just a couple of bad rounds and a couple of clutch moments to come true for some very good players on HK have made the difference. And sometimes a little bit of luck is all you need to win a championship. And I think it's something they're going to have to think about for the future. But we will cut to a very quick break while we break down more of it. But we do need to rest our voices because it's been a long day. Don't go anywhere. As Happy dies.
I'm zoning, I'm spaced. I'll take these meds to the face now. Drink till I black. Hear your voice with the hey wow. I just made it, you never thought I could do it, proved you wrong. Countless fucking reasons we ain't get along. Still looking at my page, but don't hit my phone. Bitch, I did it, I'm at the top. She was at the after party, so she is an afterthought. We was traveling all around the globe, and I know you wish you still stuck around, oh no.
Oh, I saw you fucked it up. Ever since you left, all I knew was to run my money up. And now you see I'm coming up, got it on my own. I was down bad on my ass, and I can find a happy home. Yeah. Promise I won't bother you. No sense ain't calling you. Don't know why I would fall for you. All the shit I offered you, baby, I can't talk to you. I'm just not comfortable, baby, you're not loving me. Fuck it all up.
I'm zoning, I'm spaced. I'll take these meds to the face now. Drink till I black. Hear your voice with the hey wow. I'm zoning, I'm spaced. I'll take these meds to the face now. Drink till I black. Hear your voice with the hey wow. I just made it, you never thought I could do it, proved you wrong. Countless fucking reasons we ain't get along. Still looking at my page, but don't hit my phone. Bitch, I did it, I'm at the top. She was at the after party, so she is an afterthought. We was traveling all around the globe, and I know you wish you still stuck around, oh no. I was thinking about you, but you were way too far away. Why'd you go away? I said, why'd you go away? I have nothing left to say. I have nothing left to say. I'm stuck in my ways. I said, I am on my way. I'm too lost, don't know what I'm on. Without you, I'm gone. I'm just way too numb. So I'm on the way. 100 missed calls from yesterday. So I contemplate picking up the phone and make another mistake. So gone in space. I don't think I'll be the same. Don't come back when I have fame. At least I'm left with you to blame. Honestly, can't you see what you've done to me? Like honestly, how could you move on from me? I proved you wrong, and I lost it all. Like when I left, I lost control. It's all your fault, I'm on my own. Tell me what's going on, what's in your head? I miss your voice, miss you in bed. Constant text you left on red. I'll never see your face again. I'm too lost, don't know what I'm on. Without you, I'm gone. I'm just
Honestly, if you want to continue to be petty like this, go for it. Keep ignoring my calls. Keep denying every single text I ever sent you. Because I'm done. This bullshit over and over and over again. I'm so sick and tired of it. And you just don't understand.
Hello, everybody. We are back, and it's been quite a best of 3 so far, but it's actually a best of 5, so we're not done quite yet. HK Rebels did take 2 maps, and in any other series through this tournament, that would have been more than good enough. But it's not quite good enough here. They need another one, and they looked good in those first couple. They didn't look phenomenal. It was still really close as Decimate doing a phenomenal job. Spiker was lights out on the entries, and DCM doing a phenomenal job just enabling him with drones and supporting that player that you know can be so prolific in those gunfights and letting him take those fights. But unfortunately, it just wasn't quite enough to win out Clubhouse. Even though they got to match point first, HK were able to match them there, get to OT, and win both of their attacking rounds to take it 8-7. But if that last map was any indication, we've got a pretty close one coming up here for game map number 3, wouldn't you say, Sader?
Yeah, so we're going to hopefully not our last map. Let's not put that out into the world, but we are going to be heading over to Chalet, and it's one of those kind of default maps. Everyone plays Chalet quite well, but for them to pick it as their second map, which means they're very, very comfortable on it. And HK Rebels, with the style that they've shown us, they can play hyper aggressive, they can slow the pace down. They are a little more adaptable, I think, than DCM right now, and regardless of how well Spiker is doing, the rest of the team is playing so well around him and kind of putting him on the pedestal. And even if he falls, we saw in one round where he got spawn killed, the rest of the team still rallied together and actually won that round. So it's not just a one-man show. There is still a good backbone behind them as well. But Spiker stays alive and they can enable him. That's even better. Why not just use someone of that level and enable those mechanics? But they do have something there, and I think the more we see them in the future as well, coming into future tournaments, we might see them have a much better way around themselves and how they want to do it. As Happy is slowly dying and allergies are getting the best of him, he's losing that best of 5 very, very easily. He's just getting ran over right now.
He's losing that best of 5.
He is. Like, I think this is about hour 50 of the last 5 days of me doing broadcasts. So I beat allergies. You do 50 hours to see how your voice does after that one. But really, really looking forward to the start of this one. And although heavy favorites, I think DCM have an opportunity now to get a full mental reset. Just say they were 2 scrim matches and bring it back to the idea of we just have to win the next 2. Just win the best of 3 cleanly. Forget about them. Just win the best of 3 cleanly. And I think they'll be in a good spot to do so. Just be comfortable with it and get those last few executions down and you'll be fine.
Yeah. I mean, that is a good wow. That is a
Yeah, here he goes again. See,
I can't do anything about it.
This is overtime round 3 and he's just getting bodied. Absolutely bodied.
They are putting up flawless round after flawless round at the moment. I cannot do a single thing about the costs. But no, that's a good mindset to have. You just take it one map at a time. Maybe they were thinking too much about the grand scheme of things. Oh, if we lose this one, then they have to go to their map pick. Oh, guys, Clubhouse is our map pick, guys. This is the one we wanted to go to, so we really need to win it. You got to just take it one map at a time.
Exactly.
And hopefully they've been doing that already, but if they haven't been, that's the easiest kind of improvement to make right off the bat. Just say, all right, guys, let's take our time with everything. Let's make sure we don't get a little bit ahead of ourselves, and let's try and really continue to do what we've been doing. And what they've been doing that's been working well, what worked well on Clubhouse, was putting Spiker in positions to enable him and then allowing the rest of your team to clean up whatever is still remaining. But even still, putting people like Fens as well in influential positions has also shown to work quite well, as he ended that last map with 14 kills in the 15 rounds that were played. So Fens putting up a good performance in that last map as well. So that's kind of just the rule of the game for Decimate. But the reason we don't talk too much about Hong Kong Rebels right now is because we've talked about them for about 4 tournaments in a row. And you run out of things to say when a team is so consistently good. You run out of compliments to give. And I've given a lot of them, but I'm at a loss for what else to say, because it feels like we just consistently say it. Other than this is the Hong Kong Rebels that we know, and well, have come to love. And they just win their gunfights, they're winning their ones, they're on their strategies, their cohesion is 10 out of 10 at all times. But it just goes to show that Decimate really have been playing a phenomenal series so far to make it uncomfortable on bank and then almost nearly just barely lose out the map of Clubhouse.
Okay, so I just got word from a producer that there is an issue in the lobby currently, and will be resolved very, very quickly, but we will be taking a very quick break. Please do not go anywhere. We will go rest our voices and happy, just go fight these allergies off. We'll be back soon. Don't go anywhere.
Fine. We used to be in second place. Voicemail again. Classy. I like it.
Run away from giving you all my time. I've been trying to find a way to run away. I've been tired of finding ways to hide, so now I need to run away. You've been lying, you got me dying inside, so now I want to run away. The back of my mind, the only place I can run and go escape to. Run away with me when you're ready. What I gotta do to keep it steady? I know that the pain is feeling heavy, but I'll be by your side if you let me. Feeling like a doctor, I'm just losing all my patience, and I really, really miss you. I can't even start to fake it. But my mama always told me you gotta fake it till you make it. But you've been on my mind, and I really can't take it. No, say you're gonna run away, but you meant from me. And I'm caught in my emotions, but you're not sorry. Said that I'm not right for you, and now it haunts me. Wish I was your ride or die. You lie, now I'm free. Run away from giving you all my time. I've been trying to find a way to run away. I've been tired of finding ways to hide, so now I need to run away. You've been lying, you got me dying inside, so now I want to run away. The back of my mind, the only place I can run and go escape to. Gotta find my escape now. Got me tired of the beat down, but I'm smiling through the pain and I'm crying for a change, cause my head got me spinning round. Lost control and I'm falling for you. Gave my all, but now I ignore you. All the things I had in store, yeah. Now I gotta run away. Tell me to leave, but I wanted to stay. Riding solo while I skirt through the race. Sipping straight out the bottle, ain't no need to chase. And I got all these problems that I need to face, but I'm gone. Run away from giving you all my time. I've been trying to find a way to run away. I've been tired of finding ways to hide, so now I need to run away.
All right, we're back into it. You don't have to look at us this time around because we're right into the game.
We'd look
Everything
at you.
has
You're a
begun.
handsome fella. We'd look at you. Don't worry about it. He's all red now, just so everyone knows he went really red. Everyone go compliment your caster.
Satyr, don't tell them, Satyr. Okay, I actually can't see Satyr's face right now, and he can't see mine. So, but
I was right.
anyways,
I was
anyways,
Ying.
Ying is banned. No Ying. Oh my goodness, what a change of pace. That has never happened
Ban
ever
Dokkaebi.
in the history of ever.
Do it.
You want them to ban Dokkaebi?
I just feel
Was
like it would
even-
throw a spanner in the work. Things up, and no, it will be knock.
Yeah,
once
but like
again.
the only people who ever want things to change just for the sake of something changing is us, so our jobs can be a little easier or just more fun, I guess, too. But regardless, yeah, still Ying, still Nook, still the same bans.
Valkyrie will come
Both
true
times.
here as well.
Oh my
more
goodness,
than likely.
is it going to be a Valkyrie or a Solus?
I'm
No
so
way.
shocked.
This is that was the last operator I'd ever expect to be banned. And what's going to happen next? Will they take the Valkyrie off of the board?
Don't even
Has
take
been
your
Valkyrie
time
both
banning it.
times?
Don't take your time banning it. You know what you're banning. Just hit us with it again, like
Just get
or
rid of
Myra
it.
or Myra.
Just take it out. Just take it off the board. You don't even have to wait that long. You knew what you were doing from the instant you got in the lobby. Before they even started the match, you knew where you were going to ban Valkyrie or Solus, whoever was left up. It's like Groundhog Day, the ban phase. It's literally Groundhog Day.
Okay, nothing too surprising coming out right now. There's a Myra or a Zami. I think they might have been decent bans now that I think about it. I think taking either of those two away instead of the Valkyrie, I think that might have been a good shout. But starting on that offensive side, Azumi. See, now you've got me saying Azami.
Well, yeah, that's kind of how you pronounce the name.
I need to go back to the EU ways of Azumi.
Well, it's not. That's not like actually how you pronounce it. I don't know where it came from, but it's not a U. It's an A.
It's
I have no idea
regional
how Azami
dialect.
gets to Azumi.
Regional dialect.
Dialect? I don't know any dialect in which an A is pronounced as a U. I'm sorry. I just am not aware of any dialects.
I know where there's an O instead of a U in Canada.
Yeah.
Oot.
I mean, like that seems a little bit. That feels a little bit more normal, but like.
That's because you're from Canada. Like you say oot, you put in
I'm not,
double O's.
I'm not from Canada. I'm
You-
not from Canada.
Where are you from?
I'm from the United States. Why'd you think I was from Canada?
Could you say oot?
Oot?
Oot. You don't say out.
I don't say out. I say out.
You said oot a couple of times.
I might have said it fast and you didn't notice, but I've never been told I say oot by anyone in my life.
Okay, well now you just did. You can remember that in the future when you say it
Okay,
again.
well, all right. Well,
Where
you've
in
willed
USA?
into existence. East Coast.
That means nothing to me.
Okay. Well, yeah, Northeast.
That means less.
I do not want to reveal. I do not want to reveal my location to the people of the stream. Thank you very much.
I think a state
Anyways,
is fine. A state is fine. But I think from like Ireland and it's like
New Jersey, but also Connecticut for different reasons.
You're from New
But,
Jersey?
Like university and schooling. Can we talk about the video game, please?
well, let's see if you put gel in your
Someone
hair.
got a kill. Neo is down. Neo is dead. He's not playing the first round. Congratulations to Reverse. I just feel the need to bring it up every time he isn't the first person to die, because he's almost always either the first one to die or get a kill. In this case, it's Vipoa, the one to get a kill, and Neo, the one to die. As a 5 versus 4 for the HK Rebels as they start defense kitchen. We haven't even mentioned where they're playing, how they're playing. We just talked about whatever.
Yeah, but that's how you're meant to start. You're meant to build up the personalities between the coaches.
Yeah.
It's not just about the game. You have to put in your personality into the game as well. It's the main thing people come for. But Burnt Turkey's coming for heads right now as Spiker does fall. Not what they wanted from the start of that one, as Fens will also be able to get this one. He was swung on by Poa and they don't win that battle. Half health and low, but Sledge survives. That one will break a window. Will look to poke in through and maybe enter from here. But at the moment, Rai Rebels. Oh, he's going to take another one. Focal will fall, and that's a great start for them on this one. And this is actually their map as well. We have to remember this. They should be doing this cleanly every single time, so we'll be looking more for them to falter and for Decimate to capitalize on a couple of mistakes. But the pixel coming through, Azumi will hold that, and we will have a look at Fens. Once again, just sitting outside of this one, trying to get something. His arrow does get chunked out. Fens Arrow, both low, against 4, all full health. It is more than likely going in the hands of HK, as Burnt Turkey will take up another one, and just hoping to get a different POV of this one for now.
Yeah. I will say my favorite part of that round was when you said the tag at the end of Rai Rai's name, too. Because Rai Rai Rebels has got a nice ring to it. As there go, the Rai Rai Rebels. They win that first round of the half, and it's Azumi to take that kill at the very end. Yeah, I just don't like it. I don't know. It just
Any team that has a
fun
combo
as
in
well.
their names usually wins, like Turkey and Rye.
Yeah, Rai Rai Rebels. Turkey and... Oh, I didn't even think about that. That
I
actually
said it
works
at the
really
start.
well.
I said it at the start of the stream, and the first time we saw them, I was like, Turkey and Rye.
Yeah, I wasn't on that one, though. That was Kirk.
I said at the start when I was with you as well.
You did that when...
With
I
you as
didn't-
well, yeah. First round.
Jeez, okay. Maybe
I
internet
said
was
that
weird
my
or something, I
favorite
don't
thing to see is Rye and Turkey come together, like Turkey and Rye, and pick combos that can work together when they're selecting their operators. Because it's something they do so well when they can
Oh,
work
yeah.
in
No, that- I
synergistic
remember that.
ways. Yeah.
I remember.
Like,
Yeah,
I'm trying
that's-
to think of a combo for them, and I can't really find
No, it's
anything
not.
right now. Can you remember what the other
No.
character was called in The Matrix? Was it Fez?
No, not at all. I have not...
I think the guy that
I am a
designed the
zoomer.
girl in the red dress, his name is Fez.
The Matrix was before my era growing up. So you are at least... I think you've got at least a couple years on me, to say the least. So I don't know too much about the Matrix.
I don't know, like, there's certain things you have to watch, and The Matrix is one of them. Even just for the
Yeah.
artistry of the movie, it is
I've been-
incredible.
I've been told that about a lot of movies, and I still find a way to be the least, at least in terms of film, the least artistically in the know individual that I've ever met. But, anyways, we've got more things to watch that aren't The Matrix or movies. It's HK Rebels versus Decimate getting into map number 3, and it was a good start from Rebels, and now they're just getting around number 2. It looks like we're going to start with a clear the top floor. Focal running Gridlock. Tells me they want to run some kind of flank watch and put an emphasis on that in this round. It's honestly not too bad of an idea, as if you're attacking that middle floor, you want to make sure the defenders cannot retake up the staircase. So I actually really like this selection of the Gridlock.
Ooh, Vipoa does fall to Focal.
Yeah.
The focal point of the team might be coming through right now, as Neo will take another, going full Matrix and bending those bullets. Will take the second head and Decimate. They're on a streak. They've got a couple. They just need to keep finding these angles, pushing forward. Jekon looking to hold off, aiming at that snowmobile just outside. 007 might come through, as he might take someone straight off of that one, as we do see more and more members arrive to this site. They still need to get the diffuser down to put the pressure on. They still have to work their way in towards the strength of HK Rebels' defense, but it's looking like a good round for them so far. They seem to have made space for themselves.
Yeah, they've made a lot of space, and they're actually going to start to take some space into the site. I believe I just saw somebody run into the connector towards the left side of my screen, but that might be the person who just died, as it's Arrow now, sticking a plant, trying to hope that he can remain safe in that corner, and it's Neo able to protect his planting teammate, and he'll hop off the plant, Arrow will, and get that kill. So, one of the last few kills goes to the Thermite, who's just put the diffuser on the ground, and that round goes to Decimate. Very convincing in that take, and we've seen convincing rounds for both sides now, so it looks like we're getting very much a similar game to what we've been having all day.
Yeah, very similar game. It's 1-for-1 as well, and HK Rebels, I'm expecting to see more from them in the terms of selections. We're going to see a mute come out in a castle, and this is the more the style I'm used to, that more defensive style. I do like it. The Azumi does seem to be working well for them as well. Burnt Turkey going to take up the mantle there. Reverse castle, I do like that as well. And yeah, I think Focal was pretty much the focal point for that beginning, and I want to see more of that in the future. I want to see them kind of being that big player, because they opened it up quite well for them, and then they got that good round to come through. Neo also picking up a few. Spiker not having the best game so far though.
Yeah, been a rough couple rounds for him, but what are you gonna do? It happens. Everybody gets off to rough starts, and well, it seems this might just be one of them. And Decimate just need to try and make sure. All right. Well, I'm glad he said it because I'm noticing that. If he had typed me a message, I wouldn't know. But solo casting for just a moment as Rai has killed his teammate. I am sad that Satyr missed it because he would have been having a field day with that one. Oh, it was a skin issue. Okay. It looks, yeah, so some kind of issue with the skin, and they had to team kill reverse because he didn't have a skin on, and they called that out, and that's very valid. And so now they're playing this round with a 4 versus 5 because you'd rather do that, I guess, at this point than rehost because it's going to be quite a long and arduous process to rehost. Nobody wants to put up with that. But my man Reverse just cannot avoid being the first pick. I think that's the first time he's been picked first on Chalet so far, but it's definitely the weirdest time he's been picked first. Is Rai almost going to get picked? Actually, I was going to say he almost was able to find that first pick, but didn't do any damage, and then gets run up on by Neo, who does that little bit of damage that was necessary to remove the remaining health. This burnt turkey, his dead body was just hitting the gritty down that staircase or something. No idea what happened.
It's that gritty,
Pretty
really.
fun.
Is that what we're going
Did
for?
you not see the dead body? Did you not see the dead body?
But
Look at
still,
it.
like, just hitting the gritty. Out here just hitting the
looked like
gwitty in Siege.
He was...
Gwitty?
I just... Decimate win the round.
Okay,
Definitely win
so
the round.
I do want to wonder what's going to happen with that skin.
I thought
Reverse.
you... oh, were you back? I thought you said you had to leave to go get tea. Is tea that close?
Oh, yeah, I have an office downstairs.
Oh, okay. Oh, I was gonna say the UK-Ireland peninsula. You've got tea everywhere you look.
Do not say UK and Ireland.
Or not, fuck.
No,
Wait,
no,
oh,
no, no,
oh,
no.
that's
You
not,
do not
that's
do
not
that.
right at all.
No.
UK-Ireland is not a peninsula at all.
No, we are not part of the UK. We are not part of the UK.
There are 2 islands in the similar area.
No, no, no. We have nothing to do with any of the UK. Do not say that. That is
Yeah,
like that
you're
is
not.
that is like
You're not, no.
the most angry.
You guys still have a lot of
made
tea,
people.
right?
We still do drink a lot of tea, of course, but tea came here first.
Okay, yeah. Sorry. Yeah, that's fine. I'm actually like, my ancestry at least is Irish, so no, they're disappointed in me.
If I had a euro for
I'm not
every
Irish.
single American person that told me that their ancestor was Irish, I'd be a millionaire.
No, but I'm like a large amount of my ancestors were Irish. I'm talking like 80%. Like, it's
What's your
a decent
okay?
amount.
Is your last name Irish?
Connolly.
Okay, then you're okay. Then you're
very
okay.
Irish.
That's
It's very
very
Irish,
Irish.
yes,
That's
of course.
okay. That's okay.
Yes,
It's
exactly,
the people
yes.
that last names are like Ford, and you're like, no.
Yeah, no. I'm not gonna say that and not back it up. Okay.
Yeah,
I have a
we
very
appreciate
Irish
you.
name. My
We
heritage is
appreciate you.
Irish.
That one's okay. That
And
one's
I'm not
okay.
trying to say that I'm Irish. I'm just saying that I'm an American with a decent amount of Irish heritage. That's all. Trust
That's
me, I
no,
have
but
plenty
that's
of EU
good.
friends.
You have a good last
Yeah, I have-
name. You're okay.
Yeah, I love my last name, but like, yeah, I have plenty of EU friends who get annoyed when they're like, "Oh, you're not actually from this country. You just like say you are," and it's like, okay, but like, I know.
But you're not part from the UK. You're
Forget
not a
it.
part of the UK.
I'm not even close. Yeah, I wish I hope I never am. Anyways,
Getting back into
5
this one.
on, yeah,
HK
getting back onto the
open.
matchup.
Good
5 on
kill.
4 is the opening frag.
Yeah, very, very good. That's what we wanted to see from them. We want to see them taking the lead if we want this one to end quickly, and we'll be in for a long day if they don't. But this is their map, their territory, their playground, and they want to make sure that Decimate feel it. And so far, comfortable. A lot of utility has been burned through though, and they're not sitting on a lot left, but Vocal. I've seen this before. I've seen a major kill with that before, and I want to see it again. Neo does take out Burnt Turkey. Just Rai left from that combo, and they do need to find something. Reverse hasn't died yet, which usually is a good sign for them, but Neo taking heads, taking another one, and they will get one back. Rai takes out Neo. Reverse shooting into the distance, not finding anything just yet, but it's 3 for 3 so far, and time will tick away.
That it will, and it's just not ticking necessarily in the favor of Decimate. They don't have a lot of area to work with, and though they've gone 2 for 2 at this point, so it's not terrible. And Rai is just pretty far off this site. He's still trying to hold that top floor, be that last vestige of the roam remaining, but it would have been wise of him to just not do that. And fortunately for Decimate, they will find a man advantage, but it's taken back immediately after that. JetCon able to take the next one, and we get to the 4 on 4 as Reverse and JetCon are going to have to work together in this instance. Reverse has control over Trophy, just trying to play long angles on anybody who comes in from Fireplace. JetCon doing something similar, can also watch a push down Solar Stairs from this position. And if you're not pushed out of West Main, it can be a phenomenal spot from which to anchor as a defender. But he's getting pressure from upstairs, and smoked off his doorway is now not something he can see through, and now he'll have to do all the work himself. Spiker getting that first kill. JetCon looking to trade things out, but as he swings wide, it doesn't do a single point of damage to Focal, and Spiker's just gonna pop that plant right down, and Focal is gonna pop JetCon's head right off. Decimate are able to take yet another one, and they look really strong coming into Chalet. It can be an attacker-sided map at times, but even this one, looking more so than just an attacker-sided map. It's looking like Decimate firing on all cylinders, but 2 maps in a row, we've seen teams get off to hot starts, but then eventually the comeback is made, and it's close towards the very end. Do we think that's happening again here? Are we getting another close map?
I think HK Rebels have been the recipient of a bit of a lack of a warm-up. They seem to do better the later the game goes on. I think that might be an indictment of how they're playing a little bit right now. I think they do need a couple of rounds to get into it and start to get comfortable. And I don't know what the angle is for now. I don't know what their plan is, but they seem to take time to warm up. So I do expect them to start to do better from previous ones where Decimate seemed to come out the gates better. But as the match goes on, HK Rebels have a better mental fortitude about themselves, and I think that will be the damning difference between the two teams.
Definitely could be, as a lot of things have been different between these two. Decimate normally play rounds out. Oh, excuse me, 1 second.
Allergies.
Decimate normally play rounds out relatively. Yeah. No, they won that series already. I gave up. I forfeited. But no, Decimate normally play rounds out relatively similar in terms of the pace they like to go at. They don't normally go too quick. But if you see anybody speed up the pace, go for a random aggressive or incredibly passive play, it's the Rebels. They can adjust much more in terms of their gameplay. And that's helped them a lot through the first 2 maps, but Decimate don't really need to adjust too much here. They're getting everything done incredibly efficiently, so the recipe they've got at the moment is more than good enough to be a recipe for success. This recipe for success on that main garage wall. They're gonna toss that EMP. And hopefully, actually, wait, I think it got countered. Good bandage trick by Rai.
You have a short break currently as the SRT has stopped, so we won't be seeing much more. It is kind of frozen, but we will get back into. We see the floor getting cleared out, and yeah, they're setting up well for this one. And there's going to be it's a good spray down and a good bit of chip as the first kill does go through, and Spiker opens up, and it seems to be Decimate's game to take.
That's what it would seem to be, and Burnt Turkey. That was the kill to take quite easily for Decimate off the start, though it's not going to go untraded as Vipoa going to make sure that I can't really accurately say that was an easy kill to take off the start. Eventually does trade out the Alibi's life being lost, and Vipoa is going to make sure that HK remain in this round, at the very least competitive. Decimate going to have to work without Neo, has been their top fragger so far, 6-3, a solid showing thus far in the first 4 rounds we've seen, but everybody else has been pitching in when they need to as well, so it's not to say that this is a hopeless round for Decimate just because they lost one and find themselves in a 4-on-4. All the impacts going out to deny that wall, and I think they did a decent job of it, but at least some sight lines are opened up by the ace, and we're just going to wait for any kind of push to happen in the last 50 seconds.
Yeah, we're coming down to the last few moments here, and it's a good hold still. They are in a bad position here, though, by Poa. They are under a lot of pressure. They have to land their shots. Very, very interesting position to be in. They could open up and make this one massive as more C4 goes over the top. Will find a good chunk, but not enough as Reverse does open up onto one. Rai takes another. It is 4 versus 2. They've dropped the diffuser. 23 seconds left, and it looks heavily in HK Rebels' favor. They're starting to warm up. They do get taken out by Spiker. They can just hold this one, though. They don't have to rush too far, but it is getting planted. There is a timing difference here. If they can get this down, they'll save this round for now. Spray comes through, and Focal does get taken out, and they do lose that round, and it is too close to call, but they get it. More importantly, in HK Rebels, big round.
Yeah, I mean, solid showing. That that planting situation, it looked like it could have been winnable. They had a chance at it. That one player trying to cover for Spiker on the plant, and it had too many angles to watch, unfortunately, but was able to get that knockdown. But Spiker getting rushed at the wrong time, everybody just getting overwhelmed on that objective. And you can take half a kill, which I'll say half a kill because of the knockdown, but you can only do that. It will be responded to in kind with 2 kills from the Rebels, and they're able to take a second defense round. So I really like what we've seen so far, and I'm hoping that we can hit round number 3, but I'm not exactly sure because Rebels have looked shaky thus far on defense yet again, but that defense on the basement did look pretty strong, so it's going to inspire some confidence, and maybe that's just what Rebels needed to start to get the fire going once more and really begin this comeback from down 3-0. Or was it 3-0 or 3-1? I know it was 3-1. I believe it was only 3-1. But still, they're going to try and come back from being down a decent amount and looking like they didn't have too much to say. And they're starting to make that return. And also, keep in mind, again, this map is one of those maps that can go any way. 4-2 to either side or 3-3. Each one of those are halves that aren't necessarily too unreal that you would watch that and be like, oh my gosh, this team's done for. Just got a 4-2 half on attack. How are they going to come back from that when they actually get on their own attacking side? Well, yeah, it seems like it's weird to say, but it really does just depend on teams with maps like this. Also like Bank 2. So this is very similar to how Map 1 was, and in Map 1, we saw HK Rebels down early, but they came back to win in regulation. So we might be able to see that here yet again, and this is also their map pick too, so many technicalities about the maps, but a lot of them do seem to be leaning HK Rebels' favor.
Yeah, it is in their favor, and the more time that they have to play with, the better it looks for them, because the longer the rounds go, the more pressure that's put on Decimate to get that defuse, and I think right now they need to get themselves in solid positions with a minute left to go, and then be able to execute in that 30 seconds and not be running the time down. Spends trying to find something there, but will only get traded back on Bulls. Will come back through that window saying to not today on that one. If they do try and swap their angle around, try to find something else. No pixel will be shown just yet. They won't be able to shoot at that. So still, once again, slowing down the pace of things. HK Rebels really putting that weight on the shoulders of Decimate, knowing that they are in an all-for-nothing situation, while HK Rebels, they've got 2 maps to play with. They do push one.
They've got a lot of... Nope. Yeah, they have a lot of room to work with. But yeah, they have a lot of room to work with, and it's so late in the round for it to still be a 5 vs 5, and it's going to be a full-on battlefield lobby on this top floor. But all of the kills are going to Burnt Turkey and the HK Rebels. And look at Burnt Turkey shine. Gets a 3K, and another one at the very end from JetCon with the FMG9. Gets a confirmed kill with a pistol headshot. Why not just let the Deeg sing for a little bit in the round? But that 9x19 was doing more than enough damage. And a third round for HK, and we do see the 3-2-3 split coming out of the first half. Are HK going to look strong on their attacking side, though? This is pretty much copy and paste of what we saw happen when it started off on Bank. I think actually same starting sides as well, though that could have been wrong. But it's a 3-1 start for Decimate. They look really good coming out the gates. HK Rebels makes the comeback happen. They get it to a 3-3 half. Will they take over from here, or will Decimate be able to take at least one map? Because they've been the way they've been playing, they deserve at least one map. It's been close enough. Though HK have been the better team to the first 2, it's been so close that I do feel bad if it goes 3-0 in favor of Rebels, because Decimate have been playing their hearts out and playing quite a solid.
Decimate have started attacker on all of their maps.
Oh, okay.
On every single map they start attack.
I figured. I thought I remembered them starting on attack on the first map, but it's been a long time and it's been a long evening. But yeah, so that's good. Thank you for that.
Yeah, so they've chosen to attack every single starting round, and HK Rebels on their choices have chose to defend. So 2 different styles of teams going into it. Maybe they like the tempo of starting defense, getting a feel for it, and then swapping to attack and becoming that aggressive side. It all comes down to the flavor of the team themselves, but on this attack. They do have Flores. They're going to go for the drone. They've broke down a window. Plenty of time to work with here if they want to go for this. So interesting start for sure. Going to go for info. We usually see them go for info in the first few seconds and immediately start rushing. So a change of tact on the first attacking round for HK Rebels. They haven't found anything just yet. Flores going to set his camera up for a nice little spot so we can tap onto that one and see if there's any movement coming through as Reverse has made their way in. They start to poke around corners, go for a few shots, popping, locking, doing what they can. Does have a little bit of chip done to him, and Neo the same, so a couple of
Where did
explosions.
popping and locking come from? Where'd you get that?
He's popping around the corner, locking heads and taking his time with it. What about it?
Ah, okay. Oh,
You
okay.
don't see
No,
the
I see
pop and
what
lock
you mean.
now?
No, I know what it means. I just didn't like get what it meant in terms of like
You pop a
that
corner and
use
lock onto
there.
their head.
You pop a corner and lock onto their head. Yeah, I get it. That's good. Yeah, see, I see the vision. Trust me, I can see the vision now. As much as Neo.
If you
Wishes
don't
that
think
he had
Siege
a
is a
little
dance, let me tell you something. It is a dance. It is both teams trying to find the first steps and make sure they're doing the waltz and the reverse. Just going in and taking the head to start that one by Poe and knows someone is there now. Sees that and will call in another teammate more than likely. No, he's actually going to go for that Mirage. He's going to go for that illusion. He's going to double peek the stairs, and I've seen him play the stairs before, and he does take that one. Is low, will get finished off, but it will get traded back almost immediately. Double kill for Reverse, doing the reverse of what you've expected him to do, because you don't expect him to do well any round.
I didn't say that. I said that he
always
dies
dies
first a lot, but when he doesn't die first, he does quite well. I was actually about to say, Reverse cannot stop getting involved with these opening picks because he has been getting quite a good amount of opening picks for himself as well. And there you see it again, as Reverse has just been on demon time this round, has increased the kill score by quite a bit more, but Arrow actually might have his head just on the other side of the hatch and beheads the Ash. There's 30 seconds to go until this round will reach its logical conclusion, unless a diffuser should be planted. And it's only JetCon and Rai who can do anything about it. Nade's gonna go out. JetCon might actually be laying that in a decently good spot, but it actually doesn't do any damage. 15 seconds, they're both gonna try and force their way into bar. And it's gonna be both through this main doorway in from fireplace. JetCon just gonna watch, try and give his teammates some cover as Rai gets a plant down. And he's actually very exposed, trying to just plant wherever he can, but not gonna get it done, and JetCon cannot cover effectively, which is exactly why they were not able to get it done. Decimate start off their defensive half on the right foot and go up 4-3.
Yeah, it's exactly what they kind of needed there. Get on the right foot, get on that defensive strut and start that move. But I think HK Rebels, they had more opportunities there for them to take something from that. I think they kind of faltered a little bit in their step, and I hope to see them jump a little bit further forward into the next one. And Fens is screaming to get off me in the chat. But we'll see how the rest of this round kind of plays out, because once again, HK Rebels have been as slow to start, and maybe it's just a case of that again. And if this goes to overtime, HK Rebels have already done it once. I'm sure they could do it again. We'll see a 1-for-1-for-1 in these rounds. And anything standing out to you in these selections? I see a squid.
Odd picks. In terms of, I mean, Nomad, you don't see her run too much, but if you see her run anywhere, Chalet is one of the maps where you will see her at least sometimes. I saw her a decent bit yesterday when I was on Game Rogue, and I was also on qualifiers for a different league as well. And I saw her run a decent bit, at least on this map. And so
5 seconds left before
you don't see her too much elsewhere, but you know, yeah, it has a really good gun in that ARX. She has so many scopes at her disposal, as well as you can run the 2 times or the 1.5 times on the ARX if you so desire. But excuse me, but that was I wish I had my hand on the trackpad while I was muting for that one. That would have been nice, but it's in the past. But yeah, honestly, that's the only thing that stands out in terms of operator selection. Defense, they're running a little bit more frag heavy. They have Warden, they have Alibi, and they have a lot of operators who can just exist after putting down their utility. Like Frost as well, who just puts down her mats and then just told to go kill. Still has a shield in pocket though for some reason, but first kill is going to be onto Burnt Turkey, and then Arrow, in spite of having a shield still in pocket, says I'm still going to take the fights aggressively. Anyways, watches that wall get opened up and watches 2 people's heads get opened up on the other end of it. and knows he's the man and the reason why they've gone down 2 straight kills from Arrow, and the Mark 1 is just singing this round.
Yeah, the shots are singing true and it's landing where it needs to. And HK Rebels now in a massive deficit. They're even being killed outside, and a flawless round coming in from Decimate, and that one's going to sting when it comes to their chances of taking this one. Yeah, great stuff there coming from Decimate, and we're heading into round 9. They have a good advantage. They actually have a great advantage here, and yeah, I want to see what happens in these closing moments, because they're 2 away from taking this map, and that could be the nail in the coffin for the rest of this series. They could just go on that reverse sweep, and I don't think reverse would like that too much.
Yeah, no, I don't really think that he would. Hence him telling everybody that he is in fact trying now. He's actually going to put 110% in, guys. He was going easy before this, but I mean, HK Rebels, they've made comebacks across the maps before, so we don't want to call anything too early. But Decimate do just look to be the dominant force in this matchup. They've controlled the pace of these rounds, they've gotten early kills, and even when Rebels are getting early picks, they're getting traded by Decimate. Something that Rebels have struggled a bit more with is trading those kills, and they've been so good at it across this series. But through this series, through this map, when Decimate have been getting an opening kill, they haven't been traded as much as the opening kills that come through for HK Rebels have been traded by Decimate, and that's been giving them so many good advantages. And when you're on attack on a map like Chalet, you can really force that advantage down the throats of the defenders, and that's why they were so strong on their attacking side. Now on defense as well, you get an early advantage, and it feels like the attackers don't really know where to move. They lose that first fight, and all of a sudden, they're scared. They can't really push into so many different positions that are played around deployable shields. They just aren't having a very easy time of pushing into those spots, and so those early picks and trading of those early picks can make such a big difference when it comes into the late round.
Yeah, Varpoa, see that lovely little Raspberry Pi grenade showing up, and we know there's going to be information going back and forth. And reverse is trying, as he does take the opening pick onto Neo. Exactly what we wanted to see there, as we do see Spiker now on this castle, holding that angle, and they want to control that stairs. The stairs is so pivotal in these rounds, and you see Arrow throwing some bullets back and forth. Not too sure what's going on, so he's moving back and forth. The utility being thrown at him gives him an idea that someone might be there, and he does spot ahead, but he won't stay for the trade. Knows he has to step back for that one. Explosions left and right. People trying to hunt them down, as Jetcon does take out Spiker. Big pickup there in a round where they really could. They really could take this one. They've got the bomb sites, they've got the positions, they've got the ideas. Where's the execution?
It's going to take a little bit of time. Decimate though this time. Talking about it, HK Rebels just trade things out really well. They get those early kills, and they haven't actually been traded yet. Fenz is able to get that 1 kill on a Vipoa, but kills are just coming in for Decimate now. It was 3 to start, and then Rebels, all of a sudden, all got killed pretty much. Not quite all of them though, as it's Rai and Turkey still alive, and Rai is going to say bye-bye to the second to last player to die on this side of Decimate, so it's just left to Arrow. 1 versus 2, and Burnt Turkey and Rai are just not having an easy time of things. And they're just, they really have struggled to convert these rounds as well as they've started. This one, though, should be good enough for the Rebels, because it started so well, but it's into a 2v1 now. You think they'd have to win this out, as Arrow just kind of waiting for any push to happen. Almost got exposed, or had a couple people expose themselves to him, nearly hitting these pixel peak angles. But now, here's the plant go down. Knows it's going to be covered with Rai's life. Knifes out to try and bait a couple of shots, but instead it doesn't quite do that. Still baited out the shots, but there were plenty left in the tank from Rai, and it's a 4th round for HK.
4th round, 5 for Decimate. Getting closer and closer. We're going to a round 10. 1 round in the difference. Very, very close game. And it's not the it's not the kind of HK Rebels we expected coming in. We expected more of a stomp, but considering someone's holding to such high standards is a good sign for the future of Game Rogue tournaments that someone could take it. But a 4-time repeat champion would be a story to behold. So we'll see how they take it from here, as we do see preparation phase coming in, the defensive lineup already chosen, and Izumi, Frost, Warden, Fox. There's some good choices coming through.
Yeah, still relatively typical operator selections, and it's kind of a difference of how Rebels start their round that kind of determines how it concludes, which sounds like, oh yeah, obviously. But in rounds where they end up winning, it normally is because they can actually get something off the start. When Decimate get early kills, it's been a lot of waterfalls in their direction. And we haven't had so many close end round situations. I mean, we had a 1v2 attempted there by Era. We had a 2v2 in a round earlier that Decimate were able to win. But not many rounds come to mind in terms of phenomenal clutches or really tense end round situations where both teams are just kind of going ham at it. It just feels like we've seen one team just take advantage early in rounds and hold that advantage for later. Though Decimate did do a really good job training things back at one point there, but it still ended up going the way of Rebels, and so they get the 4-5. And I'm quite satisfied with this if I'm a Rebels supporter, because this is kind of where they were on Bank as well, and they started to make a difference. Attack can be the better side on Chalet, depending on how you look at it, depending on how your team plays it. But so far this map, it's been pretty much dead even. So getting to the next 3 rounds is going to be tough. That goes without saying, of course, against a team like Decimate, some players like Fens, who's 9-6 coming into this point in the game. And, well, HK Rebels, if anybody can do it, they can. And they look to keep their undefeated streak alive through the Game Rogue tourneys. They've already got 2 maps, but it looks like they are in pursuit of a 3rd, but might not quite get there based on how it's been going thus far.
Yeah. I think the later this game goes on, it just kind of depends on who has the biggest dog in them to be that one to stand up and take over. And that just points out some of the score lines. It is a fairly even spread nearly across both teams. Everyone has been stepping up and doing their bit. It has been team play rather than star play, and we do see reverse now. Getting a little bit spicy with this one. He's in a great position here and could really open up, but the spray back. Jet Hunt goes low, takes a few hits, and it will be a nice opener for Aero there onto reverse. Was in a good position, but couldn't hold the angle, turned at the wrong time. With 1 minute left remaining, there's a lot left to do. And yeah, another one will fall. Focal will take out Rai, and they're starting to fall one by one. They need to find better peaks. There's another one. They're all just falling. Neo takes another Vipoa, the last remaining member, and it could be another flawless for Decimate.
Could be. Not anymore, though, is Vipoa going to put that dream to bed. But unfortunately for him, that's all that he'll be able to do, as the Rebels will not get a 1 versus 5 clutch. They will not win that round. They will not pass go, nor will they collect $200. It is a 6-4 lead for Decimate over HK, and it looks like Fens in the chat, 15 more. Just letting everybody know they're going round by round at this point. Coming to this map, we said that's something they should do. They need to take this map by map, and round by round is pretty much just an extension of that. And it seems that Fens has taken that message to heart and really just focusing in on round, not looking too much at the big grand scheme of things, just not trying to overwhelm himself and focus in on the round at hand. And it's been quite solid so far for Decimate, as they do, again, just feel like they've been better when push comes to shove. But HK, they've made it happen before in sticky situations again, so we need to keep emphasizing that this is anything but over.
Yeah, anything but over is what we're going for right now, as they do start to take apart some of those walls, get their lines up. Decimate, big ask of them to finish this map off. But HK, this was their map. This is something we have to reiterate, that this was their choice, and it seems like both times it did come closer on their maps. So it's been overall a very close series. Both teams have been stepping up to the plate. Fens right now sitting with that nice 9-6. There has been a change with Vipoa's choice here is not it.
Yeah, And that has been kind of the issue with this game. This just feels like... I mean, I like the operator selection, at least, of Osa coming into this. It's a good change of pace, and if you're playing more open angles, then it definitely could help you out. And this is something that on a default execute into this kitchen site, a lot of the times you'll be opening up that wall into kitchen and then trying to plant and cover your teammates on said plant right behind the kitchen table. And an easy way to do that is to be able to make your own cover and provide yourself a good spot to play out inside a fireplace. And that's exactly what they're getting with bringing Vipoa on an Osa. So I like to see the operator selection, at least that seems quite sound to me. Otherwise, everything's just been going well. Rebels with a good amount of control very early on. But, ooh, JetCon actually could get a wallbang here. If the drone intel were there, they might be able to call out to his friends might be able to call out to him that, hey, someone's lying down in that corner and you might be able to shoot him through the wall. But it does not quite happen, and the Warden will live to see another day as Spiker has been so influential through the series as a whole. A little bit slower than last map here on Chalet, but it kind of goes without saying. He got 20 kills there. And Fens, the one who was speeding up this map, is going to get slowed to a halt immediately as the first pick goes to HK Rebels.
Yeah, reverse now. Trying to find some more to work with as they do take an advantage, as you said, and we want to see them push forward with this. We want to see them bring it to that overtime, because it would just be great to see. Be absolutely brilliant Siege and Vipoa right now with that nice shield, waiting for some sort of... Oh, breaks it in one, and Neo says no to that pick. That might be the last time we see that operator come through, as that was clean as can be from Neo. Great take, great pick, pushing forward now as well, getting aggressive with this one, but a trade goes back. And it does open up again for Rai. Takes another 3 versus 2 advantage to HK.
Wow. Yeah, they keep going back and forth, and it ends up in the favor of HK. Is normally, I was saying earlier that you have to break open the wall for a default execute, but they didn't even bother. They just walked into site, took a bunch of kills, and called the round their own, as HK Rebels back to within 1 round of making this another overtime map, which honestly, I'd be incredibly excited to see another overtime between these guys.
Yeah, another overtime, more tension, exactly what we need in this one to get us through. Our voices may be going, but our love for Siege does not, and see the score lines popping up here. Some really, really great games coming out from Decimate, some top players, but we need to see a little bit more from HK to bring it to that overtime, so let's get into this.
Locate and defuse bombs.
They go back to the kitchen site again. It didn't work last round, and by the looks of it, relatively similar operator composition. A couple of switches here and there, but for the most part, they've consistently been running this when they go to kitchen site, so they're going to go back there again. Very similar hold of the top floor when it comes to just generally the mechanics of it and how they choose to hold, where they're putting their shields, where they're breaking open holes, because it looks like they feel confident in their setups. They just want another chance. The salty run back, if you will, because they just know they can win this out, and they're like, okay, we want this site again. We want to take you here once more, because we have the confidence in ourselves and how we can take these fights to just run a similar composition again. And most teams wouldn't be strong enough to do that. They might say, okay, that one didn't go so well. They had 3 moves alive at the end. That means we've got to change a lot. But Decimate sticking to their guns when it matters the most. Will they be able to win this out, though? Or will sticking to their guns be the death of them? Or not quite the death of them, but the death of their chances at winning in regulation, as we would head to overtime should they lose this round. Exactly what the Rebels are looking for.
Yeah, exactly what the Rebels were looking for. See what they can get from here. The Poa taking out some cameras. A lack of information could work in their favor. Nomad on the move, looking to try find some more information. Flashes, utility, everything they need. Working their way down those stairs. They haven't found anything yet. Everything's been quiet so far, as Neo does take a bit of chip there. We'll see what happens on that top floor, but they have got the space needed to work into here. This is exactly what they wanted, but Aero will take the first blood. They will take out Vipoa. Rai looking to burst in through here, will take one. Burnt Turkey will fall on the other side, but Rai will take it back. Getting closer and closer. slows down the pace just a little bit. Everyone breathe, relax. Reverse goes on a double, takes 2. Neo watching this angle, won't be getting it just yet. Neo will take out reverse, but they will go low. Jetcon will take out the last. It is a 1v2 for their lives before this goes to overtime. Neo holding that grenade. The tension with this grenade is...
Oh, he's got diffuser. They have diffuser right there. It's on the ping. All he has to do is impact this, and as soon as they run up on it, he'll try and kill both of them from upstairs, but he's not going to land enough shots. Jetcon, safe to say, he's a safe man until the hatch drop comes through, but actually, he's even more safe when that happens, because the bad man is now gone. Rai protects him from the hatch drop and makes sure that any Wamais coming down from the bedroom hatch will be handled quite easily. And so we do get overtime for a second map in a row. And once again, it was Decimate at the advantage, and it's HK Rebels slowly but surely regaining ground until they get to OT. It's just like what we saw in the last map, but will we see a similar OT to what we saw last map in that HK Rebels can win it, or are we going to see Decimate pull ahead with this one? HK starting on attack for overtime once again. So this is the side that they wanted to start with the OT, because of course they picked this map, so they get to pick the OT starting side as well. So that's what they wanted. That's where they wanted to go to begin the overtime. And it's been 3-3 halves both ways, but they're coming into this with a ton of momentum, so I'm feeling good about it if I'm Rebels.
Feeling good and feeling great. That's what overtime does, and especially when you bring it back from the deficit they were in, when they had to claw their way back in, you have to feel more than capable of finishing that one off. They already have 2 in a row. Why not make it 4? Why not go all the way? Why not take it all from them and kind of dangle the carrot in front and then just take it away as soon as they get close to it? They gave them a sniff of a map victory, and HK Rebels could take it all away very, very quickly. We do see that start from the helicopter. We do see a Dokubi coming out. Burnt Turkey knows what has to be done. Best selection possible on that attack. Use that information wisely, my young Padawan, as they do start to break windows, try to find space, start to work their way through, and get ready for this execute, get ready for this siege. And this is the finest siege we've seen today.
Yeah, it's definitely up there. We've seen a lot through this grand final alone, but right now it's just kind of a relatively standard take. They want to start things off just upstairs above the site, but things aren't going to start off well for Reverse, as unfortunately the Reverse curse of dying first seems to still be going. It hasn't been happening too much this map, maybe only like 3 or 4 times, but he's been one of the culprits that has been, if anybody, dying relatively early on, but he's also been getting a lot of opening picks as well. So the entry KD has been quite good this time for Reverse in comparison to Clubhouse. Was having an unlucky map there, but he has to go next and has been resetting the mental this time around, but not quite resetting it enough to get into this round further than just about the first minute. Rai though is going to get that trade, and so it's at least something, and HK Rebels are making a comeback and trading out these kills, but they've got another one that they have to trade because another kill has been found, and Vipoa just tried to walk into the objective. Just gets punished for it, but Jetcon's there too. Burnt Turkey with one as well. Kills all over the map, but it's only left to Burnt Turkey to deal with Neo and Focal. The Proxim alarm is going to show exactly where he is, or at the very least not show, but give that indication with the audio. As a result, they can be relatively confident, Decimate can, that they know where he is, especially now that he's firing so many bullets in their direction. Does not have the fuser, has to try and go for some frags. Gone 6 goes out, and he'll just walk his way through. Shooting the Mark 14 in this situation. It's a little bit too close range, and that's exactly why. 2 tunnel vision because of the 2 times scope, and he gets killed from the side by the MPX of Warden. And it is going to start off with a Decimate round when they have the upper hand again, but can they close it out this time? They couldn't do it in regulation, they couldn't do it last map, and they couldn't do it in OT last time, but can they do it here?
Yeah, they need to get this one, and they need to get it to bring themselves to map 4. That was a really, really good round. That was incredibly well played by them. It was so back and forth, but they clutch it out at the end. They get what's important, and yeah, I honestly feel like they do have the opportunity here. We do see HK Rebels going for a first floor play, and yeah, my hands are actually on my head. I'm so it's so tense. I like, for my heart rate, overtimes are horrible, but for viewing experience, absolutely brilliant. And
oh no, there's few experiences better in all of esports than a close OT in Siege, especially for grand finals when the whole series is on the line. Decimate trying to keep themselves alive, but the Rebels, well, they might, it looks like they kind of just have that plot armor at the moment. They get to this spot where it's like, oh no, they can't possibly win, and they claw their way back. But Decimate on
5 seconds left before
match
insertion.
point again, putting HK Rebels on the brink once more. Now the Rebels get to choose their side to start on, but they lose that first attacking round. However, they get to choose any site on the entire map. Actually, I think the rules do actually implicate rounds that you won before, so they might not be able to choose any site. But they can choose a site that they feel relatively confident in. They're not being forced into any alleyways that they're not feeling so great about, and yeah, so they need this round win. Otherwise, we go to another map, and it is going to be an even longer night than it's already been.
Yeah, this is the one to watch right now. HK Rebels on this defense. Reverse having a hard time getting rid of the last little bit of plaster on that wall. Does get it through, and hopefully we'll see something. But Spiker does open it up onto Burnt Turkey. Will take that first kill and open up the opportunity for Destiny to finish this one off. We do hear bullets going back and forth. Not sure who has seen who, but Spiker is half health. Something to take into account when they want to get this round back. It is very, very slow pace, but still very early into the round. They're afraid of the execute right now, but Reverse is not afraid of running around the map. Pole manages to take out one. Not over just yet as Reverse shooting down windows, doing his very best as Neo takes one. Neo takes two. That's a double kill, and that could open up for them as we do take another. Reverse goes down. Jet Con, the last of the Rebels.
Man.
Will the rebellion rise or will they fall here?
Yeah, the last of the Hong Kong Rebels to fight off the entirety of Decimate. Though they did have relatively low HP, that's not really going to matter when you've been shot through the floor. Arrow closes things out, and Decimate do close out that map. They at least have been able to take away one, which is fair. It's very well deserved, as it's been 3 incredibly hard-fought maps. If we had seen that go 3-0 to Rebels, it would have been a little bit unfair to Decimate and all the effort they have put in. But still, you can't help but feel like Rebels were a little bit in the driver's seat more than they should have been. Decimate almost losing control, but fortunately for them, they can keep control of that map, and they close it out 8-6. We will go to map number 4.
Yeah, we will go to map 4, and HK Rebels have a lot to prove now because that was their map. So I think honestly there were some points in that where they did just throw very strange leads, and Reverse did get picked once or twice early on, as Happy is slowly dying here. So we will cut to a very quick break and let him get some water into him. So we'll be back in just a few moments before we get on to map 4. We will see y'all soon.
I'm zoning, I'm spaced. I'll take these meds to the face now. Drink till I black. Hear your voice with the hey wow. I just made it, you never thought I could do it, proved you wrong. Countless fucking reasons we ain't get along. Still looking at my page, but don't hit my phone. Bitch, I did it, I'm at the top. She was at the after party, so she is an afterthought. We was traveling all around the globe, and I know you wish you still stuck around, oh no. Oh, I saw you fucked it up. Ever since you left, all I knew was to run my money up. And now you see I'm coming up, got it on my own. I was not back on my ass, and I can't find a happy home. Yeah. Promise I won't bother you. No sense ain't calling you. Don't know why I would fall for you. I should have offered you. Baby, I can't talk to you. I'm just not comfortable. Baby, you're not lovable. Fucked it all up. I'm zoning, I'm spaced. I'll take these meds to the face now. Drink till I black. Hear your voice with the hey wow. I'm zoning, I'm spaced. I'll take these meds to the face now. Drink till I black. Hear your voice with the hey wow. I just made it, you never thought I could do it, proved you wrong. Countless fucking reasons we ain't get along. Still looking at my page, but don't hit my
was thinking about you, but you were way too far away. Why'd you go away? I said, why'd you go away? I have nothing left to say. I have nothing left to say. I'm stuck in my ways. I said, I am on my way. I'm too lost, don't know what I'm on. Without you, I'm gone. I'm just way too numb. So I'm on the way. 100 missed calls from yesterday. So I contemplate picking up the phone and make another mistake. So gone in space. I don't think I'll be the same. Don't come back when I have fame. At least I'm left with you to blame. Honestly, can't you see what you've done to me? Like honestly, how could you move on from me? I proved you wrong, and I lost it all. Like when I left, I lost control. It's all your fault, I'm on my own. Tell me what's going on, what's in your head? I miss your voice, miss you in bed. Constant text you left on red. I'll never see your face again. I'm too lost, don't know what I'm on. Without you, I'm gone. I'm just way too numb. So I'm on the way. 100 missed calls from yesterday. So I contemplate picking up the phone and make another mistake. So gone in space. I don't think I'll be the same. Don't come back when I have fame. At least I'm left with you to blame. So what about us? We been chillin' laid back in a whip all black, tryna smoke some. Love the way we gotta act, hate the ways you react when we get done. Baby, just relax, I'ma keep us intact, we gon' have fun. We gon' have fun. So what about trust? Went from riding in the biz, now I'm riding with my friends, now it's all gone. Got your beard till the end, no more seeing you again, you've been so wrong. I don't know where you been, baby, we could get it in, don't move on. Move on, don't move on. Put me on blast, one side of the story. You don't wanna hear me out, cause you loving the glory. Thought I saw your true colors, but my vision was blurry. Forever lasts for never, but you left in a hurry. You wanna get drunk, make love. I just wanna take drugs, have fun. Put your body in a Maybach and Ralph Lauren. We could get wild, we don't gotta stay boring. Summer so sweet, California. Cause girl, you know me and I adore ya. We could make peace, don't make me more ya. You may be evil, but I adore ya. So what about us? We been chillin' laid back in a whip all black, tryna smoke some. Love the way we gotta act, hate the ways you react when we get done. Baby, just relax, I'ma keep us intact, we gon' have fun. We gon' have fun. So what about trust? Went from riding in the biz, now I'm riding with my friends, now it's all gone. Got your beard till the end, no more seeing you again, you've been so wrong. I don't know where you been, baby, we could get it in, don't move on. Move on, don't move on.
Honestly, if you want to continue to be petty like this, go for it. Keep ignoring my calls. Keep denying every single text I have ever sent you. Because I'm done. This bullshit over and over and over again. I'm so sick and tired of it. And you just don't understand.
steady. I know that the pain is feeling heavy, but I'll be by your side if you let me. Feeling like a doctor, I'm just losing all my patience, and I really, really miss you. I can't even start to fake it. But my mama always told me you gotta fake it till you make it. But you've been on my mind, and I really can't take it. No, say you're gonna run away, but you meant from me. And I'm caught in my emotions, but you're not sorry. Said that I'm not right for you, and now it haunts me. Wish I was your ride or die. You lied, now I'm free. Run away from giving you all my time. I've been trying to find a way to run away. I've been tired of finding ways to hide, so now I need to run away. You've been lying, you got me dying inside, so now I want to run away. The back of my mind, the only place I can run and go escape to. Gotta find my escape now. Got me tired of the beat down. But I'm smiling through the pain and I'm crying for a change. Twist my head, got me spinning round. Lost control and I'm falling for you. Gave my all, but now I ignore you. All the things I had in store, yeah. Now I gotta run away. Tell me to leave, but I'm wanting to stay. Riding solo while I skirt through the race. Sipping straight out the bottle, ain't no need to chase. And I got all these problems that I need to face. But I'm gonna run away. From giving you all my time, I've been trying to find a way to run away. I've been tired of finding ways to hide, so now I need to run away. You've been lying, you got me dying inside, so now I want to run away. The back of my mind, the only place I can run and go escape to.
Hey everybody, we are back from the break, and it's time to get into map number 4. The HK Rebels could not close it out as quickly as they perhaps would have liked, and I'm sure they are going to be feeling the hurt as a result of that. They could have gotten it in just 3 maps, but we move on to a 4th, and honestly, that's where at least, at minimum, should have gotten to, because Decimate have been playing lights out, and especially when you consider they're going up against such an incredible opponent in the HK Rebels. And so you just got to respect it. If this had ended in 3-0 fashion, I just don't think it would have really shown the amount of fight that Decimate put into the series and the heart that put into it. So they were able to take the map. They take Oregon. This is one they chose to go to here, and the decider, of course, being Theme Park after this. If we go to that one, then it should theoretically be some kind of even ground, but we'll have to get through Oregon and have a Decimate win to see Theme Park on the other end of it.
Yeah, so we'll see the bans coming through again, and let's wait till we get surprised by what comes out. Nope, no surprise there. As usual, it was Ying, and can anyone guess what the next one's going to be? I think it's going to be Nook. I don't know why they take their time with
I mean, they did change Habana. They went to Habana on Club. You could maybe do that here. I feel you just see a bit of Habana, man, on this map, maybe, but like, it's not as much because there aren't as many hatches that you need to get open, and they're not always reinforced. And there you go. We do see a Nook ban again. So yes, it is still very much the predictable, repetitive thing that continues on and on and on for the end of time that we know it to be, the ban phase of Rainbow Six Siege competitive, ladies and gentlemen. It doesn't change too much, especially not in the best of 5, because you get the same teams who get used to not seeing the same operators, like Solus. I called it. There we go. I don't know if Delay maybe didn't give me credit on that one, but I said it before it was
I think we all know what's going on here. I think unless something magical changes, we've seen a lot of it. I wouldn't mind seeing a Myra if they really want to do it, but it actually was up to Cade. It's not Valkyrie. Wow.
It's not Valkyrie. It actually isn't Valkyrie. I think that's the first time we've seen a different defense ban all day. Or maybe not all day.
No, we've seen Cade. We've seen Cade already. Cade was banned.
In this series?
Yes. Was it this series or the one before?
I don't think it was. I thought we'd only seen, Solus and Valk.
We've casted a lot of games today.
You've casted a lot of games today. I've casted a lot, but still less.
Also true. Also true. Yeah.
You might be. I get the vibe that you're thinking about one of the earlier series because I don't think we saw Cade banned.
Cade
But-
was banned earlier at some stage, and more than likely
At
was
some point
banned.
earlier in this day, Cade was not playable. That's fair.
Yes, at some point. But we do get onto this one, and we'll break it down for us a little bit. How do you feel about this map overall? Do you see a team style kind of being more in tune with this one, or is it still going to be the same kind of we don't know until it happens kind of style?
Well, it's very much the most played out map in Siege. You could make the argument for Clubhouse instead. But this and Clubhouse are typically the two contenders for the most played out maps in Siege. If you're going to call a veteran production team of Rainbow Six, everyone is looking at the ban face saying, please ban Oregon, please ban Club, please ban Oregon, please ban Club. It's happened every single time, or almost every single time I've been casting over the past few months because observers and casters and producers, everybody gets tired of it. But that also speaks to the fact that everybody has a solid Oregon and a solid Clubhouse. And, well, Chalet's another one, too, that's relatively frequently played, and we saw that last map. It was very close. We saw Clubhouse. It was very close. So I honestly can't say anything other than I'm going to say we go OT here. I'm predicting that it goes to overtime. No idea who's going to actually take it at the end, but overtime is what I'm, at this moment, what I'm expecting.
If you're expecting an OT, you're expecting that to come to fruition, and I would be kind of in the same boat and agreeing with it. But when it comes to these teams, things can get so close, so scary, so nail biting that we just don't know. And if with a lead like that, reverse does open up onto Fens, and that could spell disaster for the first round for Decimate. And it's back to the very same with Decimate starting on that attack, and HK Rebels always choosing defense when possible. Decimate always choosing attack. So I don't think we'll ever really see the reverse of it. But for the moment, they do have an advantage. They have taken one. A little bit of chip has been returned, but great positioning, great control, taking their time, and Decimate, they still have a lot to play for here.
Decimate still have plenty to go for. And I mean, they've got a lot of time to work with it as well. A minute 30 seconds, and it's not getting any better though. JetCon's going to take that kill onto Focal and take out the Twitch as well as the Ash. And there was another, and then there's another. It looks like another. Not quite. Neo gets one, so it's not flawless, but it's a wash in favor of HK.
Yeah, wash in favor of them. It won't be a flawless as Burnt Turkey does fall in the end, but Neo now in a very difficult position. That Ayana wanting to do something here, looking for a angle on this one. Won't quite find it just yet. They know that they're there, and even the rotates, they're not even going to try and move. They're going to try to stay solid on this one. Will be picked up by Neo. Reverse will fall, so it is something going for them, but they need to get more than just that. They need to push on and pick up a lot more to make this work. But good start. Good start.
Not as good a start as you could ask for, coming off of a map of loss, and they're able to do what they have been struggling to do at the start of maps. Even the maps that they were winning, they weren't always getting good starts. Mostly Decimate were getting pretty good openings to maps, and this time, though, it's HK who start things off at the upper hand. Now, it is Oregon. It's a defender-sided map, especially when it comes to bottom floor and top floor. Typically, you'll see a 4-2 because you'll lose you lose bottom floor or top floor once. Maybe you lose your tertiary side if you try and play it. Things happen, and a 4-2 half is pretty much the default on Oregon in favor of the defenders. So anything better than that or worse than that is kind of a bit of straying from the norm, but 5-1, 3-3, you've seen it. I would say this and Clubhouse are the more defender-sided maps we've seen so far today, because we've also had Bank and Chalet, which are very much split down the middle. So Oregon and Club can both sway whatever direction you see them swaying in. It depends on the team, but by default, they would usually sway 4-2, defense 5-1, defense something of that nature. So yeah, that's kind of the expectation coming in. The Rebels getting a good start here isn't necessarily, oh, finally Rebels are playing phenomenally to start off the map. It is sort of the expectation, though not to take any credit away from them. A very good round from their side, and they start things off with the first round.
Yeah, first round does go over, and it hopefully it won't just continue in a very quick 7-0. We don't want to see that. I do enjoy the fact that these teams are so close, but we do have HK Rebels with that that expectation of them. A lot of people talk about the expectation of being the best and having to continue to be the best. That is something else that does come true, and people expect you to win these. They expect you to take it all, and that is something that we have to keep an eye on as it goes by, because I think everyone watching right now will agree that HK have not been playing their finest Siege today, and they have messed up a couple of rounds. And regardless of that, we do see that first bit of information. We do see Flores trying to find something here. Decimate will cut that out and won't let them continue with that. But how do you feel about their chances going into this before this? Because you had such high expectations of the Rebels. Did you think that they're living up to expectations, or have they kind of fallen behind a little bit?
I don't think it's not that they're not living up to expectations, it's that Decimate are overdoing the expectations that many people had for them. HK Rebels have played to a very high level in a number of very high level tournaments, and Decimate don't quite have that same track record, so you wouldn't expect it to be so incredibly close, though I'm sure that the two stand-ins coming into the picture does change the dynamic between these two teams. But Decimate have been still playing phenomenally regardless of whether or not the expectations were this or the expectations were that, or on paper HK is better. Decimate have been standing up to them. Oh my goodness. Focal better be thanking his lucky stars the fact that his feet didn't get snapped in half as he barely avoids that frost mat. But 2 kills have already come through for Decimate. A good trade back though, and 2 actually. 2 kills go the way of the HKR, but only 2 kills before JetCon goes down, and the total site control there for Decimate. But Burnt Turkey coming up White Stairs is able to get one. Now Rai can come in from behind and catch players off guard. The zombie barrier almost gets in the way, but he gets rid of Focal regardless in a 1 versus 2, as Neo is going to have to work on his own. A minute left to possibly win this round out. 0 frag grenades anymore to speak of. And I'm not even sure where he is at the moment. Able to get that kill on a Rai though, so now on board with Burnt Turkey as he looks to go up the White Staircase. Recovering the fuser is Neo. 1 versus 1 for the second round.
1 versus 1, second round, closer this time around, and we do have that diffuser going down. They will get that planted. It will be down to the first peak, the first angle, and it will go to Neo. Great shot. Absolutely incredible, and we even see it in the chat popping up from Aero.
Yeah.
There is a wow factor there with that one. That one was very, very nice.
He literally took the words out of my mouth. I think I had the same reaction right as he had that reaction. Wow, what a shot that was. Neo with a phenomenal 1 versus 2. Gets the kill upstairs and then gets the kill on the player just coming up the staircase. As HK Rebels, they started things off well, but that last round, it was consistently in the hands of Decimate. Then Rebels made a good effort to get a couple of kills when they were holding down the site itself. It was really strong, but the DCM with a phenomenal 1v2 from Neo to win that round.
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Yeah, phenomenal stuff there, taking that round as we do get further and further into this. We have to kind of pose the questions now with timing and what they want to do. The executes have been solid and then slowed down and halted, and I think we really have to go back to the basics and not do anything too spicy. Just pick up a couple of rounds here for HK, get that advantage, get pushing on this. You chose defense. This is where you're meant to be strong, and right now it's just not quite looking for it.
Oh no, who told Reverse that I said he was getting killed first a lot? I'm sorry, Reverse, I didn't mean it. I was just pointing out something that happened. Alright, can we spectate him? Can we make good on that? I feel bad. I never want to diss the man. I never like to diss the man. He's been playing well. Like, if you can die first a decent amount and then still match everybody in kills, like, you're going crazy in the rounds where you do live. It's just a high-risk, high-reward playstyle. That's all I was trying to say. I hope he ain't take it the wrong way. That's my bad. But yeah,
no,
I mean,
stick to it. Stick to your analysis.
No, I was just saying that he died first a lot. That was my analysis. I wasn't saying Reverse is a bad player, because that'd just be incorrect analysis.
Okay, the analyst that falls apart. Crimes of punditry.
What do you mean? What do you mean? I never said he was bad. I just said he died first a couple times. I don't understand. Are you trying to put words in my mouth and say that I called him bad?
I'm not saying nothing. I'm innocent here.
All
Don't
right.
worry about me.
All right. Oh, whatever. We're on board with Reverse most of this round. He is going crazy. He's making good on his promises. He gets the first kill. He blew up the armory. This guy has a point to prove. I will never speak bad on this man's name again. Never again in my life. Look at him go. 5 on 3 now, and it's already so good from Rebels. What a phenomenal start to the round.
That's a
Poetic,
statement.
that's what it was.
That was a statement and a half. That was really, really good. But he has to stay good on the promise and finish out the rest of it just like that. He has to continue on this form and prove to us time in, time out that he is that guy. So yeah, very well played to start off. We need to see a little bit more though and see how the rest of it plans out. But right now, Reverse still looking for more, constantly changing angles, looking for something, playing for that. But we do see the revive coming through. They will go for the flash. They will get that one up, and it will be Fens finishing that one off. Smoke coming through will choke a player slowly. He will get a triple. He's going for more. Will go for the reload and look for that. Will he go for the fourth kill? He's looking at the right kind of area, but he needs to find the head. We will see a trade coming through soon, but very, very good start there from HK Rebels for that round. He gets a quad kill. He's going for the ace. He gets flashed and taken out, but it should be traded back. But no, they don't get it fast enough. Flashing themselves. Focal does get another one. So it's, yeah, a really, really good start coming in there. And yes, one player left standing, half health. Focal has a mountain to climb here, and see how it goes for him. We'll see how it goes. Oof.
Yeah, we saw how it went. Big pokeball at the end there, and the only person to get a kill with their gun in that round was Reverse. Also got a C4 kill, drops a 4K, and wow. I hope the call was good enough for you, Reverse. If you watch that VOD back or something, I was doing my very best to hype you up, because that was a phenomenal play. He just steps in and just goes crazy. If that's what happens when people say something about Reverse that he's not a big fan of, then
but why did it take him that long to do it? We're on
his
fourth
team,
map.
His team should just talk bad about him the entire game and call him garbage. And then, like, that's all they have to do. Apparently that just works it so well.
We are on fourth map and we want to see more like that. So it's not just one round that it can be done on. You need to continue to do that to really build up everything. So yeah, it's a great round. Happy for him, but we need to see more of that. We need to see more of that to get your team over the line, become that star player. And as we do see the changes coming through now, Habana coming through, and Azumi as well. So Spiker's going to be going hard and fast on this one. How do you feel about the changes to the operators this time around? Do you feel they're in the right idea and mindset, or are they a little bit confused here?
For the attack, Amaru stands out to me. It's good on Oregon if you're taking tower control, rappelling all the way up to T3 or T2 or wherever you want to get in. That's a good way to kind of get around that if you just want to bring a player with a good gun. And Spiker is somebody who you would want to have a good gun of anyone, so, you know, it makes sense. Running the Amaru in this instance makes a decent amount of sense. And HK Rebels are trying their very best to kind of match the energy with the outpicks. And I feel like the defensive comp, if that's what you were just talking about, like, that's a pretty solid defensive comp. Relatively standard. You got a shield, you got 2 shields. You have some barriers and all that. All very meta operators. And Reverses just stepped in. Oh my goodness. HK Rebels, if you win this game, you did. I need to be paid. I need to be paid if you win this game. I said this guy died first a lot, and now he just won't stop killing people. The opening pick god, at both ends of the opening pick seemingly, is for a couple maps he was on the wrong side, but he's found the right side of opening kills, and he is opening up heads and opening up opportunities for HK Rebels, though Rai not quite able to seize that opportunity, and so it's only a 1-player advantage as Reverse is looking for more, but has to back off just a little bit.
Went from Maidenless to Headshot Merchant very quickly right there, reversed in. Got to keep an eye on what he's going to do with the rest of this round, opening up well for his team, but yeah, we've got to activate that star player too when they are on this kind of streak, when they are ready to take these fights, and see where they go from here. Only going upwards, and that should be the aim. 7 and 3 right now on Reverse, and what else can you say apart from that? Out of the absolutely nowhere, they have started to pop off, and want to see more from them. So looking forward to seeing how the rest of this one will go. They are kind of hesitating now on the aggressive peaks and trying to play back a little bit more as they do spot out one. Gonna go for that high angle once again to try and find the head, but yeah, doing much better this time around. HRL is putting on a clinic for what they wanted to do in the first place.
Yeah, and Focal taking a ton of damage too. Reverse about to swing around that corner, and his position not expected at all. He's on track for another possible ace. He's already got 3. And it is 8 and 3 through the first 4 rounds. Specifically, 7 of those 8 kills have been in the last 2, including this one. And this one's not even done yet. Still 2 players that could be killed on that Decimate side. And Reverse looking to do that job. Swinging into blue. Going around. He lines one up. Actually, no, I thought he got both kills there, but not quite. JetCon was able to get one from the other side. So it's 2 4Ks in a row from Reverse and a 3-1 lead for the HK Rebels.
Yeah, heading into round 5, just Reverse is just taking over this right now. And maybe you're right. Maybe it was those words of encouragement, we'll say, to Reverse, as he is now flaming you as well in the chat, and we love to see it. We love to see a player get the Roan against the casters. But yeah, we can't fault him on how well he is playing right now. It's really opening up for HK, and they're looking better and better. But how do you feel now about Decimate's chances with a fired up Reverse?
It's not looking as good. And I would also like to say that there is no we in this instance. I don't love to see that. I just tried to say what was going on my screen, and now everything is my fault. That just feels kind of sad. But honestly, hey, look, whatever got Reverse to play like this and give us some hype rounds and some amazing plays, I'm here for it. So even if I did have a role in bringing about this demon inside of him, it is a 3-1 lead now for the HK Rebels, and apparently that's my fault. As HK, I mean, normally, like, oh, it's like, oh, you don't want the casters to do, like, the whole caster curse thing. It doesn't actually matter. Like, this is unprecedented. I've never even seen somebody call out a caster in the middle of the game about something, and, like, now he's, like, saying it and then backing up what he was saying before, like, actively, and I am the one who is being referred to in this instance. It is very much a culture shock, if you will. As we're into round number 5, HK Rebels choosing to go to Meeting and Kitchen, and that's where they'll play this round from.
Yeah, they will be playing it from that angle, and they're going to be comfortable enough on this, I think. I think they're Reverse. No, he does get taken out first. Reverse on that, as he does go back to the old ways and goes back to the comfort of dying first. But
I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. You said it on me. You said it on me.
Yeah, sometimes I gotta say it too. I want to have some fun as well. Gotta see if you can activate from my words. But no, that is a sad one there to lose at that point. But we will see how the rest of the round does develop. Good positioning on... Oh, it's good position right now. Neo could really open up onto this one, but there's no one covering that angle, so it could just go in their favor regardless. It's a very strange round.
Yeah, that's a good way to describe it. I would say strange. It hasn't quite been very orthodox at all. And especially in the way this site is being approached as well. A lot of the time you see people push into an objective like this, it involves an immense amount of pressure on the top floor. But they're not putting too much pressure on the top floor. They'd have got just as many people sitting inside laundry at the moment. I think Neo's got his drone stuck. There we go. It was able to jump out, but as soon as he jumps out, it gets shot. So, yeah, that's just lovely, isn't it? But yeah, Fens is currently working on going to the top floor, and he did a good job of it. Lost a lot of HP, but a player is now dead. So I would take that trade if I were on Decimate. You have a player advantage, and if you can get a second round already, possibly threatening for a third on Oregon attack, it's putting you in pretty good shape as they look to be in quite good shape going into these last few minutes, or this last single minute, and it's all going Neo's way. Everybody pushing into him, but they all made a mistake in doing so. Decimate get their second round.
Decimate do get their second, and I think it was off the back of Reverse getting picked early. That did spell disaster for them in that case, but still a round behind. They need to get more and more going, and yeah, I didn't like that round from HK. They seemed very split in what they wanted to do, and they didn't really come down as hard as we have seen them do before. So I want to see more of them playing controlled, being more comfortable on their ideas going forward. And yeah, that wasn't the most comfortable round for me to watch. I think they kind of messed up that one just a little bit.
10 seconds to go. out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Barrier activated.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry, my vMix was muted. I didn't want to cough into the mic, and I was still muted as a result. Happy production. Honestly, that is just what I do. But
You got in trouble.
regardless, I've already gotten in trouble. I caused 2 4Ks because somebody.
Cost 2
Because reverse
4K.
was-
Look at the coach taking the credit, but yeah, no, that was the second time. But
Well, what do
HK
you want me to
Rebels-
do? He goes, "Hey, Caster, watch me. I'm gonna go crazy," and then proceeds to run around and shoot a bunch of people. Like, I feel like that's kind of. Forget it.
Yeah, okay, yeah, he's just happy to be a part of it is what I'm hearing from you. But we do
Oh,
go
yeah,
jump
no, I'm
back
just
into
happy.
this one. We do see Neo open up onto Rai. The defense starting to fall apart a little bit here, but they managed to trade one back, and Vipoa makes me
Look at this
eat
double
my
flank.
words as they do take the advantage. They're going to keep pushing on this one. We want to see more of that coming from them as they do get into a little bit more aggressive position. Sees one on the roof, doesn't land the shots, and will step back from that one. Reverse could have been close to opening up a massive advantage there, but they do step back just a little, and a lot more to work with here. They do need to get more detected outside. They know someone's on the outside. He
Oh
does
my
get
gosh,
taken on the
no.
way back in. Should have just shot the window, buddy.
Yeah, that is
Yes.
not the play, unfortunately, in that instance. And tread carefully in what I say about Reverse making that decision, but he just tried to get from tower to attic without having to break open the wall because he couldn't have broken open that wall, but nobody had the window open for them. That would have helped at least having broken open that window before heading up to that area, but gets punished as a result of trying to just get back home quickly, and now that's going to make this round look a lot more doable for Decimate as into the last minute, Burnt Turkey underneath, trying to make an impact, and 2 of his teammates, his final 2 teammates of Jetcon and Vipoa, sitting inside the site, just sort of comfortably playing their angles at the moment. Vipoa flashed off, we're going to chuck out a smoke canister, but now they're going to have to work without the flank because it's just been killed, 30 seconds left, and Decimate need a pretty solid attack. Vipoa going aggressive to try and make a difference, and actually just playing inside Bolo corner instead, just waiting right there. It's taken a long time for them to push in, isn't it?
Yeah, they're taking their time with this one here, but time is not in their favor. 12 seconds remaining. They need to make a push now. There it is. There's the wall. He gets the one. He gets the down. He gets shot in the back, though, as it was a good double peek coming in. Arrow there to cover that one as the bomb site located. Diffuser is being planted as well. We do see Jetcon ready for this one, but will get taken out by Spiker and Decimate. They take another round, and that's exactly what they needed in that moment. They need to keep this momentum up and start to win more and more because they want to get to that 5th map.
We could be looking at a reverse sweep. It started well for Rebels in this map, but that is something we really have to take into account. We actually might be looking at a reverse sweep happening in front of our very own eyes. And honestly, that's fair. Like, Decimate have been working hard to get there. We could realistically have seen this end 3-0 in their favor if 1, maybe 2 rounds per map go a little differently. I mean, they could have very easily taken every single one of those first few maps, and now, seeing them here in this position, they've shown to be a very composed team. They've proven already that they can fight with the best of them in terms of long term, as they managed to lose 2 maps very close in a row and not get demoralized to the point where the 3rd one wasn't even close. As a matter of fact, it was, and as a matter of fact, they won. And so now we stand with the Rebels kind of looking a little bit shaky, because a 3-3 half off of your defensive end. Yes, the Rebels have looked quite good on their attacks so far today, but Oregon attack is a different beast. Oregon attack without a Ying and a Nook can be pretty rough. So it's going to come down to how good that attack is from the Rebels and how many times they can get early kills. I'm looking at Reverse here. He's been the impact player so far this map. I'm also looking at Jetcon. He's been very consistent over the course of this series. I want to see some big entry plays from Reverse. I don't want to see him dying first too much. I don't want to have to use my words. I don't have to bring up that ever again. I just want him to kill people, and so seems to be the plan. What a shot that is from Rai. Hopping in, playing the Yana just so effectively. getting that quick kill with the G36. Not the G36 I was talking about, as Reverse is also rocking that same gun on Ash, but still a G36 nonetheless, and an opening pick nonetheless onto Neo as well, the top fragger from Decimate by quite a wide margin so far this map.
Yeah, it is a good margin, a lot more to work with there, but Neo doesn't fall. So HK Rebels, they've located the bomb sites. They have their attack running. They just need to find some angles. They need to find some picks. They're going to blow up some on the floor. They're going to have a look through there. No, they're just going to run away from it and Reverse turbo sprinting around this and is now getting closer and closer to some red outlines. He's going to go for another bit of floor damage. We'll look through this one. Won't spot anything just yet. Is someone just behind that wall? But here comes the hatch, here comes the explosion, and the drop down will be coming any moment now.
Should be coming through, and speaking of drops, bodies getting dropped everywhere as Reverse is able to get one more kill. Drops that player trying to move up rear stage staircase, but more people are coming up the stairs to shoot at him. So he's saying, okay, you really want to take those fights? Well, you can. Feel free to. Spiker is still inside this corner, but pressured out by the nade from Rai and killed by the gun of Rai. And so, pretty solid duo out of the Yana there. Able to make it a quick double kill. And along with that kill from Reverse is the G36 duo. Has been a pretty solid duo this round as well. Not just the Yana herself with the nades and the gun, but also the gun and the same exact gun on a different character. Both proven to be very effective, and Arrow just now looking for some kind of aggressive play to maybe bring this man count back into favor, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. Arrow still going to walk up the staircase anyways, but the sound cue gives him away, and the Rai gives him no chances. Fens is going to take back one, but it's looking pretty rough. Yes, you're playing Warden. You've got a pretty solid gun with a high fire rate and a 1.5 times sight, and now it actually would be wise of me to not count him out of this situation, but as soon as I speak, Rai makes it a 4K from Pillar, and a phenomenal start to that round ends just as phenomenally, and Decimate not quite able to stay on stable footing. HK start their attack half off in a good way.
Yeah, and it was something you were talking about before, that you were worried a little bit about the attack and how they're going to get it done, but they get it done pretty cleanly there. It looked pretty good. A couple of mistakes, but those things happen. It looks good so far, and HK Rebels poised to take their 3-1 victory for the series, and that could be a $600 game right now, right here. $450 a frag, depending on how close it gets, and they are going to take the Myra here, which I do like. Decimate taking that on the defense. I think that is something that should be banned away, and Habana on the other side is another one we have seen banned before.
I think it's a $350, isn't it?
350?
Because what, first place gets 600, second place gets 250. 600 minus 250 is 350.
Yeah, I think you're right. I'm not sure. I actually didn't read it myself because it's been a very long day and there's so many messages flying into that chat. It's just there's honestly numbers there. I saw 50 and I went, look, it looks like a $350. Okay, apologize to anyone who got that wrong.
It's fair. Same difference. Nobody cares. It's fine. Same difference, and I mean the players care about knowing how much money they get, but it's not like now that you said that the prize pool is going to change. It's not like, I know this is the April Fool's Gold tournament, but it's not like we're going to say, April Fools, we actually are giving the winning team $100 less because we feel like it. But, I mean, still, it's about time that HK Rebels really started to come back a lot into life again, because they had a couple rounds in a row where they looked a little rough, but here they are again. They win that last round, they keep themselves in the lead, which isn't necessarily what you'd expect, especially not when you're playing into that first round against the defense as the attacking team. That means the defenders can go to whatever site they so please, and that means it's going to be hard for you to actually, do much of anything, at least in theory. But in practice, it was not hard for Rai to get a few kills and make that a pretty good round. It's a 4-3 advantage now for Hong Kong.
Yeah, they have a good advantage here. I'm kind of worried now for Decimate's defense. I do like the Myra, and I think they're solid enough, but I just feel like with the way Reverse is playing, they could open up. But I'll eat my words. Neo does take out Reverse. That over-aggression might have been, and he also did drop the diffuser over to Rai, so a little bit of a change in tactics. They're going to swap it back over to Burn Turkey. They're not too sure who they want carrying this one, as the hatch will get opened. Burnt Turkey will take
I think it's
that
Bird
one.
Turkey. I think they want Bird Turkey with the diffuser. Normally you've got a hard breach with the diffuser. That sounds about right. And I think Bird Turkey's typically been more of that supporting role for this team, and so I mean that at least makes sense to me. But I do want to point out Bird Turkey in one particular reason, because he accidentally popped 6x Kairos on that first hatch instead of 4, which sounds like semantics, but it actually does make a difference on this site, especially because a lot of the time X Kairos will be used, any additional X Kairos will be used to open up that E-box wall and try and expose the player playing on the other side towards that doorway into blue. In that case, they're not going to have 2 of those that they would have had otherwise, but the defensive side isn't going to have Fens, and they would have had him if he didn't die, so I guess that's similar. Oh my gosh, he almost just killed his whole team. Unfortunately, things are fine. And in the last 35 seconds, HK Rebels need a big explosion into sight.
Get ready for the drop. Get ready for the run as they do go for it. And he gets 1 immediately. Goes for 2. Gets them down, but it will be finished off by Poa. Poa will finish them and put them in a great position. But Aero will take 1 back onto JetCon. Will step back as well. The Myra working their magic back through as Burnt Turkey falls to Neo. HK Rebels have dropped the diffuser. No time left. Needs to go for these kills, and they will just step away. They won't go for the peak. They won't accept that as the game, and it goes 1 for 1. 2 seconds remaining. He's going to try and turn the corner, but won't get there in time. And Decimate take it by protecting the bomb sites. And yeah, that was looking close, but they did hold it perfectly. You okay there?
Yeah, the actual hold, yeah, I am. I for the people in the stream, I mute when I cough, at least most of the time, but Satyr can still hear it, so
Yeah.
he has been having to try and shoutcast while I am hacking up a lung in the background, so.
I'm more worried about you. Like, I'm less worried about my casting. I'm
No,
more worried about your health.
It's not worry. It's nothing to worry about. I just have allergies. Like, it happens. It is what it is. I signed up for this, and then I have allergies, and I'm like, okay, well, now I gotta get through it. And remind me to never cast with allergies again. It's been the biggest mistake of my career thus far. A very short career.
It could be the end of it right now. Those allergies could take you out any moment. Going into overtime.
I think that's a little bit dramatic. I feel like you're overstating
See, I don't have
power
allergies.
of allergies a little bit. You don't get allergies?
I'm not allergic to anything.
I'm not either, but I just, like, depending on the season, you just get sick. Like,
That's called hay
you can
fever.
contract, like, that's what?
It's called hay fever now.
Seconds left.
Oh, over here, on this side of the pond, we just kind of refer to it as allergies, like, because there's a lot.
Hay fever is an allergy. Look it up after. It doesn't matter. We'll go back to Siege.
Oh,
But,
I didn't even realize that. Okay, wow. Learn something new every day.
yeah, so I'll break it down for you next round. Remind me to talk about the thing. But
Don't.
looking at the quality
Please do
of
not
the
take
attack.
time out of the cast to break down hay fever for me. Thank you.
It could save you your casting career, and that matters to me a lot as well, because I'm here to help other people too. But we do see
We'll be
Poa
fine.
looking for information here with that drone, looking to break through and find something, but does get that fizzle, does get that pop, so we won't be able to go any further with that one. We will see Poa. They're hanging out on the windows. They're going to take their time with this one. Wait for the drone to come through the spray, because one of the drones got destroyed. They know something is there. He's going to pop on through. Going to try to find an angle here. Going to get that raspberry grenade going. See what he finds.
Wait, I kind of like that.
The raspberry grenade?
The logo looks like a raspberry, yeah.
It's a Raspberry Pi. It's the way you build home machines. It's like it's like a CPU, but a tiny one, so you can build drones and stuff.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Not super techy or anything. Oh my gosh.
But he
Yeah,
is
talking
with
about
that
tech, the
shot.
technique. Yeah, talking about tech. Talking about that technique. My Poa, so clean in that execution of Neo. But unfortunately, Reverse is going to go down next. So he had a couple of very big rounds, but it has been a little quiet since then from Reverse. And so 4-4 now the scoreline, 4-4 the man count, and 4 the number of map that we're on. And well, not gonna last too long will this round, as it's just a run straight in. A couple of kills from Decimate, matched by a couple in response from HK. And now JetCon looking to make it possible. Fens swings around the corner, tries to shoddy down the player who's on the other side of the unbreakable wall. But the C4 is gonna get 1 trades on trays, and it ends with Fens getting the final shotgun shell that ends everything and gives it to DecimateGG, as they just walked right in. Rebels had a lot of time left to work with, and I mentioned that earlier in the broadcast, that if a team is going to throw off the tempo, it's going to be Rebels. for better and for worse, and you've seen the for worse side of it there. It was still a close round. They did a really good job, but Decimate were all too prepared for something of that nature, and so a couple players putting in good work was more than enough to get them that round win, or I suppose just enough to get them that round win, because it wasn't quite, super clean. It was still pretty close at the very end.
Okay, so I've got like 20 seconds to explain hay fever to you really quickly. It's basically when
No,
there's
you
more pollen
don't.
in
You
the
don't
air.
have any time.
So is it summertime where you are now? Is it getting into deep summer?
No, it's not. It is spring.
It is spring. Okay, and there's more pollen in the air, correct?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so basically more pollen in the air, that's what activates your allergies. So what you need to do, so I have 8 seconds left. If you can get local honey early in the springtime, just before the spring starts, if there's local honey in your area and you eat that, it'll build up an immunity for your allergies
You went
coming
past
into
your
it.
time.
But
You have
we
no
will
time
get back
left.
to Siege, but I'm just trying to help my co-caster out and he's just flaming me, so go back to your reverse talk. It doesn't matter.
It's not always about reverse, man, okay? It's just a little bit. I just talk about him a little bit. I'm sorry. But
Deploying welcome mat.
anyways, yeah, thank you for that, though, actually. That is a very good suggestion, and in a more genuine moment of the cast, I appreciate you for trying to help me out a little bit, as this has been quite a rough go in terms of casting and just also existing. Allergies are not fun. But anyways, we're getting back into the actual action, like you said. There's not too much to cover in the first 30 seconds, but for some reason, there is now. And as soon as I say that, it's reverse hopping in. And who but reverse would jump straight into attic, but he had a teammate's cam on it, so they knew it was clear, and he could just establish that control quickly. So, incredibly smart with the pre-placed drones and the aggressive entry from reverse, who has a shotgun and is going to run forward. Oh, it missed the first one, but a suppressed shotgun with Maru. That's a combo of operator and gun that exists, and he's playing it, and it works. So we got a kill, and they have total top floor control now. So I guess it works. I'm shocked by that.
Pre-firing corners with a suppressed shotgun is an interesting one. Looking forward to seeing how the rest of the round will go, because the angles might not work out for the future of that, but opening up onto Spiker, great take, and they do have a diffuser already being planted by Poa, is already taking out 3.
What?
And it could have been 4, but Aero manages to take 1 out. But that is a play and a half coming out from the Rebels, as they do take that round cleanly. And that was a play and a half. Wow.
Yeah, big time players make big time plays, and yeah, I mean, just big time players make big time plays. That's exactly what Reverse did there. You love to see it. HK Rebels take control of the game once again, or at least control of that round. However, they do have to play into 2 sites they've lost. They have 1 basement, but that was the tertiary pick for Decimate. They choose to go kitchen and laundry, and they get put upstairs by a shotgun so suppressed, apparently you couldn't hear it coming. But regardless of whether or not you knew Reverse was going to go for that play, it was still effective, and there were still plenty of other issues happening elsewhere, like a DMR. I think it might have been JetCon. Actually, it might have been... I think it was Vipoa, actually. I want to say it was Vipoa, but whoever it was on Doki last round, it was firing off shots. The Mark 14 was singing that round, and oh my gosh, it's back. Look at the operator composition for the HK Rebels. It's back.
If they take their 6th round with the Blitz, I'll never speak again on how HK Rebels play, because they're just so unorthodox in what they can do.
This is something we saw at the Copenhagen Major in the play-in stage. There was, I think it was Northeption was playing on this map. But I know it was an APAC team. I want to say it was Northeption. It was either Northeption or Varel that was playing on, it also could have been Fury. Look, I don't remember, but they were playing on this map, and they were in a situation like this where they had to play into 2 really tough sites. They hadn't won basement yet, and so they were like, all right, well, if we're not winning this site the traditional way, why not just try and run straight in with a blitz and see if that does anything? And it was better than most of their rounds had been, but they still ended up losing it. But I think it was a smart play. People might say, oh, that's like a gold console ranked strategy, but if what's normally like the tried and true attack strategy hasn't been working even remotely at all, then you probably should change it and go for something that's at least going to catch them off guard in terms of tempo. And that's exactly what we saw in that instance, though it didn't quite work. And I think that's what we're going to see here for out of Rai is 9 and 7 thus far, and hoping to see at least a couple of Blitz flash kills, because they're always so much fun to watch. And he's already moving up, prepping just outside the blue door.
Yeah, prepping outside the blue door. We do see Fence, the Warden, and find something to shoot at, but just gets his head taken. But 2 kills drop straight back for Decimate. Opening up now, Vipoa will take another. Neo looking to find this, and they do find that, and Jetcon does fall. More angles, more plays, more shots. Decimate take the advantage. They lose another one, but they take it back. Triple kill for Neo, that one-man army, and he will take the round. The Blitz doesn't quite work the way they wanted it to.
Yeah, not quite. Sensory overload in terms of explosions at the end of that round, and not really much Rai could do about it. As Decimate hold out strong, and 6-5 scoreline. We've seen this so many times today. We are yet to see a map that doesn't at least get to 12 rounds. Every single map we've seen today has at least gotten to maximum regulation. And I think every time it's gone to OT, it's been Decimate to get to match point first. And when it went 7-5 in favor of Rebels, it was Decimate to get to 5 first. So they've normally been at least not falling apart, but losing the lead a little bit towards the end of regulation. In one case, it cost them the map in regulation. In another case, they went to OT and lost it. In another case, they went to OT and won. This time around, it could be very different, but Decimate look to be a team on a mission. And the mission is make the reverse sweep happen. You are almost 2/3 of the way there. You just need one more round.
Getting a reverse swept when your name is reverse has to be a sting. Has to be a nettle in the leg. Has to be dangerous. But it's the mental fortitude of Decimate to stay in this as long as they have. They don't want to give up. They just keep fighting back, and HK Rebels will be kicking themselves if they can't get this one. They've done so well to retake rounds and get back into it and tie it up, and they did take advantages, and a lot, like, it's been so back and forth that these teams are neck and neck, and I think Decimate do deserve to go to that final game. But it all comes down to HK Rebels and how they execute this, get into that overtime, and can they break them down enough, Decimate, that they can win that overtime one more time.
You know what would be really funny? If it went to map 5 and then it was like a 7-0 wash. Like, that's not going to happen, because these two teams are way too evenly matched for that to happen. But I just think it'd be kind of hilarious if that were to happen, no?
It would be, in a sense that we could have skipped all of the other maps and just played the final map.
And just played the final map, and it was, like, incredibly one-sided. Like, but yeah, anyways, oh my gosh, wait, that's an Azami going for an aggressive one. Never mind, no, that Kiba barrier was not where I thought it was. I thought that she put the barrier on the wall in from closet, but instead she actually just put it on the door into closet instead. So I was like, how on earth did she walk to the side of that? But it still works out.
Ooh.
And how on earth did Neo get that kill so quickly? Burnt Turkey dead right quick, and an advantage to Decimate when they need it most, and it keeps getting better. Another kill goes to Spiker. And HK Rebels look to be a little bit lost at this point in the round. Only reversed by Poa and Jetcon. 3 very solid performers, but now it's only 2 very solid performers. As Vipoa will get their first kill of the round, but he and Jetcon have to go up against the entire team save for Neo, who they just killed.
Yes, we do have a bit of a freeze frame there as we jump back over to Vipoa. They're clearing out the util that is on this floor, and they have the diffuser there right in front of them. It has been picked up. They do have the sight lines available to them to try and get this, but it's being heavily covered by the 4 remaining members of Decimate. They're trying to poke through, they're trying to find something, but it is a stalwart defense coming through from Decimate. They know that they need this round. They don't need to overpeak. They don't need to get dangerous with it. They do take another one. The spray comes through, and Spiker will clean that one up, and we're going to go to map 5. Ooh.
I mean, could it have ended any other way? Yes, technically, but like, come on. It's been so close for so many maps. All 5 maps. And I mean, Reverse is saying I got an essay to write. That's how I'm feeling. I got something that I think I have like a little quiz or something. I don't know, but it's some random little assignment that's due. It's like 11:59. So I'm feeling the mood, Reverse, at the moment. But I'm here for all 5 maps. At 11:59 p.m. Yeah, but it's
half
nothing
2 in
major.
the morning.
Oh, well, that's not how it is for you.
That this is the EU coming to NA, and the hours I put in for y'all. The hours I put in for y'all. But no, more than happy to be here and more than happy to see it go to a game 5. I think that DecimateGG really do deserve to go to a game 5 and bring Hong Kong Rebels the whole way. I think, honestly, they've really put up a great showing, but let's get you a break. Let's get you some water. We'll go to a very quick break ourselves. We'll be back for map 5 and bring the hype, bring everything. This is going to be a great series.
I'm zoning, I'm spaced. I'll take these meds to the face now. Drink till I black. Hear your voice with the hey, wow. I just made it, you never thought I could do it, proved you wrong. Countless fucking reasons we ain't get along. Still looking at my page, but don't hit my phone. Bitch, I did it, I'm at the top. She was at the after party, so she is an afterthought. We was traveling all around the globe, and I know you wish you still stuck around, oh no. Oh, I saw you fucked it up. Ever since you left, all I knew was to run my money up. And now you see I'm coming up, got it on my own. I was down bad on my ass, and I can't find a happy home. Yeah. Promise I won't bother you. No sense in calling you. Don't know why I would fall for you. I should've offered you. Baby, I can't talk to you. I'm just not comfortable. Baby, you're not lovable. You fucked it all up. I'm zoning, I'm spaced. I'll take these meds to the face now. Drink till I black. Hear your voice with the hey, wow. I'm zoning, I'm spaced. I'll take these meds to the face now. Drink till I black. Hear your voice with the hey, wow. I just made it, you never thought I could do it, proved you wrong. Countless fucking reasons we ain't get along. Still looking at my page, but don't hit my phone. Bitch, I did it, I'm at the top. She was at the after party, so she is an afterthought. We was traveling all around the globe, and I know you wish you still stuck around, oh no. I was thinking about you, but you were way too far away. Why'd you go away? I said, why'd you go away? I have nothing left to say. I have nothing left to say. I'm stuck in my ways. I said, I am on my way. I'm too lost, don't know what I'm on. Without you, I'm gone. I'm just way too numb. So I'm on the way. 100 missed calls from yesterday. I contemplate picking up the phone and make another mistake. I so gone in space. I don't think I'll be the same. Don't come back when I have fame. At least I'm left with you to blame. I honestly, can't you see what you've done to me? Like honestly, how could you move on from me? I proved you wrong, and I lost it all. Like when I left, I lost control. It's all your fault, I'm on my own. Tell me what's going on, what's in your head? I miss your voice, miss you in bed. Constant text you left on red. I'll never see your face again. I'm too lost, don't know what I'm on. Without you, I'm gone. I'm just way too numb. So I'm on the way. 100 missed calls
Welcome back, everyone. We are on to Game 5, the penultimate moment between our favourites, HK Rebels, being dragged all the way towards a reverse sweep by the ever-present and strong, and I have to say, really showing up. They are absolutely coming in with the biggest and strongest showing I've ever seen against them, which is absolutely cracked. So Decimate, got to keep an eye on them and see what they're going to do next, because it's all in their hands. They can do it. They could break this one down. And Happy is having a bit of difficulty with his mic. It's not coming through, and it is breaking for him, but we will fix that after because I can't hear him myself. So yeah, that'll happen. So Happy, you just sit tight. You just do your thing for a few minutes. I will get you sorted after this. Okay.
You can hear me, right, Sater? Yeah?
Yeah, we're good. We're good.
Okay. My Discord just chose to not connect me to the channels that we needed. Okay, sorry about the technical difficulties. Discord gets in the way sometimes. It's not very fun. But we're here. It's
And he's gone again, so I'll take over this pick and ban phase. So we do have Nook being taken away as per usual. We're going to see the very same
Don't
stuff.
even try and drum it out. Don't even make it seem like it's interesting.
I'm trying.
It happens every time. Don't even try. Like, the audience knows. If they've been here the whole time, they know what to expect. It's Nook, and it's almost definitely going to be exactly who we see right here.
Ying.
Oh my gosh. It's a Ying. Either Solus Valkyrie or Valkyrie Solus. We've seen that change one time, and we've seen the attacker bans change one time. One time on Club, they banned Habana.
We haven't even spoken about what map we're on.
Yeah, we're on Theme Park. I spoke about it earlier.
Like we are on
the... Yeah, no, we haven't.
We have to say when we're getting there, but yes.
Oh my gosh, wait, it changed. Something changed. We will see either Valkyrie or darn, I've forgotten who the other one is. Solus. We haven't seen Solus at all this series, so much like Ying, we will go the whole series without Ying. Is it going to be Valkyrie or Solus or somebody else? Probably one of those two. That's a safe estimate to make, but still, it could technically be anyone. We go the whole series with no Ying and no Solus. So those are permaband operators through this series, but Nook and Mira take it off of the board, and it looks quite strong. Honestly, it looks quite what we've come to expect out of these band phases, though there definitely was a singular, not plural, single change up in terms of what we were anticipating.
Almost immediately being hovered there, at least for the moment, and this is going to be the first time over the course of the entire series we're going to see HK Rebels start on attack.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
How do you feel about
that? It is,
one?
Isn't it? Oh yeah, I didn't even realize. And this map is, at least in my personal experience, it's the most defender-sided of any map, but I don't quite know for sure.
We'll pull up some stats on it. We'll pull up some stats on it. We'll get the lovely producers.
Here, actually, no, I will do that right now. I will do that at this exact moment and go check. At the moment, the current Copenhagen Major, we're at this point. We are literally just breaking the fourth wall and just telling you that we are looking at statistics at the moment on Wikipedia, and I'm pulling them up as I speak. There it is. At the moment, Theme Park is very defender-sided. Oh my goodness, it is incredibly defender-sided. So too is Oregon. We've already seen that though, but still, technically speaking, this is the most defender-sided map we've seen all day. So, pretty much, that's where we stand at the moment, and Theme Park has been quite good. I'm pretty excited to see how it'll go, because I always love this map. It's a very hard one to expect. It's incredibly large, and it's not always a default pick, but it is something that HK Rebels do feel pretty comfortable on. I watched these guys in a different Best of 5 when I was casting the Premier League's Grand Finals, and in the prep for that one, I noticed that this is a map they are very comfortable going to. They don't lose it too often, and if they end up here, they're normally some pretty happy campers. So, Decimate Gaming, as they move forward, will have to try and take as many rounds as they can on the defensive side, because once you get to attack, it becomes a struggle for rounds.
Yeah, struggle for rounds as we do see the openings come through here. Reverse trying to get some poke in off the top, and we'll see them drop down, come in through the window, join the rest of their team. We'll start to cover off some of these angles, and yeah, overall I'm enjoying the map so far. I think it'll be a good map for HK Rebels. I think overall, with their defender side and the style that they play, I think they have great opportunities open up. I think if they can take a couple of rounds on attack, that could leave them in a good streak to finish this one off, as we do see the poke going back and forth. Neo going lowest. The opening kill goes to Spiker. They've also dropped the diffuser. More importantly, that could be big for the positioning going forward, but Reverse will take out Neo. Does open up the kills for his side on the HK Rebels. Bipolar will take the second, take out Spiker. Starting to swing in their favor for the moment, clearing out your angles. Back to Vipoa, and they're seen comfortable on it. You were talking about it before, that you've seen them here. How do you feel about them so far? Do you think they've picked the right operators to start this one off?
Yeah.
Jesus, okay.
Anyways, no, that's all the color you're getting. Shut up. But no, I think it looks pretty good. They've got quite solid attacking compositions. I do like the Thorn edition though. Didn't speak on that until she died, but Spiker was able to get a kill, so at least does something. But it's a fun addition to really any team. It has a pretty good fun gun. That Uzi is very fun to just kind of let rip. But Kaede should be able to trick this, even if it doesn't. Even if, rather, the nade gets taken off, which it doesn't. Rather, the nade takes the Kaede electric ball off the wall, but it didn't. So 24 seconds left, and HK Rebels have to force their way through a couple of doorways. Shotgun on the left side, or at least the long-range shotgun of the TCSG, and it is going to do some big work, as not even a long-range shotgun, it's a supernova on Focal that takes one kill. Traded back, though, Reverse in a 1 versus 2, make it 1 as he gets a finish, and he'll try and plant behind the throne. Only 7 seconds to work with. Conveniently, just about as long as it takes to get the diffuser down. But this might have been heard by Fens. Could be getting run up on, but not quite. What a headshot from Reverse. And he's still got that big impact into plays. Not quite as huge a round as he had in a couple of those early last time. But these early round Reverse rounds have just been magnificent. Chef's kiss. Beautiful.
Statement coming from Reverse right there. Chef's kiss, as you might say. I'd say good soup. And working perfectly in a harmony, and it came down to the wire there for first round, but they take it, and on a defender-sided map, it's a good start already for that one, as we are going to break into this and break it down as we go through. But how do you feel about it when you're talking about theme park as a whole, and you say it's more defender-sided? Does that lend itself to defensive teams and the setups they go for, or is it just stylistically it's easiest one to defend, and would that work more in favor of HK Rebels the further it goes on and we get to that later stages, or is it a matter of just trying to pick up a couple of attack rounds to lead yourself into that victory? What do you feel like the tempo will be?
I feel like it's what you just said there, and HK are a very talented attacking team. They can put up a lot of attacking rounds around on maps where you wouldn't expect that to be the case. So honestly, especially within this series as a whole, they've been so solid with attacking that them starting off with a round win is a big statement to make early on. And so I like them coming out the gates swinging that quickly. And also a round like that, you need to take those round wins early. You got to set the tone that you guys are going to be the ones making clutch plays. And you also have to make sure that you leave no stone unturned and no clutch unwon, because that's going to affect your mental. As you get later into the game, if it's a little close, you might be thinking to yourself, oh man, if only I had won that 1v1. If only I had barely been able to hit that shot that I just barely missed. If only I had been able to do that. And for HK Rebels, starting things off on that good foot is going to be insanely good and a massive advantage to prevent themselves from getting reverse swept.
You don't want to get reverse swept. It is the worst feeling possible, especially as going favorites into the tournament if they do get reverse swept. So all eyes on HK to stop that one in its tracks, and we can see it even by Reverse speaking in the chat beforehand. They said they couldn't stop him, and right now Rai is going to get stopped in his tracks. Neo did go so big the last time around and might be that player to stand out this time, but we can't forget about the rest of the team because they can all put up those numbers if they're allowed. And right now Burnt Turkey, they're finding their push, they're finding a shove. They are down a member though, and also the diffuser has been dropped as well, so keep an eye on that as the rounds go on, because that will need to be retrieved at some stage. So see how it goes. Cameras being eliminated, frags being thrown, flashes, utility trying to breach through these walls and find spaces for themselves to open up, and
I think they got it. Oh no, tragic. The impacts are barely able to get that off the wall, so now Burnt Turkey, walk of shame back to the diffuser, and he will have to retrieve it. But as he comes back inside, it's with one less teammate to play alongside of, as Vipoa has been taken down. So, large amount of onus on JetCon upstairs to make a big difference in the round with this vertical control, but it's just not really going to be enough. Neo with the turkey that seems to be closed out relatively cleanly by Decimate. Yes, reverse did get a nice kill. Be happy with yourself about that, but that's all they will get. Arrows get knocked down, but he gets a C4 kill anyway, so who really cares? And Decimate get a round win, so again, who really cares?
As long as you get the win, no one will really say anything different about it. It's all that matters to go 1 for 1. So, yeah, a good round coming in there from Decimate. They do take it. And as you said, it was so heavily defender-sided. I do want to see how it continues in the future, as we could see an opening in the terms of if they take 2 here and they have a perfect defense, that could be the end of the game. That could be the end of the series. And that could be them shut out of the future of the finals, out of that money, out of that win. I know everyone's thinking about that money right now. I know everyone on both of these teams is going, we want that win, we want that money, we want to be crowned 4 times champions or the ones that dethrone the champions. So a lot to play for. But as we do get into round 3, there is Valkyrie at least being taken on that defense, and Flores coming back through. Though could be for JetCon, Burnt Turkey on the ace, Diana. Anything standing out? Focal could be an interesting one.
Yeah, Bandit. We've seen a decent amount of Bandit play, but when we have seen Bandit over Kaid, it's been for the tricking. So that tells me the Bandit's probably going to be trying to defend a wall with his life. Either that or he just really likes the MPX. But yeah, Focal is going to be trying very, very hard to make sure they don't break open one of these walls into the objective. Not sure exactly which one it is, but whatever one it winds up being, Focal is going to be just the linchpin of that wall, just the one to make sure he dies. Fen's pointing out that wall, saying, hey, nobody made this rotate hole here. Why did nobody do that? Oh, wait, because I'm the guy who does that. But it also is being reinforced. That's actually why he was pinging it anyway. So I am a little bit of a silly goose. As early days in this round, just going to be take from the opposite side of this hot floor by the looks of it. And HK will work their way back in to the map, much like they did last round. Reverse just gets 2 kills that fast, including 1 through a wall. It would seem that when he decides he wants to get a lot of kills in a round, he simply does, and there's nothing you can do about it, as Neo's been knocked down by Vipoa, and it's effectively a 5-on-2, though the res shouldn't be too difficult to get onto Neo, so Fens and Neo will work together, but they're both incredibly low on health. It's everybody's just running in. JetCon with 2 kills, and Decimate now have only Spiker, very far away from the objective, and waiting for somebody to peek him, who does not seem to be too keen on doing that, but Spiker will be gifted a kill, but not much he can really do here.
No, we'll have to back off of that one for now, and Vipoa falling, Spiker all by himself. It's not the cleanest round from them, but he will get that kill. That could change the idea going forward. It could be this big clutch, as it is not going to be Rai in the right place, the right time, and will take the head clean off of Spiker, and just by the arcade machines, we'll take that one. Might stop for a quick game of Mortal Kombat. You never know.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Using shield.
Attackers have located the bomb.
Yeah, it's a little bit worrying to see
It's
if
not
that.
great. I was muted that time.
And we will just have a look and see what's happening here. We're going to see a good setup coming through. I'm liking the choices coming through from Decimate as well, but I think that Flores will be a big difference here in these rounds, and I think Rai will just be the person to help set up the rest. Is Reverse going to go a little bit aggressive on this one, I believe. The chat's coming through. At least everyone in the game is having a good time as well, so that could be a bit of a telltale sign of them just still being in good spirits, good vibes, and we do like to see all the teams having a good time here at Game Rogue as well. Spiker getting vision, does see one of the drones, will ping that one out, so a little bit of information will be handed over. They know at least one drone is out and looking around that area.
Welcome, Matt.
See them continue on their tangent now. They will pop up that wall just a little bit after time, but as long as it's up, it doesn't matter. Spiker now going to hold this angle, and as HK Rebels attempt to break in on this one, more information looking to be given over. Ipoa will use that Gemini to find something to frag in hand, will launch that fire, won't find any chip just yet, will spray that though, and Reverse will take point instead. This is how you work as a team, you cover each other on every angle. Great work there from the two of them combined. Neo not finding anything just yet. Reverse does go down on that aggressive push, now will be traded back by Poa. Brilliant shots there as it does go 3 to 4. HK Rebels losing more members. Poking through, trying to stop what he can, trying to clear out that site so they can get it down. It's looking a bit shaky from them now at this stage though, as Burnt Turkey hiding behind this wall there. Gonna throw a frag, clear out what they can. It's more information gathering more than anything else, and they're looking like a little bit of a problem for them here, and see what they can do with this. It's a very, very slow paced round, not much to really talk about. They do get another one though. Burnt Turkey's back.
Burnt Turkey's back, and also so am I. Finally hops on the board this round, and that means that nobody is left without a kill thus far through the map. And only 4 rounds in, so everybody really putting in some kind of work. You love to see that. A decently well-rounded lobby. That kind of just is just how it's been all night, really. A good, at least, symbol for how it has been all night. It's incredibly well-rounded across the board. But Focal is going to make sure that it's not looking so even anymore. Only Rai can stand up against him anymore. And as he tries to enter into the site, it's going to be Arrow from behind who catches him out. The last player of HK falls, and a good response to a couple of big round wins from HK is to get a couple of big round wins of your own, as we are 2 apiece in both map count and in round count in the final map of the Game Rogue tournament, April Fool's Gold tournament.
You fluffed that a little bit, I'm not gonna lie.
I fluffed that one. No, I did. Okay, I'm sorry. That was
all
just
good,
not
all good. Right, let's have a look at this. So the selection's coming through, the operators showing up. What do we want to see from the HK Rebels on this attack this time around? Because they're going back and forth, they're taking this, they're losing that, and there's nothing that's really standing out for the moment. Reverse obviously is having an absolute stellar last 2 maps and is leading the charge for the HK Rebels. And I need to get some water because it's been a long day.
Honestly, yeah. I couldn't have said it any better myself. It's been a long one, but it's...
I think Happy just disconnected. Maybe just went full robotic there. Not 100% sure. That might just be on the Discord, but we'll give him a couple of seconds to come back.
5 seconds to go.
He has disconnected.
Somebody's disconnected?
You disconnected.
Oh,
Okay, you're back now. You're back now.
Oh, I did? I did?
Yeah, it was
oh,
you.
jeez. I had no indication.
Just talking away to yourself. Don't worry about it. As long as you keep talking, it doesn't matter. That's what casters are meant to do. But regardless of the issues that is just appeared there, we do see the setup coming through. Spiker getting ready to open up those walls, to open up opportunities in the future. Will take back some util there as they do open up onto Burnt Turkey, and you don't want members falling this fast, and they're falling one by one. Oh,
jeez, it looks like that was another signature attempt of HK Rebels to change up the tempo and up that tempo in particular, but it does not really work. It's only Reverse left now, and though he did hit a really nice shot just there, how much more could you possibly expect out of him? 1 versus 3 as he'll move forward. Flashbang through the drone hole, and he'll just try and run in off the back of it, but he's checking the wrong side. All he had to do was look to his right. He looked to the wrong side, picked the wrong end of the 50-50, lost the coin toss, whatever you'd like to say. He could have saved himself There was about a 50% chance he did so, but he chose not to, and he chose wrong. Decimate, able to get a third round. And if they can somehow sneak back from being down 2-1 to make it a 4-2 half, I would say that isn't too terrible. Even though Theme Park can be incredibly defender-sided at times, like possibly even bordering on HK Rebels, maybe getting 5 defense rounds, should that be the situation we end up in. I'm honestly just expecting this to go at least to, like, round 11. At this point, I feel like we can't really do anything to escape that. It's going to remain close. It kind of has to.
Yeah, I think there's merit to what you're saying, that it could remain close, and I think that will be something we need to talk about more in the future when it comes to future tournaments, and how they did hold them back and put them in this position. But for now, at least, we have a couple more rounds to work with, and some more information to pick up from these teams. So we're looking forward to seeing what they're going to bring forward into this one. So we don't see any swaps coming through just yet. We do see 2 being hovered. Vipo's not too sure what to go for just yet, but the Kapkan, Legion, Valkyrie, that's very, very defensive. That's a very sit back and hold coming from Decimate in this final round.
Yeah, very much so. They've got not quite stall utility, but traps on 3. Technically 4. It depends on how you feel about calling Goyo Volcans a trap. I personally wouldn't. I feel like they're more of like util. Like technically Smoke isn't a trap operator, but I guess he also could be. But so it kind of just depends on how you feel that gadget fits into the definition of trap versus not trap. Is Burnt Turkey going to be popping an exothermic charge to open up a very long angle in the hallway? Just trying to make sure that everything stays cool, calm, and collected. He'll pop the second one right over here. So there goes almost all of your hard breaching, not quite all of it, as JetCon still has a couple of hard breach charges of his own left, and Reverse has still plenty of fight left in him. He's taken the first kill of this round, and the opening pick CEO, the opening pick merchant, if you will, as you described it last map. JetCon's able to take one more, make it even better for HK, but that one will only last momentarily as Spiker comes back into the fray, gets the next kill, and keeps the lead at just 1 player. But Vipo is going to take down Fogel. Spiker going to need to have a very big flank here, and I don't actually think they're looking at him, so this could be very interesting. Very quick leave at Reverse. Reverses his focus to right behind him and make sure that he gets the emphasis on the right part of the map. Arrow is able to get 1, but how much more could you really ask of him? Flashbang into his corner, can't see a single thing, blinded by the lights and killed by the Yana. As Rai is going to make it a 3-3 half, and HK Rebels incredibly happy with that, coming out of their attacking half to start off Theme.
I think that's a big indictment of how this one is going to go. If you're going to make it even on such a defensive-sided map, I think that could be a very big problem for Decimate going into the second half, swapping over to that attack. And I am starting to feel the tension for them. I'm starting to feel for them a little bit, because if any team was going to take them all the way and actually take the whole thing, I think it could have been Decimate. But right now, HK Rebels poised with the map the way it is, could take this one. How do you feel about it? Do you think with the defensive side to this, they have it now? Is there opportunity there?
I think they're in the driver's seat. I'll put it as that way. Now, this map, people have been pretty much on a road trip, but only in the fact that, like, you just keep switching drivers. That's kind of the only way, I guess, in this case. Using the analogy of, like, a car, they're in the driver's seat, but it's a long road trip, and every, like, hour or two is, like, a couple of rounds. Because then the dude in the driver's seat's like, all right, I can't do this anymore. I'm getting tired, and I'm starting to fall asleep at the wheel. Can you take over? And it's like, yeah, sure. And that's what the driver's seat has been through this match so far. It has been pretty much the community driver's seat. A community-driven car is not a great idea, but this is a great series of Siege, so I guess that's where the analogy no longer really holds. But HK Rebels, now that you mentioned it, them getting on defense, I have a lot more confidence in them to close this out than I've had in the past couple of maps. They look to be the better team at this point, especially when taking into account that this is one of the most, if not the most, defender-sided maps in the pool.
I can agree with that. I can take that one. That sounds like a good idea. Yeah, so HK Rebels, they do actually get taken first. Reverse does go down. Spiker against Reverse, and he takes that head. Azumi will fall on that one, and it will fall to the rest of HK Rebels to get this defense rolling and get themselves onto that round advantage. But great opening, great ability, great take. We do see a couple of utilities already being burnt as well, but Jetcon will open up onto Focal, and it goes to a 4-for-4, and it's a very slow take, but they have a lot of time left. Decimate in a good position here. We do see Jetcon pushing up. Does find another one. Spiker falling asleep at the wheel of the community bus, and it will pass over to HK Rebels to take this one. I have to use your analogy at some point, right?
I like it. No, I like it. That was a good use there. But I don't think Burnt Turkey likes that just there. That being the fact that he just died. It was Fens the one to get that kill and finding his second of the map. So far, definitely kind of in Siberia when it comes to the scoreboard. Significantly further down than his teammates, but still plenty of time to make some impact in some rounds, and already making impact in this one. Bringing it back to a 3-on-3, and HK Rebels, well, they must have felt pretty good coming out of their attacking side, because it's like, oh, so defender side at Theme Park. But starting things off, it doesn't look super in control on this defensive half for Decimate. HK Rebels don't, rather, in this defensive half for HK, it seems like Decimate have a lot more control over what's happening at the moment than HK would like for them to. 40 seconds left to play, and they're opening up holes in the roof and holes in the walls and trying to push in off the back of all of this chaos.
Yeah, chaos is one way to put it for sure. It is absolute madness out there, and I would not like to be in the mix for it. 3 versus 3, Hellfire's being chunked, walls disappearing. Right, not looking away from that angle. They need to hold this one, but they will get taken in by Neo. That neck sticks around that corner and he takes the head. Neo also looking for more. The movement already coming through from the members of HK. Jetcon opens up. The diffuser is being dropped, and it will be the round for HK. It all falls apart.
Where is Fens? What happened? No plant cover at all for your Thermite, and Fens comes to try and swing in, but he dies all the same. The bearing 9 on the defensive side is good for a couple at the very end, and HK Rebels are good for their first defensive round. And that was a solid attack overall from Decimate, but just at the very end, they just lost that control upstairs, or rather didn't use it. I'm not exactly sure, but I think Fens felt the need to actually be on that floor to help his teammates get that plant down, especially once his teammate died. But he was trying to rotate through and just didn't have enough time, and there was also no decision to pull off the defuse plant. I believe it was Arrow on Thermite that last round. He's playing him this time. That sounds about right. And it was Arrow sticking it, choosing to stay on it instead of getting off and trying to make something happen with his gun, because he had no cover. There was no point in sticking that defuse in that scenario, but he kept going for it. And now Fens a little too far away. An understandable mistake to be sure, though, because there's only so much control you can have from up above on that site. Even if you are bugged, there's only so many floors you can destroy into that objective particularly, which is one of the many reasons why Trophy is, Trophy and Throne. And oh, I'm completely drawing a blank. Just
take a minute.
It's not Trophy. Yeah.
Just take a minute. You'll be fine.
One of the reasons why Throne is a very difficult site to attack, and so that pressure from upstairs was good, but once you lost the guy covering it from the adjacent rooms and actually covering it from a lateral position rather than from a vertical position, it became pretty much impossible to hold out that post plant, at least do so effectively, and from then on it was a done round. HK Rebels had that, and a good job to get that kill on the man holding the post plant first, and then just work things out from there as we're into the 8th round this time, and take onto the top floor bomb site. They're going to start from the opposite side, though, as they try to get into bunk daycare.
Yeah, trying to get into bunk daycare, as you said. That will be the plan. Right now, looking to find any angle they can to open up the possibility of winning this one for the team. Will have to step up and get a couple of kills for themselves as information gathering. Nothing found yet. It's very slow, but they have located the bomb sites through their information, so they have to keep an eye out for that. That is not what they want do. They know where it is now, so the attacks will come through fairly quickly. HK Rebels with the advantage. They want to keep that one up, but Neo says no, and Jetcon will lose their brain. Neo will take 2. Big player going big, takes a 3rd. Won't stop yet. Will keep pushing that one as Vipoa will take them out. Explosions left and right, but advantage Decimate.
Yeah, that's the bottom line. You have to underline at the end of every statement we make about what's just happened over there. Advantage Decimate. But the reverse advantage is towards HK, which is the advantage of just having reverse on your team this late into the series. And he's still fragging out. JetCon advantage is not there, though, as he's been doing quite well. And Neo advantage is gone as well, as he's been a top fragger through a large amount of this series. And Spiker, though, the other G36 in the round to take that kill, but Vipoa trades things back and now has a 1-on-2 to work against. One player seems to be going into the window, and he knows exactly where they're going to come from, or at least generally where they're going to come from, so he has to watch carefully. But just making sure that nobody's able to push super aggressively for the time being as he waits. Ooh, he swings around. What a headshot that was. And now a beautiful kill on offense means an opportunity opened up for Vipoa, hoping that the no-scope would be enough. It wasn't quite. But Focal needs to do this alone, and just Vipoa has so much control here. He may not have control over the diffuser. That is in Vocal's hands at the moment. But he's got everything else he could ask for. Vocal's still going to try and stick the plan, and he can hear him. He hears him typing away, but now knows that he's back up off of it, so it's not going to be a free gunfight. Around the other side, wants to swing, no scoping, but as he's in, it's not enough. Vocal still gets that kill, and he had him trapped in a corner. It was only a matter of time, it would seem, until time expired on Vipoa in that clutch attempt. It was a valiant effort indeed, but Decimate will keep things dead even. We are stuck in a deadlock all series long, and why did we think the last map would be any different as it goes to 4-4?
4-4, always so close between these two, and HKR. So many questions are going to be raised by the top teams right now. They're going to be like sharks in the water, and they've sensed blood. The Giants are starting to fall. If it bleeds, it'll die. And Decimate, they want this. They want it so badly. You can tell the mental is there. The vibes are there. They're trying to kind of grit their teeth, brace themselves and get through this and bring it to overtime, put the pressure on HK. And I don't think any other team has ever brought them this close to losing their championship.
No, this is the most on the ropes they've really ever been. No, there was, I think, it might have been, hold on one second, I gotta...
Outlast had a good few games against them now.
There was, I'm thinking back to one tournament, it was the grand final, I think it was just the major qualifier too. That Decimate, actually, they played against Decimate in that, but that was when they had, I think, Shiba was on that team for DCM. It might have been Scoob, I'm not exactly sure. But whatever the rosters were at that point, Decimate won that first map and then brought them to match point 7-7, and then JetCon clutched a 1 versus 3 to keep them alive. That was one of the craziest rounds. That's probably the craziest round of my life I've ever had the pleasure of casting, but we could be seeing something like that because these rounds have been so individually close. The HK Rebels don't really seem to be giving up quite yet, but neither Decimate. Every team at this point, just taking a lead is just kind of an invitation to the other team that they've got to play a little better. They make it work, and then they take a lead of their own, perhaps, or at the very least, even things back out as neither one of these guys can escape the other. But it's just what's going to happen at this point, because right now, it's a very extended hold, I believe. No, it's not even. Decimate are just currently trying to push directly into, I think, Cafe. I'm not exactly sure, but Neo, fired on and loses a lot of HP across that hallway.
Yeah, just getting chunked out there. Just a bad angle to take. Didn't have everything they needed to get that one. It does fall apart from just a little bit, but it's still good. Plenty of time to work with, plenty of players to work with. You do see the Izumi is set up as well with those pixel marks. More than ready to take anyone if they decide to walk through that one. Rai. It's a very slow round. I feel like this will work more in favor of Decimate as they do open up onto Fens. Absolutely perfect there for them, and the less chaotic it is, the more it works in Decimate's favor for the moment, at least, because some of the flicks that have been coming from the likes of Reverse and Vipoa have been the difference makers here, and they do manage to get one. The first takes Neo. Will we see the push come through for more? Is he going to try and force this a little bit harder? There is someone leaning outside that window. He isn't going to stay for it though, and will step back as it's starting to get under a minute now, and I'll let you take it from here. Go.
All right, there I go. But yeah, you mentioned it just as soon as you mentioned his name. He arrives and gets a kill. It was a reverse to take the only kill that HK have had thus far in this round. But it's a very rare, quiet round. Especially rare because it's this late in said round. And JetCon gets 2 on a run out before the Claymore can trade him. Vipoa's got 1 more. And I was saying it's quiet, but all of a sudden it's all too loud and Decimate. They don't really like all that noise. And it is not a fun time to be on DCM because you're down once again. But are they going to be able to make up that deficit once more? Or will it be a return to form for Decimate in the next round? It feels like we know what's happening, but at the same time, we don't know what's happening at all, and I'm here for it.
I feel like we're cursed to go all the way every single time.
Oh, yeah, no,
Okay.
we are. We've had OT twice, and we've had max regulation twice. That's all we've had.
Our first semifinal went so fast that we then decided, yeah, we're just going to jump over to the other semifinal and pick that game up as well.
I remember that one.
And then that one went for quite a while as well. We ended up going quite well on that one, and then we get into the best of 5 and it goes all the way. So for all the Siege fans out there, this has been an absolutely incredible series to watch from start to finish, from semis onwards. But it's been a very, very tiring day. It's nearly 10 hours worth of broadcast time now.
Yeah, it's been a long one. Thank you guys, everyone in the chat, for having joined us. And shout out to you as well, Sater. I know you were here for the first match as well, so 10 hours of broadcast time is no easy feat. Once upon a time, I did that for the Game Rogue Major on one of the weekends of that. But it's so I would know that it's definitely pretty tough. So shout out.
I'm going to be seeing Dokkaebi's in my sleep.
I'm going to get a phone call and then like do the little animation that you do when you answer a Dokkaebi call, where you tap it 3 times and then you hit the power button.
Yeah,
that's gonna be what happens.
Straight off.
After this,
no one's going to be talking to me for a little while.
After this much siege, I'm going to be thinking and breathing and existing in siege.
I'm going to be breaching my bathroom later, kicking down the door and all sorts. But we'll see what happens in this round. But let's get back to siege because this is round 10. It could be the penultimate here, as we could get H-Heroes onto 6 and then onto match point, or we could see it even up once again. We do see it's coming through now. The defense is meant to be better here, so HK Rebels, all the expectations on them anyway from being the favorites, but also the map favoritism for the side that they are on. And we have to see whether Decimate have the cojones to get through the rest of this. Neo clearing out some of the util, getting rid of cameras, trying to eliminate some of the information they might try to gather, and some good pushing coming through. That drone also just in front of them, covering them as well, knowing that that room will be clear. Just have to watch the long angles. Great usage between the two teammates, good communication, clear comms, everything you need right now, and starting to make their way through. No spots yet, but it will get taken out by Rai just hanging out to the left in that doorway. Great work there. They will send out another pixel. Perfect Azumi Kunai to cut off more of that door, and they'll be able to do more work with that. But we have to come back to the fact that it is a 5 versus 4 here, Happy. And are you happy about it, or do you want to see it go all the way to OT?
I just want to watch. I want to experience what is happening in front of me and not think too much about it, because, well, that's when you have the most fun, really, is that is going to get the wall open. Perfectly placed thermite breaching charge, and that exothermic will not be stopped by any impact nades. It's one running straight into blue, but instead we're actually going to see Fens miss some shots. Rai with a huge kill. What a reaction time it was, and Vipoa gonna pitch in for 2 more kills of his own. HK Rebels might be sending themselves to match point, as they could get 6 here. It's only Focal to stand up against them in their pursuit of that 6th round, in their pursuit of putting themselves on match point, and they can finally say they're almost there. Match point for the first time in a long time for HK, and it's been a tough road to get here. They're so close to getting reverse swept, but they're also even closer to winning it out for themselves. But if there's anything we've learned about the matches today, and if there's anything that we've learned from this huge best of 5, it's that Decimate do not give up easily.
Okay, match point, HK Rebels. And I feel like they should have won this trio, but Decimate have been like the most rabid dog, not letting go of the bone, not letting this series go at all. And you love to see it. They've got that dog in them. They're ready to go. And I don't doubt that they will take this to overtime, regardless of how tired I am, regardless of how I feel about it and how much my bed is calling for me. And the other finals I also have to cast. I don't care. Siege at its most competitive is a joy to watch. And it has been an absolute joy casting alongside my highly allergic to everything caster. Absolutely brilliant. But we will get down to this as HK Rebels looking to take this final one on this defense. Frost ready, Azumi ready. They've got everything they need to go forward with this one. All eyes on Reverse and Jekon.
They have to go lab storage, though, which is not always a comfy sight. We saw it attempted by Decimate. Keyword is attempted. Notice how I'm not saying one, because if I had said that, I would be a liar. They didn't look too great when trying to defend this site, and a lot of this site is controlling the area surrounding the objective itself, which in this case is much more area than any other site in this game entails. If you win a gunfight or two, it can very much go your way, but you've got to hold throne and barrels, which is what we see Burnt Turkey doing. You've got to hold the area above so you don't get pressure from upstairs, and then you've actually got to hold the site itself. All of that is pretty much necessary if you don't want to be easily killed and just lose this round, not for free, but lose this round relatively stress-free for the attackers. You've got to do all of that and hold for a long time and just generally give it your all every single chance you get. It's not an easy site to win, so I'm anticipating that we could get 6-5 here. But then again, I should stick to my word and say that I said earlier, and say anticipating anything, and I'm going to try my very best not to, as we are 1 minute into the round and Decimate just kind of setting themselves up for a potential collapse late.
Arrow opening up, taking out the turkey. Will the rest of them be left like headless chickens, or will they be able to clean this one up as Vipo? It does take out Spiker. Oh, that's another angle as well, and they're just opening up 4 versus 2, 3 versus 2. Focal does manage to take one back, takes half health, but there's still an opportunity there for them to take it. Don't count them out just yet. No, it doesn't matter. Arrow's still alive. Arrow could do it. There has to be some belief, a spark, a hope, some joy left in the DecimateGG squad. They deserve to go all the way. They deserve that opportunity. But it is a mounting attack. It is absolutely very, very difficult from this position to go forward, but there has to be some belief left.
How ironic would it be if the one map we saw not go to max? Wow. HK Rebels. It took them so long. They could have gotten that in 3 maps, but instead it takes almost literally as many rounds as you could have had. Let's see, we missed like maybe 4 or 5 on the last map. We had too many rounds of Siege. Maybe later tonight I'll add it up just to feel a little better about it. But HK Rebels are the winners. The evil empire does not fall, and Hong Kong will rise again in Game Rogue. They win that last map, and they breathe a long sigh of relief because they were not reverse swept, and it was a wonderful, wonderful series the whole time through as they tried to make sure they couldn't get there. And it was such a hard-fought series from Decimate as well. At one point, we were like, oh, they're playing way too well. They deserve at least 1 map. And then they almost got every single one of them and won the grand final. But HK, they slow down, they keep everything intact, and they just play their game. It's good enough at the very end, and they are your Game Rogue April Fool's Gold $1,000 tournament champions. They're going to be walking home with a big $600, and that is something you've got to be happy with, regardless of how long it took to get there.
I finally get to lean back in my chair. I've been sitting forward for so long, my spine is just decompressing. I can feel it changing. But yeah, that is how it looks in the end. And for them to lose 1 map before that, then have to go all the way to map 5. HK Rebels, congratulations on your win. But Decimate, as our 2nd seed coming in, I didn't think it was that close coming in. I honestly thought HK Rebels, with their 4 times back-to-back champions, it was going to be a lot cleaner from them. With Decimate, toe-to-toe the entire way. And I just, I think Decimate really, really did exceptionally well. And I can't wait to see them come back into the next one and bring it to HK Rebels once again. Because I think, honestly, couple of map changes, couple of different executions, and if they bring back that fire, that dog in them, they can definitely take it. So commiserations to them. They'd still walk away with a little bit of money, but absolutely immaculate from HK Rebels to finish that one off and keep the mental going, the vibes going after that, very, very close to getting reverse swept.
Yeah, and we've mentioned it wasn't necessarily a difficult road to get to the grand finals, but it wasn't easy. They dropped a map, but it was, other than that, not relatively stress-free, you could say. As there you have it, HK Rebels, the champions of the Game Rogue $1,000 April Fool's Gold tournament. And again, at this point, I want to say it's kind of like what we just expect coming into it, but it was such a hard-fought battle all the way through. And I mean, that was very much not what we had expected coming into it, for it to be so close. And I think we're getting to the point now where after this tournament, I think we have to give everybody else in the tournament a little bit more credit and say, okay, well, everybody stands a shot at beating the Hong Kong Rebels in a Game Rogue tournament. Everybody has a chance up against them. It's not a foregone conclusion, and Decimate nearly showed that exactly, but it wasn't quite meant to be.
I don't think everyone has a shot. I'm not going to say that.
Not quite everybody.
I feel like
no.
the top
but
seeds are getting closer. The top seeds are getting closer and closer in skill levels, and I think they're starting to find more of their methods are working in certain areas, and I think it'll just take a little while longer to get them all on that level playing field and get them ready for those bigger tiers, because some of these players we could see in majors in years to come, especially some of those Zoomers. They honestly are cracked on their aim, but let's get through the last few bits. We have to shout out our sponsors, Chaos Nation and Team Chrysos. Many thanks to them for helping us set these up. Many thanks to everyone behind the scenes as well, with our producers, our directors, our broadcasters, our COO, our CCOs, our CEOs, everyone in the back. Especially so much thanks for all of you, especially to Yali as well for putting us together, because I had a lot of fun also with Happy, my co-caster today, regardless of the coughing in my ear every single time he stopped speaking. It did get to me at points, but we got through that. So as much as you think
I'm sorry, man,
it was a hard cast to listen to, imagine me having to listen to that too. But nonetheless, thank you so much to everyone else in the background, and many thanks. It's going to be a great year for Game Rogue if everything gets this close, and we can't wait to see what happens next. Once again, HK Rebels, good job, guys. You really deserve it. We'll see y'all soon. Have a great evening from myself, Happy, and everyone else. Peace.
So what about us? We've been chillin' laid back in a whip all black, trying to smoke some. Love the way we gotta act, hate the ways you react when we get done. Baby, just relax, I'ma keep us intact, we gon' have fun. We gon' have fun. So what about trust? Went from riding in the biz, now I'm riding with my friends, now it's all gone. That you're here till the end, no more seeing you again, you've been so wrong. I don't know where you've been, baby, we could get it in, don't move on. Move on, don't move on.
Honestly, if you want to continue to be petty like this, go for it. Keep ignoring my calls. Keep denying every single text I have ever sent you. Because I'm done. This bullshit over and over and over again. I'm so sick and tired of it. And you just don't understand. But that's fine. I'm used to being second place.